It is another day of playoffs and another day with important best-of-3 matches for our teams. My name is Anne, I'll be your host on today's show, and joining me, as always, we have Alfama and Fresh with us. Guys, how excited are we for the playoffs today?
Super excited. I actually thought you were going to say it's another day in paradise, because that's what it must feel having us both next to you.
Yeah, it is.
Always
it is, obviously.
I
mean, we're having fun on this podcast, obviously. I think that's a big thing, but we are here to really see what the teams will do in our league. Obviously, the top 4 teams are still fighting it out with each other. We'll have a look at the bracket as well. As we are in the playoffs, we're in the middle of it, so we can find where we are right now. We've already had a big part of the upper bracket play out, but today we'll focus on the lower bracket for the majority of our day. Obviously, match 6, 7, and 8 is what is for us today, and those are some important matches in that lower bracket. If you lose, I mean, obviously there's that 5th, 6th place game, but if you lose later on today, you're done for the stage.
Yeah, if you lose later on today, you're done for the stage. But conversely, if you win, if you're match code Falcons, Gen.G, Virtus.Pro, if you win, obviously you're progressing through the bracket, but you will get that glorious, glorious prize of being invited to EWC, which is what all these teams are clearly wanting this stage as well. So there's a lot on the line, especially in those first 2 games, in terms of those invites.
You're also making sure that you're going to get some SI points if you win today, because if you lose, there is still a chance you're going to end up 6th spot in this playoffs, and you're going to have as much SI points as everyone else, which is 0.
6. It's such a... you don't want to finish 6th. Anything but 6th in EML is like... It's like rags and riches. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, in general, your odds are really good if you do make it to playoffs, right, that you'll actually make it through. But this is how low our teams can still go. And we're looking at our teams and the best or least possible position that they can still achieve. Obviously, for G2 at the very left, that's looking really good. They don't play today, but despite that, it's looking really good.
Yeah, it's looking great. Like I said it last week, G2 fans don't know what this is like. Usually they're scraping, trying to fight through qualifiers to get into the tournaments. G2 top 2 in EWC invite probably will go to SI off the back of enough points accumulated across both stages. Nice and easy. And as you can see, the 4 teams on the right-hand side of your screen, it can all still go well. There's still everything to play for. In theory, they can still win the entirety of EML, but if it all goes badly over today and tomorrow, they could finish 6th place, no SI points, no EWC invite, and less money on the line as well.
So right now is the moment to guarantee yourself some SI points and also chances to, in the end, maybe end up 1st place. And getting this 300 SI points are absolutely crazy, to be honest. Yeah. It's the best and most amount of SI points we've seen out of any stages. So it's probably extremely important for your 6th invitational qualification.
Yeah, it really sets you up well for a tournament that's happening in February, knowing that you already have selected a good amount of points
in the
around
best city
July.
On Earth.
Oh dear.
It's
I didn't realize
that could
it was
be a hot take, given that a lot of people, have some different opinions about that city in general. But it's something we've been doing a lot, I think, in the show. We've been judging each other for our takes for the things that we say. And we thought we could make it even more spicy by each coming up with our own hot take. And that could be anything esports related, anything Siege related, but something that has to be a hot take and with Siege. And Jack, you get to go first.
Yeah, my hot take is that... Oh, you're both looking at me. My hot take is that Team UK would win a theoretical Rainbow Six World Cup.
Oh.
What a joke.
And this would be my team.
Ooh.
It would be a scary team.
This would be my team.
Copia?
Doki, Wizard, Citizen as my front 3, and then Usus and Nath as the backline. Usus, one of the most incredible flex players literally on Earth. Nath, one of the best IGLs on Earth and one of the best teams on Earth. And then Citizen. And honestly, it wasn't Wizard until the start of this stage if you'd have asked me to name a team, but Wizard has impressed me that much. We've thrown him in there.
Did you casually forget about the whole of Brazil existing?
Yeah,
maybe?
I was about to say, you see that
this
team?
Is why I figured you would disagree with me.
You see that
Come
team?
on, give it to me.
Lose to Felix, to KZ, to KDS.
Hey, if it was a Europe Cup, maybe. I can get behind that, but if it's a World Cup, obviously, Brazil. We're gonna forget about NA casually, but Brazil, I just think, I don't see that happening.
That's just not happening. Imagine the 2 twin brothers united. You have Nade and Handy, and then you add KZ, then you had Felipox as the IGL. Completely crazy. Oh, that's 3 from the same team. I'm cheating there. Maybe you bring Nesk. I don't know. You've got so much talent.
Nesk.
And yeah,
that's a real loser.
All right, come on. You still have so much talent.
That was a bit harsh.
So much talent on Brazil, and you have so much talent in the US. Not a world where the UK team wins world.
Mostly imports.
And I'm not even speaking about the French.
I mean, obviously, we didn't know.
It's good enough.
We didn't know our hot takes before we were doing this, obviously, so we're getting live reactions from this, so we will be listening. We won't judge, or we will, with your hot take up next.
My hot take is that Nuck is a huge crutch right now for teams that don't know how to play with teamwork. It's one of the worst operator in attack in the actively played meta of operators in CG Sports. It's a huge crutch, and I have multiple examples. if you just go and watch some North American League clips, you're gonna see that Nuck being used. And it's just one player doing his own stuff, trying to lurk around, trying to get a pick, and there's no coordination there, no information gathering, and he just dies to a trap operator. And that just happens consistently throughout every single league, because what are people playing? They're playing the Fenrir's, they're playing the Elas, they're playing the trap gadgets, and even when they get drone, like here, Grixer right now is droning for his Nuck to come up the stairs. That Nuck is expected at some point to lurk around, and just as she goes here, boom, kill. And what do you get when you're on your team? An opening death, nothing has been achieved for your team, there's no utility being helpful for the global teamwork, it's not objective oriented, so for me, yes, it's a crutch for teams that like teamwork.
I don't know if I agree with that. You're calling out a lot of players right now that play on this Nuck, even with the buff that she can stand still and not be detected on cameras?
It's crazy. So situationally, kind of, I agree. Where people are going to play your Fenrir's or Melusis. Where you've got teams that play Valkyrie, Maestro, Echo, into the information game, into the visual information, she's so good. And on certain maps. Like, I remember playing that Pasha had where he was on Nuck, in-bank, walks in, gets a 2k. And yeah, I get your utility point, Leo, I fully get it. But what about the FPS point? When that Nuck can walk in, undetected, bang, bang, 5 versus 3, doesn't matter what utility she brings.
That's great. She's been played in 90 rounds. The win rate is 34%. Worst attacker in Pro League, in every single region, at pro level, worst attacking operator in the active map pool. Rationally and factually, I'm right.
I'm begging for a huge Nuck play today.
Oh,
please.
then we will bring some. You came with
that
the
would
receipts.
be 1 out of 90 rounds.
No, okay, but I appreciate you came with the receipts. I mean, obviously, hot takes. I came up with one myself as well. Mine isn't really esports related, though, I will say. But people often ask me, like, what is my favorite season? In my opinion, Chimera has to be one of the best seasons. And obviously, we know things were a little bit cooked back then with the original Lion, obviously, with the Wallachs and everything that you could do with it. I know this wasn't the most ideal situation, but think back about Chimera as a season. Obviously, Finka came out as well. It was Outbreak. Siege was so different. Queuing up with the 2 people and playing the Outbreak game as well. I mean, this is probably the most negative thing about that season, but Outbreak probably the most positive.
There's one counter, and it's that clip of the guy that's getting Lioned, Jackaled, Yinged, all at the same time around that time that Lion was released.
Oh, and the LMG meta as well.
All I'm saying is there was a reason why the best team in the world at that time exclusively banned Lion, because that operator was so broken that anything good that you could... Honestly, you could have given me in a million KD that season. I'd still been horrible.
I cannot agree with Anne.
No.
Somehow, I cannot agree with Anne. Listen. Lion gave me a career. I was a Lion main in that era, and I was actually picked up by Supremacy and my first pro team straight after this season because I was carrying everyone on Lion.
Lion makes bad players good. That's
exactly. I was terrible at the game, and that made me pro, so I cannot agree. I'm biased.
But my point wasn't necessarily just about Lion. Obviously, I acknowledge there was a lot of things wrong with the fact that you could just wallbang people and have the wall hacks on people. But Outbreak was actually amazing. It was a different time with Siege, obviously, but in the current era we find ourselves here, 2025, with the playoffs. So I think it's time we're going to go sit down and we're going to talk about the first game of the day, because we mentioned 3 best of 3s. It is going to be a long day today. If our teams all bring that fire, all really make these matches last their while. When we talk about the first game, when we talk about Falcons going up against Matchgo, Falcons back in the group stage, this was a 7-3 for them. So looking at this matchup, they probably feel confident going into this.
Yeah, they were one of the most dominating team of the entire stage. They still have the best caliber out of any teams here, really. When you look at the names and you think of the roles, you think, okay, these guys could be contenders for top 5 in each other's roles, right? But the problem is, Jack, that we started to see this game a little bit underperform across the month.
Yeah, I think so. It's seriously strange for me that we're talking about Falcons that aren't dominant, and they're not dominant right now.
Are we on time?
And it's very, very difficult to talk about them when that's the case, because we're so used to seeing them in finals. They've literally been in every final in the last however long inside the official ecosystem. They've got some of the best players in the world, but it's not quite, they're not quite hitting that mark right now.
No, and we talk about it a lot here, obviously, about the things we want to see differently from this team, about the situation that they find themselves in. But it's not just us, it's the teams that are talking about them as well. So we'll hear what cameraman from G2 had to say about Falcons.
Falcons have a really good team. Like, they always are the top team, but I think like the siege that they are showing this stage is not like what they used to do. And now they're winning, like they rely a lot of winning clutches, tough situations. And when the other team knows how to play and doesn't give these situations like for them, for Falcons, it doesn't go their way. So I think Secret again.
But obviously, that's what cameraman had to say there about this team, and I think it showed as well, right? When we saw Falcons play against Secret last week, it almost felt like they didn't even stand a single chance.
I mean, look at the stats. It's absolutely crazy. It was not only Secret beating Falcons, it's Secret demolition Falcons, as you can see right now. Obliteration, absolute destruction. I don't have more words that finish in chun, but it was absolutely massive for Secret. Not only because it was a demolition, Jack, but because out of 7 games they had played against Falcons, they beat them only once before.
It wasn't just a massive win, it was a gargantuan win. And it was a gargantuan loss for
New
Falcons.
words in the vocabulary.
New words, we keep going with it. What I will say is, the narrative for Falcons has always been, they just get by in EML by being better than everybody else. And then we'll judge them at international events. That's changed this stage. Secret, G2, VP to an extent, everybody has leveled up that
We're raising the bar in
Europe. And they've got similar stats. And now Falcons are really being challenged, even inside of Europe, that they're sitting here in a lower bracket game, that there's a world where they don't finish in the top 4 in Europe. That's, for me, says that Falcons now, they need to really start showing us that teamwork. We keep asking for it week on week. They let us down last week with it. We don't necessarily know what's going to turn up today. Yes, they probably should still win because they've got the better players overall, but I want to see a complete performance from them, and I don't think we've seen that yet.
Yeah, not making top 4 would be insane to think about that at the start of the stage with Falcons, but a team that could really deny them from making that top 4 is Matchco, obviously, on the other hand. When we look at that roster in specific, when we look at the numbers, it isn't looking that pretty for them.
I mean, I think we're looking at the stats from these playoffs.
Playoffs, yeah.
And I'm going to say this. I don't think I remember a BO3 where I saw a player with 18% KST all the way here on the right side of your screen. 2 kills, 15 deaths. That's me playing in Champions these days.
Maybe what Aqui needs is Operation Chimera to come back and Lion again, just so that he can, improve that KOST. I will say, the one thing that we've said about Matchco is we've loved their clutch potential. We've loved the fact that they've held their nerve in the late rounds, and that's outperformed their stats. When it got to playoffs, when the caliber of teams and everybody else stepped it up, I think we saw some of the frailties of Matchco, and that was resulted in some of them. Their performance last week, but also the stats that were shown on that graphic there. It was one single BO3, so I'm going to give Aqui a pass there, but it didn't read particularly well.
And there's one specific person on the side of Matchco. We're looking at him right now. For Teb, this matchup is really important. Obviously for him, when we look back in the history, this is his chance of revenge. He talked about it on social media back in 2023 with the qualification tournament back then for Gamers 8. BDS, back then obviously now Falcons roster, has gatekept them from making it to the Gamers 8 event. That was Teb obviously back then with Wild, and now he has the chance to do the exact same thing, but the other way around. Gatekeep Falcons from making it to an international event. That would be an absolutely insane thing to do for Teb.
Yeah, especially within the last 2 years. He saved that tweet for 2 years, but then what has BDS and now Falcons done during that time? Dominate all of Europe, dominate most of the international events, and win 2 more events right there. So basically, he's trying to prove that now is the moment with his team for the first time coming together as Italian nationals, going into this pro level, and this is the moment he can gatekeep them.
It must have been so hard for Teb back in 2023 to sit there and watch what was the reigning Gamers 8 champions. He could have gatekept them had they've won that best of 5. That, by the way, 7-5 or more every single map. It was one of them. It was an absolute slobber knocker of a map. 5 maps all the way through. And I will slobber knocker. We're writing it down. And I will say, obviously BDS went through. They won the Gamers 8 2023 as well. So he had to watch them play it, but not only that, he had to watch them win it. After one round goes differently, Teb qualifies.
Yeah, obviously, I would love to see another best of 5 between these 2 teams, but I think we're only getting 3 today, potentially even 2. If we look at the map Veto, obviously, to see which of these 2 teams really is favored in this matchup, because the first map pick will be over on the side of Falcons. That's the Clubhouse. You're looking particularly excited for that.
I always like Falcons on Clubhouse. It's one where they know what they're doing, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. They don't have to think too much. The team play doesn't get tested because they've drilled it that many times that there's not a lot they haven't seen or haven't done. Everybody knows the defaults, everybody knows the reactions to the defaults, and everybody knows the cheesy stuff that can happen. So I think for Falcons, this is a very, very sensible pick, and it's one they've seen Matchco play a lot during the stage.
It's a good way to go back to basics. Now, Matchco, I like the Labs pick. I like it because how many times have we seen them play this map, especially against Fnatic, clutching so many times. But I will say one thing, Fnatic playing against Matchco on that map, Fnatic looked like the better team, theoretically.
Yeah, they did.
They just failed in the executes, and it's surely not a weakness that Falcons has.
What's funny with Nightheaven is in my mind, it's a modern day Clubhouse. It's got the same kind of assets. It's about the breaching, it's about the executions, and it's about the teamwork. We really will see from map 1 or 2 in terms of who is the better team and who executes the teamwork better across the first 2 maps. If we get to map 3, I will say I probably favour that for Falcons a little bit more. Cafe's been a map that they've loved. I know recent form may not be too hot on that map, but they have loved it for a long time.
I mean, historically one of the best maps as well, and there will be starting in defense, and that matters a lot when you see Matchco play.
Yep.
I will say in general, like we expected, Falcons are the favorites of this matchup, and the map veto is also pushing that because they have a better map pool. Overall, though, pretty balanced for the first 2 maps.
Yeah, but then again, we'll have to see it, how the teamwork really is for Falcons today. Obviously, if that isn't what we expect from it, then there are real opportunities for Matchco, but the match should almost be ready, so it's time to bring in our casters. Today we're joined by Fluke and Demo, and it's good to have you two here because I wanted to ask you a question. You may have spotted the couch on or the pillow on the couch, rather. Demo, your face is on there. Emmy, do you have any idea of what could be on this cushion on the back side of it?
I could take a very good guess that because I know that this is Fresh's pet project, pointing towards the little puppy. I know Fresh has certain alert sounds on his stream.
I do.
I mean, I think I know what it is.
Can you recreate it, Emmy?
Demo would want to give a live reading of it, or if we wait until it just happens naturally.
So give us a live reading of it.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
Drum roll.
Come on, Demo. Come on. Say the line. Go on.
I'm not saying it. No, don't even think about it.
Emmy, say the line.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, brilliant.
Brilliant. Oh, that's so good.
There is another beautiful pillow added to the collection.
We want to know the dog.
Yeah, Demo, what's the story with the dog? Why is there randomly a dog in an esports broadcast? What happened?
Well, here's the thing. That was back in the ESL Prem days, and that was quite the glory times where we literally could just do whatever we wanted. And our observer just arrived with his dog, and I said, "Here, give me the dog." And I just brought the dog on the desk. I don't know why I did. I just did.
It's RR General.
Emotional support.
Yep.
Oh, is it?
Wait, I missed that. Is it your dog, Demo?
Wait, is it our General's
from
dog?
the observer.
It's RR
Yeah,
General.
it's Alex's dog.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
It's
God.
from Studio One,
That's
where
crazy.
me and Demo used to work Prem, long before any of you 3 young whippersnappers were on the talent side.
Wow.
What's funny is the guy whose dog
Dang.
that is, I work with him on the day-to-day basis. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Well, we learn new things every day, I guess, obviously. Well, the most important thing is we could chit-chat with you all about this pillow and the quotes that we have for days on end. We could, I'm sure. But obviously, we have a really, really important best of 3 to be played between these 2 teams. So please take it away for the first match of this 3.
Thank you very much, and will do. So, Demo. Now, we kind of have a couple of different stories going into this. I think the first one is, can Matchco do what was done to them, obviously, and sort of put the pressure on towards Falcons? But at the same time, my main thing is, can both of these 2 teams perform better than they did last play day? Because last play day, both a bit naff.
Yeah, obviously, a team like Falcons, we've always seen them as the #1 team that we've had in our region. But I think certainly this stage, a bit of a reality check. I think certainly Secret and G2 have just upped their game massively, and that's why those 2 teams are, already in towards the upper bracket finals and the grand finals if you're G2. But I still think, though, there is still quite the gap between kind of the top 4, which is G2, Secret, Falcons, and VP, and then 5th and 6th being Matchco and Gen.G. I think we've seen that during the the opening day of the playoffs, where VP rinsed Matchco, Falcons rinsed Gen.G. There is a massive gap that we have between the top 4 teams and even our 5th and 6th. So it is going to be all in favor of Falcons. Again, you have to say that. Falcons against lesser teams, they usually come in and do the business. Unless they're wild, which we have to always reference that, don't we? Unless you're wild, they usually come in and they just kind of clean sweep the house and they kind of put us back on track. It's been more the bigger games against the bigger teams where Falcons have just looked very limp this stage.
Okay, so if we also throw our minds back to not so long ago, when these 2 teams did play each other in the stage itself, it was on club, and it was a 7-3. Quite an early play day. I think it was only the 2nd, maybe the 3rd play day. Second play day, and it was a divided match. I think that it was quite a destruction. Yes, there was some back and forth in rounds. There always is. But the best cost potential from the side of Matchco was 60%. None of them ended up positive. Teb was even. I guess you can call that positive, actually. On the other side of it, the only person who was negative was EFAC. They were on top of the kill game, they were on top of the planning game, they were on top of the cost game. The worst performing player was better than the best performing player, technically on a cost level, than Matchco. And I think this is revenge for them as well for just that alone.
Overall, I think for Matchco, being that new side coming into the league, obviously coming in from the Challenger Series alongside Wild, for them to even get to this point, I think is a massive achievement. Like, I think we have to give credit to Matchco for at the stage they have been quietly just going about their business and just picking up wins where they've needed to, and it has gotten to this point. Obviously, whenever you're in the playoffs, every game's going to be difficult. It just is. And I think Matchco, they discovered that very quickly after their first game against VP, because they got 2 rounds and that was it. And you've actually looked at the stats across that series, it was woeful. You know, nobody played well for Matchco. So you really have to hope that somebody steps up. Somebody needs to, but you cannot go in and have the same performance again. You can't.
Now we'll be just in the game in just a moment. Smiles, upbeat faces. It's one of the things about when we watched Falcons the other day, Demo. In the secret game, it was the opposite, right? It was the second time in recent history that we've seen a little bit of a... I'm not gonna use the word crash out, but I'm gonna say pointed frustration on Cafe Dostoevsky.
No, I prefer crash out. I think
okay, well, it's your words are fine. On Cafe for a Falcons team. They were frustrated. They were in their own heads. They were against a team of Secret that were playing brilliant Siege, don't get me wrong, but they were so jovial. They were having a good time. They were throwing themselves out there, and they seem to struggle when things and the waves and the winds really do go against them here, Falcons. And I'm wondering if there's a way that if Matchco can get a sort of foot in early, that could disrupt that flow.
Yeah. And you mentioned Cafe Crash. I obviously had that last week, but I just think of, guys, do you want to push white or long bar? That's what I think of whenever I think of Falcons on Cafe. Honestly, that's a classic clip. You know, I think EFAC, he is the leader. He is that guy who you look towards to get the team up in morale, because I wouldn't say that, you know, the team is massively emotional for him. You know, I think he is almost all of the emotion for the entire team at some point.
Yeah.
And it's all about the motivation factor. And I think it's something that Falcons, again, like I mentioned, we've seen it at SI. It's something that this team has struggled with for a while. It's the motivation. And does that come down to the fact that they have played so much Siege in the past year, where it's just got to the point, is the tank a little bit empty?
Well,
and that's why we maybe see them have their roles this stage.
What isn't empty is our screens, as they're about to be full of an R6 share video celebrating our new NAL champions as we just get ourselves onto this rehost. Let's have a look at some SSG, baby.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Hello, studio. It's Eurovision calling in.
Yes! You get my 12 points, Emmy.
Specifically for you.
Oh,
so
I love this.
we're in a bit of a
You
wonderful
ever watched
rehost
Eurovision,
there.
Leo?
Yes, I have,
Course
and
you
we
have.
always lose.
Yeah, you're French.
It's
Yeah.
because you buy
well-
yourselves into the finals, that's why.
Huh?
It's because you buy yourselves into the finals. Like, no one's going to vote for you if you buy yourself into the finals.
But we can't
Listen,
do that, right?
okay,
You can
I've
vote for
opened-
your own country.
I've opened a Eurovision can of worms here that maybe we should close before. Let's at least explain what's happening.
Yeah.
A little bit of an extension on the rehost here. So we've brought in our wonderful trio who are sitting in Copenhagen to join Demo and I for just a little chat, just a
Yeah.
little gossip.
Yeah, I mean, we can do that,
if you-
obviously. Emmy, have you, Emmy and Demo both, have you two seen our pre-show with the hot takes that we did?
Okay.
Yeah, I
did.
back Jack. I back Jack.
And you
but
demo
I
would
would
agree.
change one player.
You'd change Wizard for who?
I don't know. That's what I've been thinking about.
I knew it would be Wizard out. I knew it would be that. And I was honestly 50-50. If Adrian could just play under a British flag, because, you know, he's British and Polish, then it would be Adrian, but he plays under a Polish flag, so I couldn't have him.
Am I allowed to reveal some behind the scenes of rehearsal here?
Yes.
Ooh.
So I liked your hot takes. I, with my brilliant way of seeing behind the scenes, preferred your hot takes that you did in rehearsal that weren't on broadcast.
Shall I say mine? Shall we start with ours? These are our second place
If
options.
you're happy to,
Okay.
throw it out there.
So my second place hot take that I was going to go with was that inside of the Europe MENA League, we've got the best player from every region in the world, being Doki being the best player from Europe. That one's up for debate, but there's lots of European players inside of Europe, of course. The best North American player being Stompin', the best South America player being Loira, and the best APAC player, which I think is undisputable, being Virtue.
And you can add to that, well, no, that's not undisputable at all.
He's won a 6 Invitational, no other APAC player has.
Okay, current form, Reaps literally destroys him any day of the
Reaps
week.
farms, yeah, okay. But
And
you
yeah.
could say
Does that
Reaps, you
make
could
him the
say
best
Turd, you
player?
could say half of them. They all
could
farm
even-
their own region.
I could even say that Jigsaw is the same. I could say that, you know, some.
And what did these guys do on an international stage? Virtue won it.
Yeah, that's true. But right now in current form, I would say it's not true. But I would say one thing: the best NA teams, the ones that perform the most, always have to bring a European import to perform.
Benjamaster,
In SSG,
Spoit,
in Shopify Rebellion, Nate,
Citizen,
Citizen.
and Naif.
in Dark Zero. The three
Yeah.
best teams in NA have to build
Baby Shark.
with no. They have to bring European players to be able to perform at the highest stages.
And also Fabian's coaching M80 as well. So out of the top,
Yeah.
5, 6, it was quite a lot of European influence.
Yeah. NA's not gonna like this.
Oxygen are literally the only outlier, though.
Yeah.
And they
I-
They will
qualified.
just say that we've got Stompin' though. To be fair, they will counter us.
We do have Stompin'.
That's because they didn't want him. How many North American teams fumble by not picking up Stompin', by the
Imagine
way?
M80 having him as an academy team, and you've let him go on a free.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's,
Insane.
God knows.
again, to point, maybe that's some real Piastri moment right there. That's some real.
I understand.
And if you look at
Yeah,
the balance,
yeah.
Leo didn't get that reference.
if
that
you
my
look at the
agreement.
balance between Europe and NA, you have one rookie that went from NA to Europe. But how many did go from Europe to NA?
Honestly, even you looked good in NA. Leo.
I haven't got. I haven't dropped crazy numbers in NA. That was insane. Which brings me to my second hot
Yeah.
take.
Yeah. What's your hot take? Do you remember?
My hot take was that players that are not mechanically skilled enough to be a pro player specialize in the field of IGLing and support so that they can have a career, and I'm the prime example of that.
Do you want to name any other prime examples?
Canadian.
Fun fact about Canadian. I don't know if this is still true, so I'll have to fact check myself, but it was before the final day of North America. Across all of the league stage and the first 3 days of playoffs, Canadian did not get one entry kill. He at that point was the only player in the world to not get an entry kill
Crazy.
in this stage.
That's insane. So much shield playing, so much baiting.
Obviously, he won't be in as many entry engagements given he is a backline
Obviously,
player.
yeah.
But
You
he
expect
had a
him
few
to
entry
die.
deaths.
You expect him to die while diffusing.
Yeah.
I mean, as a hard breacher, I had opening death when I went for the execution.
5v5,
5v5
yeah.
setup.
Yeah.
You go in, you know you're gonna die.
Yeah,
but-
so he got entry deaths, but 0 entry kills.
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah. It wasn't 0-0. It was
Yeah.
like 0-10 on entry or something like that.
Oh yeah, that sounds like Canadian stats. Yeah.
But every other player in the world, across all of our professional players, however many hundreds there are, everybody got one entry kill at least, apart from Troy. But like you wouldn't expect it. It's just a funny stat. Obviously,
Yeah.
his team still did really well. It's not a slight on him at all.
Should I say my hot take as well, like my alternative one? I had a
on,
lot of hot takes. So my other one that I was gonna do was totally not esports related at all either. But it was about the radios in Siege. Because if you look at them all, I think the consulate garage radio is probably the best one that we have in
What's
the
the
game.
sound?
Yeah, I know you.
Can you give me an impression of the sound? What does it do?
It's the one that goes like. I'm very bad at
Okay,
impersonating radios, but like, do you agree? Isn't that the best radio we have in the game? Obviously, with my poor, yeah.
Evan Teb laughed at that one.
If there are any devs that are listening or watching, can you please take that clip in isolation and replace the radio with that
Imagine.
Oh, please no. Do you two have any hot takes while we're on the subject of hot takes?
Oh, you're asking Demo if they have hot takes?
Yes?
It's not a hot take, but can we talk about something that me and you spoke about, Emmy, just before?
All right.
I said it would be cool. Obviously, we have like the the Halloween event and like the showdown event and stuff like that we have. It'd be cool if we had an event where we could play like the OG maps before they got like reworked.
Nope.
Cool.
I think that'd be sick.
I think that could be good. I don't know if that was just Amber with a very quick no response, but we'll say thank you and goodbye.
Goodbye.
For wpeople.
Bye-bye.
Desk people.
Goodbye.
Any last words?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
No, bye-bye.
Sorry, Borat just came onto the broadcast there.
They faded Anne out like they just like yoinked her.
Just the shepherd's crook just came in and just grabbed her off the stage.
Wait, I'm gonna recreate with my headset. That was a full bye-bye.
Oh dear. Well, we're in.
We're in.
We are in.
Thank you everyone for bearing with us and taking part in the impromptu EML podcast. Listen to it on all your favorite streaming services. We are in, and if you missed the sort of lead into this, Falcons versus Matchco, starting here on Clubhouse, where these two teams butted heads but a few weeks ago, Demo.
I'll just remind everyone of the bans that they had last time. It was Falcons. They started off on the attack, just as they are now. And last time they banned Cade and Mira. This time they have banned Cade and Mira. For Matchco on their defense, last time they actually banned Dokkaebi and Grim, where they went for the double shields this time around.
So, will the double shields be something that Matchco have sort of realized they don't want to play against? I could scroll back and see if it was a big bit of a threat in the previous game, but I'll do that in just a minute. First, let's get in to the real meat of this, and that is to see who meets the meter that they need to try and measure up to. Because last play day, these two teams had the reason they are here, both of them, against different opponents, just sort of struggle, different sort of showdowns even. They could not find a rhythm that they were able to sort of put together quite masterfully throughout it. And, you know, it's that sort of shame because we have high expectations of Matchco based on how aggressively they met the competition here in the challenge. And then we always have high expectations of this Falcons roster. And you could see the frustration on both of them. Matchco looked a bit shy, a bit worried, a bit scared of going up against Virtus.Pro, which left them in this position. And then Falcons, unfortunately, met a very challenging secret, but then just could not keep their heads in a positive place. Solotov, who was the MVP last time these two teams met, is immediately in and immediately gone. Oh, they had the drone on the player at the back of Cash there, but just missed the rotation into CCTV.
Yeah, that's poor, I think, from Falcons. Only one rover from Matchco, by the way. Just Akwi upstairs by himself, everyone in the bomb site. He has an echo cam as his support, but that is it. It's one guy. They spotted him out. I mean, there's a lot of mute jammers up there. The fact that they've been able to get a drone in through CC into the Cash drone hole and see that guy, I don't know why Solotov isn't waiting for his teammate. It makes no sense at all. It looks like Falcons are just going to try and ignore him and just walk down the site. EFAC, where are you going?
Well, he's going to go and get a double kill Demo because that's what EFAC does. Hit by an echo drone. They're going to see if, well, for a second, they were going to see if they could try and stick a plant. The Clash is doing something, but they don't have the control over Blue. They're waiting for the rotate round, and now it's going to become a post-plant situation. They have the cross angle from the bottom of the main stairs. They're concerned about a rotate coming from behind them, and, well, there's Lolo getting one. The Clash has been able to get their way across the divide. A bit of a scratch from behind. There's users putting the pressure in so they can't deploy the shield. They have to try and fight their way forward, so they drive all the way into the back of the Habana, hit and baited right in towards Lolo, now forced out in towards Dirt. Users has kept himself a bit separate. They need to try and secure the kill onto either of them because they can't just sit on the defuse. There's Users round the back getting one. Shaiko takes that as the moment to push on forward. Users gets another onto the Clash. There's at least a trade out, but at this point he's just got to hold the kit. Tries to bait it, can't. And Falcons, what a way to start us off.
Oh, messy round to kick things off. It's not the most picturesque post plant that I've ever seen. So a few things to digest. So obviously I was able to point out, you know, one roamer. That was it. One guy top floor, nobody else. 4 players still in sight. Falcons lose that first pick. Solotov just goes in, tries to do it himself. Not happening. in a 4v5 with 4 players still in the bomb site, somehow EFAC has walked down long without anyone challenging him. He kills the guy who's just sat in dirt. He then gets another guy towards blue, and then all hell just breaks loose. The diffuser goes down. They have a Clash who's attempting the retake. It was messy as well. Like, I mean, EFAC should never be allowed to do this. Just walks down long. There's a shield looking at him as well. Just nobody in a position to stop that. Then the Clash, which just, I don't know, having a mare of the time, was trying to set the shield up, just couldn't. And, oh, I mean, how do you describe this round other than just chaos?
It was a well sniffed out opportunity, and Matchco misplaced their defenders. I mean, it's a frustrating way for it to start, especially with the mistake that was made by Solotov early on. As we said, it was good of Matchco to sort of push and clear, but really it was a bit gifted. A sledge comes through that wall, you know, they're not going to get their gun up before they get dropped down. Lolo did their best to try and fight your way back in, but you also look at, obviously, the Clash is a big thing, right? Having that shield is huge, but then they have the Echo drones as well. They have the chance to get live-fed information. You just sort of wonder what was so interesting about not long one of the core 3 ways in towards the side. I guess they were really worried about the dirt push, but the dirt push came through clean anyway. Either way, we're off to a bit of the start, and in that moment, I did have a quick look to see how often shields were used against them last time round. And half of the rounds, 3, there was 2 blitzers and a Blackbeard that showed up, but they only really had a 50% success rate, so it wasn't fantastic. 66 even. Sorry, Matt. Nerd. Sorry, Jesse J. Chick. It's a 66% recurring success rate.
I love the fact that you've mentioned nerd and automatically you go to Jesse, who's just the resident nerd of the
Well, I know
just
for a fact that
close.
if Jesse was listening and I said 2 of 3 were a win, 50%, Jesse's like, Emmy, you're an idiot. And Jesse's not wrong. But Solotov is 2 entry deaths.
Yeah. Not weird. I mean, for Solotov, he's not had the greatest of stage, I think, whenever it comes to some games. I think there's some games where have been very on it, but then others where I just feel he's went messy. Like, very inconsistent, I think, for Solotov this stage. And yeah, I think as an entry player, you need to find consistency in that game.
It's the hard sort of position for Solotov to be in because he's a very all or nothing player, right? On a roster that has a lot of talent, very high bar. All or nothing players, they stand out a lot more when mistakes happen, I think. Ooh, and Brede disconnecting is rough. The round is already deep in progress at this point. The 5 versus 3 with Shaiko obviously almost getting caught as well by Akwi. 40 seconds. We're still away, but the only tune that we're probably going to be having here is 1-1. As the fight just underneath is an easy one for Lolo to pick up, and the approach here has been read. On towards CC as well. There's Akwi getting another hop out. And leaving just Usus alone.
Well, not much really happened there for Falcons. That was pretty one-sided as far as one-sided rounds can go. I'm very surprised by the approach that they've actually went for. Whenever you kind of look at that lineup for Matchco, they don't have much plant denial. And for me, if I'm seeing a lineup and there's really nothing to stop you moving in, just go default for rafters and then go for a plant. But it didn't look as though the Falcons really wanted to take the time and the effort to go through maybe, you know, burning through the ADSs, going through the Azami barriers that'll be up in towards rafters. But you think for a well-established team like Falcons, that should be pretty easy for them. I mean, they've still got operators like the Monty, for example, which they can bring in as well, which helps out a lot whenever you're going for that certain push. Just don't know if the decision there was the correct one for Falcons. Now, look, maybe that DC played a part. I'm sure it probably would have in some shape or form. But again, I still think, you know, losing that opening pick, Solotov dying, especially with he was on the sledge, wasn't he? So losing 2 nades for that take. I mean, it's giving away util for nothing. You know, you're getting nothing in return, just dying. Or no, he wasn't on the sledge. Was he in the Flores? I think he was in the Flores. Again, would have been a great operator to have for the Azamis.
Oh, fantastic operator to have. And, you know, as I was sort of making the comment before things started to slip away, it's hard being one of those kind of players because, as I said, last time these two teams met, he was the MVP of the whole game, +6 or +7 by the end of it. He was so solid, and he has those big moments, but then sometimes when the flick of the coin goes away from you, you know, it starts to eat up. And on other teams around the world, or teams that might not have the same caliber as the players from Falcons, you could still get away with a bit of it. But here,
I've got a hot take.
Oh yeah,
This is, again, hot take. It is what it is, but this is just what
hot
I
take
think.
alarm. Woo, woo.
Okay.
You're supposed to get
And
mad.
We'll see if, you know, if Jack and Leo agree with this.
Yeah.
The year for Falcons, so the entire past year that they've had, I don't think that their team play has been good. For a team which has been in every grand final, for saying that their team play isn't that good, you might be thinking, well, how does that make sense? I think that team is very fortunate that they have some of the 5 best individuals in the world all in one team. And you've had individuals who can carry 3 rounds, which have looked disastrous for Falcons.
I would agree with you, but not as strongly. So if people want to go, no, it's you have.
Where do you
to
move the glass on the table? Where are you putting it?
Yeah. I don't. Well, I'm still holding it for now. I'm still holding it. You have to. Unfortunately, it is when you are of such a pedigree, when you are so good for so long, with unbeaten runs, with whatever, and you don't have the silverware in the cupboard, you have to ask why, right? You just have to. It has to be part of the conversation, because even put by the players themselves, I think it was in the lead up towards Boston SI, EFAC was on an interview and he said the team would rather not come second again and just like drop out earlier on than get second and lose it all at the final stage again, because it hurts so much, because you can be perfect, so good, oh my god, it's over, and you don't have the reward to show for it. And that difference of distance can be a lot of things, but it's that point when you are so consistently in the finals, you have to look at everything under a microscope. And I don't think it's unfair to say that that is an element that other teams do better than them, the ones that they need to beat. So therefore, it is something that needs to be improved. I need a hot take. Oh, Ghost is channeling good energy.
Is he making sure that he's, you know, just showing his hands? He's got nothing in the hands.
I believe so. But we will otherwise, you know, keeping their hands up. I need a hot take.
Well, think of one. Not difficult. Just say something.
About just say anything.
Say something. Go on.
Can it be? Does it come up with a hot take about the talent around the world?
Okay.
I think. Oh. Okay. I think that EML talent would lose in a fist fight to the NAL talent. That's but I think we could beat the Australian talent. That's the hot take element.
So in terms of NAL talent, right?
You have Lax.
Right. You've got Lax and you've got Ollie. Right?
Yeah.
The rest of them aren't really a threat.
Ginny.
I mean, I'm not taking that fight. You can, but I'm not.
Janira would beat us all. She's hopped up on matcha tea. I think Anne couldn't. I don't see Anne as a fighter. Anne is a dancer, not a fighter. Lax, yes. Davide, no.
No.
wouldn't want to risk getting hit in the face. That's the moneymaker.
Wouldn't want to lose a hair.
Whereas the Oath talent, Pengu is only good in the server. I think you could throw hands with Pengu anywhere. And
Yeah, he's a bit of a skinny fellow.
so actually, he's technically also EML, so he's like an inside man that we have.
Well, then so is Dev at that point then as well.
I think you could get a good few hits on Xenox before he realized what's happening.
But surely Dev's got a good reach on him. Because he's a big lanky guy, isn't he?
Dev
Yeah.
fights like, you know, those videos of like old-timey boxers where they like stick their arms, they're like, put him up. That's how I imagine Dev Marder fights. I don't think Dez or Tim would be good in a fight.
I know, I think a headbutt from Tim could be a tough one.
Depends, because they know which they could approach him like you're a shark, and he wouldn't be able to see him. Anyway, that's my hot
I wouldn't
take.
say it's more of a hot take. It's just
a take.
don't know what you're talking about.
I was just trying to think of something to fill airtime, but I
Think
know
of
what's
something
better.
siege related. Come on.
I know what's better to fill airtime than the siege related demo. Do you know what it is?
Don't say a share skin video.
It's the G2's R6 share skin, baby. Let's watch.
Easy, teammate.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack. What?
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. What a wonderful, magnificent video. Class, I have some news that I don't really know how to break. Just put your pens and your papers down for just a second. We're going to be replaying round 2 demo.
Yeah. Ken? Doesn't anything to do with us.
Nothing to do with us.
We just
We are
how it is.
my favorite phrase at a moment like this is please don't shoot the messenger, because we are that. I'm as surprised as the little plush toy in the back of Ghost's camera, because the disconnect happened after the first kill had happened, and we don't know the reasoning. I'm sure there are some reasoning that will get put forward somewhere at some point, so look for that. We can only tell you what we know, which is that round 2 is, as far as I'm aware, being replayed because of the disconnect.
Yeah. It looks as though that the crash that happened with Bride, apparently it wasn't on his end. Apparently the game just said you're out the game.
There is one thing I've never understood is I wouldn't say a crash is really on anyone's. No one chooses those, but whatever. Did you? Yeah.
It's like the time my power went out.
I'm gonna I don't know. We look at the rulebook for however long, and we've been with the rulebook for however long, and sometimes things change, and we are there after the change. And I'm just not the first time it's happened. Bride's just reading his Evian bottle.
In the bottle of water.
Ingredients.
Ingredients. Sitting there thinking, could I make this at home? He's sitting there thinking, could I make this? Could I?
Could I do that? What is it?
Could I drill a well? Could I?
So,
hey, it's not cheap to make a well, by the way. You know, it costs a lot of money to make a well.
How much does it cost to make a well nowadays?
I don't know, but I know it costs a lot.
I bet Ollie knows.
Well, like 20,000 or something, isn't it? Because you have to go and get the machinery to like dig the hole and stuff, and then do all that kind of stuff.
That
actually a lot of money?
Is that Scarf a football team?
I don't know.
Ghost's hands. Don't you dare, Reddit.
There'll be no phones in his hands today.
No posts about Ghost this time, Twitter.
To be fair play to the guy, he's not going to get caught out again. Hang on, where'd the hands go? Whoa!
I mean, we've literally had other cams of other Falcons players and other players of this team with that, like, guys, just don't worry about it. There's other more pressing things right now. Like, hopefully getting back in sooner rather than later. Finished his light reading. Demo, can I out you for the thing that you told me before the start of the show today?
If you want to.
Okay. You are reading, and I quote, your first ever book.
Well, obviously you had to read it in school and stuff, right? I get that. But like me actually, off my own free will and accord.
Yeah.
Reading a book, yeah.
Uh-huh. What book?
It's the one about there's a dragon in it.
How to Train Your Dragon.
No, not that
Aragon.
one. There's some dragons, and there's this big massive wall, and there's this guy who knows nothing, and he lives in the wall.
Oh, Game of Thrones, based on the popular TV show.
Yeah.
No. Great books. They're actually really, really nice reads. I hope you have a good time reading them.
Thank you.
Congratulations on picking up your first book.
Thank you.
Anyway, we will hopefully be back in momentarily. I assume we came back. I'm only, as I said before, yes, by the looks of it, we're in right now. So we're here now. 1-0. The last round didn't happen.
Yeah. And they've also changed sites because of that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So we've got a gym now.
Yeah, so there used to be obviously the rules around repicking the same sites and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. When it is time is effectively rolled back, they are free to change site, change holds, change whatever. Because otherwise there would just be an advantage, which we would not like to create.
Setting welcome mat. Loading new mag.
So one thing about Mashco in terms of what we've seen over the past, I'll still say 2 rounds because we did see round 2 part 1 play out. We did see that. They like to roam. It's not just a case of they're going to sit back and turtle into the bomb site and let Falcons have their way. They want to extend. They want to fight, and it was something that they just didn't do against VP. I thought they were just way too scared going into that game, and VP just took full advantage of that. So I'm happy to see them come in, and it's like it's more the mentality of what do they have to lose? It's you may as well go in there, play your siege. Don't be scared of the big team. Make a name for yourself. Go out there and play your siege. And I hope that is what Matchcore are going to keep following through with today.
I mean, they had a dream where they won this round. Let's see if they could try and turn it into reality, I suppose, at this point. They have the ability to force these kills. We've seen mistakes that come through from Falcons as well. They've lost the entry 2 times in a row. The clash of Teb, going to be a bit active. I'm wondering if it's going to be Falcons' 3rd removal here when we get through to it, or if they'll go with potentially the Azami instead, lure them in towards the clash ban. There's the air jabs they're forced out to try and get them in control of the space, but Solotov just misses being on the positive for the entry engagement instead. There seems to be some slight awareness of somebody at the window, but They're just holding on, letting the pressure start to hit the front. There's the rotate,
What?
but... Yeah, kind of with you there.
Hodgson with a pistol makes no sense. A great little pocket arrow as well to cover up that door to allow Shaiko to keep playing on those windows. And Falcons, you can see that the aggression of all came in from the Jacuzzi side. They've opened up bathroom. They're player in the windows. They're using their util well. Look at the patience as well from Falcons. Slow it down, wait until we can get users up, and then we go for the plant. You know, Dora in a 1v5, but Falcons, they're just going to just draw this round out to a steady halt now and just going to wait until they can drone him out, find out where he is, and get an easy 1v5.
From this point onwards, you know, they've picked up the man down. As you said, it's a 1 versus 5. They have 40 seconds. Deimos goes down again, but then there's just the instant double swing round. That is 2-0 Falcons.
Well, that was a pretty clean round from Falcons. We knew what they wanted to go for. A lot of that was towards Jacuzzi. They were able to get that wall open and then move in towards bathroom. And really, once you lose that bathroom wall and you lose the Jacuzzi, it just opens up that bomb site massively. There's not many safe positions that you can actually sit. Like, for example, those guys inside a bathroom, they're going to have to leave from bathroom and sit in towards an area that they're going to get shot from the window, which was expertly patrolled by Shaiko. And then even if you think about the Capitao in that instance as well, the areas that you're maybe going to be safe in, for example, you know, gold rotate, you're going to be flamed out. So Falcons, the whole idea was to push them out into areas that they're going to be able to set Shaiko up for kills. And that's exactly what happened.
So, from this point onwards, Matchco, unfortunately, I mean, from the rounds we've seen, that was their weakest, even including how things have gone. Swinging with the pistol, a bit confusing. There was great coverage there from Falcons. The Capitao bolt of the smoke covering the swing round as well, and the pressure elsewhere. It just seemed well put together from Falcons. The sort of break in the momentum has soothed their mental a little bit, remembering how the first round went as well. They lost the opening and then just sent it based on a missed moment and a mistake there. So at this point, it's that sort of growth here from Falcons. We talked about how important the mental game is for both these teams. Not only do Falcons need to step up and not get themselves lost where they were before, but Matchco have to be confident to do things like this. Oh no. Oh no! He didn't know!
Oh, well, this time the roamer has been dealt with, but you have to put some question marks over from Akwi in terms of how does he not hear that player just fully sprint right beside him in rafters? I mean, that's what I'm more shocked about. Does he have his headset on? I wonder. But yeah, bad start for Matchco. They've lost all of their map control because, as we know, this is a setup where Akwi by himself with a few echo cams in support, but everyone else will be in the bomb site. And this is exactly where Falcons want them now. Full map control with minute 45 left. Soltov also pushing down blue and somehow finds a pick. Is there no F now? Is there no nothing to stop down an oil pit player? What?
I mean, at this point, you're now just looking at Matchco sort of having holes in the defense. You wonder if they're really clued in, or you wonder if we're about to see the Matchco we saw in the Virtus.Pro game. A bit of a shame. Maybe it's the weight of getting to these situations. You don't have the benefit of the same sort of chance to place first. At this point, you lose this. The best you can get is 5th or 6th place. As that pressure leads in. Oh, Lolo does get a great one, and he was almost a saving grace the first round down here. Pulled off a triple kill, got himself into the 1 versus 1 at the end, but it was just a little bit too little too late. 50 seconds. And more pressure starts to try to roll down on towards blue, and just pull themselves out of there back into the site itself here, Demo.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be the clash is going to be the main issue, and they have still got impact EMPs as well from users, so maybe he could toss them at the shield and disable the shield, which would help them out massively, but that's a really important thing to open up is going to be that church wall. It forces the echo in behind the bomb chassis now, so potentially somebody pushing down blue could be able to pick them off, but yeah, I think it depends on how Ted plays this. You know, this clash can be a massive game changer, and it looks as though Kitchen's going to be the option for them, not Church. And a whole lot of pick from Bredado drops down. Here comes the clash, but you need to try and help him. happens? Lolo, you need to help your Clash.
Well, at this point, the Clash is just surrounded and they're trying to, delay the time. I think at this, there's, no, they weren't trying to delay the time. I thought maybe there was an echo play there. No, I was wrong.
Just kind of sprinted at him. Didn't have an echo cam, which I thought maybe that was going to be a saving grace there from Ashko just as the time started ticking away, but he mustn't have had any.
3-0. Will we get a match code timeout sooner rather than later? Obviously, Club isn't their map, both in pick and also in recent history against Falcons. But you want to keep it aggressive, right? You want to keep it a fight. As they said, you know, it's not exactly a bad map.
Hear him? How does he not hear him? How? He even goes like, reloading. Back me, mate. What's the headset? Don't let me know because I'm not going to get it. I'll tell you that now. I'm going to get that headset, whatever he has. Great little play there from Brid, though. They almost baited them because you've opened up that triple wall, and Users is obviously making a lot of noise over towards Moto. So the Falcons player almost baited Matchko thinking, oh, they're going to go church take, but they're not. Then Brid drops down, picks the guy off in blue. Yeah, a nice little bait and switch, though, in the end there for Falcons, you have to say.
3-0. Falcons charge ahead at this point, and
10 seconds to go.
well, it's
located by
now with the addition of Bans, the Deimos is gone alongside the Bandit. So the prediction on the Clasher and his army. To be fair, I put those out before we saw the last two rounds. And the last two rounds, the Clash has only been bullies. I think it's a great operator.
Swapping mags!
But yeah, you can do some great solo plays with it.
Did you see Pengu's not take another one? Did you see his what he put up last night? I just think, what's he on? I don't know what he's on.
What's he said?
Oh, he said he thinks Clash, the overall change to Clash is a nerf, and I'm sitting there thinking, no, Nick, no, don't say that. Thinks old Clash is better in many senses.
Well, Matt Ghost is now left the game. I am curious what will happen from this point onwards. But
should have a rehost now.
Oh, we'll just keep going until we're no longer going. I mean, now it's for 4 versus 4. But stranger things have happened, Demo, in the last 30 minutes. So,
yep. We'll keep playing. Yep. We'll see how this goes.
At this point, they're surrounding themselves in towards the situation on the back of the site, but you know, you think about the Ash gone, it's going to make getting under the wall a bit tougher unless you just do this Demo.
Dear. Oh, rookie mistake from Dora. Sitting on cams, top red, exposing yourself to somebody maybe on the red stairs, and down he goes, and well, Falcons, they regain that lead, and what a pick as well. The only form of plant denial is off the table. You look at the remaining 3 operators, they've got nothing left. So, yeah, this should be pretty bone dry, I think, for Falcons just to be able to move in and get this plant down because they have nothing to worry about. And they're actually going to just push in for breach, not even try and take Garage. A trade, though, will come in. Bride able to get one before Lolo, of course, gets that kill back in favor. And Matchko trying to see if they can hold back EFAC, who is in the middle. And now it comes down to a 1v1. EFAC up against Teb, but do either know where one another is? We've got a red ping, so yes, they do. Teb knows exactly where to aim for EFAC, who at the moment is scrambling to find any remnants of where he could be, but Teb is playing this patient, waiting for the yellow pings. Diffuser has to try and go and get to EFAC, beats him in for the swing.
Okay, now I'm not sure what's going to happen, so we'll just keep chugging along. As he said, it was a great swing. It was the pressure on. They lost the Ash. It was the 4 versus 4, but again, that fatal flaw that seems to come for the side of Matchko is somebody just walking up an obvious avenue and netting kills, netting rewards, and there it was on the top of red. A player just stuck out, looking the other way, focusing potentially towards Logi and that sort of side, or construction. But
it's a weird game.
Weird game.
It's certainly one of our less flowy games, I'd say. It's a little bit start and stop, isn't it? Like stuck at traffic at 5 o'clock. Not the funnest of times. But still, Falcons sit 4-0 up. And last time, whenever they were both here and they played against each other, Matchco were at least able to get 2 defensive round wins. And you do sit there and think, where's it going to come from? Because they've kind of been beaten at every bomb site now.
I mean, it's tough, I think is the fairest way of putting it. As I said it before, it's not their map, strictly. It is a map that they are playing Siege on. You can see a bit of frustration there from the side of Dora, so I'm wondering, obviously, what the conversations are like pertaining to whatever is going on right now. It's been a strangely paced game. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to keep up with just all of what is going on behind the scenes as well to make sure.
If you want, I could read everyone my book. We could do a chapter.
Well, we don't. I was going to say we don't want a spoiler alert, but it's also quite a long.
The book came out in 1996, just for reference. So if you haven't read it by now, like myself, then it's your fault.
If you haven't seen the Game of Thrones books in any of your local bookshops, it just means you haven't gone to a bookshop in about 30 years. Who's your favorite character so far?
Well, I have seen the show, by the way. Just for reference.
Okay.
Don't worry.
All right.
I don't know. It's tough. I think probably it's tough. It's either John or the Hound. That's where I'm between.
Great characters. I don't know who I would. I mean, John is obviously, you know, John of the North, bastard, great guy. I'll keep my thoughts about the ending to myself, but I think I'm alongside a lot of other people in those thoughts. And all I'm saying is, I heard a really, really good song someone composed, which was the Targaryen theme, Jon Snow's theme, and the Game of Thrones theme all put together. Would have made a great finale. Hey, friends. Oh well. Just the theme, just King John. Anyway, we're in a tech pause. If you hadn't noticed why we're feeling about this stuff. We'll hopefully be back in soon. There was a disconnect at the start of the last round from one of the Matchco players, and the round played out. But for now, I think all of us are sort of, obviously there is a just sorting things out as we go.
So, should I start reading it, or?
I think... I don't think it's the worst idea, but also, you know, who knows? We could be teetering on the edge of getting back into another round. You and I have had some we've had some very quick days. I mean, the last day we did was very quick.
Yeah. This, not so much. And don't forget as well, we've got 3 games today. Don't forget. 3 best of 3s. So, you know, do feel sorry for the old timers who come in after us after the first 2 games to come in for the third. Who knows what time they'll be starting at?
Pengu's arguing with you in the group chat.
I know he is.
Okay, you're just not gonna respond. We got time.
No,
we got time. We got time to dig in here.
It's just, you know, we the same as the, Shike was not very smart argument. I feel like,
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. You might not like Pengu, as you've just said, and think he's an overrated
I
player.
Say that.
Your words,
hang on
word for word. But I think we're going to cut to a video which I think he's in, where our talent tried to guess sounds, for they are 5 years old. Let's have a look.
So I wanted to set a challenge for these three to see if we could recognise one of the weapons in game just from the sound. So let's get straight into it.
Is it Vigil? No, you're in attack still.
No, it's
No,
Vigil.
It's Vigil.
Okay.
Straight in.
Confirmed it.
Leo,
Yeah,
that's why he's a pro.
I thought we were gonna go one by one, not
Oh, sorry.
Is it Vigil? It's Vigil.
It is Vigil. He looked at me and he was like,
As soon as he said Vigil.
he was confused
Yeah.
as to should I say he's right or not. Sorry, I jumped the gun there.
You're good. I forgive you.
Oops. I'm gonna challenge all three of these guys to try and find the exact weapon that I'm gonna fire, and we're gonna start right now. All right, what do you guys think?
I don't have a clue.
I thought it would be a DMR, but it was automatic at the end.
It is automatic.
That's
Fuse LMG, like Russian LMG.
Nope.
I think it could be thermite.
Nope.
No,
Great experts, by the way.
it doesn't ring a single bell. I don't play the operator. I don't think. Do
Okay, I can start. Maybe I can start the gadget. Ah, it doesn't work. No, only the weapon.
It must be an AR because that's a reload after like 30 rounds.
LMG. Do any of us play the operator? Would you say?
I was a main of the operator in 2018.
And it's not thermite.
No, I was not a arbiter in 2018.
It's not 85.
Capital.
Nope.
No, it's not Capital. No.
He's French.
Of course.
Feeling good about your progress?
No, you're not feeling good about your progress.
It's French. It's not Doc. It's not Switch. It's not Sledge.
Rock Sledge is
It's not
British.
Rock. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I thought. I actually don't know.
Wait, what? French?
French.
You guys are officially resigning.
Yeah.
You're not gonna.
No,
you have
I
no
actually
clue.
don't
No
know.
clue.
Lion.
Oh, yeah, of course it is, yeah. The Vector. It's the Lion AR.
Welcome back, one and all. Friends, could you guess the sounds of guns? Apparently, they can't. Also, I like that there's the picture of Fresh at the start of that video, sat like cross-legged in the chair, locking the hell in. Doesn't get it.
He tries his best.
Like full pre-court ritual, pre-game, sat there, you know, praying up to whatever deity wants to bring them strength. But I guess they couldn't just quite put it together. Although Fresh, because obviously they can hear me instantly, has messaged. Apparently, there's a version where they're the one playing a sound. I think you should
that's
make
convenient,
them,
isn't it? That's very convenient.
Prod, I think you should make them make sounds. I think they should try and guess what radio Anne is singing. Have Anne sing versions of every single radio in the game.
Hey, look, I pitched for some. I pitched Taskmaster one time for me and you to do, but
I would love
nobody bought it. I'm telling you, we would have so much fun with that.
If you could have seen the content that I've pitched over the years that we haven't been able to do for various reasons. So here's a fun fact for people. And you know, maybe at some point I'm just gonna float this out there. I'm gonna put this in. So what's your hobby, Demo? What would you say your main hobby is? Okay, you read out. You're a reader. I do HEMA and combat with medieval weapons.
You do what?
HEMA.
Come again?
Historical European martial arts. I put on armor, I grab a big metal sword, and we smack the hell out of each other. Or armored MMA. I don't do armored MMA because that's like inside. I prefer it outside in the woods. But I train at the same place that those very popular, I think it's Jonathan Davis who makes the videos about like guns in games, and they've done some Siege ones. Where he does gun stuff. And I would love to get him to review some Siege plays and talk about how historically inaccurate Shaiko doing a 180 and pulling things off are. But that's a... Have you never heard of Armored Combat?
No.
All right.
No.
I got hit in the face by a sword the other week, and it left a mark. But it wasn't. It was to be like, oh, I was hit in the face by a sword. People were like, wow, bet that left a cool mark. No, it was just a small one. It wasn't very good. Anyway, that's enough time filling. Why? Okay,
sorry, getting flashbanged.
He's looking at his tabs, I think, to like sort things out there. But he was the way he was getting flashbanged and like smiling up into the camera. It's a little bit spooky.
I think we're back in, are we? I think we are, judged on the screens of players that we can see.
What round are we on?
I'm 5.
4. Okay, so 4-0. So that last round did stand.
Just the messengers, don't forget. He didn't, you know.
Just the messengers.
That's it.
Folks.
It's like that hit show that you just talked about, you know. Don't eat the help. We're the help. Eat the help.
Yeah, like, guys, come on. We didn't. We just talked. We just talk.
Sometimes we forget to talk.
What?
Sometimes we forget to talk.
I am really worried for you and I, Demo, that we're already at this state, and this is map 1 of series 1. And we're doing the first 2. Obviously, wonderful Tim and kinda good Dez are taking over for the 3rd showdown.
Oh, Cybertruck.
Yeah, uses gone. Dokkaebi gone. First removal.
Yeah, good pick as well. Obviously, Dokkaebi, with the influence she can have on rounds, of course, with that call, is always fantastic to have. And somehow, Aqua's actually been able to get away from Blue. I thought that Shaiko would have been sat waiting for a roamer to come back down the stairs, but has missed his opportunity. But still, that will give Falcons control of this side of the map in towards stock and in towards garage, but you've still got these roamers. You've still got roamers in towards kit. You've got players in and around, I think, the main stairs as well. I think Teb has also left one of his shields, one of his drones, I think maybe towards strip side. So there is still potential for a late flank. But again, we'll find out and we'll see how this round plays out. But still, this player inside a kitchen, if he does get droned, he'll be a dead man, but that is a big if.
Sephora, pressure starts to come out across the top itself, obviously using those to get some range. As you said, I mean, it's a danger place, but they're dead inside blue, Demo. Ghost gets caught out by Solotov, who pushes their way up from oil, pulls themselves back and gives themselves time. The Azami has to like time this perfectly. If they can catch Brede before they drop the hatch with the kit, they'll buy their team an extra 20-30 seconds and... Oh, missed the moment. Had the right idea, but pulling their way just past main. Gonna play underneath the hatch themselves. Keep it aggressive, but otherwise things aren't coming together. Solotov now pushing up with Shaiko in towards blue. They've got pressure on the opposite end of bottom main, but EFAC gets chewed up on the approach. Akwi and Lolo find one apiece. Solotov's massively hurt, and there's Akwi from Dirt getting one more, leaving just Solotov alone.
Ooh, nice little shot. Still, you need 3 of them and no HP to do so. Machko on the board. And Dora is very happy with that one. Boy, I didn't do anything, Dora. What the, don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. The emotion's great. Obviously for Falcons that time around, they didn't have, I think, what they wanted per se. And it did feel as though that the blue players maybe jumped the gun before they should have. They didn't even clear out Dirt at that stage, and they're trying to force a blue take. That's not going to happen. The guy in Dirt can hold the players as they come in through blue. So that was a little bit strange from Falcons. The 2 guys dropping the hatch. I mean, I will say, Brede probably should have died to that run out. He just didn't commit to it. It was an absolute freebie kill, but it is what it is. It just, yeah, I don't know how they can expect to go for a kitchen blue take, but then have Dirt players still alive. It just feels as though Falcons, they tried to rush that round massively. Was it a case of the blue players thought, oh, we're in blue, we can work with this? It felt as though Machko were happy enough to give them blue.
You can see how much it means to them.
5 seconds remaining.
And honestly, you don't blame them for how it feels right now, for how this game has sort of been paced, and they've made mistakes. They shouldn't in any way be winning, but the frustration of a couple of things that have happened in this game, I'm not going to get into, but you got to look at it from their perspective as players that have to sit out and play the rest of this. Anyone who's ever played competitive sports, anyone who's ever played competitive anything, participated, you are heated in that moment, you are fueled up, and you'll cool down later and you can look at stuff and get other perspectives, fine, but at that time, when you feel like the world is in its ways against you, the slightest step up is everything.
Yeah.
Will there be some heat that comes behind it? Not from Lolo.
Falcons have been pretty ratty, especially EFAC. I feel as though that they've really just been able to walk in and find kills that Machko are just given away for free. I feel as though the opening kill department for Falcons has just been snatch a kill, hit and run almost tactic. And I'm surprised that Machko hasn't played more into traps, for example. You know, Falcons, have, especially got players like EFAC, you know that the way they want to play. Traps are great against those types of operators, and yes, they have the Fenrir. You can only activate 2 gadgets, and is one of them going to be towards construction? Probably not. So, for example, an L or a Legion may come in a little bit more handy, or just to give you that added little bit of a heads up, and that would avoid losing players so early on, like just happened to Lolo.
Solotov gets onto Akwi, pulls themselves back. It's the 5 versus 3 at this point, and the pressure just keeps on coming. They almost cross their own fights there, but Dora does get a smoke canister out. Shaiko steps in behind the Kiva, helped partially by it, pops the fire on towards the clash, pushes them slightly further away. They're able to root around the back of the site itself, but they still have a minute. Now they don't have Shaiko. Teb gets one out, and EFAC going for the long route round. It's... Oh, Teb! Driven in gets another. They'll have the reveal of somebody coming in underneath. The Fenrir just popped out on EFAC's rotate, so that puts the pressure back onto them now. You can see that they've popped the fire. Dora gets used as the backline is held because nobody is watching from the CC Balk. 30 seconds. And Falcons started strong, sort of faded into the Aether here, up against the clash that's just going to replace them, because you can see that they've realized nobody's coming from behind them. They rotate round to the opposite side, peppering the fire to nobody who is currently still home. They're worried about this entrance, and fair enough, but I think they fully stacked it and fully dropped it. Somehow, Machko, Dora Ghost, and obviously the terror that is Teb, locked in, held the line, Got themselves a second round.
Really good 3v5. I think the smoke played a massive part with the smoke grenades that he tossed out to keep them at bay so they could reposition. You see the clash, the power of that operator can just sit in front of that open breach and stop anyone from Falcons, obviously just sitting outside of the CC breach and causing issues. You know, I think that they play to the strengths of their operators there for Matchco. Falcons, a little bit individual, it has to be said again, where people are rushing instead of waiting for the util dump to come in. You know, those Grimbees came in whenever it was a 3v3. Why did nobody wait? And then the Grimbees come in at a 5v3. Yeah, same issues that we've kind of seen, I think, this stage with Falcons. It has been a case of people just getting ahead of themselves. But again, credit Matchco. I think they played the operators they had at their disposal really well. Again, great heads-up gunfights, has to be said. They won them well. And yeah, Matchco. They've pulled 2 back, and it's the exact same split as what we had in the regular stage.
Activating chat.
Full chat, to no surprise, popping off a bit. Okay, entirely without context, Teb screaming, "I speak Italian." Great.
10 seconds to insertion.
4-2. Matchco. Now they were able to match their previous performance here. They pulled 2 defenses when they were up against Falcons last time. 1 on Church, 1 on Jim. This time round, it was Church and CC. But then they only got 1 attack when they got round to it on CC. So the opening potential 2 rounds here of Church and Jim, if they both go the way of Falcons, we might be finding ourselves hurtling into a repeat of the best of 1.
Yeah, well, again, speaking of that best of 1 in terms of the bans, Falcons, last time they had went for the double hard breach, and again, exactly the same once more. And for Matchco, they've went for the Bandit and the Cade. Last time they went for a Cade and an Azami, so it has gave Shaiko, of course, that strong operator that we know we play so well on. Oh dear, Dora, you fell for such an easy... I mean, I wouldn't say it's the oldest trick because it is still very new, but certainly a new trick that you should know at this level. That new canister pipe, I've seen a lot of pro players die to that. You should always be shooting that if you were roaming upstairs. You should have popped that immediately as the blitz, because again, the fire will last for 5 seconds. It really doesn't slow your approach, but for that very reason, it's basically like a pocket C4 that EFAC had sitting on a door.
Well, Lolo gets the take onto EFAC. They had the watch, they had the pressure. It's a perfect hammer and anvil. You are the anvil waiting for them to just sort of be pushed against you and can slam down at the right second. So, half the time gone now, and they can start putting their pressure on towards the actual pressure of the site itself. No Kaid, and we'll put some limitation here on towards the breach, but with the castles being opened, with maybe some of the vertical being put together, they don't have the blitz, which could have been nice to obviously get the clear, and it was a big mistake of how they were dropped, but at this point they still have everything to try and formulate the cover. But those Capital bolts, Akwi, so he trades off the kid, is going to be a very important part of this on my test. It's narrow angles, the castle cover there on towards the drop of Moto as well. Seems like they want to rotate their way around, put pressure onto blue instead. I think they've realized just how much attention is being paid here, and they are about to enter a bit of a death box once they get rid of that first. Covering, baiting, pre-firing.
Don't forget there's mirror windows that are looking down on towards the bottom of the main stairs and also in towards blue, so removing these mirror windows is going to be tricky, especially whenever they are comboed with the mute jammer, so the Habana pelts will have no effect. So they just have to try and just force their way in via kills, but it's going to be tricky.
Well, a C4 double is going to make it trickier, but Lolo does find users as the trade out, sort of fell in. However, look where the kid is, look where the players are. It's a quick rotate round from the Capital to pick it up. They have a pinch here onto the site for 15 seconds to try and drive themselves on, and an easy pickup all the way. Now just have to cover the rotate round and cover the plant itself. You can see they have the reveal. They're going wider and wider. Just close on the swing. There's the post plant. There's the cover, all down to Pre-Day. Rotating round, just misses it. Too late and covered by Matchco. A 2 versus 4, was that?
Yeah, more or less. Matchco somehow. I mean, you have to give credit to those two players being able to really good communication had to have been, you know, whoever the Capita was won them that easily. Picked up the diffuser from his dead teammates, had to win that engagement against Shaiko, who was holding some bougie angle. I don't know what Shaiko's holding, right? And then immediately, as soon as he picks up the diffuser, he knows, I have to go for the plant. And then he just has to fully trust that his teammate is going to cover him. And they've done that so well. That kill box that you mentioned happened, that double C4. A lot of the times, as soon as that kind of moment happens, you know, round's over, job's done. But somehow they find a way. And again, it comes down to Falcons. Like, I've watched Shaiko Holden, you know, Akwi, man of the hour, really, for his team. And like I said, the cover as well from Lolo was great. Both of those players working really well together. A massive round, and the morale is going to be with Matchco now. That's 3 in a row for them.
5 seconds left.
3 in a row for Matchco. And as I said it before, sometimes when you're sort of put into that really tricky spot where you're pressured, you can turn into diamonds. And here, Matchco have absolutely done that. Everything feels like it's going against them to some degree, and that feels on players. As I said, when you're in that mindset, when you're in that sort of position, you can see how much every win means to them, regardless of how things are sort of done. And as I said, there'll be sort of clarity that comes from the calls earlier on, and just the nature of the pace of this game has been odd. And that puts you in a situation where you really have to try and find something special. And unfortunately, Maverick tricking that wall isn't something special. Because it doesn't work. Because they mess it up.
A little bit messy. Again, it's not really the jacuzzi wall is going to be the main issue. Again, it's going to be getting in towards bathroom. And with their lack of ranged hard destruction, I really don't know how they get rid of the player instead of bathroom. You know, Bride, honestly, if you wanted, you could just go for a reinforcement as well. They still have one. So yeah, not the greatest of lineup choices, I think, from Matchco, but obviously they're going to be trying to do something pretty clever here, because you bring in an operator like Aurora, who we know is great in these little pocket rushes if you want to try and get, you know, prioritize getting the plant down. So I'm curious to see what they're going to go for, and the fact that they're putting a lot of pressure downstairs with players clearing out in towards strip club, moving in towards bar, it leans into the fact that they may be going for like a main stairs push, for example, which is exactly what they're going to go for.
Well, the Rara cover gets them a bit of a route up, and they're hit by a Banshee. They're putting the door on the next swing round and driving into Logi and just trying to hope for this kill, but there's a trade out. There's the first. Now there's a second not too far away. They're not sure what side to swing. Drops the kit, uses, but instantly traded out. They didn't know Lolo was close on the wall, but there's always another BDS player seemingly right now ready to rumble and swing on. Another Banshee. Another reveal that they're trying to approach themselves in. They made the best out of a bad situation of the breach being a little bit scuppered.
Throwing
just the pre-fire angles with 40 seconds. Oh, and Ghost getting the split in the cover. It's traded out. They drive behind it. Lolo levels things up here, and suddenly, from the long, twisting, winding road that got us here, we're all tied up.
Oh, clip it and ship it for Lolo. What a finish. Yeah, rush. A unique rush that I've never seen coming in from Matchco. So the idea of their take, it's to create as much confusion as they can amongst the Falcons players, and then try and take the map control in towards Logi, which is obviously a very difficult place to take control of on Clubhouse, just because, yes, you have the hatchet drops into it, but there's always somebody close, usually holding with a shotgun, for example, and then also there might be a guy lingering in construction to kill you as you drop said hatch. Now, typically pushing up main stairs is a bit of a death trap, because there typically are 3 different ways you can get killed. You can get killed from somebody just holding the staircase from the door into bedroom. You can get swung from Logi, and if there's nobody on the breach, you could have also somebody just lingering on the flag corridor waiting for you to push up. So you could be walking into a 3-man crossfire. So that's why main stairs, it's very risky to go for. Now, with the addition of the roar, the way that they played that was they take downstairs in towards the mid floor. They will roar off their double door, because that will play as a bit of flank protection. And then they also hit that single door. So that takes away one of the options. Now, if you also know that you've got somebody on the main breach, you then exterminate another angle that you can get killed from, leaving only one, which is going to be Logic. As those two players are pushing up main stairs, knowing that the only way that they have to look is going to be Logic, they have a Grim, full sending in util, sending in flashbangs, whatever it is, to also disrupt the player inside of the gold rotate. Easy pick, you kill him. Once you gain that Logic control, all hell breaks loose for Falcons, because they are so worried about all of the different angles that they have to go up against. Because not only do they have to look towards the players, towards Logi, don't forget, there's also people lingering on windows that you also have to be careful of. So you are putting Falcons in such an uncomfortable position where they have to watch a million different angles, and then they just cracked under the pressure, and we've seen the kills fall one after another. Great play from Matchco, the chaos that they created, and Falcons just couldn't cope with it.
4-4, and that was attack timeout called here by the side of Falcons. And where can they go but up? Really, it's been a bit of a tragic last 4, and they almost need to try and find the same fire. Yes, you know, they were in the driver's seat, but there were still long delays for them at the start of this game. They had good moments. Go back to the very first round, and you had a Falcons that were on the back foot and then suddenly swung their way down long, got the kills, got themselves the round. There was the time where they pushed up red. They kept on finding these opportunities and avenues. They had a good information game. They just need to try and find a way to rebuild into it and go against the impassioned Italians. Well, there's not the perfect start. EFAC caught out there. Lolo on one side, Dwar on the other. Oh, and the second, Solotov, he knew he had to fight his way out. It wasn't the wrong choice, but unfortunately, it was a price to be paid, Demo.
Yeah, many circumstances, round should be done. It should be. You've lost 2 roamers immediately with no trades back. You've wasted no util from the side of Matchco. Yeah, should just be bone dry. But as we know, we've got Bride and we've got a Usus. Now, those 2 players, whenever it comes to these basement defenses, there's just something in the air with them. So don't count them out just yet, but they will be up against it. You've also got a near full health blitz as well to deal with.
Oh, they're just getting rid of the pipes and the pepper. They've got loads of time to work out, set the full health blitz, and that's going to be the attempt to get the early drop on. But Akwi is gifted users. No, he's obviously quite hurt. The trade comes out from Shaiko, but Shaiko gets dropped and Bride gets ghost. Dora pushing their way in. They're just going to go for the plant at this point. Bride, the man of a million clutches. Can he get 1,000,001? Has all the pings. He's going to go around the opposite side. The C4 is good, but it's a post plant with a blitz and some cover coming round on the side of Moto. He has to somehow isolate. 2-1 versus 1s does a lot of damage to Dora, drifting aimlessly. But at this point, oh, he almost had to snap to Teb, but Teb setting decibel records for screaming in his room right now. And there might be some complaints for the neighbors, but I think he'll be happy to take those. If it gets him more rounds. Matchco, 5 in a row.
Wow, wow, wow. Great reposition as well from Teb in that 1v2. Realizing that, yeah, he's going to commit the short now. I'm just going to reposition to a random corner that he's never going to expect me to be in. He would probably think that I'm beside my blitz or maybe inside Moto. He's never going to expect me beside the jukebox. So just a little thing like to point out there. Good decision making there from Teb. Yeah, Matchco, electric right now. The opening game again was strong. It set them up beautifully. I mean, this drop out of nowhere from Akwi finds another. And Bride made an attempt, but again, just that blitz with that shield. It's that survivability you get with that operator. You know, anyone else probably would have died there. You know, as you come across, it's just the fact that he has a shield in front of his face, so it allows him just to remain alive, and yeah, puts Bride in such a bad position knowing that you're up against that shield. Yeah, Matchco, very, very impressed. I mean, Lolo, Teb, and Akwi. I said that last week, none of them stepped up. Yeah, VP just whitewashed them. This time, we've got players who are stepping up to the mantle. They're not shying away from the engagements. It's a completely different mindset than where they were. I'm really happy to see it.
Now, this is Falcons map pick as well. And this is a point of the desk that it's not that Matchco have a weak cafe, but it's that Falcons have a very good cafe when they can sort of get there on a decent drive. And
whenever they decide where they want to go, if it's white or long bar, that is, of course.
Yep. But if they don't get there, Falcons could find themselves falling out of contention for first place, 750 SI points or whatever redonkulous number it is at the top.
Yeah, and I think that the main thing as well with the SI points is stage 2, and if you play bad in stage 2, you're done. You know, I think that's the main thing. You're only getting the 2 stages to gather the points up.
Going for the Maverick drive this time. Might try and get it to be a little bit more cautious on the approach. Look at the lineup here bought from the side of Falcons. The Clash, the Keebers, the Mirror. They are playing keep away as best as possible. And they're just trying to slow Matchco down here, right? They don't want them to be snappy. They want to try and delay sort of executes and engagements. And yeah, it's been 5 in a row. It's been a long time since we've seen Falcons find success, but they get one and suddenly that momentum's cut and the game is tied up again. It is back to being anybody's game. And their option here is to not be Falcons, not get the direct drive through, not get the direct fights on towards them. We've got Demo a minute.
Did he mess the wall up? Did he mess the Habana trick up? Did he do an Adrian? Oh, he did? What's Adrian doing over there?
The Habana trick is harder than you think. Oh, as is just running in. Yeah, I mean, this is well played by Falcons. They've just slowed everything down. They've made everything super uncomfortable for the approach. The closest fight here is a turtle position of Usus, who's more than happy to play this solo, but Bride's on his way as the Clash to offer some support. They get the 2-person close down. Clash is a little bit late, but there's 40 seconds, Demo. They've only just got in towards CC.
Oh, almost there for Shaiko, and gets punished because of that, leaves his position. Lolo able to get the kill, but still the trader back and forth with 25 seconds remaining, and still a Clash you have to go through. This is going to be tight for Matchco.
I mean, they're going to force their way onto the Clash here. 15 seconds. It's a fight over the top, but EFAC has the swing round. They've pushed all the way up against the mirror window. Solotov gets the lockout there, and a couple of points I'll raise in a second, as Acquioli has a couple of HP left at this point, and the Clash shows we know exactly where you are. Falcons slow the pace of the game down and bring us back level, but Demo, old buddy, old pal, I have a question, or more of a proposition. If you've banned Kaid and you've banned Bandit, so you know they're only going to be playing the Mute, and you have a Maverick and a Habana, how come you're still struggling to get the walls open?
Well, I mean, I will preference this and say he just messed up the Habana trick. 9 times out of 10 with any pro player,
wall,
you know.
But why was Jacuzzi not opened?
I think it's more the fact of they want to bring more of a heavy focus utility lineup for that top floor. You know, the Grim obviously makes a big appearance in that lineup. Obviously, with the double hard breach of being the Thermite and the Ace, you're then kind of really restricted in terms of what hard breach gadgets you can bring into the lineup. And I mean, not everyone has hard breach gadgets, and certainly some operators, it's operators that you don't really see being played all too often. You know, is it a case of, are they going to then force a multi into the lineup just to get a hard breach gadget? You know, is that going to be their option? I think that's what it comes down to. It's just that the double hard breach ban is causing some issues for them.
Attackers are moving out.
And again, it's just lineup preference, you know. And I think maybe is this exploiting the operator diversity, maybe perhaps in the side of Matchco. I don't know.
Jammer ready.
Changing mags.
Swapping mags.
So 5 apiece, and as I said, Falcons just needed the 1 to break the momentum and tie everything up. Now they just need 1 to get themselves onto OT. Matchco themselves, they've had a brilliant show so far. Lolo especially, but to be fair, it's been the whole team. There's been really, really well orchestrated pushes and sort of pincers, especially on these roam players. Oh, they have an awareness on a scope or shell.
Loading new magazine.
But that'll just limit some of it. And again, it's exactly what I talked about on the top floor. Look at how Falcons have now started playing this site. No extent, like no long play up top. Matchco, take your time.
Yeah. Obviously, you can see the lineup. They brought in a lot more hard breach. You know, last time they only had just the Habana and the Maverick, and Maverick, not the greatest operator in terms of trying to open up walls because it is very dangerous, as we know. They've completely removed like the impact TMPs that they had on Ghost, for example, which I think they're very fortunate that there isn't a clash this time, because really they don't have any hard counters to the clash, and the clash would have been a nightmare for Door to go up against as well. So I think the stars are aligning very well now for Matchco, just based on the lineup that Falcons have. But and Falcons are still going to try and deny some of that hatch play with the tub. Again, Tub cannot destroy the gadget outright, but will be there to at least waste about 30 seconds or so off that hard breach gadget's time. Whenever, again, you would assume that will be open momentarily, because you need to apply some bit of pressure towards that vertical over towards Armory. So I hope that's where Matchco look towards next. But right now it's going to be the triple wall take. That is what they want to go for again. Look where the shield is with that diffuser. He's going to want to drop in towards Moat and try and force his way in through triple wall, I expect.
Knocking the shield up right against the door, and the Kiba slowing them right back. There is people coming in from behind Shaiko at this point, but they have support all the way down in oil. Somebody is watching and waiting for Lolo. It's a very close fight that EFAC wins out, and Bride gets tacked. We have 5 versus 3. They pull themselves in. Ghost does get Shaiko, and Ghost gets Bride. Cut their way across. So EFAC is a little separated, but Solotov watches, and Teb trades it out. 2 versus 2. One of them is a shield inside the site, though, and the separation between the two players is pretty tragic. If they don't know, well, they don't. Teb swings round, gets word for the Monty. He's got aggro. He's got the kit. What is he doing? What's he playing at? The C4 doesn't decide it. They just have to watch. Just have to wait. Just have to stop him either side. Solotov slips his way through. Solotov!
Oh my days. Commando Pro lunge out of nowhere from Solotov. Oh my word. You thought Teb had that on lock in a perfect position, just had to hold for it. And he just think, I'm just gonna run and see what happens. Oh, Matchco. Oh, honestly. That is game defining that round. Game defining play.
A 5 versus 3 to a 1 versus 2 to a clutch.
How close was that diffuser, by the way?
It's gotta be close. I mean, credit to Solotov, as I said, they're an all or nothing player, and when they're all, they are all. They'll throw themselves into it.
I mean, Teb did so well to get that pick. Oh, Teb. That is a stinger, though, for Teb, isn't it? Because he did so well to get that pick to make it that 1v2. And really, that was the easy job, was just to hold the guy on dirt. That's all he had to do.
I'm changing mags.
6 to 5.
What a game.
I mean, from where we started to where we are, great. If it's the start of a back and forth 3-map series, even better. Who will get there in the end? I don't know. Because the question I posed at the start of this is, what 2 versions of these 2 teams will we get? We have definitely gotten the Matchco over the past 5 rounds that played throughout the season. They're playing great quick siege, very fearless, very fun application of certain like pocket plays and runs and things.
Really big fucking
and we are getting aspects of Falcons that would have been them on their strongest moments, these clutch things. I don't think we're still there yet.
I think Falcons are on brand the way they played this stage. I think both teams are just mirroring how they've done this stage. You know, at times Falcons has been a difficult watch, and this game has been a difficult watch if you're a Falcons fan. This is going to be the task now for Falcons, because they're going up against a whole lot of snipers. We've got a Cali and a Glaz coming into play. So naturally, you would assume that Matchko, they're going to be looking at taking in towards Catwalk, because again, Cali is great at clearing away. As you can see, the Keeper barriers makes very quick work of them. You've also got the Capital, which will in combo work with the Sophia birds to get rid of any ADSs or Wamai that may be in towards top rafters. Essentially cook Shaiko alive, and Shaiko is playing up there raw. There is nothing to save him. All he has is his Keeper barriers. That's it.
There's also the chance, obviously, of Kali against a clash. A solid sort of rebuff against that shield, and well, there's the play of the smoke, the cover. Shaiko's being cooked. Shaiko's driven out by his own Keeper. He gets himself to a pocket of safety. Now he has another wall behind him. Glaz can't quite get the free fish that he's after in the barrel. Shaiko will just keep their head and often the ponytail. That has seen many a army killed. Oh! But not like that. Akwi gets Shaiko from the window, just saw enough. Now, downed underneath as well. EFAC is potentially out of contention if they can swing in confidently. There was the removal of Dora. At the same sort of moment, they've lost the Habana. They've lost a big aspect of their breach, but it seemed like the breach portion they'd done was well put together. Sprayed through the soft. Ghost confirms EFAC. 45 seconds. 3 versus 4. But, as we fully well know, between these two teams, it is not over until it is fully over. So, at this point, users holding on, waiting to go for the swing as somebody approached up the stairs themselves. Bride for exactly the same drive on the breach. Solotov underneath, making sure that Red is secured. The C4 impacts the first. Users pulls himself around and gets the second. Great first 2 picks, but there's a trade out and a 2 versus 2. The Clash trying to push their way up. They're going for the plant in the cover of the silence, and there's a great read. And only a Clash left. Smash the shield, put the pressure on the player, and force them further and further out. Now, do they go for the pickup? They think it's too risky. We are going to overtime.
Oh, Matchko, well deserved that round. Able to, again, deal with the player in towards Catwalk, just by forcing them back into an angle where the player in the window. Now, there is one player who I have to put question marks above, and that is EFAC. EFAC trying to take in towards Garage from the steps and getting killed. Such a waste, especially with the operator that he's playing as. He had no need to do that. Shaiko, really, he done his job. He was there, he wasted a lot of util, wasted time. There was only a minute left at the time he was gone. And you sat there and think, okay, a 4v4 still with the smoke. And oh no, the smoke's dead. I think EFAC definitely cost this team because you need that operator alive and well. Look, he died with like all 3 smoke grenades. Well, maybe 1, yeah, used 1 and that was it, but still 2. Could you imagine if there were 2 smoke grenades at this point in the game? That's just the one thing I see, which it's hurting Falcons, is people going off and again trying their hand at risky stuff that they just shouldn't. I know it's his playstyle, I know that he just lurks in the shadows, but whenever he's on that operator, he should know better.
I think there's an element of it where I don't know if it's, you know, when you see something, I can't remember what the name of the effect is, you see something and then you see it a lot more. It's not the Streisand effect, but it's whatever when something gets mentioned. Smoke's dying early. This season has just felt so commonplace, taking really aggressive positions, and there's been like 1 or 2 roaming smoke players across. I remember, I think this Citizen used to roam smoke at one point, and otherwise, I don't know, it's just, they keep getting themselves in these positions and we'll always look and be like, why are they not last alive? They can just play this, they can do whatever. Whatever the trade out is, just quite piece itself together. Hit the mute jammers either side. The breach will get opened. I know I sort of had questions of muted breaches before, but Falcons still rolling on their defense. We talked about how last time they were here, Demo, they were slowing Matchko down super well. And I had questions about the hard walls and the breaches in the approach. Now, mute jammers work as an arc. EFAC works not very well this round. Gets shot in the face.
Yeah, again, you mentioned about hard breach. Again, none of it, just the Habana, and the Habana is just being used to make these walls essentially soft by using 8 pellets on each. And again, you can see that they've already used 16 of them. They've opened up, again, that wall over towards CC that we've seen, and then also the single wall of construction. So for the most part, that jacuzzi wall is going to be left reinforced. So that will give Falcons a pretty good avenue in terms of rotates, because again, we know if jacuzzi is going to be opened up, it just applies the extra bit of pressure. They themselves also has popped open the mirror window, so it does give somebody a gap, but it's really not going to play that big of a part in it. Still for Matchco, just going for the motions, finding on their pick, but Shaiko gets one in return. He's really in the hot seat at the moment as Azami. All those windows needs to try and block off and try and slow down the Italian approach.
Well, a minute 10, and obviously they've lost one, and there's the second. Shaiko just swinging either side, and you know, he's been a bit quiet this game. He was 1-8 at the start of this round, and suddenly he's 3. Is this going to be the moment he pops himself in? You can see Dora going for the rotate and the pressure round on the main stairs behind them, but they have entirely surrounded them on different fronts. It's a bit of a risk. They're playing a very different sort of trade game here, and you can see that there's some awareness of the rotate round, the pick up of the kit, the rotate back towards gym window potentially. They might try and lock out the fight here to the right first. There's the stun over the top. They're drawing the attention, but that's going to buy them the opportunity to get in.
Great double swing.
Shaiko gets another for his tally. Bride gets one more. And 20 seconds. The opening 2 bodies were theirs, but Shaiko with a 4K. Gets the lockout at the end of the round, and a long route and road here, Demo. But now I can say with some safety that there is at least 1, if not 2 rounds left of this map total.
Really good team play there in the double up the guy main stairs. Really good play from Falcons. Again, knowing the positions of where Matchco were coming in from. Yeah, just take the 2-on-1. So credit to them. Shaiko obviously went big. And again, it comes back to the hot take I said, where again, I don't think the team play on this Falcons team is good enough for where they are, you know, getting all those grand finals this year. It comes down to individuals stepping up big time, and again, there's a perfect example. Shaiko coming in big. I don't know, again, just Falcons, it's such a weird one, because you just think a year on since this team formed, and they're still having the struggles that they've been having this year. You would have thought they would have they would have been ironed out. You know, yes, you see some of the big teams like, you know, Furia, W7M, FaZe. I've just named 3 Brazilian teams, but again, just because they're, I mean, even VP to an extent. You know, they're teams who have been together for a long period of time, and it's very rare you would see them have like a pretty bad game. Usually they come in, they do their job, they go home. Whereas Falcons this season, you know, we've seen quite a few times where we're just banging our head against the wall thinking, this team, how are they still at this point in their career?
At this point, Matchco have to once again dig into the pits of being back against the wall and trying to make some success out of it. Very quickly and proportionally pushed back towards the site, but they're not entirely letting go of the rest of the map just yet. Hoping to try and remove the gain of the drone game. This is just being watched by users. But it's Solotov that's droning their way up. Shaiko's going for the pinch underneath. I mean, how confident are they, I guess? And have they been able to slip a little bit through the information network there? Or are they just trying to clear as much as they want? It's some pressure from above. There's the reveal again that they know what they're doing, but at this point, Akwi goes back the other way. You know, made some noise, and he's just sort of trying to draw their focus, but it seems like Falcons are ignoring it. Remember, Demo, how many times Falcons have found success of just pushing in towards the site? Are we going to see that again? Efac does get caught out by Teb, and Solotov misses his big moment against Dora. Now, if they can try and push this kill, it becomes a 5 versus 3. The impact and everything thrown towards them, but it's an awkward approach here. Either side is narrow, and Bride's on the back. It's a trade out. But Solotov gets one down to a pistol. There's Blind. Wow. Gets a second, but Teb also keeps the pressure on. Shaiko moves through the fire, and Ghost gets them dropped. Solotov, the first here, but the last left standing. Spraying over the top, a minute 10. They know exactly where he is. Might know they've got the kit down inside dirt as well, but they don't even need to care about that. Demo, we are going all of the way.
We are, and for Falcons, a lot of their basements today have just been revolved around getting kills, which is not really the typical way we see clubhouse basements go down. A lot of that is coming down from blue, and to put it simply, Matchco just adapted to it. You know, they're doubling up players inside of blue. They're not going to give Solotov that easy walk down as what they have previously. You know, it feels as though that Matchco, they're digging themselves into their fortifications, and they just know that there's not going to be a util dump, because there never really has been from Falcons wherever they've attacked basement. All of it has just came down from trying to play off kills. And if Matchco are trying to play as reserves as they can, put themselves in tricky positions, and more importantly, trade the kills back, which they did really well in that round, that is what's rewarding them with a pretty simple defensive win. So here we are, round 15 on Clubhouse, with the way that this game has started. And then into the second half, you didn't, just, it's a weird game. A lot of up and downs. Where we go, I will never know. And we went for a basement for Falcons.
Because this is a game that seems unending in how it can find new surprises. Down towards the basement, as you said, and well, this was actually where the last game ended up as well, a very different score. I know I've pointed parallels, but it was a Church and Arsenal that was the final approach from Matchco on attack, and they weren't quite able to get it netted together, obviously. And it opened with a Usus on Teb kill quite late, just shy of the minute marker. So maybe the pickup in pace can be the difference here. They've been very good at catching the roamers, and Efact's gone back to this roam game. It hasn't been historically this game successful for Falcons. They've sort of dabbled in it. They've thrown themselves up, but their best times on defense have come from not playing into it. Matchco, it doesn't seem like they want to go for the full send and clear up top again. They know that time has been a bit of a pressure, so they're getting themselves all the options open and kind of chasing at the minute more than anything. You obviously got Solotov not a million miles away, assuming that was the Chaparral outline there towards the top of the main stairs. They've got the hatches, and there is a clear steadying its way across the top right now. There's a lot of jobs being done at once here by Matchco. Will Efact be able to get some punishment, or is a Monty about to make friends? Do they know? The rotate behind him. Oh, I think he just looked towards him at the right time. There needs to be a call out of it, and he's dropped down the hatch. Clever play here, and Efact's off to the club.
Also was able to impact off the Habana pellets over towards Mota, I believe, so that has wasted a util a bit of time, and now they have to go and waste even more time. Look, Efact is dead. He knows it. We all know it. It's just, when will he die is the question, and how quickly can Matchco deal with him? Oh, don't tell me they're just going to leave him. I don't know how I feel about that, because with a Monty, that should be a pretty free pick. Because really, where's he going to go? So this is very risky, leaving a player that they know, roaming, is upstairs.
I mean, at this point, he just needs to find the right time to come back, and he'll still trade out and draw attention, but now they're still hitting themselves against the utility on the site itself. They know that there's nowhere clear or calm to watch, and I'm a little bit worried here for Matchco. They got to have a hell of a plan to make this land, because it is 40 seconds, 2 C4s and a smoke canister to try and battle against. There's also still the chance at Shaiko using that Kiba wherever he's just throwing it to build himself more aggressively in. Lolo moving behind the fire itself. Bride is going to be the first fight to be found, and he's just popping another Goyo, full sent it. There's the rotate. Hits the ankle, but barely any damage. The cover of the smoke, but they've pushed themselves in. They don't get the kill. Round the back, the C4 gets the down onto the Monty. Now, Efact moves himself into an aggressive position, but with the Monty down, this approach is tougher to make. Ghost does get it, but there's 10 blimmin' seconds left here, Demo. They gotta get a shift on. Picking the Monty up, going for the drop. It's 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills to go Falcons' way. And Matchco just could not get it to land. All the distance Falcons needed.
Oh, big from Falcons. I mean, that Goyo canister to give Bride that breathing room was crucial for Falcons. If they lost that dirt player, would have been cooked. But honestly, I think that comes to Efact wasting so much time in the roam. You know, they decided about, what, the minute 20? You know what? We're not going to go with this guy. And then they started going, okay, let's start looking for this push. But then at that stage, the Goyo canister still being alive and up, Two of them stacked up in dirt as well. I mean, Brady doubly protected was great. We had the player jumping in through, I think, in through long, in behind Armory, done really well to disrupt them. Yeah, Falcons, great round.
Well, slow start to a screaming finish. Let's go and all take a breather for this break.
5 seconds remaining.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Well, what a first map that was. It sees Falcons win this first map out 8-7 though. It was their own map pick, so you expect them to win this map as well, but it certainly wasn't made easy for them.
No, and you've got to wonder, how do they keep getting away with it? It's always the same thing. Falcons keep getting the wins, although let's be real, they didn't show their best selves today.
Again.
I think, again, relied heavily on some individual moments. I remember that one round on basement where they relied on Lake Effect going down the long hallway and getting a triple kill to be able to plant. You know, many rounds happened where at least it was a multi-kill or it was a clutch. That one last round, for example, Lake Effect on the room, making himself forget on the strip, I feel like was the biggest reasons why Falcons to that victory. We're looking at this and we're thinking Falcons doesn't look too good, but somehow, Jack, they've got the first map on the way.
Yeah, Falcons won the map. They are
clutch.
That clutch. They are 1-0 in the series, is what I'm saying. But I actually don't think strategically they won. Team play wise, they didn't win. Matchco were the better team, and I'm just going to say it. Like Matchco are going to feel aggrieved because of the situation with the rehost.
That was a 5v3 they lost, by the way.
Yeah, and they were emotionally charged with Matchco. They really were, and they reacted really well. I thought it really could have derailed them. We seen Liquid against CAG in Reload, very similar situation, completely ruined Liquid's day. Matchco actually used that energy, used that emotional kind of feeling of being aggrieved, of being upset at whatever's going on, and they vented it in the right way. Yeah. And their performance just elevated, and they played really well, and it came all the way down to the final round, and they lost the clutch. So strategically they won, but obviously they lost the game. It was a gnarly game overall, I will say. It took a long time. There was a few rehosts, and honestly, it took forever.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, we talked a lot about teamwork being a big theme in not this map, but also the map that's coming up with how Clubhouse works. Have we seen that with Falcons? Obviously, there were some struggles with that teamwork, as you mentioned, on the attacks as well.
Well, we saw some big issues, I think, overall, and I think that was punished, especially in that round 7, for example. You're going to see here, a C4 gets a double kill, match wins it a 2v4. You see this player in oil pit, he pushes alone, gets the pick. His teammate was on stop hatch, he's going to rotate and go down bar hatch. At this moment, they recognize the opportunity to take a 2v1 on a church player, completely ignore the Armory players, they get the pick here, they've just turned a 4v2 into a 2v2. At this point, once again, look, Lolo pressures the two Armory players so that his teammate can plant safely, and here, look, Castle doesn't go in. Solotov is afraid. He dies here where he could have denied the plant. And when Ride goes there, he misses the timing. That's a play where you see Matchco turn a 4v4 from a 2v4 into an actual round win. And that's a quality of big team for me. Turning around, they should never win.
And then just quickly on Falcons, some of the teams that we hold them at a similar level to, W7M, FaZe, I suppose G2, Dark Zero, some of these top teams, Shopify, all of them would have had the team playing that 4 versus 2 to see out the round. And that's what we're missing from Falcons there. There was nobody playing in box 3 in Armory in terms of holding the mirror window, just playing off contact with a teammate to ensure trades. It was just one by one by one by one. That's why they're losing rounds, and that's why we're seeing, even though they won the round, even though they won the game, their team play still isn't there.
Yeah, and obviously with this first map going the full distance, it shows that there certainly is an opportunity for Matchco, and we're seeing that with the player numbers as well. Obviously, we highlighted their stats coming into it. So far in the playoffs, it wasn't looking that great, but Lolo in particular has really stepped it up in this first map.
Yeah, he was phenomenal today. This is Lolo against Lolo, and as you can see, Lolo on the right is against the game against Falcons. Lolo on the left is against VP. He had a torrid day. He had a torrid time, and to be honest, so did the whole of Matchco. But first map here, he was really good. He was the one that was getting hyped, I would say, after a couple of the rehosts, after the first half. He was the driving force. He had a particularly great round where he was managing top main on a gym attack where they'd rushed up and used the Raora strategy, and then he carried on and just won his team the round from there.
And it's not only Lolo. If you look at Aki, it was even worse last week. He dropped 2 and 15. Yeah. Right now, he just went 14 and 11. He had 7 times more kills in his very first map than in the BO3 last week. It's completely insane. Yeah. And I think that is a concrete consequence of Matchco coming alive again, showing us all the promise and potential we've seen during the entire stage. Yeah. And honestly, if it was my take here, it should have been 1-0 for Matchco. Yeah. They're really unlucky they didn't get this one. It's going to be interesting to know land on their map pick.
I will say it again, how they channeled their energy into the second half of that game was really, really impressive for me from Matchco point of view. I think their fortitude was really good. but they lost the map. So they've got to come back from that low again, and that's going to be testing for them.
Yeah, these few minutes will really tell a lot about their mental, but also their bounce back potential. Obviously, very promising with how close this game was and what the numbers, what the Matchgo players are putting up in regards of numbers. So if you are a Matchgo fan, you know, obviously you want to stick around after the break. We'll find out, can they bounce back or can Falcons take it in 2? Welcome back to the EML League broadcast, where we're about to set you up for the second map in this series. But before that, fresh off the press, something we have to talk about, obviously. Just about an hour ago, on the R6 Esports website, the Competition Hub has been released. Now, what is the Competition Hub, in case you're asking? It is the #1 place for viewers and aspiring pro players to check out, to find out more information about our current Tier 2 competitions. You're going to be able to view from there, you're going to be able to sign up, follow all the news, keep update with everything that's happening regarding our Tier 2 competitions. And it's not just that. As of right now, only Tier 2 competitions, but more about Tier 3 and other competitions to be following very shortly on that Competition Hub as well. It's just really nice that you have one place where you can go to and you can keep up to date with everything involving Tier 2 competition.
Yeah, it's just another step taken into developing our grassroots. I think we've mentioned multiple times in our desk how important developing the grassroots is, just to have new up-and-coming talent and spot them. And one of the best way to do that is actually have everything sorted in one place and be able to, you sign up for anything you want, all on the same website. I like it.
That's the thing. You want to become a player, you want to become a player who plays on the broadcast in the top leagues. It's got to start somewhere. That's our grassroots competition. Now you can go to the Ubisoft website, you can see every single competition, timelines, dates, sign-ups, and then you can be the next star. You could be the next big thing.
Yeah, it's great to have that all in one place indeed for viewers and aspiring pro players, whether you want to just watch or if you want to become a player yourself, like you say. Obviously, the players that are playing in this game were all set behind their PCs at some point as well. Like, I want to become a pro player, and now they find themselves in this second map against each other in an oh-so-important game that's about SI points, it's about the EWC invite, it's about the prize money as well, and obviously Falcons having had the better hand after map 1 with this 1-0 up in tiers. We're now going to go to Nightheaven Labs. That is Matchgo's map pick. What do we expect from this map?
I have a theory. So you said just before that we've seen basically the incredible mental fortitude of Matchgo, and that just been shattered because they finally lost that match. I have another theory. I feel like losing the first map actually fueled it because they're not expected to beat Falcons. Did you guys remember the social prediction here? It was 84%, I think, for Falcons against Matchgo. I will say this. They're on their map pick. They've almost beaten G2 on it. It was close. It was 4-7. They beat Fnatic on it. On the other side, we're looking at the Falcons that hates this map, haven't played it since SI, and that was a trauma there because they lost it to PSG Talon and they lost it in the grand final to FaZe. We're looking at a map where Matchgo can bounce back and prove that right now they're the better team.
And I think with Nightheaven, we've said it's like a similar to Clubhouse in terms of the breaching, in terms of the team play and the executes. Those same problems for Falcons are going to carry over. We've just seen Matchgo very nearly and arguably should have taken them on Clubhouse, so you would expect them at least to be competitive on Nightheaven again.
Sounds very exciting if you're a Matchgo fan with the way that they could probably bounce back here, but our players are ready to get going, so it's time to go to Nightheaven Labs with Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, and we will be finding our way through to either the second of a hell of a showdown of 3 or Falcons securing themselves the step forward and eyes on the prize of those very precious SI points. It's a prediction that leans to Falcons, but not as much as it did before Demo.
Obviously for Falcons, after their first map we just seen, it's probably one to forget and one we just want to move on into the next map, into Nightheaven. And again, don't forget that of course this is Matchgo's pick, so yes, you would assume that Match will have a pretty good game plan coming into this one, but I think Freshy referenced it during before the first game happened, whereas you look at Club and you look at Labs. Labs is almost like a modern day Clubhouse in many senses.
Okay, I agree with you, but I want you to break it down.
The reason why is they're both kind of revolved around getting hard breach walls open, yeah? We've seen that actually it's something that Matchgo maybe struggled with a little bit if we actually really deep dive into how their Clubhouse went. So does that fill us with a massive amount of joy going into, again, equally a similar map? Probably not. I will say that Labs also gives you much more breathing room in terms of going for a roam game. I think the rooms are bigger, there's more staircases that you can expose, whereas Club, yes, you have your moments, but they're very slim at that. So I think in terms of extensions and roam games, I think both teams will be well suited for this, and it will make things a little bit easier. I think Clubhouse, you can get claustrophobic very easily, I feel, whereas this map, not so much.
So let's see if this will start the same way the last map did, which was Falcons getting off to a pretty solid drive. Now, obviously, it was, you know, in the sort of grander scheme of things, an attack-sided map last time. It kind of balanced out the final third, but think how close those rounds were. You know, coming down to the finalist throw potential. One of the stats that sort of lent into the favor towards the end of the game was the entry statistic, but they couldn't quite get the cementing of the kill behind them. Generally, Matchco have been a little bit ahead of the curve with this. There's been bulks and sections of it being pulled away from them. Like, it's such a narrow margin of who is ahead, but be wrong if I didn't mention that they were. There's quick pressure. Again, the double electric removal, and almost netted Breeday with a different gun. That would have been a kill. Shaiko gets Dora, and now it's heavy pressure on the top of Fish, trying to just drive the rush and maybe take them a bit by surprise. If the Dokkaebi had maybe impacted 10 seconds later, whilst the pressure was here earlier on, they might have been able to get themselves a little bit more of a confident swing. But now instead, they know that there's an isolation. A lot of damage to Teb.
Wow. In Matchco, they've just tried to full send it through Fish. I think the idea was that Ghost was supposed to kill somebody in sight, and then they just flood in from that kill. But if the kill doesn't come, I don't think Falcons are going to be giving them out for free. So now we're at a massive stalemate where just neither side is wanting to move, but that will suit Falcons down to a T. They're the team that doesn't need to move. They're on the defense. You know, 3 players right now are stacked up, holding Fish.
Yeah, 3 guns, 1 lying down behind the desks to get the mirror window. Ooh, they just see the bullets and traces come from the lying down player, but it's Solotov with the swing out on towards Ghost. They doubled up and they were like, look, let's go deal with one problem with 2 of us, then we can at least win the trade and we can just focus elsewhere. Obviously now Lolo's taking some damage from a goo mine, but they're worried about being swung on. Akui does get EFAC, puts us into the 3 versus 4, but with Teb so low, as soon as they get a whiff of any of these guns, they're in a tight spot. Spraying on, they've got the long watch, the Deimos track revealing the, you know, this Solotov tucked behind the Kiba here, but it's an awkward position to root them out. They know it's a fight up and down. They know they're not entirely going to get surrounded at this point, but again, as you said, it buys into what Falcons want, which is time. Time's on their favor. Push up and the knock right back down as Fish goes, and now it just leaves 1 in the warehouse. But the only thing seemingly stocked this round demo is the Falcons clean up on aisle 9.
There's been a spillage, and it is sadly the blood of Matchco. And yeah, Falcons just don't need to do anything. You can see the attempt. The attempt from Matchco was to get that opening pick and then flood. The pick doesn't come, it's done. Yeah, and I think the more surprising thing is there wasn't a plan B. Like, they genuinely did not know what to do for about 2 minutes of the round. So I don't know who's thinking for Matchco, but they need to think a little bit harder, because what they were hoping was that they were just going to get gifted picks. You know, oh, maybe they'll swing us. Maybe one guy will try and flank and we can pick them off 1 by 1. No, patience was good. It was good enough for Falcons. And yeah, they just sit, held their angles. Easy round for them.
1-0 as they set themselves up to a start and seemingly a lot more control than before. And this is that risk right now. Starting on their defense here, on Matchco's map pick, it gets Falcons the chance to build a big divide. Yes, this map is one that could play itself towards either side, attack or defense, but there's something about being in this situation where, you know, the further and further away you get from how intense the end of the last map was, the worse that sort of hangover of an intense game feels. You had 8-7, couple of throws from either team, couple of what-if moments from either team, and then suddenly you're 2, 3 rounds, 4 rounds down maybe on a much slower pace. It just makes that come down hit much harder for Matchco. They need to try and key in towards some of that energy. The drove them in here. Quick break. On towards both the double and the Animus side. But other than that, pulls themselves back and lets the pressure start to come across those top, well, mid-floor players.
That's what I mean with the extension that Labs gives you. It will allow Falcons to really stretch their legs, and for a player like EFAC, even more so. But he needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught out in that window. Will just overlook games and somehow gets across it. Oh, Lolo almost gets taken out. He was hunting for EFAC, but not aware that there's a second player joining him right now. And Matchko just making steady progress across from Kitchen, but now this is where the real fun begins. It's getting in towards games, trying to clear the player out of vending if they can, and then obviously pushing towards storage where that vertical pressure can start being applied, but they need to get there first.
So,
setting up a breaching sequence.
Pressure comes on towards the hatch. They're looking down, making their way via Exo. There is still obviously that slow-moving Solotov crouch directly above the vertical, but now they have this vending stairs. They've got that player isolated and shut off. However, how aware are they of the position? Are they trying to be a bit sneaky? Are they going to try and get the cement and the lockdown on that player? Are they going to risk it for the control? Can they trust leaving a loose player? We saw the effect of a loose Falcons. I think it was even a Goyo as well. Last round, last map. It cannot be something that strikes them again, Demo.
The issue is that you kind of need to go storage, because if Solotov has like a head hole or just a floor hole, anything, he can stop them going in from the for default plant. But right now, Matchko, they're just going to see if they can full send it in. And oh, down goes Solotov, and yeah, that should be a clean sweep for Matchko. Nobody above, no pressure. All that C4. Again, they can bait it out. Still plenty of time to work with.
Yep, that's the C4, and Akwi survives with a face full of shrapnel, but as the blinds come round, there needs to be some following pressure. There's a slip on by, but Dora was actually shooting somebody else, and Matchko with a flawless response towards bring us back tied up.
Yep, dealt with the guy above. I think for Matchko was pretty clear-cut and dry. Didn't lose anyone whenever they were clearing out the roamers, which is always a positive for them. And pushed people back into sight. It did feel as though that I think Falcons could have been more reactive than what they were. A lot of them just kind of sat in sight, whereas maybe should there have been a call that says retake above, perhaps maybe would that have helped them? Because it did feel as though a lot of them were just kind of sitting in the other bomb site, and how on earth are they going to be able to stop the plant from where they are? If there's the guy in the main breach, what are you going to do? Would it not maybe be better going for the retake, seeing if you can pressure them above? Make it so it's uncomfortable for Matchko, where they just can't, you know, push one way? Yeah, certainly I think the Falcons player just needed to do a little bit more here.
I mean, I think that was it. Like, there's a very fun statistic that I started looking at of how these two teams have played on Labs over the past about 180 days. Both of them have played it twice in that time. Won it once, lost it once. But the divide between the pair of them, like, they've even played exactly the same amount of rounds of attack and defense on it as well. Matchko, slightly worse on attack, slightly better on defense, but it's almost mirrored for Falcons. It's such a narrow margin. Both of them have negative KDs on this as well, so this first half, where technically they're both currently operating on their weaker half, if Matchko can get their sort of foot ahead, they can get some confidence and can start. It's almost the reverse of what I talked about before, where Falcons, remember that long run of rounds, they could not get anything landed. When they're on their defense, if that starts to happen, suddenly you have the alarm bells sort of ringing of, oh no, last time Matchko built momentum, they got 5 rounds in a row.
So obviously it's going to be this extension that Match will have to go up against again. This will be a common theme. It's just this constant roam pressure that Falcons will try and deliver. Again, it just feels as though that Matchko, they're trying to avoid that and just walk into sight. And again, it's not working for them. Just don't know what the idea is. Look at this, Bride. Just line them up, knocking them down as a whole. Watching on to that game's door, and last guy know where he is now, outside IT breach. Matter of seconds, the round's done, more or less.
Yep. You know, it's weird, right? They go from a flawless attack, piece by piece, seemingly great awareness on where everyone is, picking their fights at the right time to that. And it's almost like they had a great strat book for one round and then the page was ripped out for the next, and they're like, what do we do? I don't know, let's just send it. You know, might be able to get the edge, but only really if they're allowed here, right? At this point, Shaiko's just perfectly predicted.
Oh, baited. That was nice.
Gets Shaiko not killed though, so we'll have to go back to his other watch. There's 30 seconds at this point. He's sort of using him to fish for other players. They just need to set up to play on contact. You can see one's rotated their way across the divide. The other, perfectly read.
Weird. Very, very weird. They go from playing really well in that basement where they had a clear-cut idea of what they wanted to do. Then that time, it just, I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. They don't have upstairs control. How can they go for that take? Yes, they've got IT breach open. But then how do you kill the guy who's inside IT, or not inside it, who's inside storage, below IT, if you can't play the Virts to clear that guy whenever you haven't taken above in the first place?
It was, as I said, it felt like they maybe expected something else, but it's hard to gauge what would be different there.
It's all well and good opening up IT breach because it stops the Falcons players from holding the window. Yeah, everyone knows that. But there's nothing stopping a defender just sat in storage. The only way you can remove the guy inside of storage is by pushing games, which they can't do because they didn't take above, as we've seen Brede holding onto that door. Or two, you open up above him, which again, they can't do because they didn't go above.
Well, now we're back. Back towards the top floor. Will it be continually traded rounds? And will there be a break on the site? There was a slight change of shield. 5 seconds to the Monty. And Dora to the Capitao. Now, we saw what was going to be a sharp play this time round. The limitations, though. The triple hard breach ban. Demo, you said it was a hard breach map. Falcons agreed and then made sure that it could be.
Yeah, forces yourself into a lot of hard breach gadgets, and they will be bringing in 4 of them. 2 from the Cat, and of course 2 from the Grim. Now, we've seen EFAC hit Pulse. Now, this operator, of course, on this map has plenty of potential because there is a hefty amount of verticality destruction that you can do from below. And just the general consensus of finding out where players are. He's going to gather really good information. And especially with how Matchco have kind of played this map so far, they have tried to go pretty quick, you know, off the kind of beaten track. And if EFAC is able to scan them out early and don't allow them to go for these quick pocket plays, they can spot out where players are, it will help his team massively. If he's able to get a C4 on, for example, the Monty, really, where do Matchco go from there? So this could be a really big pick, but EFAC, it's all down to him to make the plays.
Well, they've been able to use the Monty to strong arm control here, the walkway. Hoping to try and put the pressure onto Solotov, but you remember how we sort of talked about Falcons? They entirely shifted their defense at the 3 people watching fish. When they realized it was a fish play, they're more than happy to do the opposite here. Pull the pressure away, get them out of the room, lean back in, and seemingly great awareness on Matchco's approach here. But baiting out the pressure, drawing them in, hoping to get more of them lured to this. The Grim watching and waiting for the swing round. Lolo wants to make their way up from behind, and a great camera just watches a death. There's 2. What a... I mean, it's a great removal there from the side of Falcons. They get rid of the Monty, get rid of Ghost, but you kind of question what happened a bit there, Demo.
Is IT Breach? IT Breach is open, yeah? It should be open. But if it's open, how is Shaiko swinging IT to kill the Monty and Rafters? I don't know how that's happened. EFAC's been able to pick up good information, knowing where Akwi is, and that should be a free kill with C4, which it will be. So yeah, Pulse. Pick. Didn't see that one coming in a flawless. Yeah. Yeah. Don't know what they're doing.
4 rounds, 2 flawlesses. Either team has been able to pull them together, but for all the compliments that we paid to Matchco on the last map, the team play that they played, the approaches, outside of that one flawless round, they've just looked a little bit lost. Like the first round, you could see the MO, right? You could see the play, you could see the plan, you could see the opportunities. Other than that, it feels like it's half of a plan and then things go a little bit out the window.
Okay. Yeah, so Ghost is just allowing the lead. So Ghost wasn't on IT bridge. He was, for some reason, on catwalk. I don't know. It's basic stuff is not being followed here by Matchko. You cannot allow Shaiko just to swing at IT and kill your monster like that. You can't.
Well, they did. So, I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, the thing that gets me is you look at what he was doing. He was sat on a drone. The drone was in the site. What possible information would he be gathering that the Monty already hasn't gathered? Why is he sat on a site drone whenever there's a Monty looking into that bomb site?
That was the thing. I complimented the drone as a good bit of intel, but not knowing that they weren't doing the rest of it, right? Like, I was like, oh, that's good. They know when there's a swing there. But you also, more importantly, need somebody to cover the swing there. Like, that's job one.
Frustrating.
It's like a ranked round that me and Tim once threw on Border. And I've instantly just set fresh off wherever he is. Where I was, I'm not going to go into detail, but similar aspects, watching cams in a 2 versus 1 and hacking cameras for no reason. Okay. Anyway, listen, we still won the map. Anyway, 3-1.
You've won the map, but didn't hear you won the round.
No, we lost the round bad. I fully take responsibility. It was very funny. 3-1.
Launching override.
The Falcons, and they've looked, I want to say, not truly tested. Right? There was the great round, but otherwise they haven't had to do a lot, and that's not really a compliment or a negative comment. That is just a comment about, oh yeah, they're playing this one through. You know, they're happy and comfortable right now. They're in their element. They're not being stressed. They're not being thrown too many curveballs. It all seems pretty run-of-the-mill, which is obviously a sign of good prep. It's a sign of them getting an awareness on how Matchko like to approach, and everything is, yeah, going swimmingly by the book right now. Aquis tried to cut their way through the middle. They're about to find a fight on the swing. Ooh, do they know exactly where the player is? Oh, but they still lose it. Brady stands for bloody hell. How's he done that? 5-2. Solotov makes it 5-1 and starts slamming the tack time button.
Ghost. Yeah, another flop, just back to back. Well, now this was always the worry. It's, yes, I mentioned that Falcons has been a difficult watch, but there have been moments where they flick that switch and they are just unbeatable. And I think that switch has been flicked, because right now they are winning in every department. And this feels like the Matchko that we seen last week against EP.
Yep.
It feels very timid. There's no energy in the team. Fresh praised them massively in how they were able to rally themselves inside a clubhouse. And the energy level was high. They were 4-0 down and they went 4-1 and the energy was immediately there. We're not getting the same right now for Matchko. We're not. I think the biggest issue with Matchko is severe lack of comms. It doesn't feel as though they're pushing together. They're almost trying to be a little bit lazy and use the Dokkaebi as their form of 3-2-1. I seen the first Dokkaebi call come out and nobody really pushed off it. The first Dokkaebi call was just a waste. And then it felt as though they pushed using the second one just because they felt as though, oh, well, if we're using the Dokkaebi call, we have to push. You know, why is there no bits of util being tossed in? Like, there's nades there from Dora. No, Dora could have chucked the nade in towards that storage. Could have moved them out of position. There's so much util as well, flashbangs and everything, that is just not being used by Matchko because they're not talking about how do you want to do this, right? I'll push in, you flash, you nade him, 3-2-1, Dokkaebi call, yeah, boom, dead. They're not doing that. It just feels one by one, trying to play guns up. And right now, they're not winning their gunfight, so that's not going to work. Falcons are on it now. Look at Brede. Clean double kill. You're not going to beat that. You have to try and make them uncomfortable.
So on the first map, we had
5 seconds remaining.
A sort of mixed performance. I think it's fair to call from some of the players. There was slow burns to get into it. Remember how, for example, Solotov's map started and how it ended. But the same with Shaiko as well. A pair of them, they didn't have the greatest start and then sort of built in towards the end to get themselves a bit more level, a bit more positive. And here, between the pair of them, a death apiece, 7 and 5. They have just been so happy because they're in these swing positions, right? They're waiting for the approach on towards the hold. As I said, they're not really being fully pressured, and then they can just, oh, yep, there's one. Oh, yep, pull back. Oh, yep, there's another. And they're so in their element. And as you said it perfectly, Matchco need to find a way to pull them out of it. And the Flores breaks, and the approach up top. I said this was technically both these halves technical weaker. Doesn't mean it's weak, but it's the weaker. However, statistically, this is far away from what Matchco should really be angling to keep themselves level. And even more importantly, after their attack timeout, if this round goes away from them, if they do not get a good first engagement and then some clean air afterwards, they're going to be pitting sooner rather than later. Teb wants to start rolling and putting pressure here on the player underneath. It might just be to try and distract them, but there's nobody to put pressure on IT above at the same time. Instead, it's a shotgun swing. They almost met. There's the blinds, there's the calls. Is there anything going behind it, though? It's some approach on towards vending. It's a direct cut and drive through. They're worried about being caught on the swing. It's another call. There's a player on the hatch themselves that might try and put the pressure on, but there's Lolo getting Bride. Well, it just dropped immediately down the hatch. The reveal. They're inside gaming. They're playing pool. You need to start potting them. Teb tries an effect, gets caught out. The blind through the drone hole, gets the swing round on that last caught player, and this from Matchco has been phenomenal. Step by step, procedural destruction. The post plant, Shaiko would have to ace clutch to get themselves this round.
Ooh. Well, he'll make a good effort at it, but predefined in 30 seconds to do so. It's gonna be a big ask, and he finds the third. Well, more or less has found the third. Will secure the kill. 2 more to find, but the important thing is to note, look where that diffuser's planted. He's never going to be able to kill both of them before that diffuser. It's going to be giving him enough time to go for it. He will try an attempt at the long arm, but as expected, an easy swing. And Matchco, this time, doing the job. Now, biggest difference, the util actually working well, actually coordinating with one another. The Yings go in to give that cover of those guys pushed in towards games. Very fortunate that nobody upstairs actually had made kill holes. Falcons went for the kind of like mirror setup where they were above, trying to hold into IT, holding rafters. They had obviously the vertical angles being made. They didn't go for that time, and that actually opened up the door for Matchco just be able to walk in safely in towards storage and take those fights. So yeah, surprising that Falcons didn't just rinse and repeat their same strategy. They went for something different, and it has backfired for them. So yeah, much better for Matchco. You could sense that was a better played round, better util usage. Again, certainly the comms were there. They synergized really well with one another. So yeah, 4-2. Still a big uphill battle for Matchco, but gives them a chance. Game on.
Game on, and it's a good way of doing it. It was, I guess the timeout was perfect, because all of those elements of seemingly weighing up the numbers, all of the pocket play, all of the team play, the fact that the 2 rounds that they got were, one was a flawless, and then one was a 1 versus 5 post-plant that they'd managed to wrangle themselves, sort of shows that when they are firing on their cylinders, they are so sharp. But outside of that, they just could not find those cylinders. The cylinders demo, gone. Where were they?
How about I ask you? How about you answer it for a change?
Well, they just were using a different engine. We know some great engines come out of Italy, but that was an old tractor one, I think.
Tractor.
A modern tractor engine's a great engine. I'm just getting us excited to farm.
Oh, don't say that. Freshly excited. Don't say that.
And Tim somewhere.
Tim somewhere. Buzzing. Oh. Oops. I mean, that's what they needed. That's the match that you need to see.
Yeah.
Go for it. Like I said, they're down and out. You may as well have a punt. And you've had a punt and they've won some money.
Got the ace. Got a brilliant ace to get rid of. Got, you know, the limitation now on what is a single tin opener on a site and a map that requires hard breach. They get the spray round and a very extended engagement. Shaiko finds door at the same second. The Deimos. Pressure above. Now it's a 4 versus 3 demo.
It's a little
Well, this has been turned very quickly in its head, and don't forget that was again the ace, which is typically an opera you'd love to have for this bomb site. Just because, again, think of the walls downstairs that you need to get opened up, and it really just limits Falcons into only having the 2 hard breach gadgets, and typically those are just going to be used for hatches. So I think Falcons, they will have to try and go for a hatch drop at some point if they do plan on prioritizing the plant, but they may also just try and go for these kills here because they have spotted a Legion out by himself on kind of secluded corner of the map here, but it's just a case of, are they going to try and go for him or just try and leave him be?
I'm reloading.
They're eyeing themselves a drive down cargo. Look at that queen on the hunt. Caught the Deimos, almost caught the blitz. Has to move, hot-footed somewhere safe, but where is safe? Didn't go above, is about to find another fight, but he wasn't. Oof, I thought he was aware of it. But he knew that at some point there'd be pressure behind him. He wasted a player in about 15, 20 seconds, which is great. They still have 40 to try and get this to land. A 3 versus 2 with the shield, with the blitz, but 4 smokes as the cover. Is that now very tangible threats? Without the hard destruction, without that work done, they could put their backs towards the back of the site. You know where they're not going to be coming from, and that makes knowing where they are going to be much easier. There is this Brede pressure from Animus. Used his second pocket breach, though. Which gets themselves in. The pressure, the drop, the coverage around either side. There's the smoke on anything that could get an early pick. Brede has to pick his moment perfectly. Blinded and hit by the impact, but Ghost gets one on Brede, leaving themselves alone. Look at the time. Sprayed on the back and through the soft.
Oh, just about. Still think the blitz had enough time there. Yes, we heard the kind of timer starting to tell us, you know, hurry up and plant, but still plenty of time. All the time in the world, really, for Falcons at that point. But yeah, I think Falcons, they just played really well with that extra man. And I think that they took their time oh so well. The patience that they had, just, you know, let's not move too fast. Let's wait. Let's get the drone work in. We'll make it really easy for our blitz player, which I think they've done that well. You know, send the blitz in, targeting these individual 1v1 engagements, which works, again, really well. If you are a shield player, that's where you want to be, and just slowly get it over the line. So yeah, really good work overall for Falcons.
Cover me!
I think getting those 2 kills upstairs in conjunction was really big, but you know, that's really unlucky, isn't it? Just the next player he turns to has to be a shield, then he gets unlucky with a 50-50. He was holding that angle, thinks, oh, no one's there, just happens to be there at the stage. But yeah, like I said, still plenty of time for that blitz to even finish off. So yeah, Falcons, a well-played round from the match go. They tried to hit it hard at the start, but just couldn't get the kills back in their favor where it mattered most.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
Your very existence annoys me.
What did I do?
5-2. Timeout already used. Matchco have a lot of pressure ahead of them. They've been able to thread 5 rounds in a row just earlier today, but there, with the sort of lead that they had that withered away, was almost brought back. And it came down to 8 seconds. It still feels like Falcons. We said it at the start. They'll either have these moments where they're in their head, things start to go around, they go to comfort picks, and that team play falls apart, or they are sharp as a razor. And I think they've just been sharpening that razor throughout this playdate so far. It was great reaction to the problems ahead of them. They were thrown sort of risky ice to step across, and they took their time with it. Here
yeah, just look at the kills though. I mean, Solotov and Shaiko.
Oh,
top of the world right now, and that just doesn't help. You know, things of your match go, and nobody in their team is positive at the moment. It's a very one-sided affair. And again, Falcons, I just think that the pacing here, Emmy, is exceptional from them. I just think they're slowing the pace down, just taking their time with it. They're not trying to rush it, which I mentioned before. I felt as though they rushed a lot of things during their clubhouse where people were just getting ahead of themselves, whereas now it's a lot more locked in, isn't it? They're using their heads.
I think it's sort of that thing where they've cooled down, and you know, as I said, the precious sort of resource at the end of this, those are side points. There's only really a lot for the first place. Everybody else gets a pittance, and you would otherwise have a long wait to fight for more of them. There is a down at the bottom of Fish. Solotov the Damon's got caught, probably tracking somebody and suffered the wrong side of it, but it's a long spray and fight. Falcons, they're going to keep pushing on. Acqui does find Efac. Ghost finds Shaiko. There's the end of Solotov. So this one, fortunately, they tried to solve a problem by forcing their way through it. Usus does find one. Can Usus and Bride against a clash of all try and find an end to this round.
It'll be difficult for them. Match, we're not looking to give them any picks, and this should be an easy pick for Acqui, which it will be. And again, they know exactly where Bride is going to be, and that clash can just meander over and bury this round where it stands. Just a case of who's going to get the kill. Who wants it? Anyone? There we go. Lolo is the highest bidder. So, for Falcons, you could see that the Capitao seen an opportunity to kill the guy inside a pillar. You know, he just caught the backside of him, and he thought, oh, I'll fire this guy out. Now, maybe it's a case of, should Efac have waited for his team to start pushing in from connector? Because if that fire arrow goes in, and you have somebody swinging from the connector breach at the same time, that guy's dead. So I just think Efac probably should have calmed that a little bit better. The idea was good, because generally if someone isn't towards that pillar area, a little bit of crowd control is going to work for them, i.e. the fire arrow. But he just should have waited for his team to get ready. It felt as though maybe it was just 2 seconds too soon before they went for that initial execute. But very unlucky. Surprised that Efac didn't get like a single kill as well, because he was shooting so many people but just couldn't connect with one of them.
Sometimes it falls in your favor, and sometimes it drifts, unfortunately, far away. 5-3. It feels a lot nicer than it did not too long ago. But, you know, Falcons, they still have been able to wrest control of this game back and forth. It's not really been as heavy-handed of rounds trade as possible. Can Matchco do what they haven't been able to do this map so far? Tie a couple together here. There'll be an extension, as they often do, with a sort of stretch above. It's an important piece of territory to keep the lock into, and I'm curious to see how Falcons try and root this one out. There's obviously a partial approach here. Open up the windows, create that phantom pressure, create the threat that if you drop down, you're going to get caught anyway, so stay up and fight, and you're going to get caught anyway. But with 3 players above, it's going to turn into a bit of a brawl here.
So obviously with that top floor being locked down, it will force them now into that mid floor. And still a similar setup though in terms of Matchco, where they will be roaming upstairs. So Falcons, of course, will have to adapt to that. Now, Falcons haven't brought in a massive amount of soft destruction, though. That's one thing to also keep in mind. They've got a few breaching charges from Usus and maybe just the Deimos pistol. That's all they've got. So it just is something they need to be careful of, is if they are looking at trying to push in towards storage, for example, and again, getting the lines of sight onto the player who could be inside of storage may be difficult for them. But still, just steadily making their progress, again, across towards this top floor. You've got about 2 or 3 roamers, I believe, upstairs at the moment, and they will try and defend themselves with some reinforced walls and mute jammers, but they have since been taken care of, and that will force one of them down through that pillar hatch. But still, guy remaining upstairs, that is going to be Ghost, but probably at this stage he needs to try and pull back, because he's got no one with him, he's got no support, and he will start to do so, pull his way back in towards Fish now.
There's only really a minute left, and we know that they can move quickly when they have that position of the 3-2-1 go, but the repositioning of Matchco means that that game has to keep evolving, keep changing. You can see the aggressive step up here to try and find Shaiko, but Shaiko just gets the direct track out. Will they know? Yes, they do. Oh dear, there is support coming up the stairs, but he wins it out anyway. didn't even need the Valkyrie. Solotov does find Akwi, but 40 seconds left now, and at this point, with the pressure of that grenade gone, with Dora getting one more, and Lolo too, Matchco starting to spur themselves to life. They've delayed and sort of deferred Falcons to have to alternate routes. They're concerned about entirely going for the plant, misses an opportunity. And I think they've realized they're trying to be used as bait here, so they're not going to send themselves any further. At 15 seconds, Bride finding a fight by themselves underneath, still unable to get it connected. Usus does get Teb, but no time to get to the kit and follow through, so just tries to dunk on Teb a little bit.
Well, he wouldn't be the first pro. And yeah, another round for Matchco. Just not looking to give away picks, I think, is the main thing for Matchco right now. They're making Falcons work for these rounds. They're not looking to sit above and die. It's, you know, as soon as that little bit of pressure comes in, you know what? We'll take it. Let's just go. Let's just fall back into almost the second line of defense. Start playing around each other. I think Shaiko, just he's obviously went for that 1v1, and you have to give credit to Ghost, because beating Shaiko on that Deimos is a difficult thing to do, and Ghost has done that. So again, another big kill. But even still, you pointed it out, even if Shaiko was to get that kill, we seen the trade was coming from the stairs anyway. We knew that there's another man, so Matchco are supporting one another, which was great to see. And again, these Falcon players, where I said they've had these tendencies where some players have went off on their own little side quest. That's where you need to punish Falcons.
Well, the tag timeout of Falcons leaving us with just the game ahead of ourselves from this point onwards. They can feel that the winds have changed. They've drifted a bit away. Whatever that team talk was of Falcons has led them to obviously 3 successes since. But they're building that momentum. Falcons do not want to suffer the same fate they had last map, where Matchco, as I said, did the same thing. 5-4 could very quickly become 5-5, which was... This was the position that Falcons were sort of on the wrong side of last time, and then made a comeback towards winning it at the end. They do not want to give Matchco the same reward. They do not want to see a map 3. They do not want to go to Dostoevsky. Now the play here, the Maestro cam, the pull on that information, it's a lot of slow inside and brawl inside the site. Matchco, they often love to extend themselves all the way, and the reinforcing here onto Kitchen, waste that time, give themselves a route down the sort of expo stairs if they want a way out. Said they're a team that loves the aggression. They're going to try and bait out a kill or two, bait out all the attention they can, but then they can pull back towards what was, 5-10 seconds left at the end. They've got Goyos, they've got Maestros, they've got Banshees, they've got everything to try and make it a brawl.
Reloading!
It depends if they've got everything to try and make it a brawl in the final minute, or if Falcons can dispatch the Roamers quickly.
That's not even the case of dispatching the Roamers. You've got a Brava and a Twitch. One goes for each operator you've mentioned. You know, the Goyo going to be done in by the Twitch, and then obviously the Brava for the Maestro. So I think it's the case of getting the drones in and making sure you can snatch or / destroy the bits of util that you've mentioned. So for Falcons, they also have all of the tools to make this round pretty easy for themselves by wiping out a massive amount of util that Matchco have brought to the party. Now, certainly for Matchco, again, still with this aggressive nature, and it's the team that we've seen throughout this stage, and I'm happy to see them go for it again, and Solotov, almost bites the dust. Does lose a Twitch drone, and I've mentioned we kind of need them for the Goyo canisters, but Matchco are going to try and deny access to the building, just full stop, not even let them in.
Well, there goes the Brava. There almost goes the Twitch. Won't know that they've got the confirm there, and Efak gets Akwi. They are pinging the route to the player, but where they are, I mean, chances are they can get them back up, but it's time. Precious time. 20, 30 seconds, pulling the players out of position, having to go get Solotov back up to then, get on drone, focus on the utility down below. There's the pickup. I don't think that was ever in doubt, but it just forces Falcons, again, that precious game of pulled away. Dora still has the direct vertical on towards the double breach if they've made it. Oh, Tab has Efak. up through the hatch. Drops the kill, or even if it wasn't through the hatch. We were watching Shaiko on the hatch as Teb got the kill through a different section of vertical. Now as it's replaced the pressure, they pull themselves back round. 4 versus 3, and here's that play that I talked about. The Banshees, the cameras, all of this intel, just letting you know that their approach is going to be slowed by another 5 seconds. That was the difference, the ending last time round. They only have 30 left. And they don't have the vertical control. They're trying to make their way through onto the default plant, but they've got to keep Dora distracted above. They've got to make sure that they are confident to swing. So that is the job here of Solotov. There's 2 players. Sorry, there's 1 player. They're watching. And they are able to keep them busy, but there's that vertical a second too late. Solotov did his job. And now it's down for Bride and Shaiko to try and do the end of it. Dora and Lolo want to fight their way back across slowly and steadily. Single engagements. The Bride wins one out. And now as Lolo pulls them into the 1 versus 1, it's a fantastic gun on a slow operator against Bride with not a lot of health. Holding on towards the Exo side. There's the first, there's the second, there's the swing! Confirms the kill. They thought they had the time and they were right. Lolo levels it out and ties us back up.
Oh, Lolo, massive, massive moment in this map. Needed to make that happen, and a round almost being pulled out beneath them. Really, the fact that Matchko were almost losing that round, I mean, they were losing that round at a point before Lolo came in with the LMG. I mean, Solotov above, cracking shot onto that second player. It put the Valkyrie under heaps and heaps of stress because he couldn't really play the vertical safely if there's a guy bearing down on him. Diffuser goes down, it gets into a 2v1. You think, okay, now there's a moment here that all of a sudden Falcons are in the driving seat. And Lolo just finds 2 of them. What a shot there from Bride as well, but Lolo just bakes them in well enough. And again, that LMG just pre-fire for days. Wow. 5-5.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
5-5 once again, Demo.
Reloading.
We are finding ourselves brawling back and forth, but it doesn't change the fact that this could still be a 2-mapper, regardless of how intense the 2 maps are. And it is a big divide here for Matchco. At this point, Falcons, they still need to try and find just some of the magic that seems further and further away. Obviously, when they got onto this half, they got themselves in the 5-2 position, I remind you, winning that first attack. And since then, the 3 rotate, they come back from the side of Matchco. It's pulled out the timeout from Falcons as well, so they have that out of the way. They're able to go back to these sites, these places, and Solotov is still playing brilliantly. The guns of Falcons haven't really stopped firing, but they just cannot kind of find that way to get it to land. Matchco, all of them, getting and routing to these positions that just push the final swing. And the difference there, a 1 versus 1 post-plant clutch, or 1 versus 2 even post-plant clutch, to keep them off of map point, as Shaiko does find Dora. Clash gone early.
My air jab deployed.
It's a big pick, sets Falcons up nicely now into the next 2 minutes of the round, but it's always seen if they can take this to the ground. And Shaiko finds another one, and again, I think just losing that clash, it makes it really easy for Shaiko. He doesn't have to worry about the clash or Amira or Nazami, because both of those are also banned. So Shaiko can just control that garage now and just put massive amount of pressure. Even the triple wall's been reinforced. It just, you basically opened the door and said to Shaiko, just come on in to the catwalk, nobody's here. And there we go, another one for Shaiko. You've just gave him way too much map control here.
Locked in, focused, Shaiko. Terrifying 3 words to put in order. Gets the flash on the swing round, gets his fork, there is an ace! Locked in, terrifying Shaiko, the player that he is, pushes Falcons on towards map and series point. Have we found
just
a
that
limit?
guy.
Just that guy,
isn't he? Ugh. said before, I've never seen a player who can do what Shaiko does. Just make like an ace makes it look so effortless. Like it really does. So smooth, clean. Yeah. Oh, he's up for it, isn't he? You just he's just look at his face. He wants more. He wants back-to-back aces, probably.
I think. I mean, there just pushes in towards IT, gets the second. It's frustrating because he does make it look so easy.
Yep.
Like it's just so perpetually clean and 6-5.
Device placed.
Falcons, 1 round separates them from progressing through the bracket towards first place or towards the SI points they so desperately crave. Matchco, 1 round separates them from falling down into the 5th and 6th playoff. A Challenger Series team that challenged the best of them and still are. Could find themselves, unfortunately, leaving with nothing but, well, a consolation prize playoffs.
So, last time we were here, Falcons kind of struggled with kind of locking down Matchco. And that's because Matchco played it very passively. You know, they sit up above. Whenever they felt they just got pressured, they would leave. Now, Ghost is in quite the precarious position because he's right on that catwalk door. And is this going to be a freebie? Yes, it will be for Shaiko.
6 in a row.
6 in a row. He's oh, back-to-back aces. Who knows? Maybe. Yeah, it's been done once, hasn't it?
It's been done once.
By Fantasy. Way back in the Fury days. I think back in 2021, if memory serves me right.
6-5, 5-4. Is it 3-2-1 done? Matchco, they've lost Ghost, but the Fenrir gadget should still be up and in some portions still active. Can't be as mobile with it. Falcons, they're not overextending the push here. They're still going to get the read on it. They want this blitz to smash through at the right time, but instead going to pull the smash away and cleverly use the Twitch drone to remove anything on the back. There's a C4 onto Shaiko though, so only 6 in a row. No more, no less. But now with a blitz in the roll, they're going for the plant demo. They're going to see if they can just try and sneak this one in, but there, look at Falcons just driving up. There's the drop onto 1. And there's Matchco instantly responding. Falcons tried to sneak it in and, as I said, drive in, but EFAC maybe a bit slow on it. Matchco flooded themselves in. I mean, okay, well, we're into OT. Matchco get there, but did Falcons sort of go too risky there?
Well, I think it's a bit of both. One, again, Matchco not looking per se to give away picks as easily. You know, they're really trying to double up and triple up if they can. Now, what's weird is that they've went for that push knowing that there is no soft destruction. That's the only reason Matchco have went for that retake. They knew that there's 2 guys in the bomb site, one of them obviously being the shield. And at that stage, you think, okay, there's 2 guys. That's it. There's no holes above us. We can just rush these guys down. That's exactly what they did. You know, EFAC went for the below take rather than going upstairs. Now, the thing is, he's obviously went below more so for the post plant rather than, oh, I'm going to buck below to clear players out of storage. That's usually done from above. So I just think if they had maybe taken the extra bit of time, if they had taken the extra bit of time just to go above and do a little bit of soft destruction upstairs, that maybe would have made Matchco second guess themselves and he wouldn't went for that retake.
10 seconds to go.
So just one little bit of their kind of prep work before they go into the plan is kind of faltered Falcons there.
6 apiece Matchco, they're not done yet. They'll be finding themselves on towards their defense once again. In this game, I mean, you know, it's 4-2 sort of halves, but it's leaning in the defensive favor. However, we felt a few that could be stolen or smashed or sort of swindled away from each other. back down to the basement and back down to EFAC being the first body. Hey, remember when this happened once before? It was still won out by Falcons at the end, and Users with the kit doesn't want to entirely send for the pickup. They know the player's gone loose, so instead look for another option. Look alone, quite deep. Users is really dreaming of a fight here, but Matchco are pulling back. He's stolen a lot of ground. It's put both teams in an awkward shape though here, Demo.
It's strange, because you would have thought that maybe the Blitz would just go for the roamers, but instead they just want to try and take map control and almost stick to the script. No one's allowed to go off the script for Falcons right now. And again, it seems as though they're going to try and do a similar thing that Matchco did whenever they were attacking. It's just take from EXO and try and move in for that blind spot plant. They've got these Maverick holes drilled in the walls, so it stops anyone from going for the wide swing. But the worry is, if there's a player inside a storage, he's going to upset the apple cart. So still, there is a step that they need to go for. I love this though from Aqui. See if he can get aggro, and he's at your feet, mate. He's down there. He's looking for him. He can't find him though.
Well, Shaiko finds Lolo, and 2 impacts find nothing but scenery. They obviously have got themselves leveled up now, and you know, some of the work done on the back wall, but as we saw before when they were able to pull this off, they had a full breach on that back wall. Brede could make himself one anonymous if he wanted to do the same thing, but he's more than happy to sort of just play this wall as pressure before. Gives them a bit more option. A minute left. And as you said, it's a full send on towards EXO. And there's the drive round. Covered, watched and worried about the swing with the fire gone, but they're still just vertical. And Solotov finds Teb though, so maybe there's a little bit less of it. No, Ghost is the one in this position, watching and waiting. There's some of the coverage. Great, but he still has the awareness. Aqui is the one that gets Solotov though. Users is still alive. Now, where is the Blitz gonna go? Just drives, quick and heady for the fight. Can't get out the rotate in time. 30 seconds. The 3 versus 2. Dora inside the site, watched. But there's no real route or entrance caught during the animation. Shaiko swings round, leaves Ghost alone, and there's no getting this from the vertical. So instead, dropped, swung through, gets 1. But there's 2! They've gone for the plant though, 6 seconds. Has to swing it out. Shaiko sticks it. Can't quite get out in time. Reloads, 2 goo mines either side. Has to give himself options. There's at least the first. The impact DMP will pull some attention. There's the second. A very daunting sound in this. Reloads Ghost. Oh, he knows it's a narrow margin, but it's not one. Shaiko can't thread. Once again, Shaiko is the round at the end of a round. Once again, Falcons sit on series point.
Oh, big round. In Ghost, he slammed his desk, by the way. His camera moved position. Oh, Shaiko steps up big. I mean, again, for Falcons, I knew what they were attempting. Again, the way that they dealt with the storage player was to use the capped house smokes to block his line of sight. But still, he was able to almost pre-fire where the Blitz was going to be. And that almost put the fear into Users where he thought, I can't go for that. You know, I can't. And at that stage, the smoke grenades would have dissipated. He can't make that play. So then the option was, okay, we know he's above. We're going to have to try and push in just into sight and try and take the 3v2 on the bomb site. And again, it's very risky. Don't forget, Bride is just sat outside the walls. He's really not doing much for his team. So it's essentially a 2v2 using the shield, and hopefully Shaiko gets his pick, which he does. But I think for Ghost as well, Ghost needs to get back site way quicker than what he does. His team's sitting there fighting demons in the site, fighting the Blitz, fighting the countertown. He's just sat upstairs. I think Ghost needs to do a heck of a lot more than what he's doing. He's just sat selling his team.
It's the sad sort of moments where individual disconnects between players, between teams has been throughout both both these teams throughout the series a problem. You know, it's something where, yeah, nailing it every single time could be a big thing, but when you have players like these who love to sort of dedicate, love to send themselves on deep roams and deep plays. The hardest part is knowing when to operate. Not knowing for the kill, not knowing for what you can pull apart, but knowing when you can pull back together. And it's something that if I look to another sort of EML team specifically, G2 have done brilliantly. When they've played those sort of loose players, they know when to pull them back and impact, and it's maybe one of the strengths that they've operated better than anyone else on. And here, Falcons aren't even going to roll that dice again. All of them are back towards the site. No pulse, no extension below, no full reads, none of that. Instead, it's a focus here against Matchco, who's full sending currently a Monty. But remember how this went last time, Demo. There was a player that just was not watching the breach swing.
Yep. Oh, Shaiko. He's on for his 20 bomb. That's number 19. He's going to be fighting player inside of storage right now on the verts, and let's take a bit of damage for his trouble, but and you just hope that you have that player inside IT, but Dora almost has to watch two angles, so this is the issue. He has to try and hold IT and then also help out his teammate to stop them from swinging through the rotated garage. Lolo's there now, so Dora should be rotating back to the IT, you would expect, but no, still sat outside on the garage door. You can see, just put somebody in IT, like they're really worried that Shaiko's going to go swinging again. Again, Falcons don't need to. We've seen this before. They just sit on their hands inside the site. They've got that opening pick. We'll see how the util dump comes in, because there's still plenty of bees and fire and smokes that Matchco still have, but time is slowly ticking away, and there's still a C4 kicking about from Bride.
I mean, 40 seconds. Efac's got himself a bit of a backline here with the Kiba to keep himself going. Slowed by the goo mine. Teb massively hurt. It'll just take half of that C4 to get the end of him. But there's still the delays on the entrance. Not sure if there's, you know, an Elamine underneath the swing round. There could be the pressure anywhere on any of these angles, and you can see Falcons are just waiting for them. They're sort of saying, look, come in. And then don't be a shield anymore. Ghost, come in and get shot in the face. Monty, come in and get C4'd out the building. 15 seconds. Falcons, all they need is seemingly what they can take, and what they can take is everybody. A flawless demo. And Falcons cement themselves one step closer towards a fight at the top. Matchco, the longest road possible to suffer the end of a 2-0, but they suffer it all the same.
Oh, Matchco. Well fought game though from them. Yes, they didn't get the victory, but still Matchco, I think they played some good siege. I think their clubhouse, so close, but still Falcons, they push on. Hey, look, we've seen SSG, Emmy over in NAL. They made the kind of lower bracket run and finished first. Who's to say Falcons can't do the same?
Who else but Falcons, really? And they'll have, you know, we've called the top four for a long time. We're probably still going to see those top four brawling, but that's really a matter to be decided in the following showdown. The only thing that we can sort of cement for now, obviously, is Falcons finding form. It was still problems to solve before the end of the day, but those are problems after a break and after a desk in another game.
Well, what a series this one. A very long one, despite it only being a 2-0, but it sees Falcons come out victorious. With that, obviously, they keep themselves in the running for good SI points. It's the prize money and the invite to EWC as well. But starting off, something you really enjoyed about this game, Jack, was the bans from both these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Falcons, they started their defenses. They started very, very dominant. They got a 4-2 attack split. Why did they do that? And the reason for that is they banned away the Thermite, the Hibana, and the Ace, the 3 hard breaches. Now, for Matchco, what did that do? It took Matchco away from playing default into playing cheesy, into playing aggressive, into playing direct, and they couldn't cope with it. Conversely, when Matchco got into their defenses, their attacker bans, the Blackbeard, the Dokkaev, and the Deimos. What did that do in terms of Falcons playstyle? Force them to play more default, which is a struggle of theirs, or has been a struggle of theirs. It was on Clubhouse and it was on Nightheaven. Both teams actually banned very, very smartly on their defenses, and I think that's why we saw them dominate so well to get it all the way to overtime.
It's great to see the evolution of teams reusing the fact that now you have a new operator, a ban system, and abusing it in the sense that now you can counter your opponent and not your own playstyle. And you see it here. On the side of Falcons, we want to slow down Matchco because they do mostly rehearse attack. Let's remove all of the hard breaches. On the other side, we want to remove the firepower and the hunting of the roamers that Falcons is so good at by removing the Deimos, the Blackbeard and all. In the end, does it really prevent the huge fraggers on the side of Falcons to work? Not really. Both of them above 30 kills in total. Absolutely insane. And once again, what is the thing that carries Falcons over the line? Is it really team play? I'm not sure yet. It was better. The mini plays in particular between the players were really good. But I think overall, once again, the quality of the players and the experience on that roster showing why they were a dominating team in Europe for so long.
It's kind of like more things change, the more they stay the same with this roster, I would feel. I dare say, and this was not a vintage Falcons performance, they have achieved their goal. Had they been against the teams we're expecting them to compete with, the Secrets, the G2s of this world, they might have struggled even more today. But that being said, what is the sign of a champion team? It's not playing to your full potential, but still finding a way to win. That's exactly what Falcons did. Of course, they are the holders of EWC. They do get that invite to EWC now, and that will have been primary objective A ticked.
Obviously, but that also it means that Tep doesn't get his revenge as for right now to take down Falcons in such an important game. But I do think they should be proud of themselves. Obviously, the scoreline saying 2-0 doesn't really reflect how close this game was, given that both these two maps went into overtime. Matchco arguably maybe should have won that first map even. So they might, whilst they were probably going to be really unhappy with this result, they should be happy with the progress they're making.
There's a parallel universe, honestly, where Matchco would win this 2-0. They've put in a performance capable of winning this 2-0, but for a couple of rounds going different ways. The first, on Clubhouse 7-8, even on Nightheaven, there was a couple of rounds really that they should have won, where individual players on the side of Matchco really are just allowing the round to be retaken away from them. Ghost nearly got a 1 versus 3 clutch, but actually it never should have got to that point because he should have been helping his team. I know Demo called it out. He was just allowing the guy on site just to play a 1 versus 2. That shouldn't happen. Those types of rounds don't happen. Suddenly you're looking at a Matchco that's victorious here.
Yeah, I think we've seen that quite a good number of times with Ghost so far this stage in particular, but especially in this game, he's playing a fragger role. He's playing a role where he should be proactive. Most of the time, he's left on the side to kind of lurk or try and cover his teammates, and many times he's let his team down. It's a pity because we see the potential in Matchco as a team. If some individual mistakes were fixed, we would have seen a completely different scoreline. But we need to praise Falcons. They came out here victorious in the end, 2-0. They're still in the race, to get all of the SA points. It's not done yet, and they still haven't relinquished their Champions of Europe title.
No, exactly. I mean, obviously, one person that was really profiting of the individual prowess being on the side of Falcons, at least on the second map, was Shaiko. What a performance on the second map.
I mean, that ace was absolutely insane. I mean, that's the quality we expect from Shaiko with that all side A, the perfect headline, the perfect headshots all the time, a single drone in front of him, and that gets you a complete ace. As you can see, the red pings here, it's gotta be an incredible feeling to be the droner of Shaiko. You just drone him, you red ping someone, and you see the player go down, and look at the difference between map 1 and map 2. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, map 1, obviously, he was kind of just 50-50, 10-10 on the KD, but you really stepped it up. Not just that ace. Take that ace away, he's still 14-7 with a 2 KD, without an ace there, by the way. When Shaiko is on it, he is enchanted. He is magical. There is nothing that can stop him. I will say he's had inconsistency throughout the stage. He kind of has, ever since I would say this team got concepted, back in old BDS days, it was Shaco. He was the lead man. He was the front man. Droned. Everything went into him. He plays much more of a team game now, but he can still have those moments.
Yeah, and Yuban Deimos, he's going to do the same on Nomad.
Yeah, true. I mean, that's the OG move, right? Before Deimos even came out. He makes it look so easy, obviously. But with that, Falcons see themselves through, and we get to speak to the winners as we have users with us on the broadcast. Good evening. This was a long game. Obviously, it was a 2-0, but both games going into overtime. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling tired already.
Understandable.
It was the first game. You have a second game, users.
I know, it's too hot. It's too hot right now in the UK.
Users, with that result, you get the invite to EWC. As the team that currently holds the title for that event, how important was it that you and your team qualified?
Obviously, very important. It's the main goal of the whole stage, and that's the goal from the start. Even like when we made the team, we were trying to qualify for every event. Doesn't matter what the event is.
Users, I think generally speaking, the team that wins the first BO3 and then has to wait for the second one to play the late game usually is at a disadvantage. What are you guys gonna do, I guess, between the break and this BO3 that's about to happen?
I'm not sure, to be honest. They're probably discussing it now. Obviously, I've been waiting for the interview, so I'll have to find out myself. But I don't know if we're gonna rest or play ranked or what.
How does 3 hours of team deathmatch sound?
Doesn't sound good. We didn't actually play deathmatch today because we didn't have time because it was a bit of an early game. Maybe that's why it was so close.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
That impacted the team race roll. Are the guys still baiting in corners in TDM?
Of course they are.
Literally, I called them out on Twitter. I saw your manager atting people under my tweet, and still people are still doing it. That's insane.
No, Paul is one of them. French ER6. He's one of the campers as well, so I don't know why he's talking.
Obviously, let's take our minds back to the first game, obviously, with that Clubhouse game. There was something you found particularly funny in the alt chat, obviously. There was that Twitch happening. You were spamming a lot of ha-has in the chat. What exactly happened?
I don't know. Temp just started talking randomly in chat, and then obviously that round, I think you probably replayed, where he was like a bar at the guy was playing, and he just let the guy knife his teammate, and then we won the whole game because of that. So I was just laughing at that.
I've got to ask you, what was the team speak like when you guys saw sort of running in front of the guy and just knifed the guy planting?
It was, well, obviously when he was like in the animation of running, it was just silent, but then when he knifed him, everyone just started laughing as well, so it was good. I think that brought the vibes. That brought the vibes as well.
How important is the mental? You know, when you said it brings the vibes up, because that first map really was a tricky one. It was disrupted with the rehost and everything going on. Those types of maps must be quite hard to play in.
Yeah, I think for everyone, not just our team, Rios are annoying. They just like take you out of the momentum, take you out of the swing of things. It's hard to get back on it, but I think we did well to manage it in the end. Obviously, they did better than us. Like if we were falling up, there's another Rios. They came back and were fighting a bit better than us, but we ended up turning around. So.
All right, well, it takes off the first game for the day, though. As said, you still have one more to play, obviously against Virtus.Pro or Gen.G. Who do you think it's going to be? Maybe, you know, if it ends up being Virtus.Pro as well, that is a good chance for a revenge for you guys at the beginning of the stage.
Yeah, I'm going to predict VP win, but I wouldn't be like completely surprised if Gen.G win, because I think the way Gen.G play, VP don't really like that, so it'll be a close game, I think.
All right, cool. I guess, you know, if you don't have anything to do in the 3 hours, you can come join us on the Endless Desk if you want to, you know, set us up for the next few games. But we'll let you go for now. Obviously, best of luck with the next game for today.
Thank you. Bye.
Good insights once again. I mean, we're talking about the vibes in the team. I think it really shows. Obviously, we're talking about Matchco losing that first map so close. Falcons also probably having it closer than they thought it was, but the vibes really pulling them through there.
I think it's a team that thrives on, I guess, obstacles and like overcoming them and overcoming problems, because if you look at these guys' performance across every single event, it's always hardship. It's always they're pushed to the deadline, they push to the overtime. They haven't lose, they haven't get upset by Korean teams.
It's like a Rocky film, right? They've got to get hit and then they've got to get up and have that big redemption inside of the ring.
And it seems to grow into them, and it molds the team, and it creates that synergy and that chemistry. And I kind of understand it. Like when you have a bad game and you're not in it, and then suddenly one of your teammates drops a crazy clutch, it brings the whole mood there again. Yeah. And I think exactly what happened with Solotov in that game. And if that clutch doesn't happen, you know, we might be seeing a completely different matchup again.
Yeah. You ask Stuflex or Frenchie or Eagle Mees, anybody that coaches these guys, they'll just want them to start. They don't want them to get to that point first, because they'll be going great just sat in the TeamSpeak watching it.
Well, obviously for them, the job is not done yet. They still have to play another game later today, but we still have to decide their opponent. And that match by itself also has some really high stakes. So after the break, it's Gen.G and Virtus.Pro. Welcome back to the EML League broadcast. My name is Adam, joined by Alfama and Fresh. We're going to set you up for the second game of the day. Gen.G and Virtus.Pro back in the group stage. This was a 7-3 for Virtus.Pro on play day 2. However, I think after that in the group stage, Virtus.Pro have dropped up momentum a little bit. Gen.G have picked up some pace. When we look at this roster in particular, Leo, is there hope for the French?
Oh, absolutely there is hope. You're asking the wrong guy for unbiased opinion, but I will go there. Let's just take a look at the roster. Let's take a look at some of the players. I don't know if you remember at the beginning of the stage on those stats.
I do.
You saw Skies. Skies struggling heavily. I think he was something like 3 opening kills and 14 opening deaths. He's now on 14 and 17.
That's just playoffs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, he's evolved there, okay. But he was improved drastically towards the end of the stage.
I agree.
We saw some amazing moments for him. One moment, especially on Twitch DMR, bringing multiple rounds against G2. Some rounds were really impressive. If you look at this roster in general, there are some guys that are stepping up, Asa especially as well, on the support roles. He's now bringing, I guess, his gameplay to life again in playoffs when he was struggling the whole stage. The team in general seems to have rebuilt that culture and synergy. Yes, the games against Falcons was a little bit tough, but I will say this. The first game on Bank gave us some good ideas.
They looked a little bit lost, I would definitely say. They've looked a little bit lost through the stage. They kind of found themselves. They found the role where Deadshot slots in, how Skies works in that dynamic, bringing Asa in. Naiko has been incredible the whole stage as well. And I think once we saw that complete team, it looked really good. And like you said, on Falcons, they did lose, but actually they ran Falcons close.
Yeah, on the first map only, because the second one was 7-0.
The second one
they
was,
were
specifically the first one.
No, but it's giving us good examples of how good Gen.G can be on their good days. Do you have an example as well to show us what Gen.G could bring out today?
Yeah, so we've mentioned Bank. Let's take a look at one of the rounds on Bank where I mentioned that. So once again, I said it multiple times, the quality of a team sometimes is, I guess, displayed when they win a round they should not win. Here we're going to take an example of a round where they're going to be stuck 3v5, they're still going to win the round. So right now, basement bomb site, we have Azox, who's getting droned by Yuzus. You can see the flank drone of Yuzus here on the main stairs. Azox gets droned, and he shoots the drone. Now, every single player would go down. Instead, he decides to commit and go upstairs. Falcons would have expected that guy to be back on site, but he's gonna go and hide, and keep that in your head because that is a really good play from Azox. Now I want you to pay attention to 2 positions. That's gonna be Deadshot in main stairs and Naiko hid in red hallway. Lekefak goes down main stairs and Solotov is in garage. Both of them will actually go and kill the 2 players, and at this point we're left with 2 single players on the side of Gen.G holding the entire bomb site. What are they doing? Skies is holding the back line. He's holding it from Vault Drop. He's holding the elevator drop, he's holding the main stairs. On the other side, what is Asa holding? He's holding the long range 2 server, the drop on the A bomb site, and he's also holding garage. So effectively, with 2 players playing extremely safe, you control 6 entry points on the bomb site and use your utility. Now Asa will be key, because in this 3v5, you don't expect them to win. But look at Asa and look at what he will be doing. He uses the smoke grenade to try and cut off the attack from Falcons and isolate the 1v1s. So when he sends that gas grenade, what is it achieving, I guess? Falcons, on one side, are ready to execute. Shaiko there is completely stuck because of the Goyo canister, and then he will get stuck from that gas grenade. And so, as the gas grenade go on, you can see Lekefak's already down main stairs, Bride is already pushing, Capitao is dropping down, but because of that smoke, they're all one by one in different entry points. So Asa takes the gunfight on the first garage player, dead, boom. Then takes the gunfight on the hatch drop, boom, dead again. And Skies is holding his own 1v1 in the backside and wins it. And remember about Lekefak in main stairs? Who was roaming upstairs? Azox. So he comes down and kills Lekefak as well. And this is the quality that I love to see from Gen.G. They've effectively turned a 3v5 into a 3v1 and they win this round. They recognize what's the win condition, they use the utility, they win their 1v1s, and they have the quality to upset some big teams, like Falcons, at least on some rounds that they should never win.
I was going to say.
They're evolving, basically.
Yeah, and I was going to say, if they can do it against a team like Falcons, there's a chance they can do it against a Virtus.Pro as well. Obviously, when we're looking at the Virtus.Pro roster as well, for themselves, last week, they had 2 really different games, made quick work of Matchco, and then G2 after made really quick work of them.
Yeah, they did. Virtus.Pro, I think, it's more of a playstyle thing for me. I think there's lots of things that have been great about Virtus.Pro across the stage. They've definitely improved, but there are still a couple of Achilles heels. And unfortunately, we saw that in terms of the game, particularly against the G2 game. They lost that one out. And I think it's a playstyle thing, it's a map thing. But they have a lot of quality. The same old kind of thing applies for Virtus.Pro. They've got the quality in the individual player. You know, Pasha's been the best player in EML by far, one of the best players in the world. You can then see the playstyle. Their teamwork is better than none. And in reality, I think those things going for them, they will still be better than a lot of their opposition. I would still expect them to level it up. Their test is kind of similar to Falcons. It comes against when they're playing the G2s and Secrets of this world, maybe not the Matchcos and Gen.Gs of this world. As you can see, Pasha, the stats across the stage, he has been phenomenal. He's been so good. He's played aggressive, he's played passive, he's played with his teammates, and he's played the Nook. He had a great Nook round Leo. I know you say Nook's overrated. And in addition to that, he's been playing it on his old setup and also using that Cybertruck holographic.
I think he's gotten more comfortable. And I think the reason for this is he's using a new holosite, the holosite C. And it all starts with Dan using it. As you can see right now, that was Aztecs Invitational in Boston, where Dan went crazy, dropped 50 kills, and abused this site as much as possible. And it inspired Pasha to go and use that site, on top of reusing his old mouse. And as you can see here during the stage, he was absolutely crazy with that scope. He dropped more than 100 kills in the first group stage. He was impossible to kill. Holding here this red stairs with Clash was insane, by the way. Again, using that site. So we've all got to wonder, is that site that good? Is it really a thing? Well, I have to bring the glasses and I have to compare the site. I have to check between holosite A and holosite C. Which one is the bigger one? Where is the frame? So basically, we have the two arrows here that tells us, I guess that the frame of the holosite A is slightly bigger than the one of the holosite C. So that's the first thing that we can compare. The second thing we can compare, I guess, is the shape. So here I'm just gonna draw the outline of what we can see. Oh, that's a terrible drawing from me. The precision is not there. And here we're gonna see here the second one, and that's gonna be holosite C. Honestly, I don't know what you guys think. I think between the A and the C, between the 1 and the 2, there is no difference in the scope itself and the frame. But I think it's basically the frame of the site that's probably bigger for one than the other. I'm just gonna say this: you guys go and test it in ranked. I will say that it's more comfortable than placebo thing, but it seems to work for our friends in Pasha.
Yeah, there's 50% of me that says this is a placebo thing, and it's just if you're getting frags with one thing, you don't ever want to change it, and that's what I think Pasha's just ended up on a roll. Yep. But then the second thing is also lots of pros playing 4-3. Those screenshots we just saw in 16-9. So those small amounts, when you stretch them back out, it becomes much bigger. So I can kind of see the logic, even if I'll never run that site myself.
Well, now, I know how a lot of people, obviously, when the site went universal, hated the site. They hated playing it. They had no vision of playing it themselves. But I went ahead and tried it myself last week in the game. And I am by no means a pro player, right? So maybe you shouldn't be taking advice from me. But it does feel really good. It's that two lines that can continuously keep you on the right head, like the headite placement, and the dot in the middle that keeps the site so clean, makes it so much fun to play with.
And don't you feel it's kind of satisfying to have like the red dot in the middle when you hit a headshot?
Yes.
Okay, so I will say this: I tried it a lot as well. I'm a former pro player, never known for my aim, so take that into account. This is something you should go try in ranked, because it feels different.
Do it. Obviously, you know, people will hate it and will say like, oh, it's the worst scope in the game. Why are we playing it? Give it a chance before you come back at us. Before we get in this game, though, obviously it's the best of 3. We will need a map vetoes. We'll have to see where this map takes us to. Our first map is going to be Border. It's going to be picked by Virtus.Pro. Are we surprised?
Yes, actually. I think with Chalet and Cafe being banned by Gen.G, that left open Bank, which was one of Virtus.Pro's favorite all-time maps. It's one of the 2 maps that you would never take Virtus.Pro to. And in essence, they've gone ahead, they've picked Border in front of that, which is maybe a little bit of a surprise. That being said, they've been dominant on this map the whole EML stage. They've been playing aggressive, they've been confident on it. You know, I don't know how many times I've seen Shepard playing the Tachanka, sending the Tachanka fires out from from the long hallway into his start.
What's going on here?
But then we're going to see a pick of Bank into Virtus.Pro. That one is a shock for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think back about interviewing Pasha at the Montreal Major, and he says, yeah, I mean, EU teams don't like playing Bank against us because we have this, like, 100-day win streak on it.
But then, what happened since then?
They did
ban
lose
changes. They lost it, and the ban changes have affected them and rocked their confidence on this map a little bit. So I'm not saying I would do it. It feels a little bit far-fetched, I'll be honest, to be picking Bank into Virtus.Pro, but I can see some kind of weird twisted logic in doing it.
Yeah, we can see the game plan here. It's quite obvious with the bans as well. Even VP admitted it. They struggle with the new map bans. Now, Clubhouse.
Speaking of the new map bans.
Again, same thing that's completely impacted by it. Either you go for 3 aperture bans, or you go for triple shield bans, or you go for the Yings and the Blackbeard and the execution heavy bans. Either way, the operator bans have a huge impact on them.
VP fans are going to be hating that Clubhouse pick. They've really struggled on Clubhouse this stage. Yeah. I will say, it's not even a really hot take. I think VP needs to get this done in 2. If it gets to a third map, I would worry for VP.
We're speaking about the 2 maps that Pasha mentioned are completely broken with the new operator ban system. It's like they read the interview and were like, okay, that's the map.
Yeah, let's go to them one.
That's our game plan then for today. No, but I think it makes sense. The only way I can defend that obviously was a 7-3 victory for Virtus.Pro back in the group stage. But since then, we talked about what happened with these 2 teams. The momentum kind of changed for these 2 rosters. When we're looking at the average EPS for these 2 teams since July, basically, there's been a change in momentum, really.
Absolutely. At the beginning of the stage, we see VP that has been cooking for 3 months in the shadows with CJX, and now come in fresh with new ideas, new execution, revamped playstyle. As the stage goes on, they get more and more tested, more and more predictable. With still a reduced map pool, you see them lower their average score. EPS slightly below 100. What do you see on the side of Gen.G? They rebuild their team culture. They start working as a team. There are more positives and are getting more wins. And so towards the last few weeks, I know this seems weird, and I will say this, VP is still the favorite.
Yeah.
In the last few weeks, Gen.G, in average, was the better team in average EPS.
And the more consistent team, showing to that graph as well. VP has obviously had some of the higher highs there, but also some of the lower lows on that graph. One thing that came clear in the VP interviews was about saying that they need to do their bit plus 20%. Well, in reality, their average EPS has been below 100, which means as a team, they're expected, their scoreline is below the average of the league, of an average player, which isn't something that you would normally say about Virtus.Pro, and you wouldn't ever associate the word inconsistency with them. Yet that's what we've seen.
We highlighted one player over on the side of Virtus.Pro has really been contributing to their wins. Now, we talked a lot about him with the scopes and everything, and his performance being the group stage MVP. If we had to pick one player on the side of Gen.G to really pick up that battle against him, who are we looking at?
Obviously, we're looking at Skies. I was mentioning it before. I was looking for these entries, and that's where I recall them, 12 and 17. Yeah. And this is, once again, it was 3 and 14 at some point during the stage, at the beginning of the stage.
It was.
It was a massive turnover on the side of Skies. Its positive KD has been, I think, pivotal to the success of Gen.G.
Yeah, the turning point for Skies in performance was really the turning point for Gen.G in terms of their performance. I would say, alongside Skies, I would like Deadshot to step it up as well. If Gen.G are going to win this one, again, they are the underdogs. But I will say, whoever wins this, it will either be Skies or it will be Pasha that will be at the front of their team, being the dominant force.
Well, I can't wait to get stuck in this, obviously. So it's time to send this back to the casters for the second game of the day.
Thank you very much, and we are super excited to see if this is going to be the same sort of brawl, or can this be one where we, go 3 maps demo? You think we're going to go there?
I don't know. I think it's tough. You kind of look at the maps that come in. Order is obviously a map that VP, I think, have looked so deadly on. They've really upped their game from where they were the last stage. The addition of actually having shields in their lineup now has been great for a map like Order, as we know. Obviously, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Gen.G just based on their first 2 maps, because it's not only going against Border that VP have picked into, but then Bank, we know what VP are like on Bank. Yeah, they know that map inside and out. I think it could be a 2 and done. I think it might be.
Well, a 2 and done is definitely a potential way of looking at it. In terms of, I'm just past 180 days, I'm throwing up a Border statistic for you right now. So with more plays than at least 1, so I'm not counting the 2 teams that have only played Border once, the best defense statistics, Furia, to no massive surprise, won 77% of their defenses on a 6-0 recent Border stint. Virtus.Pro on a 4-1 stint have a 75% defensive win rate over 5 play days on this map.
Those are not pretty stats, are they, if you're a Gen.G fan or just a Gen.G player in general? So they're going to need to lock in, and they get the privilege of going on the defense first. And have a look at the bans. I think very wise from Gen.G is that they went for the shield bans. However, The shield that they've left up is probably the best out of the lot, being the Blackbeard, which I find a little bit weird.
I think it, you know, it heralds itself into a specific style of play, right? Okay. Monty, you know, has places that they can sort of get themselves loaded in towards. Blitz can be a bit of a sharp drive. They maybe still want to try and angle towards a bit of pressure on a Blackbeard. A Blackbeard player can be one of two things. They can be a Blitz player, or they can be a Monty player that is uncomfortable, right? The Blitz player Blackbeard will throw themselves in, find engagements, punch you in the face. The Monty player can sometimes get a little bit stuck and slow down and sort of watch. Maybe they're hoping that that awkward middle ground is where they can best operate, but I agree with you, it's a surprising one, especially with how much Blackbeard can just absolutely destroy open rotations. Like, they could fill the job of a Sledge or a Buck on this map.
So East's take is where VP are looking for, and Shepard takes a lot of damage on the Blackbeard that we've been praising from that DMR, and again, this is a position that we see frequent more and more now that we see border be played. It's East hold where you reinforce up this single wall and you just try and hold East for all that you're worth, and they have brought in a bit of denial in terms of the util, that of course being the renew of the Rooney gates. I see that two from Deadshot. Sky's still prone, he will get taken out before the trade is there on the joystick. And VP, this round has fell flat in his face.
I mean, a perfect C4, right? They were fully attentive, fully watching towards the player and the position of the Arune. And then just a cheeky toss out the window. Gone. Removes the Blackbeard. They've lost the IQ, they've lost the gridlocks, they've lost any control on the rotates around. This point, yeah, it's two great players, but do you have the operating utility to try to pull it out? The main utility drivers of a push, gone. There's a steady approach in towards office, but Gen.G have just pulled themselves back. They're not going to sit around and sort of wait for an eventuality. That'll make the swing a little bit more awkward, but they're fishing here, Demo. Virtus.Pro trying to find an engagement and misses one.
Reloading.
Sprays against the player that the shots don't quite fully connect with. Oh, there's the ping. There's always getting at least his one. They drop out, they rotated, and this is when the loss of the gridlock's going to be bad. Dan does get another, but 20 seconds, Demon, 2 versus 1 now.
Yeah, Dan have to creep up in through 90 and just doesn't have the time on his side, nor does he have the diffuser, so he has to try and play for the kills. Frostmat will be in front of him. Knows that one's below, but not aware that the player is so close. Swinging that door. Gen.G, an easy lockout for them. Again, they did done most of their heavy lifting in that kind of first portion of the round with that double C4 kill. Really just put the round to bed at that stage. It was a simple cleanup then for Gen.G to find the rest. So yeah, good start. And again, that's good prep though from Gen.G, knowing that VP, they will always try and attack in from east stairs. So put up a little bit of a fight. You know, just don't give them that easy access into it. Make them work for it. And that's exactly what they did. So yeah, nice adaptation.
Well, the start built upon the back of this. I mean, you just couldn't ask for a perfect 2 ops to remove. More so. There, and they got a couple of sort of kills slowly and steadily, but I think as long as Gen.G didn't entirely throw themselves at that, they had that locked in. They got the pick on the opposite end of always. There was a moment where it was like, oh, and then it was like, oh. 1-0. Gen.G get themselves off to a start, but how long and how far can this roster go? Deadshot obviously getting 4 kills in that opener. We know the pedigree of Deadshot, we know the rosters they've played on before, we know the places that they've played in and how well they've sort of played it. Is this going to be a day where he's able to shoot himself in towards the approach of a Virtus.Pro? Remember a Virtus.Pro that, you know, when you and I cast them last, unbelievable.
I think it was just straight in, did the job well, no complaints. And I think for VP, certainly up against a side like Gen.G, it's the same mentality that they need to have and just kick on. Because don't forget, I mean, whoever wins this series has to go straight into another one against Falcons, who now have a bit of a break. So I think for both teams, they're going to want to try and get this done quickly.
Well, quick might be the MO. You're not going to get through that with that. Cycling gadgets. As they do finally find the break, Joystick almost gets his head ripped clean off by Skies, who's just aggressively leaning in towards the top of the square and then aggressively stepping his way back out. Border, you're never 5 feet away from a fight, and as the pressure starts to encircle its way around Break, you can see the hot pings. They're fully dedicated towards that player, but with the wall still stood, you don't really have a way to force them out, and they can slip their way to safety. Now, removed, revitalized defense, still has some CC control, but still has the direct vertical control of the site as well. At this point, Virtus.Pro, 1 minute 30, it's taken them to get inside the building. They're looking for the next follow through, but all they've really got is top east. And as always, going to start applying the pressure inside the site. I think that was towards Asta, wherever it was. Always does win out. Gets the drop. Was that around detention or jail? Has just broken his way in on jail demo.
Yeah, classic Zokobi, just by himself, solo pushing, finds an opening pick, and that will give them customs and supply control now, which is a good foothold to have, of course, for this bomb site, which is just in the other end of it. Just right beside customs and that. It locks down metal, of course, so it really does limit the rotates that Gen.G can do now, but VP just taking their time, working for the motions, and now they can start turning it up a notch. Start moving their way in towards armory and security and the likes. And speaking of security, there is still Azox inside Brazil right now, and I think Joystick knows he's there, but just doesn't want to go for it. It leaves it up to Shepard, who dispatches with him very efficiently, and the last player also falls the fountain. I mean, that's just VP at its best. Just find a guy, kill, another guy, dead. Just works through it. You're really, really good stuff again from VP.
Beautiful step-by-step process there.
Yeah.
And they also, you know, I think that was it, right? It's for as long as we've talked about this team, the compliments that we've paid them, the herald of a bad VP round that echoes with every single, you know, worrisome tick of the clock is the clock. It's always been that worry, but there they just, and this season they've made sure that they're always in step with it. You had, as I said, 1 minute 30, they've gotten the East, they've gotten this, and then that's when the Dokkaebi starts to activate on the opposite end, and then they put this into place, rather than an old VP where they said it themselves that they used to be worried to sort of throw themselves into those engagements and feel like they had to do it. It's just been very, very well orchestrated, and here, although Deadshot's got himself off to a bit of a rip-roaring start, unfortunately, he is the only Gen.G player outside of Asa to find a kill.
Yep. Again, Border is a map, comes down to kills. It's not a strategical map in the sense of, oh, you have to follow a step-by-step process. It is fast. It is furious. It's not the film franchise, but it's close enough to it. I just think that on a map like Border, you have to lean into the fast operators. You know, the operators where you want to play off just sheer aggression. Dokkaebi, Blackbeard, Grim, all those operators are in your face. Yeah, you don't need hard breach for this map. So it even frees you up to bring in more operators like that who provide more of the aggressive util.
At this point, one apiece. And with the limitations obviously brought on from the clash in his army, the castles is pinged. Your only real architecture that you can sort of deploy and build behind here. Yes, you can play on the back of swings, you can try and burn utility with the gates, but Virtus.Pro are more than structured enough to get the piece-by-piece removal. Skies, once again, playing this swing position here with the DMR. Virtus.Pro aren't paying it anywhere near as much attention as otherwise did before. Instead, it looks like it's going to be a drive on towards Break. Cut them in half. Make sure they can't just rotate their way out. Sprays through, but a very scrappy whiff there from Always. Needs some support sooner rather than later, and Joystick is there. Another call. We hear the C4 second away from being removed. Now, where does Skies go? Azox finds Dan, stops the entire push from collapsing on towards the front of them, and Always worried there's going to be a rotate up metal.
Yeah, you can see that Gen.G just not entirely sure where these players are for VP, and VP, they know exactly where they are, because again, that Dokkaebi call comes in. Another missed kill though for VP, but Always just jumps in through metal to find one. Great little pinch. VP using that Dokkaebi oh so well to give them that heads-up information, and Gen.G just don't have that. And they've been forced all the way back into that first floor now, so top floor control is lost for Gen.G. And looking at these two players, they may actually look for a retake up metal, maybe.
I think that's the MO. It is being watched, I believe. Yep, Pasha has this just in his angle, waiting and anticipating. There's an air jab on it too. They've done everything they need to do because it's not unknown. But this is a map of risks, right? And at this point, they've still got to go for the plant. They've got the fight. I'm assuming the single wall has been breached. Joystick does trade out one, and Asta does get always on the back end. It's a good little poppy utility to try and find the fight across Passport. But as the Blackbeard slips in, they'll be able to get this kit cemented. It's... Ooh, maybe not. Joystick somehow gets caught from the long range, but there's a flank on a flank on a flank demo. Pasha gets the back end of the pincer. There's a fight with a Blackbeard, but they've already claimed it out.
Oh, that castle barricade. That was... I've seen it plenty of times before where that castle barricade actually hinders the defenders. I get the idea. The idea is to have that castle barricade because it gives you an outlet where you can flank up east, actually fight for east, and then also fall back down and don't have to worry about getting pinched from, you know, some angle maybe sat on the catwalk, for example. But if you lose control of that side of the map, which they did, and you lose that top floor, and you can't really fight back because you're down a man, that castle barricade is going to just give a free entrance into the bomb site, and you can simply go for the plant. That's exactly what happened for VP. I think the roam clear really set them up for success because they knew they always were going to have that extra man. They're going to have Pasha just lurking around, which, again, done the business on, like you mentioned, a flank on a flank on a flank. That was the important thing, is you had that extra man who just appeared out of nowhere and caught those remaining defenders by surprise. So, yeah, really good stuff from VP again. Gen.G struggling to win their gunfights right now.
I think you know, as I said before, there was only really two players technically that had drawn blood. It's the opposite end of Virtus.Pro, where apart from Pasha, who's 1 and 2, heaven forbid, the team is so enraptured and they're in every single angle. They know where they need to cover, they know where they need to support. And yeah, that's what attack is, right? You are the decider, unless they're peeking, of where the first engagement is. If you're not, then you're not attacking very well and you don't have the right intel. That is the purpose of it, and they should be able to apply their balance towards it, but their balance is still gunfights, right? It's not that they're entirely catching Gen.G unaware. There's a back and forth, but it's just not really landing into Gen.G's favor for now. Still, early doors, early days, and an early removal of the bulletproof as we go back towards the top site.
Swapping bags!
So Gen.G, again with that Dokkaebi caused them a lot of issues. Surprised that we didn't see maybe the mute come in a little bit more so. I think having the mute jammer to combo with these mirror windows is going to be pretty nice because, again, it's going to stop any potential hard destruction getting onto them. Of course, having the mute jammer just to help out with these Dokkaebi calls, especially whenever the mirror window is in a bit of a hot pocket position. Obviously, towards that Brazil hatch, you're going to get pressure from a lot of different angles, and certainly being able to take the Dokkaebi calls off the board, yeah, it's going to help you massively to really help you in those engagements against this VP side, who we know are just going to try and look for that one small gap, use their util, and then explode onto you from every different angle and hit you with that gun skill that we know is so strong. Pasha actually goes below and will pop that mirror window and also sends in the bees, but we know that the bees are not going to be too much of an issue whenever that mute jammer is still on board for Gen.G. Always, again, another opening pick. He's been great at finding these picks on this Dokkaebi.
I mean, they're just sending him in, right? I'm surprised they didn't ban the Dokkaebi. Yeah, as you said, they can play the mute and they can go against the jams, but it's just a limit always who's just like, Dokkaebi, kill. Dokkaebi, kill. And almost the scratch here as Joystick does escape a C4 that was sort of thrown as a bit of a Hail Mary for a kill there. Now they have some attention on towards Office. They're waiting for a drift round. It's a solid sort of no man's land. as they're trying to pass the divide, but Deadshot threads the needle, looks for a second, slips his way back into the fight, actually. I thought he was going to try and maybe get round to the other side and trust that it was still soft and bordered, but 30 seconds. They're just moving their way in, always! What is he doing, Demo? Even Gen.G don't know! That is just more and more bodies piled ahead of them. Ban the player! Unbelievable drive on the Dokkaebi. I mean, just, as I said, so confident with this map and that operator.
The synergy is there in abundance, isn't it? Just the way he's waiting, he's just at tunnel, he's just waiting for his teammate. Okay, I know the Blackbeard's coming in armory. 3, 2, 1, push. They're making this look so simple. They really are. They understand the map. That's the one thing. I see a lot of teams will go to border, especially on their attacking half, and they'll be sitting there bringing in hard breachers. And I sit there thinking, why? Why would you bring in hard breachers on a map like this? You don't need that. Look at their lineup. They've got that core, the Dokkaebi, the Blackbeard, and the Grim. Those are the kind of operators that you want to see. It's fast, it's aggressive, it's in your face. Gen.G just don't know how to cope with it. The aggression is just getting way too out of control. And do you look at the bans that VP have went for as well on the defense? Or banning their defending operators? Flash, Azami, and Castle. Those 3 operators are great at slowing down util-focused lineups. So their bans as well have been right on cue. Yeah, there's no safety for VP. All those 3 operators give safety in some shape or form. They're taking that off the board. They are leaving Gen.G exposed. So open.
Reloading! Well, as I said, the engagement is picked unless it's peaked, and there is Skies peeking out and getting the first. But how long can they hold on this position? They have the smoke canisters to buy as much time as possible. But it's Pasha creeping their way in from underneath. The grenades will start to roll. They're hoping it will force him into that, but they didn't even need it. Joystick tears the head off in the middle of a smoke throw. It was a bold idea. Punished. And now that's none of that utility to be used later on. Always. Hi, my name is Always. Oh, we're playing border? I'll pick Dokkaebi and go in and try to kill people. Oh, looked away at the worst possible time, though. Almost had it once again. 4 versus 3.
Dokkaebi off the board, and I think that's an operator that has rewarded VP massively with a lot of value. Still got the Blackbeard though, who can make an opening. But don't forget what bomb site this is. It's not the top floor. It is in towards that vent and workshop. So even if they take the top floor, still more work to be done and moving their way in towards that first floor. But with no soft destruction, it will make things pretty difficult. But Gen.G are still attempting to hold on upstairs, and Joystick able to find a freebie as Deadshot pokes his head up by a C4 in return. Will still keep the advantage in favor of Gen.G. Now, for Gen.G, a minute left. You know what you're up against, the Blackbeard and IQ. You know there's going to be no vertical pressure being applied. Reload. All they have to do is sit and hold their crossfires. Where are they going to come from? Probably hatches. Watch the hatches. Double up. Take the 1v2s if you can. And win the round. That's it. That is their win con. Just sit and watch the hatches.
40 seconds, and they're going to try and get the shield in, but well, there's not a lot to give them any real cover here, apart from, as you said, the watch of the hatches. They're quite wide, but Asa wins out, and there's the rotate above. Okay, at this point...
He just wallbanged him, by the way, blindly.
I hate when that happens. And that happens as well. Yep, job's done. Easy enough, sort of around there, and Gen.G, they can hold themselves pretty confidently.
Yeah, much better. Much better for them. Yeah, I think losing that Dokkaebi, obviously, they would love to have had that other call to really help them in that final stage. But good patience from Gen.G. Again, they knew what they were up against. Just don't have to push them. We just wait. Let the clock do a lot of the heavy lifting for us. Just run it down, and yeah, and they did that really well. So much better from Gen.G. but I still feel as though they need this next round. I think they need the even split. I think a 4-2 is dangerous.
I mean, it's Virtus.Pro that are dangerous, right? It's good now. We sort of commented on the kill game and it falling away. That was good movement and team from Gen.G. It wasn't just sort of a round built on the tent poles of Deadshot going massive. It was good movement, good picking back up, good cover and support of each other, and then they sort of realized and had the read on where Virtus.Pro were going. And yes, they got an early advantage and then they were able to double down upon it. But still, it's what happens next that defines you against the toppest teams, and Virtus.Pro are definitely one of those in EML. 3-2, still far from over, and still a potential. We've got obviously the Nook now in the role of Pasha.
Yeah, waiting for him. Just waiting for Pasha to have a round. Just been pretty quiet at the moment, and of course for our standout player this stage, just, you know what'll come. He will pop off at some point, but we just need to see when. Oh, Skies, be careful. That is a nade. Almost loses his life. He's down to about 40 HP or so, but still alive, and the nades are steadily being thrown in to burn some util, I imagine. And they have still got plenty of nades left to the bucket of joystick. Now, obviously for VP, sacking off the Blackbeard will make things a little more tricky in terms of getting in towards east, but there's that man again, always.
Hi, my name is Always. We're on border. I picked Dokkaebi and killed somebody.
Look where he is! Look where he is!
What is he doing?
He's playing Sniper Simulator. Oh, you'd be raging if your Deadshot died into that, wouldn't you? You'd be livid.
Oh, narrow margins. On towards the fight here, but at this point, surely they try and pull away from Pasha. They've lost, at this point, the control of those stairs. And yeah, Nakio just tucks himself further and further away. They obviously had a CC player gone. It was Deadshot. It was the man of the moment before. So I said before, they're able to step up as a team and thread around together. So now they've got to do it without him, with a man deficit. Can they try and peel things back from a death moment here? Because we go on towards what, Bank next. Uh-oh. There's always that worry. Even though you picked it, you know it's not going to be easy. Pasha traded out. Zasa pushes back into Fountain, and Azox does find Always. Although we're hot droning, 60 seconds left, and now it's, well, not even anymore, Demo.
Yeah, a lot of map controls now being taken up by VP. They've got their way into security and into towards break, and now they're going to look to put pressure over towards office side, and really it's Asa who has to go big. He has to make a play here and find some picks, but just nobody seems to be wanting to challenge him for the meantime, and they actually expose himself to that DMR. Oh, takes so much damage, and still flicks over towards Shepard, but he's quick enough to finish him off. And now Azox, I think they know where he is, in towards armor. He got a kill from here previously, and yeah, easy enough for VP to clean it up. Just VP, all they need is that little bit of info, and they are so deadly, aren't they? Just if they know where you are, they somehow find a way to kill you.
Yeah, I think at that point, you know, they were just playing the trade games. They were setting themselves up very well there, Virtus.Pro, when they got that first engagement. They'd obviously done a lot of damage with the grenade as well. It just forced them further and further back. And now I go back to that terrifying statistic I listed at the start of this, which is that for Virtus.Pro, this map is a defensive powerhouse. They've played it 5 times over the past half a year, and they have a 75% defensive win rate across the 5 times they've played it. So they're pretty happy here, I think, Demo.
Yeah. Good half for VP, and now they get that defense. So Gen.G, it's time to lock in and get this underway.
Bombs.
Now, obviously, I think the lineup for VP is fairly similar in terms of what Gen.G were bringing to the table. The only difference is the Izami is available for VP right off the rip. Whereas Gen.G didn't get the luxury of playing an operator because it was banned pretty swiftly by Gen.G. Or by VP, sorry. I think for the lineup on Gen.G, this is the worry that I have. You kind of look at that lineup and it just feels very bland. Yes, there's going to be a lot of util in terms of nades and flashbangs and such, but where's your main pushing power coming from? You know, The Dokkaebi was a massive pushing power for VP. We're not seeing that be brought in. Is it maybe the Deimos? I mean, that's just an operator used to target one person and one person only. So I think just the lineup, I get what they're going for, where you've got plenty of burn, but you know, it's really relying that you're gonna have the better gun skill and you're just gonna be able to set angles, just set and hold angles and hope that somebody's gonna run into them. Right now, VP, they've been on top of the kill game, haven't they? They've been the team who's been dictating that pace. So I think it's a bold maneuver for Gen.G bringing this lineup now, because it does feel pretty bland, I think, for a map like Border.
I think it's sort of the pace of the game, right? There's the Force on Shepherd. He's immediately under every single inch of pressure. That was great. Super aggressive take. They had they sort of had a result for everything right there, Demo.
Yeah. I think that's what you expect to see, though, with that lineup. We've got a lot of flashbangs, lots of nades.
I'm reloading.
Holding East is going to be really difficult unless you have the full whammy of, you know, the ADSs and the Whammy magnet set up. BP didn't have any of that. You've still got a nade to be used. Probably you'd like to use that nade for a Goyo canister, which are still lingering around the map, which is probably the next issue that Gen.G are going to have to try and get past, is still the util that is locked in sight. Azami is still going to be sat inside of security. Don't really know how they get rid of her, because they don't have the range soft destruction that you would like to have against that operator. So Joystick is in a pretty good pause right now. You can see that all of the pressure now is flowing in through East. So it's going to be East into Archives is the attempted plan, I assume, for Gen.G. Armory and security is going to be off limits simply because of that Azami still up. So we'll see how well VP can do from playing from behind.
Ooh, talk about narrow margins. Who's going to be the first to want to swing on there? It's playing from behind, as you said, but with a minute on, with a different style of removals, it's Nako that actually suffers next. I'm not entirely sure what got him on the down, but no one's in a position now, probably just to fight out across office. He was lucky enough to be behind the desk, and oh, there's one close engagement. It's the swing round for the second, but Azox, he's happy to get a second of his own. 30 seconds, and here comes Dan. Dan. Gets the Deimos.
Needs to run, though. Needs to get out of there, because, again, they'll know where he is. But in 15 seconds, I mean, Dan can't really do much. He's going to have to go up the staircase at some point, but that has just put a little bit of doubt into the Gen.G player. Oh, what a shot from Nako! Oh, hit fire!
I mean, at this point, yeah, we talk about position, we talk about the pressure, but you can't plan for 2 kills like that. Just blinding. The hipfire headshot onto one. I mean, sharp as anything. Gen.G, that round. They get themselves a very convincing attack round there. There was a moment, but even with 15 seconds left, you know, they still did everything they needed to at the right time, right? As you said, you've got to do something when Dan's in there. So what did they do, Demo? Push the site.
Yep, that's it. You know, a guy is off site, and again, he's not going to do anything because it's a Goyo. Don't know how Joystick is dying though in the position he is. You know, as in the Azami inside security, where you're going to have all of your Kiba barriers up, and then you lose security, then it opens up an armory take, and then your team has to fight in 2 fronts. I just think VP, they didn't trade well enough that round. You know, they didn't get the kills back where they needed. Gen.G just kind of moved through the motions, I think, on really good drone work, though. Like, they knew what they wanted to go for. They knew where they were going the whole time. But VP just lacking there in the trades.
10 seconds to insertion.
Now for Gen.G, again, a much better lineup now. I think this is better. Again, the util dump is one thing, which worked well for holding that player over towards East, which we've seen get dealt with very early on. This is more like it. That Blackbeard, that Dokkaebi, it brought so much to the table for VP. I'm glad to see Gen.G bring it in, because don't forget, you still get nades with Blackbeard. That's the big thing about this operator being a shield, is he's the only one who gets nades. And that helps that a lot with the utility clear. Obviously, with man marking somebody and being able to nade him out of a corner, it helps. So, yeah, liking the lineup better.
Well, there's an early smoke canister just to stop the instant approach and pressure. We saw how hot and heavy they came in last time. Let's cool them off with a little bit of cold smoke. I assume it's cold. Skies sure isn't. Dan, though, that's the first gone, and that is the smoke out. Again, these aggressive smoke positions, you use them to try and buy time, but you know, it's just a sort of double failing, right? Them in that position is to be aggressive, is to step into the fight, and is to use as many canisters as they need to buy a minute and a half. Not getting to that marker is a huge blow, and now as they're about to try and find the remaining players up top, it's a good change of face. The Force is going to, in a second, come through, just remove the Valkyrie cam, and the C4 will remove Deadshot.
Good C4. Pasha has went down though. I think a lot of nades are being tossed his way, and
yeah,
one of them has been able to scrape him, and in goes the second nade. I mean, I don't think that's going to be for killing Pasha, but it may also get him, which it does. A 2-for-1, the mute jammer and also Pasha's body. So again for Gen.G, this is better control, using that Blackbeard to more or less just contain anyone who may want to try and push in towards Fountain, over towards Archives. We know these are very high value targets for the attackers that they want to try and sustain. Just forces the defenders back even more so in towards Armory. And speaking of, that's where the remaining defenders are going to be located. One guy inside security, I believe actually Always has dropped now also. So it just leaves Joystick above, nobody in towards the Armory side. Always a spot, maybe need to go give Shepard a bit of a hand here downstairs, and they'll move in towards Customs. There's that Dokumi call, going to give them immediate information. The Blackbeard pushes through, and this operator, just look at him, one-man wrecking crew.
Well, he's found himself backed into a corner, but as they did before, Gen.G used that knowledge as a time to try and push on for the plan itself. There is a trade out. Always in Skies find each other, and the drop, the rotate round the back. Joystick, a huge potential position here, gets one. Concerned about the swing from the next, but the Blackbeard is the one that has to step in and offer some support. They are in a great read here again because they are above, and the Blackbeard with the cross means that they can play this as cautiously as they like. There's the play on the plant. The Kiva is thrown in above. They're safe to go for the defuse demo. There it is, Shepard! Time and time again, Shepard is eternal.
Just hold F. That's all he had to do. Just stick it. He didn't care if he was going to die as long as he gets the defuse off. Honestly, the Izami, if it was any other operator, you'd be thinking, wow, this is going to be tough. You know, guy in a hatch. Yeah, rough for him. Uses the Izami barrier to try and block him off. I mean, the thing is, surely Dokumi could have just burned through the Izami barrier quicker than trying to go through the floorboards. Or is it just me? Is that me being nitpicky again? Is that me being a bit cynical?
A win is a win?
Yes, yeah, look, it's same result, I guess, for VP. It's the round win for them. They went for the Izami barrier. Again, just to play off that. Again, could Dokumi maybe just burn through that instead? I don't know. I think the bigger question is, where's the Blackbeard in all this? Where was he?
Yeah. I think that's the thing, because I thought the Kiva was thrown onto the roof, but I could have been
He was catching a flight. He was in Customs the whole time. He was
yeah. So I'm wondering if... No, because even if it was on the door, then they could have just smashed through it. They're a Blackbeard. I don't know.
I don't know what he's being detained. He tried to bring liquids onto the flight.
Tried to get on the
Silly
helicopter.
maneuver. Yeah.
We all know what happens. 5-3.
Oh, it's a big round. It's a big round.
It's been very aggressive, very guns blazing, obviously, which you kind of want for a border. We're going into Bank next as well, which is going to be more of the same, but neither team is obviously called a timeout. Both of them are sort of happy with the pace. Virtus.Pro, they're not always the first to jump to a timeout anyway. They're always, unless they think something is going tragically wrong, they're like, oh, we'll just play it through. Like, we'll play it where it lies. But as the approach starts to come on the other side, you can obviously feel the, I'm not going to say fear here of Joystick, but they've done some great wraps, great pinches on individual players from Gen.G, and Virtus.Pro keep getting around the back of it. We saw obviously the drop down the hatch from Joystick last round that sort of pulled it together. They attempted the same with Dan the round before that started well and then fell off a bit. Now here they're trying to just throw themselves directly at it. The spray against it. Azovs gets out of there. Smart move, but another slow. What a Gen.G kind of cooking here, Demo.
Well, it's similar to VP where they want to try and take in through East, but we know in this current meta, teams will put up a fight. They're not going to allow you into East. You'll notice as well, one thing is really common is smoke grenades being used early. Again, plants aren't really the main thing you look towards for border. It's all about these gunfights, and having that smoke to try and just stall them out is great. But Gen.G, though, they've been able to respond with a lot of kills. The Blackbeard putting a lot of work. Still, BP getting their kills back where they can. It is going to be a 2v3, but look at Skies, look at his HP. All it takes is a few shots, and he's going to be dead and buried. And Dan now will start to get tracked by said Deimos, and almost gets taken out through the wall, but still alive, and very easily fall back to the safety of some of those hard walls, and always goes for a swing. Oh, Skies, great trade from Deadshot, has to be said. That's the important kill.
Yeah, massive. You can see he tried to turn tail and get out of there, and now we talk about who's got health left, and Dan, barely any. They're droning. They are playing this slow, as they should. 30 seconds. They're not going to mess this landing up, but I was going to say, have no idea where he is. Oh, now he has no idea that they know that he doesn't know that they know, Demo. So you know how these usually go? Quite direct. They're on towards the window. Gonna try and maybe drop the hatch as well, but as the reveal, they're on towards the pressure. 10 seconds though, and they need to double stack. Yeah, there's the drop on the hatch. There's now the cover. They can try and get the plant, but the player's down. Demo, it's all just down to one, and he's pushing for the 1 versus 1. Asa, he made the wrong call.
Oh, not again. Another round that Gen.G have just poured down the sink. Oh, I thought, Asa, he needs to drop the hatch here, and if Dan can catch him on the drop. But it was actually him who he caught. It was his teammate. And then once that teammate goes down, Asa knows he can't plant. He has to play for the kill, so all Dan had to do was kill one of them. But I just think the positioning there of Asa, rotating all the way above, looking to drop the hatch, it was a rough call. I mean, that's a very difficult position, I think, for Gen.G to be in. Because yes, they know where he is, but the time isn't with them. And they know they need to plant. They had a choice. Do they play for the kill? Probably not, because he's a pretty far distance away. And again, it's tough to play with whenever you don't have that active info over towards Workshop, for example. But I don't know. Maybe Flood for East, maybe? I don't know. Tough.
6-3 up here, Virtus.Pro. And now we have the Blackbeard removed. It was a huge operator for a couple of those last rounds, but actually the only attack round that Gen.G won, it wasn't present on. So, you know, it's sort of that comfort gone in some options. It's something that was having good in-round performances, but we could have been on a very different game right now if things had fallen had they could have. Little mistakes. I think those are Virtus.Pros. I think they call them a delicacy in Russian.
Now, the way I'm kind of seeing them probe over towards Archives, maybe Archives take could be on for them here as well. And whenever you have the blitz, I mean, you can go fast into office. There's those early smokes again that I keep mentioning. Just traps off those players pushing in towards East and does hit them ever so slightly. Oh, Shepard, hello. Hello, Shepard. Probably didn't know that Skies already crossed over towards East. I think that was the issue.
We've seen a lot of players die from this position across this game. It is a common first played position. It's a first place position. As I said, the smoke dedicating towards it, you see it everywhere at the minute, but people I think are still trying to work out just where they can sit to not get shot, because it is also border, which is sort of the MO of border, is if you are somewhere, you can probably get shot from 5 other places. They have this man advantage. They've removed Shepard. Can they try and just get a round to land? It's not the start that's the problem. As they get a second, Pasha gone. And Deadshot almost on a 2.0 KD. It's when things come towards the push. This seems very well put together, but the focus still needs to be on the plant, on just securing the coverage of the plant afterwards. And as Dan steps their way in, close and ready for the fight, the breach on Office side has been made. It's a jiggle back and forth, and someone adventuring outside. But this take is pretty well telegraphed right now.
Yep, just waiting for Azox to be that point man, has the diffuser. I mean, he could go Archives or if he wants to, but instead I think they want to try and use them to force those kills in through Fountain if possible, but VP are going to have to try and get aggro if they can, and that's a really good spot here from the Blitz, and you do expect that Dan will be a dead man any moment now. Actually turns away from the flash, but gets pushed right into that wall. An easy cleanup for Gen.G. I mean, we've seen that coming from a mile off, the push, just waiting for it to happen, and then it came. Good work from Gen.G. They stay alive.
Great work. It was very well put together. Got the early pick on the smoke. It was caught a bit out of position. Not entirely sure how the
early
second.
pick's big.
Yep, I think the second kill was just on AC window. So, again, it feels like Virtus.Pro's positioning there was loose, a little bit scrappy.
Yeah. I think for just the way that round kind of played out for Gen.G, it's the thing about Border, I think, on the defense, and Gen.G's kind of exposed that. I look at the defenses a lot as kind of like a Jenga, whereas if you take one piece away, the whole thing is going to collapse on itself. That's kind of what happened there for VP. They lose the East player, they then lose the Archives player, and they can't hold it all. You know, the guy in the Fountain has to hold about 5 different angles. You know, he just can't do all of that. The guy in Archives, he's just sat drowning just in front of those attackers. That's the issue, I think, with Border is for the defenders, you have to try and get the kills back if you lose them. You cannot allow attackers to run up the numbers game because they will punish you with the different crossfires that can be established. If you have that extra man on Border, it is so vital. You point it out, Border is a map with a lot of different angles and get shot from a lot of different places. You have that extra man who can do that job. Defenders can't breathe.
At this point, Virtus.Pro, can they get this one locked out, or will we see a third overtime for the day across the 3 maps that we've seen so far? Gen.G, you know, the 2 rounds that could have, should have, would have been their way weren't. That doesn't mean they can't now make it land here. Everything to try and put a bit of pressure and slow down is not really the biggest slow. They've pulled things back, Virtus.Pro. They're not going with those extensions here. Fully locking off his side, fully locking with the Kaid clause and saying, look, you've been doing these grenade bounces, you've been doing this pressure, fine. We're going to build a castle, fill it with electricity and C4s, and you have to try and do this the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way often meant a rotate round on towards CC instead. Go for the approach on a slightly different wall. They have everything that they could try and get round to it, depending on where the mute jammers are and the Twitch drone can get to. But the bisection here of the floor is going to come through from the shield first.
Now these impact DMPs need to be on point. See if they can try and grab this K-Claw, but I still think the top's going to cause them a lot of issues. We know that, and instead of just trying to play around the top, they're going to try and kill him. Oh, what are you doing? Azox gets punished. Has got the wall open, though, for it. Oh, but that somehow appears a 1. Almost catches the second, puts Sky's about half HP, but look at the state of that wall. They can't get in through triple. They can't even get in through Archives. They've lost their hard breach. And this is a very tricky 2v2 that Gen.G need to problem solve. They have to walk in through doorways.
That is 3 for Skies, though. So now, using the time they've got left, they know one is entirely back to an electrified protected wall, and the other, well, that's the missing link right now. And it's Joystick with the cross inside Fountain. They're just going to plant. This is the perfect idea, the rip on the C4, because it's all on the BP, as you said. It's pinged out. They don't need to worry too much. Oh, unless Nako does something like that, revealed on the BP, and now they're going to go in, get aggressive, pre-fire the angle, pre-fire even further. Where was he going on holiday? I don't know. But it leaves us in the 1 versus 1, the new location. A great play there from the man who really saved out the round there for Gen.G. Skies keeps them fighting, keeps them within distance. 1 round separates us from the end. 1 round separates us from another OT.
Humongous round from Skies. Skies struggled a lot on his defensive half. Really struggled to get into the game, but on the attack, he just came alive, and a big old round to keep his team in it for at least 1 more round. Oh my word, I mean, what a shot as well onto the Cade. What a shot. I don't know how they win it for this stage, by the way. I mean, an absolute mess of a round from all accords. Look at the state of that wall. The Sky's just the cheat code. I mean, even this as well, you kind of think, oh no, that they're going to give Shepard an easy clutch here, but look at this shot. Wow. Just sees that flicker of movement and Sky straight onto the headshot. Oh, VP kicking themselves at lost this round, but to be fair, I mean, both teams have had opportunities to win out pretty easy rounds and have struggled to do so. Really, it's a lot of clutches this game.
Deploying bulletproof camera. 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think that's the strange sort of pacing that we have as an idea of this game is, yes, we can point at rounds that could have gone one way or another. Yes, it's not lightning immediate 5Ks, 4Ks. It's still steady builds throughout the round, but that's just how these two teams are sort of playing into it. It's two teams that enjoy the chess element. That isn't chess. Driving your Bravo immediately into the mute jammer is I don't think that's a good opening gambit, but I don't really know chess. You know chess.
He's great guy chess.
Yeah. It's just, there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
6 to 5 and about to make friends with the shield. The blitz
the biggest thing that I'm seeing right now just for VP, they're just leaning into the traps, aren't they? I mean, they've brought even more of them on board, and I think that's just because Gen.G have been pretty prolific in terms of bringing in the shield. So VP are just going to go all in, and this is where the Brava should get a lot of value.
Oh, this is where they start to apply this pressure. Round with the shield on towards above the site and offices. They tuck their way in, being hot droned ahead on both the archive side and Fountain. They're not leaving anything to chance, but they're focusing pretty directly on at least vertical control of bathroom. However, with the players underneath, you can see that Virtus.Pro, as I said it before, they went a bit traditional last time. They're doing the same here, keeping themselves at arm's length, keeping themselves moving and mobile, and utilizing the stairs and the rotation. And Gen.G, they're struggling to find the first piece of this to pull it. The initial step is a slippy one to make because you'll find yourself suddenly hurtling towards the end of the round, as Border likes to go. And with all the information that they've got, they just cannot seem to get anything on the back of it, I say, as we get a perfect demonstration of what you can get on the back of it.
Oh, great pinch. I mean, Deadshot's been waiting for that kill for ages, it feels like, and Joystick finally goes down. So Gen.G, they just gonna take their time, but they do get their reward, and that is 2 free picks. Haven't lost anything. Now they have full upstairs control, and now it's just a simple move on down, start taking other points to the map, see if you can move in for the plant. Oh dear. Please drone him. Oh dear, oh dear. Say it ain't so.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it ain't so.
Uh-oh. Well,
there we go.
2 versus 4 as Shepard does find a kill on the back, but he is close enough to C4. No, gets caught out and then gets dropped out. Yep, didn't quite thread the needle. We go into another OT demo.
Here we go. Gen.G have made the comeback. With 6-3 down, I think. Is it 6-3? So, yeah. Good job.
At this point, it's, you know, it's anyone's game to obviously piece together. I think Virtus.Pro aren't worried about this one potentially devolving into 3 maps. You know, our Gen.G, it's tough to call, but as attack timeout does get called. And that was the Gen.G logo, so there we go. is warming up. It was Virtus.Pro. I mean, you would have assumed it was Virtus.Pro on the back of 3 rounds lost anyway, but frustrating for them.
Yeah, very much so. Just lost complete control. And Gen.G are just in a bit of a flow state. And I will say this much. I feel as though on the attacks, Gen.G have been far and away the better team. Like, there's also 2 rounds that really they shouldn't have lost, I feel, in this game. I suppose one could also be said for VP. I suppose maybe balance it out, but certainly Gen.G, I think, have dominated the pacing. You know, VP have really struggled to look in control in their defense.
It's very fair. I think it's the element that we see sort of get taken away here from the holds of Virtus.Pro because Gen.G has applied the pressure at the right moment. As I said, they take their time. They really weigh up their first route, and if it's something they can get immediately, as we've seen once or twice on their attacks, they'll take it. They'll throw themselves in. They're confident enough. But if they need a minute and a half, sometimes even 2, before they can run the numbers, they'll take that too. And generally, they've had a really good handle on just that opening kill game on their attack. They've taken the pressure very, very well into their stead. But have they grown into this with the second half and the 3 attacks threaded in a row? Defense have only been able to get 4 rounds total between the 2 teams. So Virtus.Pro probably aren't that happy about starting on it. Only takes 1 moment. 1 round here. If they can get this, though, they get the joy of going back towards their attacks. They're able to win out at least 3 of the 4 sites. Probably the only 3 that we'll ever really see.
Obviously, Joystick has went for a bit of a wild card pick in terms of playing that Vigil. The main reason, I think, is just going to try and counter Skies on that Deimos. Again, Vigil, an operator that Deimos cannot track if he's using his ability. And I think Shepard knows that a player's already crossed over to the left-hand side, and Shepard again gets punished. I don't know if Shepard's the best East player right now that I've seen, because he's really struggling, isn't he?
Just keeps getting baited. Like, that was great, but you're like, oh, why are they just holding the trigger? That is why. They wanted to make them think that, yep, we're going to hope for this, and then they otherwise just don't move. And it wasn't helped by the fact that you can see why Shepard was in that position, as always gets killed, because they threw the smoke canister out and it didn't land exactly where it needed to go. Sky's just in the site, mate. Just in, off on his jollies. Come on, guys, get the plant in. What are you doing? I'm in the site. Oh! And that is filthy. There's 1. Tries to get the connection on the second, but very quickly surrounded. I mean, give this man a Gen.G medal right now. As I said, Deadshot's had a great map, but the attack rounds that Skies has clutched out has been phenomenal.
Fluid. Absolutely fluid from him. Just wow. No words. Gen.G, probably the easiest round they'll get all night. VP just collapsing at the seams. That's 4 defenses they've lost in a row. Just nobody from VP having a clue what to do. The timeout. Good for nothing. Gen.G sit at taking the first map. And don't forget, it's VP's pick was border. So for VP, you need to win your map in the selection. And right now, they're not doing that. They have to win the next 2 in a row to make that a success. They will switch over to the attack now, VP, where they had a much better time. But we'll see if they can just drag themselves out of this slump and at least get a round back.
I mean, it is a slump. It's 4 rounds in a row. We talked about earlier seeing a fantastic 5-round run from Matchco that Falcons struggled to sort of stop and bring an end to. And here, Virtus.Pro, they're almost at the same metric, but if they get to 5, well, the map is over. Then we head on towards Gen.G's pick. Sure, it's a risky pick, but this was a map that, as I said before, statistically, it should have been Virtus.Pro's. And the homework has been done, so then it makes you curious, Demo, what is going to happen when we get to the map where they said, we've done our homework and we want to beat you on it. As now, there seems to be another hold, but it's always worth noting that defense has been generically on the back foot. Only 4 defensive rounds, 1 of all of them that we've seen this map. It has truly been a feast for attackers, but it has been a long, long time since Virtus.Pro was on attack.
And those early smokes to deny access to, of course, that east stairs take. No shield that Gen.G need to be concerned about, as Blackbeard has not been brought to the table. But still, that Dokkaebi, that is the ever-looming threat that we know that VP like to play with. Asha downstairs seems to get value of that DMR and try and shred on through the flooring. Shot goes for the peak and gets punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to get aggressive, tried to lean back in. I get it. Your position's under a lot of pressure at that point. You want to try and fight your way out. You know that they're droning onto CC, they're droning on towards Break, they're droning on towards everything around you. Why not go out with a bang? Oh, you did, but it was the one that hit you in the face. A minute. They have that opening kill on towards Deadshot. There's still a player inside CC. It seems like they want to opt and rotate round for a slightly different second approach here. There's obviously a strong gadget and gun game. As always, tries to find somebody on the CC side. Nako. The Legion has it locked down, picks up, rotates, slips on buys. It's all read out, and they're doing a lot to try and catch him, but they actually get his support. There goes Asa, top of metal stairs. And there goes Pasha into a frost mat. Used them as bait for just a second, sneaking their way up, but it's Azox that locks them out from underneath. Rotated his way up. Joystick gets the trade out on the kill. There's the reveal of the goo mine and always gets the pickup. My name is always. If I'm on attack on border, I will pick Dokkaebi and get a kill.
Well, again for VP, clean as ever. Sweeping through, using that Dokkaebi call. They know the positions, they know what they're after. The gun skill showing through. I mean, it's just a rinse and repeat copy of the other times they've attacked that bomb site. There is no difference. I think for Gen.G, they didn't adapt. Gen.G have really tried to lean into the traps, you know, using that Legion, using the Frost, trying to slow them down, but still, didn't matter. Did not matter to VP. They just kept pushing forward. I just think for Gen.G on the defense, you need somebody to just step up and try and almost take a part of the map that will put VP under pressure. They just sat back and let VP just kept pushing. Never once did they think, oh, we'll try a flank. Oh, we'll try and take this part of the map. They haven't done anything outside of the box to make VP worry.
7-7. We are going all the way, but I mean, how many times have we seen this site up here? They obviously opted for bathroom tellers, and Skies just drove himself in. Said, oh, is this mine? Yes. And killed a couple of people. Virtus.Pro, they've tried cautious holds on this site. They've tried stronger holds on this site, and none of them have landed, Demo. They have not had a single successful defense of the second floor site throughout the entirety of this showdown yet. What do they think they can change? What do they think they can bring to alter their fate? Well, it's the chance at traps, it's the chance at slowing, it's the chance at stopping swings, it's the chance at a lot of default. There's nothing to try and stop the breach immediately. To be honest, you know, I think they were quite good with the Kaid. It did force Gen.G into an uncomfortable position last time they were here, and otherwise Gen.G were just so solid at removing it. They're always bringing the ace. And the grenades to put the pressure over the top as they start to try and claim top east.
Yeah, that shield. And they come again. Oh, and the opening pick will fall in favor of Gen.G, and that is good for them. Takes down Dan. And also taking down Dan's Goyos, that Twitch putting in a massive shift. And that's another offer which I think has gone really unnoticed, is how much value that Twitch has gotten in this game. I think Nako has wielded it really, really well. He's picked off countless bits of util, which will just help his team massively as they start to move in. And again, the drone work has been exceptional. You know, again, they know what they're after. Gen.G know exactly where they want to go, and they're doing the drone work to really put the pressure onto these VP players who, at the moment, again, they're just fighting from behind.
Well, as Pasha finds Deadshot, suddenly it's leveled up, and Azok's taking a lot of damage. Is just offering pings. You can see Nako's coming around the back to maybe get a bit of a pinch, but it's Skies once again that finds another player. Always is gone. Pasha wasn't really sure if he wanted to give up that ground yet, but he has to pull back. A minute 10, and Office becomes under the control of Gen.G, but not a control that they can fully step into, obviously, yet. They're also going to try and push their way up towards Break. They have the man advantage. If they can try and put the pressure on, you look at the utility in the pockets of the defenders, and it is nothing. This could entirely be ended in a trade game if they wanted to try and force it that way. They have the blitz to bring some of this attention, but they know how delicate this final balance on border could be. And then, as I said before, heading into their map preference next, it could be something that really gives them a good bout of momentum. Pressure on Fountain. Nothing is going to be spilled out the side of it, as they're just going to start to try and careen their way on towards the plant itself. They're obviously out of those Selmas, so they have to cross. It's entirely pulled back here from Virtus.Pro. They're waiting for them to cross the divide. It's a spray through. The health is pretty much weakened on everybody apart from Joystick. The one missing piece of the puzzle pops a double. And now waiting for the pull round. What seemed like Gen.G setting up for success has been blown aside for failure. There's one. There's a post plant and a blitz alone. Has a 1 versus 1, but not for very long. He's trying to be aware of it either side, but Virtus.Pro Demo, they do just enough because Gen.G pushed them to the brink.
Oh, they had no hard breach to open up the archives wall. That was the issue. They had to push in through doorways. Joystick just lingering over towards Break. I'm pretty sure they had a Valkyrie camera in Break. I think that they did. I think that's where he was getting his information from. They had an IQ. They had an IQ to deal with that util, but they were so focused on trying to play guns up and secure that plant. Gen.G, that is a bitter pill to swallow, but they're gonna have to move on from it and go next, because it's still not over yet. That's only the first map.
Well, in the same way, you and I are going to go onto it and go next as we move on to a break.
After a roller coaster of a map, Virtus.Pro find themselves 1-0 up in the scoreboard so far in this best of 3. What a few games we've had. I mean, we looked at the bracket. Some of them were really, really dominant in the first half of playoffs. And right now, we're 3 for 3 of overtime on the 3 maps that you've seen today, with this one also going the full distance.
Yeah, I'm here for it. We're seeing the gap close between the top 4 and our top 6, and I love it. We see Gen.G rise to the occasion. Even when they're being led like this, down 5-3, they bring it back. After being down 6-3, by the way, on that clutch, they are being led, and still they managed to win 3 rounds in a row in attack. And I think if we look at this roster in general, once again, it's the story of a well-oiled machine, an experienced lineup with big players, big moments, big clutches, almost another clutch here, by the way.
Yeah.
And in the end, they fall short just because of that lack of inexperience and big individualism.
And you're definitely right to say it as well, because the stories are almost identical. If you think about it, like Falcons beat quite handily on Gen.G last week. VP beat quite handily on Matchco last week. Both of those teams went to play respectively G2 and Secret, got beaten quite handily. And then, now we're in the low bracket, both Matchco and Gen.G have upped their performance and upped their results in terms of the playoffs, but ultimately have just fallen short to clutches. It's almost a parallel that's happening at exactly the same time.
But then if you look at the scoreline and then you look at the stats, if you combine all the KD right now, Gen.G will have a much better EPS score and a much better KD. The reason for this is VP thrived on winning rounds they should not win, and every time they won a round, it was much closer than when Gen.G won a round. I think in terms of domination and control of the game, it's sad.
Gen.G.
It is sad for Gen.G, but it is them that were dominating this match. It was them that were supposed to get the win. But the experience on VP in a very last moment, that's what made the difference.
Especially given that these rounds were so closer, the whole game in general has been so close. It's really could have been something that Gen.G won. And we saw, obviously, Tesho being the MVP for this map in specific. You talked about some of the players really stepping up. It was the clutches that saved Virtus.Pro a few times.
Yeah, the experience in the late round. Take a look when they go in defense. Let's take a couple of examples, right? We look at this. It's a 2v2 setup, and they've planted the diffuser. You've got a player upstairs, and you've got the Blackbird. Blackbird is way too far away to cover the plant. Dokkaebi doesn't have the vert. Inexperience shows.
Yeah.
Pros don't fake, Shepard diffuses this. Once again, Dan here waits for the drop and really poor execution. The guy that drops gets injured. Dan knows he can play with the time. At this moment, he takes the decision, I'm gonna hide, wins the round of time. And if you look at the very last round, by the way, they won it. But it was a 3v4 on the side of VP. Once again, punishing in defense the inexperience in the execution from Gen.G.
And do you know what it is? It's pressure, it's nerves, it's stress. It's the same as the last game, it's the same as this game. Falcons been there a million times. Virtus.Pro have been there a million times plus 10 years, right? They've literally been there since the start. Dan's cool, unflappable in those situations because he's seen them and he's played them out a lot. Whereas for the Gen.G guys, it matters maybe a little bit more. It's a little bit more hectic, a little bit more frantic. That's ultimately ended up being the difference. Because I'm with you, Leo. I thought Gen.G should be coming away from this map having won it, but they didn't. And there's 2 rounds there, not just 1, 2 rounds that they should have won. They shouldn't have even got to overtime.
It's true. I mean, it's funny. You can see in the face of Dan, he's just ice in the veins. Been here many times before, played that situation out.
This isn't like a final for Dan. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Right? In Dan's head, this is just another game on the journey to being top 1 in EML, sorry. But for Gen.G, this is a final to make, make it further and get that invite to EWC.
That's the most important thing for these teams, to make it further, to progress in the bracket for sure. Now, it's only the first map. We see Virtus.Pro taking it very, not very comfortably, I will say. It was their own map pick, but this opens up opportunities for Gen.G. We're going on to their map pick after the break.
Easy, teammate.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What? Is he okay?
I've been worse.
about to get in the second map for Virtus.Pro and Gen.G. But before that, though, if you don't have any plans yet for the next Saturday, not this Saturday, but the Saturday after that, we could probably change that for you. The Combine will be having their grand final with a live audience next week's Saturday in Düsseldorf at the Ubisoft office, so you get a close look at the behind the scenes at the Ubisoft office. Tickets are still available for that event, so if you want to see the Stars of Tomorrow compete in a final against each other, make sure to grab your tickets and go over to the Combine finals. But for us, we'll focus back onto what we are here for right now,
Stars
the
of
EML
today.
playoffs, the stars of today. As you mentioned, we're going into the second map between these two teams. Now, Virtus.Pro having won out that first map, it was their own map pick. We're going to go on to Bank, which was Gen.G's map pick. My only concern going into this, given the win streak that Virtus.Pro had on this map prior to playing T2, is it that Gen.G might be underestimating Bank against Virtus.Pro maybe a little bit?
So here's my take on it. I feel like Gen.G have looked amazing on Bank so far. I think that their game against Falcons, yes, they lost 7-4, but there was room for improvement. Most of the rounds they lost was not theoretically, strategically lost. I think it was more on the side of Falcons going crazy or having individuals that dropped crazy multi-kills. Gen.G overall looked great on that map, and Jack, VP lost it the last time they played it.
They did. I've just heard your argument for. I'm going to present an argument against Gen.G winning
Like
on Bank.
always, Jack,
Like
you can
always,
never agree
I'm
with
going to
me.
disagree with you, especially when you're shilling for the French team, Leo. The one thing that I will say is one of the maps that you would never historically take VP to is Bank.
Yeah.
And even you'll agree with that, Leo. Teams would ban Cafe and Bank against VP all of the time. Now, VP have lost it inside of EML. Who did they lose it to? It was G2. It was overtime. It was a close game. They are still phenomenal on this Bank. And I will say, picking Bank into VP is one of the biggest balls moves I've seen for a long time.
And that's my biggest thing. They could have left it as a decider. Okay, why not? You want to play Bank against these guys? Okay, leave it there. But to pick it against VP, that to me is a huge show of confidence in their game plan.
I mean, it is high risk, high reward potentially as well, as what we're looking for these teams, right? It's the prize money, it's the EWC invite on the line, it is the SI points on the line as well. Can Virtus.Pro do it in 2, or can Gen.G fight back? Let's go to Bank to find out.
Virtus.Pro, they're on the edge of continuing their fight towards the SI points, or we could find ourselves heading to our third map. The first one that I think you and I would cover in these playoffs, because otherwise it's been 2-0 stories, Demo.
2-0s the whole way for us. To be fair, a lot of the games have just been 2-0s, bar the G2 and Team Secret game. Everything else has just been 2-0s, so it's not as though the EML has been blessed with the full 3 maps in these series, but hey, things could change. And also don't forget, we still have another game later on tonight as well, and that of course is going to be whoever wins this game up against Falcons.
Yeah, it is the contention for those precious SI points. Otherwise, you'll find yourself with a 3rd or 4th place finish, which I don't think either of those two teams would want, but we aren't there yet. Gen.G, they're still in the potential to cause an upset. Obviously, the longer this series goes on, even if, obviously, Gen.G win the next 2, or they push it to a 3rd and Virtus.Pro take it, that's a long day of siege to then have to go into a showdown with Falcons. So, I have a feeling at this point, Virtus.Pro will want to try and get this one locked out as quickly as possible. Just into a quick tech pause. The names are obviously still placeholder, unless that's just something unknown. I'm having flashbacks, Demo.
You're getting bad flashbacks, I assume?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Hopefully, shouldn't take us too long, and we'll get straight back into it. But we've heard that one before. We've heard that one all before. Obviously, going in the Bank, as Jack kind of mentioned, it's very, very bold to be trying to go up against a team like VP, picking that map into them, where they've looked so good across any metric really that you can find about Bank. VP will top the charts in most of them. For Gen.G, they need to have done some pretty good prep work themselves. It's such a bold one. I really hope it pays off for them, because I would like to see this series go to map 3, but it's going to be right from the word go. I think it's going to be difficult for Gen.G.
Well, the problem here as well is Gen.G's recent history on the map isn't great. Obviously, they played it once throughout the split, lost it. That was, hey, not too long ago against Falcons, the 4-7, as they were sort of alluded to. And it's a tough opponent, fine, but so are Virtus.Pro when they're in their groove, and their groove hasn't really been as locked in today. Gen.G, though, was a million miles away last time. Joystick, he's enjoying this tech pause and the comfort of a hug with his chair.
Honestly, the Titanic looks a lot different than what I remember.
So I was letting you run the numbers there on a joke. I mean, at this point, we'll get ourselves in. Always had a pretty solid first map.
Yeah.
As did Dead Shots.
Oh
yeah, all over it.
Yeah.
But Gen.G, they were not a million miles away. Obviously, last time round, they kept the pressure up. They sort of, I mean, you know, we can talk about rounds that they could have won. We can talk about rounds that they were close to winning. We can talk about rounds that they should have won, but as unfortunately proven, should have doesn't get you the map. They have to be the ones, unfortunately, to find that extra. It doesn't matter if, sure, Virtus.Pro got at least a few just from do or die clutches, last minute moments. A big element of a great world-beating team is having the control all the way to the finish, not letting those plays through. I'm not saying they're easy to do. You know, it's the 1 in a million shot, but when you are accurate, that 1 in a million shot becomes a 1 in 1,000 shot, becomes a 1 in 100 shot. And that is what all Virtus.Pro can and have achieved. And so we sort of get a taste over the past 180 days of Virtus.Pro playing this map. They're actually in a loss more than a win, 2-3, but very happy on the attack. 62% success rate. I know I quoted an unbelievable defense statistic on the last map and it went out the window, but it's an attacker feeling day. So maybe they're even going to be even better, Demo.
Well, I think the bans for Bike will certainly be pretty telling. We've seen plenty of times where teams will lean into a lot of hard breach bans, and it just makes that basement really tricky to attack. Vice versa, I think the attackers, they'll probably look at going for electrification bans. Obviously, Cade is just a must ban, I feel, on this map. With the hatches, again, cause a lot of issues. We know that. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how the banning phase will actually go with both teams. But for Gen.G, obviously up against it. And I think for Gen.G, considering where they were at the start of the stage, to get to this point, I think we have to commend them. Because really, the opening kind of first 2 weeks was not kind to this Gen.G team. You know, if you go and you actually scan over the results, they lost in overtime against the Matchco. They got beat 7-3 by VP. They got then beat 7-1 by Falcons. They just about beat Wild 8-7 in OT. They lost 7-2 to G2. You know, it was not a great start for Gen.G, and then to see them rally and pull big wins back, you know, that big win against Secret was obviously, you know, a must for them. Even picking up points against BDS, for example, was also pretty big. So, yeah, I think for Gen.G, to see them pull it back from where they were shows the drive and determination of this team. Because, again, they could have just fell by the wayside. They could have been down there in that bottom 4, not even got a chance to get to the top 6, but they earned it. They really did in that second half.
Well, as the time ticks ever on. So the thing about this music that is like very much like a epic something's gonna happen. When you listen to it a bit longer, it reminds me of like the Champions League music. The champions!
Other football competitions are available.
Speaking of Champions League, I cannot take credit for this throw. It was our brilliant producer. Speaking of Champions League, why don't we look at a PSG video?
All right, Joker, do you have the data from Rio in here somewhere?
Yeah, look, it's all there.
Ah, okay. So when it comes to the hey, Joker?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the past.
did you see that?
What? No. No, I don't see anything. Besides, we're supposed to be the only people here right now. Hello? Anybody out there? Yeah, this time I hear that. We need to go. Right now.
Wait, what is this doing here?
It's not a big deal. I mean, someone's just playing games with us. Like, this doesn't belong here. Whoa, look at this.
What?
Come over here.
Wait.
Come over here. This is awesome. Now, I love this.
This is a privilege to be here. They are the best of the best.
I wonder what it's like to be so good that your name, your jersey up on this wall. I mean, you gotta be the GOAT.
You have to be, but we should get back to work.
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Where?
Look sharp. The emotion is here.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Guys, wait. Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
Damn it, Jess. He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
Okay, Pengu, stop.
I have
We
to
can't
go.
save him anymore. Pengu! Oh.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
What a sterling acting performance, says my notes to read there. Great skin. Love the skin. The cosplay's fantastic.
I'm sure. I think Nick is co-streaming. Nick, let's stick to the day job, buddy. All right. I don't think the acting career's for you.
Listen, I have some creative notes, Nick. We could have maybe done a second take. we're only jibing him. The skin's great. Skin looks very cool, and the cosplay's great.
Bomb located
Anyway,
by attackers.
enough about that. Let's do this now. We're in. Thank you for bearing with us. Demo, what do you think about them bans?
Yeah, well, again, it's kind of what I expected. The Cade ban, yeah, obviously going to be a no-brainer. And then the double heart breach, yeah, just pretty standard stuff coming in from both sides. So VP are going to have to work pretty hard to get these hatches open, of course, with only just having either thermite charges or the hard breach gadgets that they're probably going to have to try and work into their lineup, which they have done, so they've actually brought in 4 of them. Knowing that ban is, you know, obviously the Ace and Habana, I'm actually shocked that Gen.G also haven't opted for the little trick that teams like to do with the mirror windows, where they will place a mirror window on the default wall over towards server, so it doesn't allow the team to open up that reinforced wall and get themselves in. So that's another thing I'm a little bit surprised about. We see it work really well for a team like G2. I know that this is something that they like to do, and it causes a lot of issues for the attacking side. So yeah, it will give VP pretty good access into server and can open up the wall. So I don't think they'll be hindered too much by the lineup. And oh, look at this. The value from Pasha. He gets the 2 Goyo canisters that are close. It's only the one that remains for the hatch drop is up. So really good work from the Twitch Strong, finding 2 in a matter of seconds.
Well, with that gone, they can now try and get themselves thrust further and further down. There hasn't really been an extension on towards the top floor itself. As you said, there's been a decent bit of pressure, but it is a standard sort of lockdown here on towards servers. There's some of that steady pressure from that Deimos. Force the players down, get this clear, get your work done, and get your heads on a swivel down to push next at this point, because they're really wanting to contest this. There's a Kaid ban. The hatches aren't going to be the biggest problem to sort of bite their way through, but this area might be open with the barbs. The keepers getting themselves that stretch and extension. They have some cover on the vertical that was opened up as well, but how surrounded are they? And is there going to be a bit of a heavy drop from the hatches? There is Pasha gone. Skies still on the tear of the previous map, but it was a quick blow to go now, and there's a break round on the back. Needs some support, or does he? Gets one, gets dropped. Deadshot swings round on towards Always. 3 versus 4. They keep the man advantage. They're watching out for the window drop as well, and the Deimos reveal is going to be something that gets them out of there, as Skies just keeps on killing Virtus.Pro. Failure to launch here, Demo.
Yeah, struggling with just a simple open area hold. It's nothing new to these VP players, the way that Gen.G are playing this. I mean, all 5 members of Gen.G were actually on the first floor. Nobody was actually inside the bomb site, so they really went for the full extension across, and it has paid off for them. They've had men to trade kills back and forth. I mean, certainly we've seen that with the Fuse. The trade was able to come in immediately, but I think for VP, this is going to be such a difficult battle for them, and it will be. Oh, I thought Deadshot was going to finish off there and then, but still alive, and yeah, we'll get it on the reload. What a simple round for Gen.G.
I mean, yeah, I think that's the simple is the perfect word for it, right? There was a steady approach. They knew where they needed to watch. There was really nothing that was contested on the top floor. It got down to the middle, where it was a bit of a back and forth, but otherwise, from that point onwards, just sort of beated its way out all the way. At this point, to get a strong Gen.G start. And it's the same sort of names popping up, which you always do like to see in a continued series. Deadshot getting in, Skies getting in. They were so necessary for Gen.G's sort of growth there. And I mean, I think he opened the last map with a 4K, this time with a 3K. Deadshot drives the first in, and in fact, where it all kicked off is where it's going to end up, off towards open.
Let's hope VP can bounce back from that disaster of a first round, but Gen.G, again, just playing to the strengths of the operator that they have, with the defender bans being as they are. We know that it leaves operators like the Castle and the Azamia, who we know are great for a map like Bank. It's a map, whenever you think about the extensions and of course the upstairs holds, plenty of windows, plenty of different angles that VP can utilize. But if you put, again, concrete barriers and castle barricades in the way, it makes life really easy for you. So yeah, I'm liking the lineup from Gen.G. You've also brought in the Fenrir to kind of assist with any potential crouch walkers that are pretty common on a map like Bank. We know that. So yeah, it's an all-round good lineup. IQ should get a bit of value though. You got plenty of things to look for. Mostly those Valkyrie cameras, which he will do so in spot 1. But can't get it just yet. But this is good early information here from VP, gathering where that util is going to be situated and seeing if they can formulate a plan based off that.
Well, we've seen a lot of comments and a lot of moments of how people have been able to swing their way up territory here. The free real estate that often gets lent towards teams, especially on lobby, and it seems like they want to try and angle on towards it. There's obviously the castle to buy yourself a bit of extra swing space here, but with an early drift towards a fight that isn't being offered onto their favor, it's the movement behind that has to come together. No, says Skies. Gets the first with the C4. They almost lose the second as well, as Naiko just pulls themselves further back. The Azami's still happy to build, and Structure could go for a Jefferson's escape if they, well, now have that option. And then they're just going to patch their way across and have some safety. Perfect play there. Perfect awareness.
Yeah. Strong operator, that Azami. Getting that portable cover. Can block off those angles, as I mentioned beforehand. But with that top floor hold route out now, it does allow the sledge to move in and start doing some of the dirty work and getting all that vertical action opened up. And certainly for Gen.G, it's a very passive take from them, similar to last time. It's seeing if they can really test the VP side and then simply fall back to the safety of their bomb site if needed. And with a minute left, I mean, Gen.G are in a perfect position. Full util still up. Got a C4 from Asa. Again, I'm sure the castle barricades probably haven't been tested. Ivor, plenty of VP still alive. Yeah, they've got everything right now. It's down to VP to see if they can move a mountain, essentially.
At this point, though, 30 seconds left. You're kind of wondering if this is just going to be a throw it and we ball and hope. There's all this intel. There's a keen awareness on where they're setting themselves. There's some pressure coming onto this quad wall at this point, but you can't just shove your way in. As Dan might actually try and make that work. There is Joystick getting a kill on the back. There's Deadshot getting the trade out. 10 seconds and they're just full sprinting in towards a hail of gunfire. Not enough time there for them to get a more casual, collected approach, and another good round.
Yeah, Gen.G just playing it really well. I mean, VP trying to go for that attack without any pressure towards copy window. I don't even think they had hatch open. Did they have open area hatch open? I don't think they did.
I don't think so.
So, yeah, really easy for Gen.G. Just two very simple rounds for them to close that out. VP not testing the defense at all. Yeah, Gen.G looking good. But now they have to kind of pick your poison. Do you want to go another mid floor, which is, you know, isn't a very good bomb site, or you want to give VP their top floor? And VP are always pretty deadly in the top floor because I've always mentioned before, VP, whenever they know where you are, they will throw everything that they have to kill you. I think they're a great team just for setting up these great pinches. And I think for top floor, with plenty of the long angles that you can get from the windows, it's going to be big for them. But Gen.G, again, the lineup, they understand Bite really well. They know what are the good operators. Castle Azami comes in. We've seen how well those two operators work for giving that protection to the roamers. This can be done for the top floor. This is now going to be more site-orientated. Block off those windows, block off those long lines of sight. Even the Mira as well comes in, which we know is a great operator for that very reason, can patrol those windows and deny anyone from swinging into it. Look, again, VP will know how to play around that. You brought the Captow in for that reason, which is great at removing anyone inside of Janitors, but before you start firing out the player inside of Janitors in through that Mira, you need to start opening up the rest of the site to put pressure on them.
Gathering intel.
Now, there was a piece done by Leo at the start of the day about how much he hates Nook. It was very specific, and this was a case study. It was the ability of Nook to just go up here, not really achieve anything, and die. So I guess Virtus.Pro don't care for the big brain of Alfamar. Instead, they're going to see if they can maybe try and make something happen and pull away from the awareness, which, to be fair, is something that has been a decent element. Sprinting along the side of a building. Shooting through an angle I didn't know was real.
Here he comes. Hard wire has been removed. An Echo Cam will be no good. Nook will perfectly counter that operator. Shepard playing on those windows. So I mean about the top floor, it sees angles, and here comes Pasha.
Deploying code.
I think this is the moment. This was the exact clip, the exact positioning. Oh, come on. Nope, not the exact same result. Shepard does get a kill in the meantime, but otherwise hasn't netted a reward, but it is drawing attention because the Nook didn't die. Skies finds Joystick, though. So suddenly the Nook has to keep on keeping on until Dan gets called out as well. Nook does finally find a kill, but it was back on the work of the team. It's not that they don't know the Nook is here, it's just they don't really have a direct to get rid of it. Shepard on the upside down rappel outside of the elevator player, but not being offered this engagement either way, so they have to rotate, reapply themselves and reassess. Pasha's hoping he gets gifted a fight, but nothing is being sort of driven towards them here. They're very passive angles of the last two players.
There we go. In goes the smokes. That should have came out a lot earlier, but maybe just wait until always gonna have a teammate with him, and somehow able to pick off always, but still 2 people in. Yeah, weird round. I think just the Nook really made it though for VP. Yes, he maybe missed that first initial kill onto the Echo inside of Elevator, but you look at the position he was able to get himself into, directly into Banana. That helps him lock down angles into Janner, which is where he got his kill from. It helps him just lock down anyone looking to flank. It can hold down CEO pretty well also. It just gives him so much map control. And you can see VP just played off that. So yeah, pretty typical round, I think, for VP. Just the way they play in the windows, they take their time with it. They get that opening, they find that man in that strong position, and they work with him. They work around him. So yeah, VP, solid enough, but Gen.G, you need to be on top of that. You just cannot allow somebody walking up that spiral stairs as easy as what he did.
At this point, Leo, I hope you're watching. Nook, greatest operator ever added. You are just a French hater, which I believe is translated to hater. How's your French? Any good?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. No.
What is the best language you can speak other than English?
Spanish.
How much do you know a lot?
Una mesa, para cuatro, por favor.
I once got pulled on to a stream at SI Boston with the amazing Spanish speaking co-streamers, and I wish I could have said anything in Spanish or understood anything. It was very brief, and I wanted to...
Well, that phrase I've just said, that comes in really handy if you're looking, you know, for something to eat and you've got yourself and 3 of your friends. It comes in very handy.
Any other situations for it?
No, it's just it's a table for 4, please.
Maybe on a train. We have another approach here on towards the top and another lack of anybody. Remember how this round went last time? It was an absolute brawl in open. And I'm wondering if we'll get a slightly different deployment of, well, characters and then utility. Pasha is hoping to get the toesies over Skies that's been forced back towards the site. The Tachanka isn't going to sit around and find out what happens next. They have the hatches to drop on. They still have the 1 player in open. This time, Gen.G, they are playing this much more cautiously, Demo.
Yeah, it's because they kind of have to. You know, if that Azami ban coming in from VP, holding open area is a much more difficult challenge for them. So yeah, I just think that they've had to just give up control of it pretty swiftly. So that will be map control over for VP. But Gen.G, they thought, right, if we can't hold open area to waste time, let's just double down on the denial. You brought into the Tachanka now. So that operator with the lineups, we've seen it work really well for this basement bomb site. And you also have that smoke and the Goyo still up. The Goyo should be dealt with that fuse charge, so Shepard will hopefully make quick work of that. In goes 1. What's going on? Is it get frozen? Did they shoot it? What? What's he doing?
I don't know, but it's not the first time I've seen that.
I mean, hatch is open.
Yeah, the hatch is open. The hatch was always going to get open. Maybe it's a way to counter the Tubarão. Because if the tube has gone through, does it stop the fuse charges?
That's a good question.
Maybe that's why. So they deploy it to bait the Tubarão in, but they make sure that they also deploy the fuse gadget so the tube has gone through, so the pucks drop down and potentially kill the Tubarão. But I don't know the math of if it stops an already
look at this
tube. I mean, 15 seconds, and that's a horror show. Inside the site, they're trying to find a place to plant. They can't even cross without dying right now. There's a C4, perfectly shot. They're going for the replace, the shield on the back, the long cover with just a pistol, and they're gonna get it stuck. Shepard somehow finds it, the cover either side, a 3 versus 2. And they didn't have any other time, any other options. But a late deployed canister. and fire canisters that were just kept at bay. They do get themselves into the 2 versus 2, but it's the last bit that's the nightmare. Just long-arming this, and as they lose the vertical cover, it's a shield they make friends with. That was as late as you like.
Wow. I mean, I don't know how VP have gotten through that. What? Did you see that? That was like...
That was everything.
It's like the apocalypse, wasn't it? That they had to walk through, and somehow they made it happen. The smoke still had 1 smoke grenade, and he didn't use it. I think he didn't use it because he was fighting people who were pushing him from the other side of the map.
Entirely.
So credit to VP. They done very well with their split pressure. They caused enough chaos to drag the attention away from the Tachanka and the smoke so that they couldn't use their gadgets to stop the plant. So well done to VP. Nice play. But how they get that down in the first place is crazy. Absolute insanity.
Well, the tag timeout from Gen.G called... You know, you could describe it as early. I think the main problem is that obviously Gen.G started quite strong in those first 2 rounds. Since then, 2 have gotten away from them. A 2-2-half isn't a nightmare, but they just don't want Virtus.Pro to be able to build any momentum. They want to remember how close they could have got with everything that they'd thrown towards that corner and with everything they had left. Yeah, okay, the reason that they didn't operate is because of the pressure that came down. But we saw Virtus.Pro to put that pressure on, having to full send pistols at dawn. You know, both the cover directly across from server, and then when we moved over to the player that had either pushed down green or dropped a hatch or wherever they were to get to the position they were in. It's just sort of last gasp, last chance hope. And that, as a defender, is your mark to be like, oh, we need to put the pressure. They're worried. They're scared. 2-2. No, back towards open. It's been 2 rounds one way, 2 rounds the next. Will they make their 3rd in a row here, Virtus.Pro, or can the deadlock be smashed open by Gen.G? It's another, as always, pitter-patter approach from the top, and then you try and grow your way down. Now, last time this opened with a C4, but it was a really late final push on towards the quad wall, on towards the kitchen side. That is where Virtus.Pro do not want to find themselves again. It's more of a hold up top this time round, but obviously there's more than enough time for these 2 Gen.G players to disappear. Just feeding and stealing as much drone utility as possible first.
Yeah, I think it's a good combination. It's remove the eyes away from VP and then maybe see if you can linger downstairs with some C4s because they've got 4 of them at their disposal. So plenty of explosive power. So VP need to be wary whenever they will start moving in, of course, for that self-destruction. Mostly joystick is going to be the main target with all those C4s. Valkyrie camera set up, of course, to try and assist them with that and provide some information. But everyone is fled from that top floor there. Coming towards that mid floor, and VP have got once again what they wanted, that top floor control to start moving in. But in terms of time denial, there isn't really anything that Gen.G have. So I think VP, it just gives them a lot more to work with. So they're not having to be under pressure of, oh, there could be a smoke or a Goyo that could maybe upset us here. We can just take our time with it. And Shepard, he's just been on those windows patrolling like a warden, isn't it? It's like a prisoner's escaped and he's right on cue.
Deploying shock drone. Drone active.
At this point, now that they've been able to at least get a first on towards the Tubarao, it's a great gun for sort of trying to battle back against the approach, but there's still a lot of structural work to be done on the site. That is being done now. Remember last time, that happened with about 20 seconds left, if that. They were full sprinting at the site to try and get it open. It might be the same if they can't quite get reloading the removal of the utility on the wall, playing the long angle. That's them a slight reward, but now the coverage of the smoke. Are they just going to try and send it across? They are, but ooh, missed the final angle, Skies. A little bit of duck hunt. Doesn't quite get the second though. A 4 versus nobody. Virtus.Pro They had the support structure in place, so when it went wrong, they could make it go right.
Yeah, VP just getting way too much control of the map. Gen.G didn't really fight for that top floor. I think they left really early. And like I mentioned, they don't have any plant denial. So what were they going to do? You know, you think VP are going to be that slow? No. Maybe VP of old, I'd agree with, but this VP this stage, with the pace that they have now, with the players that they have, where they can opportunity spot really well, it's a different beast. So Gen.G, honestly, I think this Azami ban's kind of hindered them as well. I think Azami was being used as that kind of support and operator to hide behind, certainly for that basement attack. You know, that was what they were using really well for the open area. Just feels a little bit naked now from their lineup, and they're just trying new things, but not working for them. Really isn't.
4-1. Turns into a very quick end, but it was an end that sort of built itself up from why are they in a 4-1? What are they doing differently from the opening 2 rounds? They're operating quicker. They're able to get into these positions because, well, they've got that extra 20 seconds that they left and sort of lost looking for Gen.G players. And it's the strange sort of dichotomy of it, because before, Gen.G players actually weren't really offering anything up top. They were playing a bit hands-off. They weren't ready for the direct engagement. And here, Virtus.Pro, 3 rounds in a row. They could get themselves the 4 to attack half. We could have the exact opposite, as we did sort of set before, with just sheer growth between these teams.
Look at the lineup from Gen.G though. It's not the strongest whenever you think of basement, especially considering what they had last time with just the heaps of denial. They are playing for kills. That is it. They are not going to be being able to rely and say, oh, we've got the denial guys, just run down the clock and we'll win based on time. Not going to happen. With that lineup, it's playing for kills. It's go big or go home. And let's just hope that they have it in them, because VP at the moment, they've been very punishing. I think they've taken the map control really well. They've always had somebody kind of lingering in a position to just hold crosses and put Gen.G in a very tricky position. Again, they will start to go for that top-down clear, and Joystick opens up the floor and finds the kill on Azox. And yeah, this is not where Gen.G want to be. Whenever they're playing for kills, attempting this run game, if they don't get the kills, it's going to be a waste. Like, they cannot drop. Look, they have to stay up here. They have to try and fight for kills.
Yep, and at this point, oh, they seem to have a decent impression of where you are. TuberRao misses the couple of shots on towards the drone, but they play with narrow angles and the calls start to come out. It's almost the sign of, look, we got to get out of here. They're still double stacked, hoping to try and put some pressure back on, maybe get one kill before they're entirely removed, but unfortunately, nada, no dice. And now, without the mute, well, you still have 2 C4s, and that's it. They are just down to that gun game demo that you sort of highlighted before. They've got nothing else to slow it, apart from maybe making them a little bit chilly with the TuberRao canister. At this point, they have to propose fresh problems, and that's this, in towards server. The extension waiting to try and buy, well, at least another bit of time on the hatch itself. They're not watching out for that, though. A ready free swing round. Now those players are isolated. They're having to go over the table and hop. There's one left alone in server themselves. Nako has to win this engagement. Does. Looks for the second. Either side of the wall itself. Cleverly played, and the grenade will force them further and further away. Gets them into a slightly fresh angle with the pistol. Dropped though! As another falls on the site. Virtus.Pro have just turned it on.
Yeah. Really easy for VP. I think whenever we've seen them, I mean, we both knew at minute 20, whenever they dropped open area, getting no kills in return, looking at their lineup, how were they ever going to win that? All they could do is just pray that they have the best C4s in the game and pray that they just get the kills. But VP were never going to allow that to happen. You know, VP just played it patient, good drone work, being able to pinch these players over towards server, the hatch being opened up, kind of segmented those players from one another. Guys who were stuck in server were stuck in server. There's no getting back. So yeah, VP clinical round again from them. Gen.G have lost 4 on the trot, and they've also used their timeout. So they don't have a chance now to kind of slow it down if things get even worse now. as they switch over to their attacks.
Well, I said it was the opposite. I was wrong because I forgot that Gen.G also started on their defense last time round. So we have an exact mirror in terms of a 4-2 attack half for Virtus.Pro as we did last time. Gen.G is far from done yet. We saw what they were able to do on border. It's just an attacking kind of day. Difference is Bank, I think, offers a little bit more structural integrity to the hold of Virtus.Pro. It means that there's more to clear. It means there's more space to clear. It means Gen.G have to be more direct. And how many times were rounds won out by Virtus.Pro that really shouldn't have been? The difference of time was a big factor. Gen.G, against the odds, have to step themselves in and step it up. Very, very even spread from the side of Virtus.Pro, as we sort of said last time round. At the same time, unfortunately, Gen.G a little bit more hit and miss. They have themselves the castle, the stretch up to the top, the double shield removal, and the Kaid as the early immediate get-go just to limit the hatches. I mean, if Kaid's on the board, you're going to play the basement and try and get that locked in first.
Yeah. Also with the bans, Gen.G will have plenty of hard breach options for them, which we've seen VP didn't have that luxury, but VP didn't really care. I think they made it look pretty easy with the lack of a Habana and an Ace. Gen.G, even though they get those operators available, they've still decided not to go for that and have only brought in just the one hard breacher in the form of the Thermite. So I think trying to open up that quad wall is going to be pretty tricky for them, no? Like, we've seen plenty of times teams where they don't have that ranged hard destruction onto that quad wall usually just get killed from people maybe swinging in towards tellers and archives.
At this point, they have time to waste, time to burn. As I said, it's a big potential problem here for Gen.G, so they have to make sure that they're not scared. And what's less scared than just throwing yourself in with a bit of the cover there? They've broken their way across the front desk, and they're going to try and catch anybody that's otherwise hung around. But nobody's overstayed their welcome here, Virtus.Pro. They saw the writing on the walls, and it was, let's drop down. They have the extension into archives. The wall is fairly solidly put together. At this point, it does make it feel a bit boxy, Demo, but it gives you options here. You have that extension into server. You can play the extra space, and that's exactly where you want your eyes. Just in the long desk, just to keep this back line together.
You see they've got a triple mute jammer set up on the quad wall. They really want to lock that down, but it's not going to be any use for them whenever there is a Thatcher on the board, of course. They've even reinforced up the archives wall as well, moving in towards small office. So, I mean, hey, I think VP just really want to lock it down and say, you know what, we'll see if they bring enough hard breach. And speaking of, in goes the Thermite, accompanied, of course, with that EMP, and now always going to have to back out of his position, but instead chooses to stay under the safety of that Kiva barrier. But all it takes is just one player removing that, and he's gonna be dead. Skies, though, will open up an opening pick on the Shepherd. 45 seconds. Looking good now as the second Thermite charge gets them in the small box, and always is really now in the hot seat.
Well, you might have to just carry on the end of this as... Oh, no, I'm back. Don't worry. There's a moment, and there is a moment. Skies sprays on, gets one. Oh, gets a second. Gifted on the quad wall. They thought they knew where they were. Joystick at least finds the end, but it's a 2 versus 1 versus 4, and he's sat at a grenade. Great enclosure. The Virtus.Pro inside. The Bears had nowhere to go but to be watched at and then grenaded, which I don't recommend you do at your local zoo.
Yeah, VP just kind of sat in the site to die, didn't they? Didn't make any attempt to look for a flank maybe up blue. Even try and retake into archives and tellers. I mean, they reinforced that wall up. They just gave Gen.G so much map control. And then the Thermite comes in, can safely open up those walls. I mentioned before, it's difficult for the Thermite open up that wall if you are playing aggro into tellers and archives, if you're maybe looking for flanks in towards blue. But whenever there's nothing to worry about, it's so easy for Thermite just to move in, create those big holes, and just simply be on their merry way. Now VP, immediately thinking, okay, if we want to try and play the turtle strategy, why not go basement where the turtle strategy is very much viable? And I think that's what they're going to go with. You've brought in the Goyo as your denial. You have the smoke as well for the backup. I'm sure there still will be some form of off-roam pressure because you have got that Azami at your disposal. And we know that she just excels in that open area position. So it is something that Gen.G have to go through. But I don't think it'll cause too many issues, mostly because they've got 2 DMRs on their side. And we know the DMRs are great against the keeper barriers, can rip through them oh so easily. But Gen.G in their lineup looking a little bit explosive in terms of bringing in a Ying and a Sense and a Grim and a Fuse. I mean, operators which we know are very good whenever it comes to crowd control. But seeing all 4 of them used in conjunction, I think will be fascinating to see. Again, I'm sure the Fuse is probably there just to burn away the Goyo canisters, but certainly the Grim, the Ying, and the Sense in terms of executing onto the bomb site. Now that will be a tricky thing that VP have to try and go against.
4-3 isn't a million miles away as Gen.G know time and time again they can only play the game that is ahead of them at this point. They have everything to try and slow it down, but Joystick, just gets into the right ratty position. It's one of the things I was about to talk about of the combination of the Sense and the Ying. They're going to play and obfuscate their approach. But if you're not droning the first step, well, now you've lost the Fuse. The control of those hatches is gone. They've got at least a few pocket tin openers left, so that's not the problem. But without that sort of removal of utility, you think about those Goyo canisters demo. There's a lot of work now for the Twitch to do. You think about the potential play of smoke canisters or those ADSs. If you had the Fuse charges, a lot easier to clear. Not anymore.
Yeah, even just lose the man. You know, it's at this stage of the game, it's pivotal, you know, just to lose out on the extra man who maybe could be used to go for a backstab in towards Garage or maybe drop a back hatch. Similar to what VP were doing in their attacks. You see, whenever they had the man advantage, they were using it to almost drag defenders out of position to allow the planters to have a much easier job at getting the diffuser down. But Gen.G aren't going to be the luxury of that. Look, they still got plenty of util, but talking about util, the flames and the smokes, that's where it's going to hit hard, really hard here for Gen.G is getting through this.
Well, here comes that blind, that covering of the intel, the roll of the Candelas on towards the back, and I believe a Sense wall's gone out. I don't think it's fully connected, but you can just do this. Cover it with the single smoke canisters. They're baiting as much as possible. The Warden is more than happy to play a look-through game, but they are getting the plant secured, and ooh, just outside the smoke. One's gone too far, one's not gone far enough. Threaded the smoky needle, and now what a devastating moment. I have no idea how Azox was able to hold his breath throughout that, but with the hatch control and a 4 versus 4 with 30 seconds, they have to go for a retake. But look at this watch. Skies chooses his moment, gets one. Cannot get the cement on the second, but they are going to get the pickup during it. However, a nobody versus 3, because they did get a team kill at the end there.
Oh, Skies is loving that one, isn't he? Great little play there, sat in the elevator and lets them come up. But how has that diffuser went down with all 5 defenders up? C4 was still there for Shepard, by the way. Missed smoke grenade, has to be said. Missed a smoke grenade in the long angle. But still, or from VP to let that happen. All 5 defenders up and nobody challenging on. Nobody even died trying to stop the plant. Just let it happen. Nope. And we know that bomb site, that diffuser goes down 9 times out of 10. That round's going to be won by the attackers.
I think it was, you know, there was a strange moment in that round where the plant going so perfectly between 2 smoke canisters. I can see why you'd have confidence that they weren't able to plant, but those things happen. Again, I talk about these sort of 1,000,000-to-1 shots. Siege is built on those. We've seen some of the craziest things happen in this game. And unfortunately, sometimes there's just a bit too much trust, especially when you still have the Warden to try and swing against the sort of coverage of the smokes and the ROUs, and a missed moment for VP levels things up. 4-4 demo. We're just cyclical in our day-to-day.
back and forth. Gen.G, good that you get those 2 attacks under your wing. And for VP, with open area and basement not working out, top floor is where they choose to go. And similar to Gen.G, that castle and Azami are going to be the core of defending this top floor. Gen.G have obviously got that Sophia in to help with any castle barricades that could be a little bit tricky to deal with. And of course the Flores as well is always going to come in handy. VP backs up against the wall whenever it's a youth, they'll start getting popped open. I think for VP, the main thing that they're going to want to try and do is just keep that Echo alive. We know Echo is a massive wing con a lot of the time. I've seen it plenty of times on this bomb site where just that one Echo can provide not only a massive amount of intel for how many people's in the windows, but just, you know, stopping the plant going down with the yokai drone. So I think that'll probably be the wing con. For Gen.G, it's just that steady movement of clearing away utility, slowly but surely breaking through the waves of defense that VP will set up, and then dumping in the utility you have from the Kappa Tower, which should net them some pretty free kills.
Well, here comes all the pressure on towards Janitors. Blinded by the smoke, and then that allows the breach to potentially happen. You can see they're half aware of it, but it sounds like something was still able to pop off. However, you can't just hope. Throw things and see if they stick all the time. Here's the approach from top square. But with just 2 on the windows, the kid on the roof, they're really trying to find that first route in. There's more coverage. Reveal of the drone. There's one for Nako. Pulls back. Gets hit by an Echo drone in the same second, but as Skies finds Dan, it's joystick that needs to activate. This is the first. But as the second reveals themselves as well aware, and it's a flawless for Gen.G to pull themselves into the lead.
Yeah, brilliant. Again, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. Put pressure on the player inside of Janitor. 3, 2, 1. Util goes in. Swing comes out. Kills, kills, kills. VP. Nobody responding with kills. They just sit there and let it happen. Just a real lack of any pushback from VP. Just not looking to swing, which is unlike them. They look scared going into these engagements. They're just giving Gen.G everything. Absolute disaster from VP in the defense, but Gen.G in the attacks, really good stuff. I mean, the one round in the basement playing from behind, how they get that off, I don't know. That round was just great. They, similar to kind of what I said whenever we seen them on border, it's very obvious what Gen.G are going to do. You can see their push coming from a mile off. It just doesn't seem as though VP have that same feeling.
It's been such an attacker-favored showdown. It relentlessly between these two teams, seemingly they are happy on one side of the game and it is attack, and then they just keep finding. It's almost like they have a great strat book on each other, but unfortunately not a lot of awareness on their opponents. There's missed moments, fine, but again, what we're seeing here from Virtus.Pro is rounds going away from them. And I said it at the start, on border, they're able to clutch out rounds that probably shouldn't have been theirs. That's what happens when statistically they're on the back foot. We all saw it happen. And I wondered if it would be a problem for Gen.G, but it's actually proving more of a problem here for Virtus.Pro, because there is this different level where, because Bank is one that requires a lot in terms of team coordination and communication, when these things are connecting here, instead for Gen.G, it's just the divide is bigger. Virtus.Pro find it tougher to sort of fight their way back in based on some scrappiness. And oh, we're back down to the basement with the smoke. There's obviously no Tachanka in this sort of split. The Sens has been banned, which is such a specific removal for a single sub.
Oh, VP need to do something different. And without that Azami, how on earth are they going to be able to hold that open area? Well, very similar to what Gen.G had, that you just can't. So I think it'll be a very loose roam from VP, and we'll drop down immediately as soon as any bits of pressure get applied. And oh,
hey, there's a bit of pressure.
Well, trade still, but you've lost the Warden, who, again, you'd like to have whenever we know that Gen.G like to smoke out this bomb site. But still, the trade is good, though. Removes the Grim off the board, so at least that's something to say. But know who this favors. A Grim for a Warden? I think probably favors Gen.G. Just because that Warden is crucial. Would have had the C4 as well for that bit of denial. But still, all we'll play for.
At this point, as you said, the loss of the Warden, the loss of the Grim, it's a pretty direct sort of trade out. There's tracking on people that have already long since left. A lot of limitation here could come from this. They're doing the fuse charge first this time round. They're also doing the fuse charge second this time round. Are they going to do one more? No, those Goyos still solid.
Yeah. I think people forget that the fuse blocks are a little bit RNG based. You don't know where they bounce. So it's either a hit or a miss. But you still got one, but that's not the issue. It's the two closest to the door. That's the issue.
Well, the breach on towards the hatch itself, the focus on server. This one should be able to get.
Yeah, it should be. There we go.
The remaining
Nice.
fire. That means they've got about a minute to get this breach in and try and get the plant done.
That's good. So Gen.G have got everything dealt with in terms of util. There are still those pesky smoke grenades, but you've put yourself up in really good time for Gen.G. You know, a minute left. Smoke grenades are only going to buy you about 30 seconds of time, but maybe the yokai drones could come in. I don't know, but I think VP are going to need to think of something. I just don't think they have enough denial here to really stop this in its tracks.
Wow, this is a 3-2-1 if I've ever seen it, when you can hear the sort of whir of the ADSs as they're sat patiently above. There's a good catch against those ADSs. A little bit premature on the first bolt, but the drop comes around and second does as well. They're hitting the hatch heavy, hard, and so caught out in the smoke. Azox, you're not going to live, mate. You got to get out of there. And can they even find a route out? It's sprayed over the top. They're stuck, sat, watching. Nowhere to go but drop down there. And now with the kit covered in 10 seconds, it's just got to be a full send. They pull back. The Echo drone is reading all of this towards them. There's always now also on the ground alongside Joystick. It's a 2 versus 1. And I mean, all the way to the limit, but I think it was a single Echo drone that was the dictator of how that round played out.
Just looked as though the fuse panicked. Just, he went in for the plant. Yes, the smoke grenade's going to come in. We know that. But then he just kind of frantically ran deeper into the bomb site instead of just pulling back and just waiting and then planting again. Said the VP didn't have enough util for the time that Gen.G still had on the board. He just panicked. And then we kind of seen a moment where he's just sat on the rotate and is like, well, what do I do now? Can't do anything. And yeah, then the time gets away because they hesitated. They wasted time themselves. Yeah, tough round for Gen.G, but VP still hold on. You see this from Shepard's POV. I mean, great swing, takes up that Capital. Little tap shots as well. Onto Asu, who's trying to go for the replant. 5-5. I mean, what a game, what a series we're having.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. 10 seconds to insertion.
Happy for it. I'm surprised by it, but I'm happy for it. And it's always going to be the arguments when you have this sort of step up is it because one team is stepping up? Is it because one team is falling behind? And it's always hard to gauge, I think. But Gen.G have been brilliant today. And
yeah. So we're a match go.
Yeah.
Like, I think both the series, you kind of looked at it and thought, oh, it'll be like we had last week, where VP dismantled Matchco and then Falcons dismantled Gen.G. You kind of think, oh, we might have a similar day where it will just be quick for the bigger teams to chew up the 5th and 6th place teams, but no. Both of them have really gave it a really good shot at VP and Falcons, you know? And I think Gen.G still in it.
Well, it's the thing is, like, it's still going on. Obviously, if Virtus.Pro win this, it's a 2-0 as well, but it's almost a shame that it would be for both these teams to be on a 2-0, and Gen.G, they're still not there yet. They have more than likely the chance to pull this one in. They're about to have a fight on the CEO desk as Dan takes a lot of damage, but Pasha had the crossfire there, waiting, baited for them to slip their way in, but as they drop their way down, there's still damage done to the pair of them on the top floor. Dan even more so, but he finds Nako in the meantime, and he will also hit the hatch, and 2 bodies, the sledge and the glass removed. Bit of a blow without a catch on either of them.
Yeah, the sledge is a big one because now how do they get in towards Teller's Archives? You know, how are they going to be able to clear players out? Looks as though that actually VP have just gave that anyway because everyone's just in sight. So VP not even looking to extend where they could have easily have done so. I mean, you can see right now, Ass is literally going in blind. You know, he thinks someone's over here, but no, nobody's there whatsoever. Now, the wall has been electrified. They have got the Maverick, but I think Maverick in this wall, whenever there's 3 players ready, is going to be pretty risky to go for. So I don't see this wall getting opened up. I mean, if he goes for this, he could very easily die, but we'll see. See how this goes. Little hole. Oh, Dan gets caught out. Never mind. Asa has also trapped somebody inside the castle barricade, but more holes being drilled, which are now working against Gen.G. Oh my word. What's going on? Gen.G, another one. How's this Maverick got these kills? He should be dead.
They have just gotten 3 kills from 2 holes on a Maverick wall, on quad wall. And now the power is in their favor. It's Joystick and Shepard left. They still have Azox above. They're going to go for the blinds and the cover. It's a Ward more than happy to watch the hatch, but they're not really coming from that route. So there's the watch over the top. Shepard gets chewed up, but Joystick's the first one spat out and can't stop the plant. Virtus.Pro, what happened?
It's despicable. Absolutely despicable that VP have just died to that. Maverick's just sitting there just drilling away. And just, I don't know how he's alive. Everyone will agree, if any of us tried that in a game, we would be insta-dead. You can't get away with it. I don't know how VP have let that happen. I really don't.
It's tragic.
Wow, 3v5 just gone.
Tragic and frustrating. 3 kills to 2, maybe 3 holes on a quad wall Maverick. And I don't know, like what do you sort of say about it? This first one is a standard way. Have someone watch on a hole, be ready for it. It's a surprise, you might not hear it, fine. But then this.
Swapping mag.
Like, what's he doing? Just prone. Oh dear.
Well, we said it wasn't over yet. Sure isn't. Gen.G. 1 round separates them from taking us to not our first overtime of the day, but does give us the option of a 3rd map for the first time today, which, I mean, as we said it before, even if this goes into Virtus.Pro's favor, it has been so well earned from Gen.G to at least deserve that best of 1 potential, that final fight to keep themselves progressing for those precious, precious SI points. Doing a bit of crime always pays.
Always has to pay? That's not very fair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, well, I guess he's on... I mean, if they steal an ADS, then I can do the line.
Obviously for Gen.G, it's a nice hiccup having that Brava. Whenever the Maestro has been brought in by VP, immediately taking away the eyes in the sky for them. It's good. And I think for Gen.G, the way that certainly the top floor went last time, it was clinical. You know, straight to the point. They knew what they wanted. It was targeting in towards Janitor, making that player feel very uncomfortable. And this Maestro has not gotten really any value. Has he lost all 3 of his cameras by any chance?
I
think he has.
Hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised because they're the most delicious prize for any Brava. It's great to get an Echo drone, it's great to get any of that stuff, but getting Maestro bubbles, A, easier, B, funner. Because they don't always have the impacts to try and get rid of the utility. You bring things to counter Maestro bubbles on the attack. You don't always think about that on the defense. Yeah, they have the impacts to deal with them, but they don't want to use 3 impacts to remove their own stolen utility. Well, that's going to be a problem eventually.
Eventually. But he can keep just juggling it at the moment. But as soon as that janitor wall gets opened up behind him, he will have to let that VP go and get out of there. And VP will go down, and he himself also moves, but no, never mind. The wall didn't get opened up. He gets shot off by somebody in the site. So now with Janitor still being shut, and with no Capital on the board, no real operators to push these players out of that position, how on earth are they going to get through that?
It's a 5 versus 5 with less than 30 seconds left. Demo, I think we're about to be off to the races, so let's get a trotting always. Gets the first there and removes Skies. There's the swing for Passer on the second. Wants to try and find a third. Does. It's a 5-2. Suddenly things have entirely fallen away. Demo, I know it's a Tim and Des saying, we're going to overtime.
I was going to do my Tim impression, but I thought better not. I'll not wake him up.
Save it for if, I mean, someone's got to awaken Tim. They're on the 3rd game today, but save it if we hurtle into the Max OT, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, VP sat in their hands. Didn't give any picks away this time. Very obvious. Janitor, again, was the target for Gen.G. But they didn't bring any operators to remove said players in Janitor. Their idea of doing so was to just open up the wall via hard breach using the Selma charges. Selma gets shot. What do you do? That's the question. What do you do, Gen.G? Gets shot. Now what? And really, they just didn't have an answer. So, lacking in that department of how do we clear somebody out of Janitor? You know, we've seen the Capital work really well for them last time. This time, not there. So, a little bit puzzling. They knew they had to go upstairs. They prioritized going for the hacking maneuver of getting rid of the cams using the Brava. But then you're weaker in other departments. Well, anywho, we have the side switch now. Gen.G will go back in the defense, and VP on the attack.
VP probably very happy with that. I mean, let's be real. It's been a pace of a day. Attack side the sides. They could push this one over the edge. 4 games, 4 OTs. Just relentlessly competitive siege.
Drone's up and running.
There's also the possibility that of the 4 games in the 4 maps we've had, I mean, what? Map 1 was 8-7. Falcons was 8-7, 8-6. If this goes to 8-7, of the 4 maps demo, we would have seen all but 1 round.
Yeah.
Which is an insane set of series.
Well, this is where he wants it to be, though. In the playoffs.
Yeah, we might also see a 3rd map as well. As I said, I definitely think Gen.G have earned it.
Well, in terms of their defense, see if they can earn it with the lineup that they have, which again is playing into, of course, that denial. The Chanka, Smoke, Goyo being that core. But without that Azami holding open area, it's just going to be a no-go. So they have to, again, waste time. And hopefully they can rely on that utility in the later stages. But yeah, I like this better from Gen.G. It's having that denial rather than what they were doing beforehand on the basement, where they were attempting to just try and play for kills and not bring any denial operators. So yeah, will make VP's life that much more difficult. Speaking of VP, they have got control now off that mid floor and can start working their way over in towards the hatches and start burning up some of this util. Again, that tub inside a server, wasting time in that server hatch just buys them just a little bit of extra time.
Buying extra time is a great MO between these 2 teams. As we said, it's been some failure to lands, and yeah, attacks have the preference, but usually it's either been like flawless perfect strikes or somebody's got into a great position and punished them for it. And this is it once again. The Zote canisters buying as much time as possible. They can't quite rotate, so they are slightly separated, but they have some support. On the blue stairs, they could swing their way out. Virtus.Pro not entirely focused on it as of this moment. They can now have the reveal on the 2 players. Okay, feed that to the rest of the team. The pressure down green, they have at least those 2 cut off, and it seems like a bit of a full send, but the smoke stepped up, aggressive. I would wonder why they're doing this, but look at the time demo, 30 seconds. They're going to see if they can try and get these 2 kills and get their way down, but then you've still got a Tachanka to deal with. You've still got the pressures of the site, so these 2 holding on to server has been absolutely massive. It's about to come down to a bloody swing at the top of the stairs that Dan wins out, but it's go, 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 go. You gotta get going. There's the drop on the fire, 10 seconds, and that's the man with the kit. He's not even in range, no! Run! Can he even make it? He's got to sprint as fast as he can go. 2 seconds and he gets there to hold F, but it's a 2 versus 2. Dan has all the cover that he has to land, and Sky somehow gets the fadeaway in the smoke. Always hits the ground! And they can wait, take a breath, and reveal that the player is down. And that is a Gen.G round.
GG, mate. Oh my. Skies again. This guy is absolutely insane. Even if VP win this series, Skies is my man of the match today. He has been electric. Massive reason why his team has been in this series is because of him. The plays he's made out of this world. I've always said he's the best player in this team, and he has been since this team made their appearance last year. He was a wanted player. I know that the French Wolves, they wanted him. He was sought after by quite a few players because or by teams because he is so good. Obviously, the server players, I was thinking, if these guys can get a kill each and trade it back into a 3v3, that's great. But even the fact that it went a 5v3, you kind of think, I don't think that's going to be enough, but then this guy just steps up to the plate again. Absolutely insane. Yeah, VP, just time got away from them. It did feel as though there was a massive panic, though, from VP. Players just threw themselves into the bomb site. Just threw themselves in, just in hope that they can die for that diffuser going down. But whenever Skies is hitting nutty shots like that, what are you supposed to do? 19-8. So far above anyone else inside of the lobby. 8 kills ahead of Pasha.
I mean, he's currently, for the series, 33-22. What's the best of 3 record? 56?
So yeah, something like that silly. Yeah.
So, depending on if we get there. I mean, he could definitely get himself close. Either way.
No, he won't now. You've said it.
No. Yeah, you're all right. Okay. But Virtus.Pro could lock this one out in 2. Now I've said that, who knows? I've put a thumb on either side of the scales. Ha ha ha. Virtus.Pro held at bay for such a long time last time, and now they're going to try and do the same. They've got Joystick once again playing a little bit of a looser role here. Skies isn't far away from Joystick. Happy to go for the swings. Joystick on the hatch. There's pressure that's coming from the window, and he's just gone so early. Within a minute, Gen.G have been able to wrest control of the rest of the map.
In goes the shield. Seeing if he can find anyone in open area, but that is a ghost town. DP have left pretty early. DP themselves have got that Smoke and Goyo combo alongside that Echo as well. Now, obviously for Gen.G, we thought they were in a pretty good position the last time they were down here, but in the fuse, had a bit of a panic moment and all came crashing to a halt at that stage. I think with Gen.G and the change-up of some of the operators they brought in, they're lacking that fuse now. They don't have maybe a twitch. Those Goyos, you need to get nades in to remove them. That tub obviously causing issues. Now, the fact that he's used a nade on a bit of barbed wire at the back, take question mark?
I mean, it shows the confidence of, yeah, we got to get in that. It's obviously come off the fact that they've been able to get themselves deep here, and you can see the kid's making his way over towards elevator. So, yeah, I think you're right, unless they're still probing. But with 50 seconds left, as I said, the kit goes round. It is a full send on towards that. getting the elevator breached open, 40 seconds. Havana is very slow, very noisy. And now, very revealed to be joystick. What do you do here? Do you keep on with the back take? Do you full send it? You've got to, because you've already dedicated this much time and utility, and at this point you will be able to rotate your way back round. There's the ping, the reveal of the hatch itself. They're going to try and throw down something to obscure the motion, but Asa wins out the first, and Pasha knocks them right back in. But the shield is down, as is the kit, and as is always now hits the ground, but it's a bite through. Every hatch hit and 2 left inside gold. Where do they go? Right into his shield as Dan's able to win it out, but there's the trade, and they're going for the plant itself. There it is, Gen.G! Take us to our map 3, the first time we have got their demo across the playoff games you and I have cast. And it has been bitterly fought the whole way, and I don't think that's stopping soon.
Yeah, so impressed by Gen.G and Bank. They've played it really well. Great last attack, change it up. They've always went for the front side. Let's go for the back this time. Let's use that. Let's use the shield. Dokkaebi was also very important to help them coordinate those hatch drops. And yeah, VP just lacking something. Don't know what it was. Maybe fresh Alphona.
I think that is something that, on that sort of idea, I think we all need a break and a moment. So let's find out what they know after a bit of a breather, shall we?
And dash together.
Unbelievable.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. They've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
Gen.G bring it back 1-1. That's the second time in these playoffs that we're going to a third map, and I know that because I had to fact check it. You two did not believe me on
I don't know why you had to say that.
That is the second time
we definitely knew it was the second time.
But we are going there in this important match with the stakes being so high. I'm just so excited to see Gen.G clawing their way back. And to be honest, they fully deserve to win this map.
Exactly what they deserved, especially after map 1, where they arguably deserved to win that. I thought they actually showed a lot of grit and determination after the way the game goes. There was a couple of rounds where it looked like Gen.G were really going to struggle. This was a prime example of that first round where we obviously see the fuse getting taken out up there on the top floor. This is the round that I'm talking about. How they recovered a 3 versus 5 clasping victory from the jaws of defeat. Absolutely sensational way to win that round. Don't know how they did it. Great composure. And yeah, I'm going to say it. They made a massive balls play in terms of picking bank. I was skeptical. Leo believed, so he can have his fair dues very shortly. I was worried about them, but they proved me wrong. Absolutely.
We are now at 5 maps watched. Today, how many overtimes?
4 maps watched.
4 maps watched, sorry.
All of them been
4
overtime.
overtimes.
4 overtimes. And I think you said it best. I think it was a ballsy move, and I think they transformed it. And one thing I want to praise, when you look at the screen once again, you look at an incredible, consistently mental fortitude. They go back.
Yeah.
They were losing 5-3. They came back. And if you look at this again, you see Skies stepping up again, Deadshot stepping up again. But most importantly, I think we saw a team playing today on both sides with great strategies, great ideas. The executions on attack, I was specifically impressed by it.
Yep.
I think the one round where they get away with the basement plant with the fuse playing in an off spot was especially really well executed with the stance on the hatch. We had some great example of that. And we're seeing once again the lines being blurred between the usual historical top 4 and up and coming teams. And I said it before, I think I'm glad I see Matchco, I'm glad I see Gen.G, teams that are coming from tier 2 only 1 year ago, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
That are stepping up and that are, putting our top 4 teams historically in a bad spot.
Today looked clear-cut in terms of who were the 2 favourites. Now, Matchco could have beaten Falcons, and there's a very real possibility that Gen.G do beat
Clubhouse.
Virtus.Pro.
Yeah. And I want to bring it back to the beginning of this game when we talked about Pasha being the stage MVP, obviously. We put him in a head-to-head against a player on the side of Gen.G that we really thought was going to take that battle with him today. And oh, is he doing that on the second map at Skies? Absolutely amazing performance we're seeing from him, outbeating Pasha at the moment as well.
Absolutely sensational. This is the full series stats, so both maps combined. Both players were actually quite quiet in map 1, but in map 2, Skies really came alive, including, some huge plays. Failed clutch attempts here, 1 versus 3, didn't quite play out, but yeah, he was absolutely huge, especially once Gen.G got onto their attack half. This here played it so smartly. Gets 1 on the flank, hides, then gets a second. And then again, this is the round that maybe I was most impressed by, but there's also another round coming up where Skies makes a huge play in the late round when he's playing that Tachanka on the basement defense for Gen.G. Overall, and as I say it again, his kind of glow up across the stage has been pivotal for Gen.G's success because he's so important to this team. When he was personally performing really badly, which he did at the start of the stage, I think it's fair to say he was one of the bottom rated players, bottom rated in terms of bottom 10 in the league. Gen.G were nowhere. He's sorted himself out, and now they're looking really good.
Yeah, he's really developed. Not only does he drop incredible amount of skills, but he does it on flex roll, and he does it most of the time on utility-based operators. You saw him on that Twitch using the Twitch drone. You see him on the Maverick. You see him also on the Tachanka in defense. He's playing a wide variety of role, extremely flexible, and dropping double digits every game. Is probably one of the main reasons we see Gen.G level up so far. We just need to see everyone do the same on the side of Gen.G. Still some inconsistencies.
We're still waiting for Deadshot. We know he's got it in there from the Wolves days. We're still waiting.
That map was a really good start. It needs to convert in the third map.
Yeah, it only makes me curious to see how this third map is going to go play out, and we'll fill you in about all the details that you need to know after this. one more map is going to be needed between Virtus.Pro and Gen.G to determine the winner of this series. It is a really, really close one so far, and we're going to go to Clubhouse. Now, cycle back to the group stage. Virtus.Pro beat Gen.G on that 7-3. But how are we looking at the current day and age on this map, also given the current team's trajectories?
Well, both teams have actually played this 3 times in terms of EML. VP only beat Gen.G, like you say, when they played on this map right at the start of the stage. I will say that was a completely different Gen.G to the one we're seeing today. Gen.G have actually played it 3 times, twice at the start of the group stage where they didn't look hot, and then they went and beat Team Secret, who are phenomenal on this map, in 8-6 in overtime. So I would actually say, arguably, just based on raw stats and how the form of momentum's going, this would favor Gen.G.
Yeah, current momentum shows a Gen.G that's a little bit stronger than VP. We highlighted it, especially at the beginning of this matchup, looking at the average performance for both of these teams. And what did we notice? We noticed that since the beginning of this month, we see a Gen.G that's more consistent than Virtus.Pro, that has a better EPS score in average. And that's the same scenario we're seeing here. We've got a 96 average EPS score for Gen.G so far in this matchup, and it's a 90 for VP. Despite Gen.G losing the first map, they had the better KD, they had the better KOST, they were the team that was dominating and still lost border. Now they're going into Clubhouse with recent momentum, and like you said, they beat Secret on it. That must be a huge confidence booster.
There is a world where VP still win this, and I would say arguably based on stature and tenure, they are still in effect favourites, but Gen.G are certainly more in form, and I think it's actually really, really commendable and shows the improvement they've made across the stage that we're even saying arguably they're favourites on this map. Even if VP were favourites for this fixture overall.
We're witnessing what could be a historical moment, at least I'm speaking for myself as a French fan.
Yeah.
These guys, ever since they joined Tier 1, have consistently failed in the group stage and went into the grand finals of every LCQ and failed drastically in every grand final to even get a map. We're now in a position where they're 1 map away to being invited to their first international event since they joined a professional league. And that, to me, is a big realization, especially for a team that, mind you, openly stated they had no team culture. They've now brought back that team. It's amazing to see.
It is really, obviously, the pressure has to be on for these Virtus.Pro players. We're looking at this big opportunity for Gen.G to shut down Virtus.Pro and make it to their first international event. We're going to need 1 more map to determine who makes it. And that map is Clubhouse with Fluke and Demo.
One more map, Demo. And we will see if it's going to be as banger as it has been before. We are, what, now 4-4 on OTs? Will it be 5-4-5? Will we give old Tim and Derry, who are coming in to replace us after this game, an even later start?
Club, we started the evening off with this map, and it looks as though, certainly for me and you, we will be finishing on this. So, kind of came full circle, as many things do in life. And yeah, Gen.G on Clubhouse. I think it's one of the few maps that actually brought them a bit of joy throughout the regular stage. And like we mentioned before, there wasn't a massive amount of that, but it's a map that I think that they enjoy. It's a map that they will go to if they can. We have seen both of these teams play this map against one another in the regular stage, and VP beat them 7-3. Now, obviously for Gen.G, it's the different team, what we're seeing today, than where they were in the second play day. So there is a massive difference now that VP have to go up against. Gen.G have found a bit of form. They've came into it with really good motivation. You know, players are stepping up. It's completely flipped on its head from where we were, even at the start of today. As Des mentioned, we're expecting 2 games that would be pretty sure things, where Falcons and VP would go in, win their games, and we'd go next. But Matchco came out swinging. Yes, Falcons still won, but still, they played well. Gen.G have taken a map off VP. And honestly, I don't know, there's something in the air right now with Gen.G. It feels like it.
Initiate jammer.
Well, in the immortal words of either Phil Collins or a monkey playing the drums, let's see if they can beat themselves to this rhythm. They have. Another set on the attacks, Virtus.Pro. We've had a very attacker-sided day. It's going to be something that maybe plays in towards their favor, or will they start to run out of steam? Remember, the winner of this still has another series to play after this. Their day is not done, and their league sprint might be at that point. Virtus.Pro have to try and just find that little extra special something They're trying to feel things in the air tonight, Demo.
So, Gen.G are going to make things very difficult for VP with a double hard breach ban. Maverick being a little bit across between a hard breacher and, of course, wall denial, because again, he just removes the wall entirely to deny it being a thing. So yeah, VP are probably going to have to try and work their way in for a bandit trick a lot of the time throughout these first opening rounds, and certainly that's what they're going to have to go up against, as Asa is on that dreaded bandit, and with no EMPs either, it will just be a case of you need to try and go below to remove these bandits, or maybe try and nade him from the window, but then they have no nades, so really it has to be the buck downstairs. That's the way they have to get rid of him. So always, eyes are probably going to be on him for a small period in this round.
At this point, the first engagement is one that I'm not going to say is proving elusive, but it might be about to be pinched. They're going to, in fact, remove the pipe and not go any further. I think they felt, or maybe got the intel, that more pressure was coming around to support the player and didn't want to full send, in case they found themselves suddenly stuck. Deadshot just gifted that fight. You know, they thought he might be on the other side of it. That's why they opened it, but Deadshot just held it, got the free pick onto Always, and now, do they know about Asta? No is the answer. There's a second. They're going to C4 into the bathroom. Does it get shot out? And there's the trade from Pasha, but it's picked back up from the top of the main stairs. The cover of the smoke works in their favor. Deadshot caught out, though. They should be able to get the pick back up on the player, but nowhere near how Virtus.Pro wanted this approach to go, and they just had no read on where the players were in. But think about the site that we are off to at this point. The Mute and the Bandit gone. And you still got the chance and some of the pressure onto the walls themselves, but with 3 smoke canisters and a Twitch that struggled.
Yeah, missed the bandit charge. So that wall is not going to be opened up in CC unless they have another one, but I don't think he does. So yeah, they have to try and force their way in through construction, and that's going to be really difficult. Oh, both the Selmas get eaten up by the Wamai discs. So that means the top red wall will remain intact, which is great for that smoke, who can just sit there, toss out the toxic babes as they come. Pasha, though, has been able to kill the smoke. What's happened?
Pasha's just thrown himself in. Shepard's going to go for the plant with the cover. Pasha's top red. That's the position, and then was traded out by Virtus.Pro at the end there anyway. Was a little bit confused as how that ended, but it ended. And it's a Virtus.Pro favor there, but weird round from Virtus.Pro's sake. They seem to not really know where anyone was.
Yeah, that's... I don't really know what to say about that one, because that is a round that Gen.G should have won. You think about the positional sense for VP. They could not get CC wall open. Yeah, so they had to push in through construction. You have a smoke. The easiest time for a smoke is just to sit there and smoke off the door in the breach. They have died to somebody just grabbing around downstairs the lounge or barbed wire for that smoke, yet he dies to him. One player gets dragged out of position where he could have played anywhere. I mean, that main breach is shut. And they've died, and as soon as that smoke's gone, it opens up the site and just they flood in. You know, I don't know how Gen.G have let that one slip.
Usually they're the ones punishing those rounds, but I guess there has to be a turn of favor at some point. It's a false start for Gen.G. And you almost worry that maybe that's going to be something that starts to haunt them a little bit. But to be fair, the fact that they're once again starting on their defense, they'll probably be once again trying to pull this back from a deficit and can once again get to a story of success. They could not have been more tried and tested for this exact situation. Dan, pressure on the windows, and they're going for a, you know, it's a decent dedication of utility up the top. The Fenrir gadgets to just catch anybody on the swing round, buy them the awareness, mainly so they can have the time to leave more than swing actively in towards them. But with the shield being there, with a quick break here on towards the top, at this point, when are they going to slip away? Doubling down with the Selmas, just to get the pop removal. They have Shepard to try and get rid of any of the hatches if need be, but they have to keep them alive a tad longer.
Here we go. Going live. VP. Joystick on the blitz. Always a fun operator to see him operate. I think back to, actually I believe it was against Gen.G. He played the Blitz and he had an absolute disaster class and didn't really see it for a while. I think he brought it out last week and he actually was pretty good on it. So see if he can keep that form again as he very swiftly moves on through. And it's just the power of the Blitz. I mean, this operator, what he brings to the table in terms of clearing maps, just so fluid. Has that speed against all the other shields. If he does meet a roamer, that roamer will be dispatched off very quickly because he has a built-in flash. Yeah, just top-tier operator for doing what he's doing right now, just taking map control.
But it takes more than map control to win out club. And at this point, when they've got themselves steady in, where are they going to try and push this further? They could obviously angle towards oil. There's somebody that's not too far away, and that's a very cheeky bulletproof, tricky to get rid of without overextending yourselves. They have to clear this next station first, and with all the goo mines there, well, they're out of there. Pre-fires themselves back a little bit, but it just buys more time. 50 seconds demo. As far as I'm aware, they still need to get all the hatches, which you can start to see pop off there. They still need to get themselves pressure on towards main, and Virtus.Pro just might run out of time here.
It's slowly ticking away, but I think if they start getting the kills in, VP fashion where they just appear with 5 kills in a blink of an eye, and who knows? I mean, always has been down, but still can get picked up. And the question is, do they have any Goyo canisters placed for kitchen drop? I don't think that they do, so really a C4 is gonna have to be the win con here for Gen.G.
15 seconds, and there goes Pasha. Dan almost follows suit, but the kit needs to be the one that makes its way down. It's just a blitz screaming its way through towards the default. Gets dead shot, but they've covered the door. Dan with a team kill, Dan with another team kill, and it's the fire on Moto door demo. They didn't need it for the hatch drop because they didn't take the hatch drop. They tried to send it Moto, and the single Goyo stopped the door.
Why would they go Moto? They know that there's going to be a Goyo canister there. Kitchen, there isn't going to be one. Just drop it and plant. I mean, your shield went long as well, was inside a church. That means nobody's going to swing you from the church holes. Weird decision there from VP. Hey, it's the play that they made, and they're going to have to live with that. So Gen.G winning off of time. I mean, Gen.G were not in a great position, let's be fair.
Swapping mags.
They just lost full control where it came down those 30 seconds. I mean, again, somebody just walking down long. We've seen that a few times here today. Shouldn't be happening, but it did. But hey, they're very fortunate that the Goyo canisters were placed well and were shot well enough. And yeah, wins them the round from it. So, Gen.G, 1-1.
10 seconds
Let's
remaining.
start, and it's back and forth, but they've already done what is kind of awkward on this, which is win a strong defensive round. The pressures of time was just consistent.
Attackers are moving.
Apparently unending for Virtus.Pro, and that's going to be something that they might not face as much here. There's a much shorter route depending on which one you opt for. And as the spray comes out, just hoping to catch them loose. I think that was from above more than below, but they're cautious of below just as much. Now, the steady pressure on towards the window. As I said, it's going to be a much quicker punch towards the final finish here as they sort of flirt with their way underneath. How much are Gen.G going to draw their focus on towards the CCTV cache side? They still have a presence on red. They still have a presence just leaning through and pre-firing, but it's the breakdancing man on red that gets the drop on that, and well, they can transition their way across the window because they still have a Clash, and Clash is now the front force. Clash is the one that they will all spot. A minute gone, they haven't really been able to get into the building, I say, as they take their first steps on CC, and the Clash can move back, but also, most importantly, move back whilst being entirely covered from these angles, the one that are opening up. They tried to get that Goyo canister, but too far gone at that point.
VP taking their time, and Gen.G more than happy to let them do so. Gen.G are playing into the fact that they have obviously got the Goyo canisters, which worked well for them last time, but also the Maestro cameras, which, if unchecked, can provide some form of plant denial, because those lasers, they do chunk for a decent amount of damage on each hit. So it is possible to finish off a round just based on the Evil Eye zapping someone. So I think that's the idea here for Gen.G. And of course, the Clash just has a bit more crowd control if possible. But VP just slowly but steadily working through it all, getting rid of Goyo canisters, hacking Evil Eyes where they can. And still a minute left. I don't think VP will be going for a jump in just yet. And that all-important opening pick has went in the favor of VP. Down goes the castle.
Now, with 40 seconds and the eyes on the potential proverbial prize, flashes some pressure on towards the back, but Dan threads onto Azox. Now the Clash steps their way in, close for the fight. The shield is off. They know the window will be watched. There's somebody underneath as well. There's one, there's two! Almost saw a teammate, and what a swing round. Did not expect that from the Clash. Now, how do you rebuild? Joystick gets one, but they're underneath. They can't get their way back up in time. They still need to put the pressure on the Clash. The Sledge smashing their way closer and closer with the electricity. It does nothing. Now the Bravo more concerned about the chance of somebody swinging with a gun up, but they're running out of time. They came off and they still won it, Demo.
Oh, beat the buzzer. Three-pointer goes in out of nowhere. My goodness me. I mean, VP really leaving it to the last dying moment off that round. So, obviously the Clash kills the guy in the window, takes down the player planting. Then VP have to scramble. The taser effect from the Clash was slowing them down so much, they then took the diffuser out of Jim. I believe he attempted to plant over towards mattress inside of bedroom. And then whatever happened, VP must have got the calls, play for kills, because they came off the plant and they killed both of them just in the nick of time. Hopefully we'll see it here in the replay, how long was actually left, but by goodness me. Should see the Clash play here. Yeah, 1, 2. Oh my. Point 10? Point 10, I think.
We like to keep it close here at Rainbow Six Siege. We like to keep it as close as possible. It's just another round, though. It's another... They needed to do or die, and Virtus.Pro somehow do it. Yes, those traditionally seem to happen for Virtus.Pro on the defense, but they're still being stressed. They're still being stretched. They were too slow on the round that they lost. They were as close as possible. They had the 5 versus 3 advantage, but 20 seconds, as almost proven by the Clash, it just takes one errant player, one problem, one bit of erroneous data to throw the whole system out of whack. Still traded, still bloody, still back and forth. And still Dan. 3 rounds, 7-1.
Let me just see. Yeah, last time they played each other in Clubhouse, it was actually an even split for VP and Gen.G on these respective halves. It was 3 rounds each. The issues, I think, will come whenever Gen.G have to go on the attacking side because they didn't win a single one against VP. So right now for VP, the more attacks that they can get and set themselves up nicely for the defense is going to be a massive bonus for them. So Gen.G need to dig in here and get some rounds back, as VP will be attempting their attack in towards this top floor again. Now, last time we were here, it was a round which, again, you kind of scratch your head and think, how did VP win that? VP right now are like Jurassic Park. Life finds a way. In goes the Sophia. That will remove any semblance of a bandit trick, so Asa has to move out of the way, and that wall will be opened up. Now, that's something that he didn't do last time, was open up this wall, and now it splits, obviously, the bomb site in 2. You have the garage side, which is now going to stay. Anyone who's in towards Catwalk, that being Skies, he's going to be stuck there, and nobody can run over to support him. So that's going to be the next thing for VP, is looking at pinching that player in towards Rafters. What an opening pick, by the way. You've taken out the smoke for this? That's Christmas Day for VP right there.
I'm kind of trying to work out how. I'm assuming it was up through stock, like a hole in the floor and an angle from that position. I don't think anyone was hanging around underneath on secret side.
Was he not on the stairs? I think he just killed him from the red stairs.
Did he? I mean, Joystick was in...
Let me see, was he or was it...
No, up through the floor. Yeah, because Joystick was in stock, so I was like, how's he netted that one there? And we saw him use all of the stuns, and the only thing I could think of... Oh! Dan dropped by Nako, who then saw a Blackbeard and decided it's not worth the waste of bullets to just fire them towards them, but now we get to make the next approach. Had a premonition and tried to get the body on the end of it, but again, 40 seconds demo. We enter that narrow time of Joystick finding the flanker. Deadshot tried to come his way up the main stairs, got dropped. Now they have a man advantage, 30 seconds. You can see Asta's trying to step himself in and almost got Joystick for it. Did a lot of damage, took a bit less. I mean, it's super aggressive. The ADS is coming his way as well. Tries to melee the shield, but the pre-fire comes against them. Hits the side of it. 13 seconds. Has to charge their way all the way to the... Okay. That's an option. You're buying time. But now it's a 3 versus 2. They still have to get the plant, and they have this angle. Skies with the cross blinded. No kit. They have to send it for kills, and they just hide.
I mean, what's the Blackbeard doing?
Making a mistake.
I don't know what all the Blackbeard need to do is stay alive there. He will get his opportunity to get that kill. He's just unshielded right in front of him. Time. It is a big issue right now, it feels like, for VP. Every single round feels right down to the wire. And whenever you're playing that style, there's always that risk of stuff can go wrong. And for them, it was the diffuser cold on the ground, nobody in position to pick it up. I mean, they've went for the Ying push, you know, to flood the site and get in there. The fact that the garage guys went unchecked that entire time is insane. They've opened up that CC breach so you can hold that guy from the garage headholes. And nobody was over to that side. You know, Shepard who's just sat outside the construction window. Like, if you had somebody sat outside the breach, he also, one, could have pushed in and killed the guy on red stairs, and also could have just took the fight against the guy on garage. So they're missing that extra man who should be over on the other breach. Why open it if you're not going to do anything with it?
Deploying jammer.
2 apiece. 2 apiece, and, you know, you can talk about how close the round just before got was. There's the example of when it doesn't go their way. Virtus.Pro. Great start, good lead-in, good work by Joystick, and things just didn't connect anywhere else. Gen.G put the punishment in, and maybe when I talk about not having enough left in the canister, this attack game will start to shift into a brawl like this, where that pace, that extra step, think about how the maps have gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. The biggest one yet is Clubhouse, and the biggest hurdle is time. That's not quite going to cut it. We'll try again. That one will. They can try and get the wall itself open. They're in. And they're off to the Clarity races. And, well, with the death mark failed because a mute jammer probably stood firmly upon, makes things a little bit more irritating for their approach.
And has that long angle on the main stairs. And I thought for a moment there that Skies maybe would have went up, but instead back down he goes. In terms of VP and their lineup, still got plenty of soft destruction to open up the kitchen. And how has Nako got away with getting a pick on the Pasha? He's now trapped inside a strip, and will VP send somebody to hunt them? I mean, get the blitz in there. And speaking of, you can see the silhouette of the blitz now wrapping around towards lockers. Nako is in for one heck of a fight now, and he even goes deeper into the changing room, and this is where he's going to be locked into. He's going to be stuck here. Blitz will spot him out now. C4 as well. And oh, Joystick takes a lot of damage, but Nako's doing a great job of just wasting time here. If he finds another pick, it would be incredible, but he is just trapped, and Joystick playing really well with a flash there, just waiting for his moment to get that full blind off. So yeah, they've dealt with the roamer, but I mean, fair play to Nako though, he's wasted so much time.
I mean, exactly that, right? I've commented on it a couple times. Now it's in that position once again of no time left here, and they're getting themselves some options underneath. Fine. There's somebody directly slipping away from the hatch and not caught. It's Skies. run immediately underneath the blinding light from above him, but happy enough to find the shade. Joystick gets the kit down towards the bottom. They're inside, towards the back. They're going to see if they can try and get a plant potentially with the shield on their back. It's full trust in the cover, and the cover needs to be spot on. And, oh, it's a decent job. Look at Joystick's health, though. Good to pull it away. But Virtus.Pro make that one land. There goes Joystick, but it's a 3 versus 1. Yeah, they had to push that one out the head. Again, though, final 10 seconds.
Yeah, but that was a lot more control though from VP. I think they had an idea of what they wanted to go for. You've seen that the Ash opened up, well, the Ash run-in wall, as we like to call it, isn't it? The wall closest to the bottom of main stairs. You open that up, the shield slips right in. You don't have to drop the hatch. Much safer position where you can get yourself positioned better to go for the plant. Yeah, lot better from VP. They know what they want to do. It's tough. I think it was very, very tough dealing with that Ash run-in wall, looking at the lineup from Gen.G, because they didn't really have a hard counter to that. It's different if they have about 20 C4s, they can just start tossing about the place, but they just weren't in a position. Obviously, you know, you look at Gen.G, the players who had the C4s, they were over towards church. You know, there's nobody who's going to be in a position to get that lob all the way towards where the shelving unit is. So, again, positioning, I think, was very, very key there for Joystick. So, credit to him, but still, the cover was also very strong from VP. Good round to recover, especially a little bit of a misslip there with allowing that guy in towards strip and wasting a bit of time.
3-2. And at this point, it is still just traded rounds, and I'm going to retire the phrase narrow margins, but I think it's retired the jersey with how frequently they've been the operating sort of surgeon throughout these traded moments. It's just neither team can get that clinic on. Oh, no taking that Twitch drone back. As it gets caught out and shot out. And are we going to have another problem with an electric wall, as seems to be a bit of a recurring theme on Clubhouse today. Once upon a time, it was very easy and very simple. Today, it's proven not so. As they are ready, Deadshot gets droned out. Just gonna slip away, but he's doing it cautiously. They weren't immediately trying to get the kill. Does spray their way up, but at this point, happy to escape, and Joystick is gonna step in. Asa, though, in the bar, almost getting served up.
Dan knows to try and hold down that bar angle, but using the pistol, which is a strange maneuver. Has to reload the DMR now, and a fair few rats lurking around that mid floor, and one of them is going to go down. Oh, the explosive pipe! Who needs to back away, and Asa just barely gets out of the radius. And the pickup will be successful. That's going to be 2 players, though, off-site towards main stairs, and now VP can just turn their attention to everyone else upstairs. Gen.G, a horrific start for them in a really bad position.
Now with this angle, this opening, and this opportunity, I still worry about time. Yes, work has been done. You can see Virtus.Pro is still trying to piece together the hold here on the side itself, and oh, the mirror window will get itself cracked open. They're still focused on trying to get this to land. But as time gets closer and closer, it just takes one place, one position. There's the break on towards the wall. The bathroom itself and the shower, now a bit more inaccessible. This is the divide, the worry, as the pressure falls on towards Logi. Okay, with the work that's been done, the pop of the Grimbees and the burn of everything underneath, they have at least one loose player, one loose fragment on the back of the desk. They're going to try and force out as they do. Pull themselves back in, but ooh, you can't. Glasses won't stop that. And there it is, a 5 versus 2. Azox and Deadshot, all that's holding on to the rest of this round. There's Deadshot for 1. There's Joystick trading it right back for his 3rd of the round. Make it another demo. That is our 5th 4 attacks, 2 defense half.
Micro-sided day. And VP made that attack look very, very clean. You know, good opening. Gen.G, I think, tried to lean in with their lineup where they wanted to play pretty heavy denial with C4s. VP didn't allow that to happen at all. You know, the two guys who were downstairs in towards bar, probably lurking at creeping, maybe in towards lounge, in towards stock, and look for C4s, knowing that VP will take in from cash. That was denied immediately, and it put them in a really bad position because those two players had to be really careful based on their HP. Both of them were down to about 20 HP each. And then you kind of see the round play out. VP pick up their kills at cash as expected. Those guys got no support because the C4s never came in from below. And then it's just very simple for VP to utility dump. 3, 2, 1, and they go. Very claustrophobic, as you can see, with the nades being tossed in. Nobody from Gen.G can really do anything. You know, they stopped Gen.G building any momentum by stopping their game plan at the first hurdle. They didn't allow those C4s to come in from below, and then they just play off that momentum. We know what VP are like. Whenever they get what they want and they can set up the way that they want to, nobody can really stop them.
I mean, there was a great sort of systematic approach at the final throws. They realized they had to keep on going and going and going, so they did exactly that. And for the comments made about how has the energy fared, how has it placed us,
10 seconds to insertion.
This is where it might have placed us for the side of Gen.G. Once again, the attacker baton has been passed back and forth. Will we get our 6th 4-2 attacking half between these two teams? Will the pattern be complete? Time will tell at this point. Has been a trade of fortune at points, but one of the things that we've had from Gen.G across the opening 2 maps really has been someone going massive. Obviously in the previous maps, Skies 19-9 and Deadshot 12. When we were on border, Deadshot 15-9. Here so far, we currently don't really have that. We don't have a difference maker or a distance maker. And that seems to be what Gen.G are missing at the moment. Think about the rounds that could have been clutched out, as they could have been on previous sort of maps. Who is going to be the one that can try and step into that on towards the attack? It's a quick approach onto Pasha and Always, and you know, they're not going to waste any more time with it.
In the pinch though, we need somebody coming in from the other side of the map. Just can't be the Blackbeard pushing one way. We need to see somebody trying to take in towards Garage, maybe look at opening up that CC wall, but right now they're not doing any of that. They're just fully clearing from one side. VP are just going to be forced back and back and back, but still one of them will be able to reposition in towards red. And Ash, I think you just need to go, mate. And yeah, he does that. So half the round gone to a VP roam, but still Gen.G will not leave it empty-handed as they've been able to pick up 1 kill for the trouble. They have done a significant amount of damage though. VP's that Blackbeard, that all-important shield operator, and speaking of, just bashes his way in through Catwalk. Pasha's still up there, by the way. Pasha is challenging him in towards Catwalk, able to get the Blackbeard, but does get traded off. Don't know if that trade's too favorable though. Would you rather have a 4v5 in the basement or a 3v4? I suppose you minus the Blackbeard, so but Blackbeard's already on like 1 HP, so was he really going to pose the threat? I don't know.
I think they assumed maybe that they had just taken the drop down. Pasha holding on. It's not great. You always kind of want the guns of Pasha firing, but as Dan is still trying to be aggressive, here's the drone roll down. That is the danger moment. But because the Buck went for the fight first, sort of didn't want to give the game away. They knew they didn't quite have the watch on the flea, but Demo the time again. 40 seconds now. They've still got to get some of their hard breach done. They're punching their way through a castle because it's quicker than the Habana pellets at this rate, and they've still got to get the hatch itself open. It's going to take about 10 seconds for that to approach. The wall is entirely mute jammed. It's going to be a send it and see as Skies rotates their way over with the kit towards the drop on Moto Hatch. But with Neko on the door, ready and raring to sort of swing their way around. 12 seconds becomes 10, becomes the red numbers, and there's a Goyo canister. We have seen this before. Will we see it again? Great drop on towards the A case, and that's Shepard down. Gonna go for the plant itself. They're trying to find the angle, but it's covered. Joystick gets one, but it's a post-plant situation. Cannot find the last bullet, but they find it right back. Who else but Skies?
Oh, what a play from Skies. Like you mentioned, full send it. Goyo canisters blocking off Moto. That is what remember VP were in the exact same position on one of their attacks. Literally carbon copy. Not a lot of time left. They have the man advantage. VP went church, and the Goyo canister was there, and it messed up their day. Look at what Gen.G did. They forced the armory knowing that Goyo canisters are not going to be there to disrupt that. I will mention, for the third time I think today, nobody holding long. Just nobody holds this corridor, the main corridor in that bomb site. Attackers are just strolling through it. I don't know how. I don't know how they're doing it today. Absolutely insane. But yeah, Gen.G, thanks to the skies once more. Great play, pushes in, get that diffuser down. Wowzer. Sigh of relief there as well. Just the chair lean back.
10 seconds left.
4-3. And yeah, it's almost the sort of parallel, right? We saw exactly the same sort of predicament. You're on moto, you have no time, and there's a fire. But what had been done there was they had a plan B, they had the option, and they had Skies. Gets himself the important kills. And I mean, you know, he's still falling a bit short for now, but it's early days, and maybe it'll generally come to him on his attack. It's a first round. Only one separates them from leveling it up. Neither team wants to break in the momentum right now. I think they fully expect this to go to our 5th OT demo.
It is slowly but surely nearing that conclusion. But still, don't know. Anything can happen. Well, Gen.G have been able to win more attacks against VP than what they did the first time they played them in the regular stage. So that is, again, it just shows that this team has gotten better as the stages went on. So, again, nothing but praise for Gen.G today. Been really, really impressed no matter what the outcome is. Still think they performed to a really high standard here today. I think for Matchco, they need to be watching this game very closely because don't forget we still have that 5th and 6th place match that does take place tomorrow. So still, see how Gen.G wants to progress now into this attack, as already half the round is gone. And yeah, not much has really happened on either side. A couple of walls being opened up, yes, expected whenever there's not really any wall denial coming in for BP because of Gen.G and their bans, getting rid of the Cade and the Bandit just to make that ease of getting the walls open that much easier, of course. I think that the main thing now that BP just need to be heads up for is going to be that Blackbeard. Yeah, that's going to be the danger man. That's going to be the operator who can push into these areas such as bathroom, into gym, which is what he's going to do right now.
Well, tried to get an angle on towards Shower, but they've gone. They've pulled back from Virtus.Pro. They're reassessing. Now there is the punch on the back. That's the worry, but Joystick drives in, gets traded out, and they're going to make sure that they can try and get the close down on CC, but I think Shepard just won that fight out. That surrounds a Blackbeard, and that surrounds Blackbeard. That surrounds the pressure onto Azox. Blackbeard in the bathroom, waiting, and Azox does win out against Always from the window. 2 versus 3. If they can try and find one more kill from the mix of it, they're going to lean on towards the clash. They can see the shield, but oh, just went for it. A few too far. And unfortunately, the divide proved unpassable. All on the BP at this point. They're going to try and move either side of the fight itself. The kit's recollected, as is a goo mine in the foot. And that is the cleanup for Virtus.Pro. Keep themselves 2 steps ahead.
Have to commend him. He went for the tech, didn't he? Vaulting through the shield and attempting to just slash the clash, but you can see the clash backpedaled very quickly. But yeah, VP, a good hold. I think Gen.G, they tried to go quick. I think they were really hoping that Blackbeard was going to be able to get that first initial pick in bathroom, but nobody was in bathroom. Nobody from the defense. Just left it open. And I think that probably annoyed them a little bit because they were hoping, okay, we'll get this pick and then we have full bathroom control, but it was the clash just patrolling that bomb site. That's why the operator is so strong. Some other casters around the world will make you believe that she's not that good. I'm here to tell you that that is not the case.
Waiting. In 3 minutes we'll get another message from him. Gen.G timeout. They have pulled it back from the brink multiple times, but the longer this series has gone on, the more exhausting it has gotten. Here, yeah, just just the throwing themselves in. Joystick finding the chance to rotate there. Cover of Azox, they had the read, but just did not have enough mobility inside the site. Maybe they sent it a step prematurely, hoped that they knew where everyone was, but you could see the Blackbeard assumed to clear behind it, and they went for a rush that just, you know, the win con had moved, or it was different to what they expected.
Good round for VP, gets them back on track, and now they will attempt again this basement. And similar to kind of what we said with some of the rounds for Gen.G and their defense, VP probably should do better at controlling the little pockets of spaces, you know, that Gen.G certainly found the last time they were here. For Gen.G, they've really leaned into the soft destruction. You've got a ram and a sledge, so you can only assume that kitchen is going to be on the table for them. So honestly, we haven't even seen a dirt push. That's been one dirt push here today, which I find pretty surprising.
Yeah, I think we've had a distraction of a dirt push. We've had I think it was in the earlier game where there was
like two Goyo canisters stacked up, wasn't it? The guy tried to push and he just couldn't.
Yeah, and there was also one round where I thought maybe the defenders thought there was a dirt push, but they'd sort of misread it, and I think it was a single player. It was the one where Falcons just charged in. Very first round of the first game.
Oh, you're going back quite a while there.
That's it. I mean, to be fair, based on the games, because you and I think it was like 2 7-0s or something the other day, and now it's this. So we've really had a very different phase, but Gen.G, timeout taken. Growth is the MO from this point onwards. Hoping to get a sniff of Virtus.Pro player, but otherwise all fully moved on and left.
Hope that they get the nades in and get rid of the Goyo canisters, because they've got plenty of them, so there really should not be an excuse for them to not destroy that bit of util. And what is that? Asha just drops in through Conhatch and gets annihilated by Skies, who's just idly standing beside it. I mean, VP, is the wing con going to be a flank? I mean, there's also a guy inside a garage. It's going to be Joystick. He can maybe try and get a pretty good flank off. It could disrupt here what Gen.G are trying to go for. And it may be coming in pretty quick now. There's still a minute to go, and it looks as though they're ready to go for this drop.
Ooh. Narrow pixel to get that final fire, and gives them about 30 seconds from boots on the ground to action. Ready with a C4 on towards main. That's the lineup practiced in place. The Skies takes a bit of damage. Another just root in on main though, and Nako gets Dan. Gets the kill. The C4's too late, and hey, here's that dirt you called for. 2 bodies inside, but also they outnumber them 5-3, so they have the expendables to put here. The Blackbeard pops the grenades, removes any player from AK, so now they have them forced off, so they can go for the plant. It's dropped down on the hatch, and that's what's going to be cemented. They've made a back line, and they've just tried to walk right across it. Nako gets an easy pickup. There's a flawless demo. Perfect.
Yeah, that's what you expect to see, though. On a map like Clubhouse, Kitchen Dirt Take, it's all but it's gold. Works a lot of the time. Just as long as you can do the basic fundamentals right, really no issue there for Gen.G. There's not a whole lot that you can do against a good Kitchen Dirt push. It's very tricky for defenders, I think, to want to play in positions like AK in towards third box whenever teams are just bringing heaps of util. You know, because a lot of those positions are static positions. You have to just stay there and hold an angle. And as soon as like just a nade lands at your feet, you're done. Because you either die to the nade or you move out of position and then there's somebody holding an angle. Again, you have to then go really heavy into the util denial. So you have to then bring like ADSs and Wildmine magnets every single round to try and go against that. VP didn't have any of that. So I think Gen.G playing their util really well. It rooted players out of position. It had everything on check. Player bottom main stairs always helps that as well. Just covers that cross. So yeah, very, very good work from Gen.G.
Bomb located by attackers.
By 4.
Deploying mobile cover.
We hurtle ever closer to another OT. As was written in the stars and the predictions before us. Tim and Derry are gonna have a late one.
Better them than us.
That's very true, actually. Usually there's always the conversation of where do you want to have the sort of break game. Tomorrow you and I are stepping in, I think, to help
middle game.
And we've got the middle game. So
it's the sweet spot.
It is the sweet spot for us potentially tomorrow. We don't make the choice. It was sort of, you know, it was a conversation, but if this is any sign of how tomorrow is going to go, I'm fine with that. Still, the start of pressure. We saw a couple of silly catches on loose players before. Deadshot's going to see if he can try and root around anyone that might be doing the same thing. Prepped for the rotates up and down the main stairs. But otherwise, it's just piece by piece. This is the main angle. If there's anyone that's on the other side of the map and they now try and get back, which it looks like there is a couple, but can they have the force? That's the problem. They seem to build themselves a bunker, and Pasha, as I said, he cannot cross this divide. That means the player inside Logistics underneath a massive bit of pressure. They've got to either drop down and rotate, which is where we saw the Capitao of Deadshot, and they're just trying to encircle these Virtus.Pro players.
That's it. Straight over, opens up that wall. And again, with the bans, Gen.G have no issues with wall denial. Just makes their job a heck of a lot easier. I have mentioned before in broadcast, you know, Gen.G have like one of the only kind of Thermite mains that we have in the game. Asa, if it's possible, he will just try and play that operator. It's a comfort pick for him. And yeah, with no wall denial, makes things very easy. Oh, Deadshot, you've just seen two people. You could have killed Yazami, but you've got off of it. Oh, Deadshot. Kill that goes begging, but Shepard still takes a lot of damage though from elsewhere. Oh, Deadshot, no, he goes down. Shepard finally gets killed, and look at this, Dan aggressively going in with a 9mm, but he loses as well. What is going on? Fast and Furious trades, another one. Oh, Joystick on main stairs, roamer after roamer after roamer. Just such a headache for Gen.G right now.
At that point, I mean, they sort of tried to bake everything perfectly, but now what have they got, Demo? Skies and Azox to send it. There's still 2 smoke canisters in pocket. There's 50 seconds, and they can just sort of play against that perfectly. They tried to bait out a bit of the utility there with some of the approach, but nothing really happened, and, you know, their only option is to hope that they can get the catch. It seems like they're not fully aware on where it's coming from, and a single Wamai disc. You know you're going to swing right as soon as contact happens. There'll be pressure from the other side of you as well. Throws it in deep. But there it is, the first court. Pasha gone, 20 seconds, new angle, new ideas, new rotation as well. They hop through, but it wasn't heard. So now Azox doesn't know that they've moved their way on. He's watching and waiting for ghosts at this point. Caught out by Joystick. It's a 2 versus 1. Skies, legendary moments before. Can't get another one. Virtus.Pro, they are on map and series point.
Aggro. That was the mentality for VP in that round. They start off that extension into bedroom and bathroom and beyond. Obviously, it caught Gen.G just by surprise. You know, you've got 2 roamers, sure. Really unfortunate for Deadshot, though. He should have had an easy kill onto Yazami. He just... don't know, is it a panic thing? I don't know. I think for a player of that caliber, it shouldn't be. And then he walks through the door, dies. Yes, they get the trades down when aggro got punished, but then the third roamer, I think that was the kicker, wasn't it? It was the fact that there was another one sat on main stairs, takes out the Thermite as well. That was very important to note. The Thermite goes down, that single wall being reinforced. How on earth are the remaining 2 players going to win that? Clearly that comes down to not doing your drone work well. If someone has been able just to walk up main stairs.
Yeah, I think it's also, you know, it's the comment that I made of the round before, right? When they sort of sent it in, were they on the back of, let's just rush and see what happens? Or were they on the back of, this is the intel, oh no, the intel is wrong? Based on the angles they went on, what is the disconnect that is kind of happening here for their side? And where are things not quite hitting the mark? I don't know. But now they have 2 chances. 2 final moments to keep themselves in. Obviously, we threw our minds back towards border, and they were in an even worse spot. And that one they were able to come together. They were 6-3 down, through 3 rounds in a row, and then actually a 4th, but then lost it in OT. There's a slightly more back and forth, bitter affair in Bank, but here on Club,
10 seconds
if they want to get
remaining.
us into our third OT of this showdown, it has to come down to them stepping in. As I said, they are still missing that secret sauce, that X factor. Over the opening 2 maps, they've had somebody go at least sort of +6, +7, +10 in the case of Skies. But here, without that big divide breaker, and with Joystick becoming that, and stealing whatever mojo was in the pockets of Gen.G, might just be too much of an extra kilogram on the scale.
So Gen.G, slow and steady approach as they start to work their way through this hold, of course, in towards that cash room. Now, the Clash ban obviously is going to help them out here massively, because it was a big issue here last time they attacked it. So without the Clash, how do VP gain control once those windows start getting pressurized? And at the moment, it just seems to be going all in on this cash hold, and there's the mute jammer. It will delay the Selma charges ever so slightly before that EMP goes out, and C4 just barely misses that kill into Azox. And because that wall is going to be opened up, it will force now the VP players back into the bomb site. I'm actually surprised that nobody was on the window for that cutoff, so kills will go amiss. It's still really good timing, though, from Gen.G. They've been able to clear all of these players and also get the first pick and the second, but still half the round up.
Great start here for Gen.G. There's 2. They've got rid of Pasha, got rid of Always, and got rid of big problems on this approach of class. Now they can still focus on the utility, focus on the drive against the Keybers. Ooh, and they were leaning in towards the fight at the very end of the corridor. They're going to buy themselves a second with that grenade, but they won't get anything else, obviously, on the end of it. A minute 10. So much time here for them to reconvene. They still have a Selma that is now thrown out and breached. There's a rotate. They know about the lurk. They had it well watched. You could see multiple Gen.G players turn to face it. Virtus.Pro finally find their first and try to find a second Joystick. And instead pulls himself back. 40 seconds left. There's Joystick for another. He's back to the window and he takes a lot of damage for it. The smoke cover, but they're going for the plant. Cemented on the other side of the bomb shaft. He just threw himself into the open gunfire at that point, because what else could he do? Fortunately, without the rotate, Shepard really had nowhere else he could go. They know exactly where the plant is, but they know exactly where Shepard's ins and outs of this map are, and look how far back they've pulled themselves. Yeah, no real pulling that one back. That's one. Will they get another?
I mean, they had a tougher time pulling back into borders. This should be light work for them, realistically. Yeah, just very simple for Gen.G. They just had to trade the kills back and forth. They had more than enough members to get that round over the finish line. And for VP, it's losing out in that clash. Holding that top floor is very tricky for them. And Gen.G just going through the motions, doing the basics very, very well. You know, opening up that cash wall, forcing those players out of cash, back into the bomb site, and targeting the windows. Yeah. Good job again from Gen.G. I cannot stress how impressed they've been of this side tonight. Even though, yes, they are losing, and all it takes is this next round to be a slip up. But still, Gen.G tonight, they've done very, very well. We'll see if they can push us into our 5th overtime of the evening. VP on the defense, they go downstairs. Now, obviously for VP, the defenses haven't been too great today. I mean, really, the defenses just in general today for all of our 4 teams have not been great. It has been very attacker-sided. You just hope for VP this time that they will be aware of, again, that traditional kitchen dirt, which worked really, really well for Gen.G. VP, I think I've kind of assessed that. I mentioned before, if teams are going for the kitchen dirt and they've got plenty of util, plenty of nades, the only way you're going to counter that is if you start bringing in ADSs and YY magnets. Look what they've brought in, ADSs and YY magnets. So they are prepping, fully prepping for a heavy util lineup.
Just being hot droned ahead. They want this Ash to have a fight, and It wasn't gifted towards them. They have wasted no time. Gen.G knows that the clock has been dangerous before, and at this point, with that Ash, with the Ash and 2 drones, they've cleared the map. And Virtus.Pro, yeah, they didn't contest it massively, fair enough. They wouldn't have been able to get this far without it, but it allows Gen.G to actually start cooking. One way to do that.
Oh dear. Who's that in the main stairs? Who is that? I think Dan, he's either going to be the hero or the zero.
Oh, they have a bulletproof. They've made it into a little fort, but nothing can stop that. Deadshot on a mission, Dan gone. They lose the Warden, they lose some of the cover, but it's the Oster play that's the play, right? And what you can do with this Oster is try and duck them in left, and oh, that was so risky always.
Click swapping mix.
But now, Oster deployed at the bottom along. And they're just going to try and potentially, you know, eke the Oster in just on the base of B. With a minute 10. Can Virtus.Pro.
They caught him. He went up oil pit and they see him on the camera. So this flank from Joystick, yes, he's going to attempt it, but he is known. He is known that there's only 3 players in sight. Now, for Gen.G, surely you give Diffuser over to the Ossa and also just drops Kitchen and go. Look who has Diffuser, Asa, and he's all the way over in towards Stock. He has Diffuser. He's been left to try and deal with this flanker, but they need to get the kit over to that Ossa who can simply drop in through the kitchen hatch and go for the plant. So I'm a little bit cautious here that the Diffuser isn't in the right hands right now. I mean, Skies is in, but where's the Diffuser?
Yep, that's entirely, I'm with you. At this point, Skies is driving his way through. They're in dirt, but what's going on? Fighting a shield in dirt. At this point, Shepard's down, always all that's left, but he's dropped. Demo once again. We're going to overtime.
I think VP have lost their heads. What was that for a defense? I mean, Dan sat on main stairs. It's very rare we see somebody pop off of main stairs. He was always going to be a dead man. I mean, Gen.G have been very, very switched on. Yeah, it's been so good from them the way that they have assessed these targets where VP are leaving themselves open. So many players just in positions that are so easily dealt with of any team who have half a brain. And guess what? Gen.G have more than that. So Dan playing in that position just dies immediately, gives nothing to his side. He's the Warden. Whenever there's, you know, smokes kicking about, we'd love to have that. Also as a C4 to deny maybe the Ossa shields. With Joystick, who, albeit, went for the flank, just siege timing, got caught on the camera as he went for it. Then the 2 guys in dirt, what are they doing? Can't even deal with Azox. I mean, Azox has taken both of them down on the fuse shield, for goodness sake. Yes, I praise Gen.G, but this VP side at the moment need to have words. They need to.
You can stop worrying about grenades.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
6. I said Gen.G deserved themselves the 3rd map and they earned it. But it's always the harsh reminder that the loser of this game just falls to a 5th, 6th playoff position. And it's impossible to gauge. It's impossible to talk about. We're in this position because both these teams have earned it, regardless of the merit that they can be measured on previous days or previous internationals or previous performances or previous, you know, sort of play days of this weekend. We are at where we are at because these 10 players have refused to let this one end. But within 3 rounds, it has to. And only one of them will walk away, progressing into an almost immediate showdown with nobody but Team Falcons. The Selma removed from the outside wall. Virtus.Pro starting on their defense, and you could argue whether it's in their favor or not. But on the play day that we have had with 4-2 halves, every single half in the favor of attacks across all 3 maps, I'm thinking that Virtus.Pro feel like they have a cursed chalice right now that they have to drink out of and see if they can survive long enough.
Here they go. Don't tell me they're going to go quick. I mean, Azok's is smoking things off, and here he goes. The smoke canister will try and bat him back, but Azok just staring them right in the face. The pistol comes out, but VP respond with 2. Yes, they've lost 1. They've lost that top red player, but look how quickly Pasha rotates and retakes that position. The attempted rush has fell flat on its face.
Well, they tried to sneak their way in from behind, but they had the watch. It's a 3 versus 3. There's a shotgun outside. There's 1. There's 2 and a bit. Oh no, in fact, barely anything. Just out of the range. I was convinced, I was a believer, but they believed more, and that's more bulletproof than anything. 50 seconds. 3 versus 2, but think about the position of everything right now. The kid is on Asa outside, and he's the one that needs to watch the rotate. If it was the other way around, Nako might be able to find a sneaky route inside, but they just do not have that option. They're in each other's position right now, which means that they have to try and either go for a big rotate or push for a kill. One of them underneath. Asa wants to fight up red, but they seem to have a full awareness on it, and the Kiba puts it possible. There's the flash. 19 seconds and the break on the barbed wire, but there's another set at the top as well. Nako goes for the call. They just take the damage all the way up and all the way back out. They're watched perfectly either side. Shepard gets 1. There's almost a light up there, but there is another for Virtus.Pro. They get their defense, but it's still so far from done.
I mean, Asa did damage to all 3 remaining players, but couldn't kill a single one. Oh dear. Oh. So I mean, you know what's really shocked me? The way that Gen.G have played a lot of their attacks, and then they've just decided to lash out with that. That shocked me. Did they really need to just full send a fuse in by himself? I mean, this isn't the Gen.G that we've kind of seen up to this point. Still half the round to play for. I mean, they were doing their basics right. They've got the main wall open. They were able to take in towards Garage. So, what was the call to go for that play? That's what's puzzling me right now.
Camera ready to activate.
It might be, Demo, a call that haunts them for a while. Can Gen.G do what feels impossible for big swathes of this map and win a defense? Can they take us yet again to the brink? Can they turn this best of 3 into a best of 3 rounds into just a best of 1? For Virtus.Pro, built by and led by a rejuvenated joystick, push this one over the edge. At this point, though, as I said before, all of the players have absolutely given their all into this long series, and I feel sorry for the ones that almost have to win this and go into another series. I'm sure they'll be happy with the prize difference and the chance for first eventually, but still a lot of work. Just getting the first bit of the breach done, so nobody can try and trick against it. They obviously have the bandit, but it's going to be a focus on the opposite end when if we cast our minds all the way back, it was slow starts from Virtus.Pro on Club. They weren't quite able to get themselves all the way across, but they were able to win the first swing at Gym Bedroom when they eventually got around to it.
Changing mags!
And here they're not wasting any time. Joystick
As my friend would say, time to ring.
Celebrating their way up red here. They're still struggling with a Hibana trick, and it was scrappy, but there goes the current top player for Gen.G.
Oh, this is tense. Every engagement, you just don't know where it's gonna go. Skies, just barely gets out of Garage. Into Oil Pit is where he drops, and Joystick's actually hunting him. Look, Joystick's opened up the hatch. He's after this castle, and looks as though SkyJ will be pinched. VP, like hounds, vicious on that approach to target that player who was caught out of position. Now VP are just turning up the heat. The Gen.G are getting burned at minute 15 to try and hold out with 2 players left. I mean, they're not even in the bomb site, trying to hold on to cash, for goodness sake. VP can just take all the time in the world and see this over the line.
As that castle gets opened and always wins another, it is just Deadshot left, finds one, but now they know where he is and somebody's on the way to the site. They're just going to end it here. Virtus.Pro could not have taken a longer route, but credit for that is for Gen.G, who fought tooth and nail and every single tendon to claw themselves on every single round, but it just could not be enough. Credit to them for forcing the fight, and more credit for the growth they have had since they started. But at the end of this long engagement demo, for you and I, that's all we'll do before we take a break and throw it to our desk to celebrate Virtus.Pro.
And dash together.
Unbelievable.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
And what a way to close out this lengthy series. A final overtime on the third map, as if it was meant to be, to get overtime on each map. But Virtus.Pro come out victorious. What a game have we just watched?
So now I can say this right. We've watched 5 maps. How many overtime?
5.
Yes, now I got the count
Finally.
right. And all of them were entertaining. All of the rounds as well. So many of these rounds came down to 3v3s, 2v2s.
Yep.
It's not only that it was one-sided and then every team, I guess, grabbed their own rounds.
What was that round?
Look at every round. There was tension, there was execution, and there was, you know what? 2 teams playing well. And this is what I like about it. Sometimes we see these overtime matches and we think it was a game of not to lose. Today, I saw 2 teams that were determined to win, and I saw especially a Gen.G that defied all of the odds and that stepped up to the occasion. Yes, they lost here to an experienced VP, but overall they can be proud of themselves.
Yeah, I think, again, very similar story to Matchco. They've really stepped it up in terms of Gen.G's performance. That they've gone toe-to-toe with VP for a full best of 3. And I'm just going to say, arguably, I think actually across all 3 maps put in the winning performance. But it comes down to those late moments, those individual decisions in the late round that ultimately cost them. And across that, and that's where VP were better. And that comes down to experience. That comes down to nerves. That comes down to just overall, I don't know, experience is the word. I'm going to say it twice.
But then again, obviously, when we're looking at those player reaction cameras, you can see how much it means to them and how tiring this series was as well. You know, the first players taking off their headset, just a deep sigh coming in there. Yeah. Gen.G looking sad, given they just lost this map. It was so close, a 6-8 on the final map. As you two say, the fact they can actually take it so close to Virtus.Pro over these 3 maps, that should be a huge accomplishment by itself, even though that's obviously not what Gen.G wanted from this game.
I think it goes to show that they expected to win. They expected themselves to be able to beat the top 4 teams like VP. They expect and they think they owe it to themselves to break that top 4 and to qualify.
That clutch from Dan feels like about 4 years ago, by the way.
4 hours is correct.
It genuinely, like, this has been a real war of attrition between these 2 teams. I actually kind of feel sorry for VP because they've got to go straight into another best of 3, by the way, after playing 3 maps into overtime. But of course, they won't mind, because they are the team that ultimately win this game. They are the team that ultimately get that invite to EWC as well and progress through inside of this bracket as well.
I mean, we're looking at, you know, a matchup that had plus 40 rounds. Obviously, it's getting late. All of these guys were a little bit tired, and yet I didn't see a drop of quality.
No.
And I've got to say, it's got to be hurting for Gen.G. I will mention it again. There is history to this. There is history of Gen.G performing well in the late round and then missing that final step. It's not done for them yet. They can still get an invite.
Looks relieved.
And yeah, on the side of VP, relieved, maybe because they did not anticipate, I guess, Gen.G to be such a strong opponent. I will say this again, it seemed like Gen.G fit really well against the playstyle of VP. I think they knew what they were doing really well, well predicted. Overall, what a great matchup.
I would just like to give very big props to our MVP there, Joystick. 114 on the EPS. I thought particularly over maps 2 and 3, Bank and Clubhouse, Joystick was the one who was trying to be a little bit different. It's very
look
easy.
At those entry kills for that, by the way.
It's very easy to script what VP are going to do, and I think when you rely on that, Joystick was the one who was providing that little bit of flavor, that little bit of ingenuity, doing something a little bit different. We saw him often on the roams, on the flanks, just being a thorn in the side of Gen.G, never really letting them settle, like I say, particularly on Bank on Clubhouse. And I think ultimately that probably proved its worth in the fact that these games were so close, but VP got over the line.
On Clubhouse, his work with IQ and with Zofia was tremendous on the attack. He was most of the time the one lurking, got multiple opening kills on the roamers, on vertical. On that cash bomb side, for example, he was the one hunting the roamer with the C4 from stock. Honestly, it's great to see his resurgence because he had, I guess, a lower stage compared to his other teammates.
Now, I'd like to hear you guys' opinion on this, given that this was such a close matchup and Gen.G really brought it so tight to Virtus.Pro. Are they the favorites to take that potential 5th spot over Matchco, given this really close matchup, or do we think Matchco might have the upper hand for our match tomorrow?
I think I've seen more of Gen.G, so obviously leaning into the fact that I think they were even closer to beating VP, taking them to 3rd map when effectively Matchco didn't. I will say yes, but honestly, it's all up for grabs, and I just love the fact that once again we have top teams that were not in Pro 1 year ago that are now taking all of these teams to overtimes.
Can I be brutally honest for a second? At the start of this bracket, I was thinking whoever... I expected the 5th, 6th place game to be these two teams. I think everybody did. Yeah. But
good we didn't bet a tattoo on this.
Yeah, that's true. But if I can be brutally honest for just a second, I expected that whoever ended up winning that and getting that final invite to EWC was maybe a little bit fortunate because they were below the kind of top 4 inside of Europe. We've not seen that today. Both Matchco and Gen.G have showed us that they can hang at this level inside the best of 3s. I don't know who I make favourite for that game, actually. I'm quite excited.
It is going to be a really exciting game, but that's obviously for tomorrow. First, for right now, we speak to the winners of this game. We have Pasha on the line to ask him a few questions. Good evening, Pasha. That was a very long game. I think just over 4 hours. Congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling
after
this?
Much. I'm feeling so bad. Like, I'm super tired. This game was so hard. Gen.G actually did very good. I literally couldn't like outgun anyone. Joystick was so prime today as well. He did a lot of on Clubhouse, honestly. Literally won us it like alone. Joystick is the MVP, truly the GOAT, truly the cyborg. Joystick is the one. He's him, basically.
Nice, Pasha. I've got to bring you back to the maps on the map veto. Was picking Bank into you expected? Because I would say you're a very, very good team at Bank.
That's a wrong opinion at first. But like we expected it after they banned Cafe Chalet. We thought it's a bait for us to pick Bank, but we didn't really catch it. We picked Border, and it was kind of impressive that they picked Bank, but since we're like kind of struggling, they basically picked a good map, good choice. So Bank is the hard map nowadays. A lot of good bans, like operators, I mean. So you can really play it the same way you played it like 1 year ago, so it's very hard.
Pasha, you just mentioned how tiring that game was. I need to ask you, you're about to enter a new BO3 against Falcons. How is that going to impact the game?
I don't know, we're gonna be playing that like 7-0, 7-0 reverse sweep, or I mean, just a sweep. So bye everyone.
So you're just trying to make it quick, basically.
I don't care, honestly. We make it to EWC. I don't care.
There's still SI points on the line, given that this match might still be.
But we're so tired. The game was so hard, so a lot of struggles. So I just don't know. We're just gonna play,
lose.
But we don't care, basically. We make it to EWC, the goal accepted, the goal achieved.
One more thing that we're really curious about before we let you go is there's about half an hour between this game and the next. What are you and the team gonna do to mentally reset yourself for the next game coming up?
We're gonna eat and smoke.
That's nice. Well, enjoy your food then, and thank you so much for your time. Best of luck for the best of 3.
Thank you.
That's a bit of late dinner there. It's about 11:15.
The saying of what he's gonna do for the next 30 minutes. I mean, when you know where the guys are from, it's so cliche. Like.
Yeah, it really is.
To be fair, it's also, you're getting the true emotions right now. I feel like, given that this game was so close.
Straight from his heart.
It's just a 7-0. I don't care. I just want to go to sleep.
I think it shows ultimately the priorities of the team. Is the first priority for a lot of the teams was make the international event, make EWC, then focus on Six Invitational. Obviously, it's a tricky scenario now, going in from one absolute war of attrition, best of 3, 3 overtimes, straight into another against one of the best teams in the world. I think at this point, you take the first win. If you get the second, that's just all bonus.
Honestly, I would hate to be Falcons playing against these guys because
they might play over freedom.
Exactly.
Imagine they come out and pick Nightheaven.
Man, I've played in tournaments, like I remember the Vegas Minor, I remember the DreamHack Valencia, events like this where we played three BO3s in a day. We played the grand finals after having played 6 maps of Siege. We played our best Siege then because you don't overthink anything. Comms are floating, you're in a floating state. It can be really, really liberating to not care about anything, and sometimes you will just click in. You've been in this for three full maps, and you've had so many rounds. It might just work for them. to actually just be liberated from any stress.
Yeah.
It might be a case to open the gates and let the orange bears out, I guess, at this point. Especially with that fuel maybe that they'll have after the upcoming dinner. But there is still a whole best of 3 that we have to play after this. Now, what is so important about this best of 3? Let's bring up the bracket so we can talk about why this best of 3 has such a big importance for these players. As you can see on the bottom left of your screen, we have just played match 6 and match 7. 2 extremely close games. And yes, that game between Falcons and Matchco doesn't really display how close it was. 2 full overtimes. Now, the winners of these 2 games play against each other in that lower bracket game 8 right there. What are they playing for? They've already secured those 50 SI points, but by progressing further in this bracket, there is still a chance of getting 150 or 300 SI points. Now, when we look at that in the bigger scheme of things, later on with the global standings, that could be absolutely huge on whether you're making SI or not.
Exactly. There's an immediate goal. All the teams now have achieved this.
Yeah.
The secondary goal, it is still the main goal, it's just the less urgent goal, is 6 Invitational. Because you'll know this, Leo, you know, we've both been in teams. When you're a team and you look at how the competitive year is going, it ends with the 6 Invitational.
Yeah.
But everything you do, your whole focus is to get to that tournament. And that's now what is on the line for these teams. So as much as Pasha's got an initial reaction, they will absolutely want to win this because there's a lot of 6 Invitational points on the line.
I mean, there's a reality as well. There's no major this stage, so everything matters for the stage. So every single game in that stage has just now become even more important. And so if there is a reality here, you've got 50 SI points. You can triple it to 150, or you can make that 6 times and make 300. 300, basically, if you look at the standings from last year, you're almost guaranteed to make SI.
There's also another, it's not even just SI, it's also finals as well, you know, in terms of EML finals. There's so much on the line that cascades down from how this bracket will play out as well. So there's still a lot to play for.
And I will say this, I know I got punished for my power ranking, okay? But what was the top 4? What was the top 4? Falcons, VP. I know it doesn't matter, okay? But I was half right, okay?
I know you're going to be that mad.
The right order was not the right one.
Do you want me to do a solidarity one with you?
Oh, you're just dreaming of doing another tattoo, so you'll
another? Have I?
Yeah.
I haven't got one.
Yeah, but I have got one.
Okay.
How about you 2 fight this out over
I'll do a solidarity
that we've got coming up. We'll see if anyone ends up tattooing themselves here or not. I guess given the handshake, we might actually do that. But we obviously have a full best of 3 to be played after the break.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Welcome back to the Europe Mana League, and while we're in the middle of our playoffs, the ones over at the side of NAL on the other side of the pond have already concluded, and we're going to take a look at some of the most exciting moments over in the playoffs at the bracket.
M80 are taking a fair bit of time to get in, but good news for them, the final smoke canister is gone. Bad news for them, Surf has decided to be a bit aggressive in his own right, and now he's got Gunner lined up. Surf takes down one before being traded out. Spoit answers back with Gavin disappearing. Gunner as well is gone. Monty of Hot and Cold in the corner will get Diffuser down as Diffuser, the player, gets one pick and will now assume the position. Hot and Cold taken down, and the last one left is up on Repel. 3 bodies from Shopify Rebellion remain, and Diffuser will have to pick which of those players he wants to engage with. First one is Ambi as he hops into Mudroom and gets right back out. Rexon on Diffuser. One of them will have to go for it, and it's Spoit. They'll actually double up, and plenty of time for them to hop on that case. Spoit will be the one. As Gunner dies 1 and 2, that means he also loses all of those Lion charges.
Yeah, died out on the bathroom window, I do believe, but a good answer back from Diffuser. Finds Surf on the Azami, an operator that I often say is expected to be banned 100% on Chalet. Odd to see it through the Bat veto phase, but it's Clashing Castle instead. A good run out from Ambi, jumping out the window, getting a big pick at the same time that Rexon gets one, means it will be a man advantage as we hit the 90-second mark. Diffuser and
they trade out effectively, they play close by. And you've got what I would argue is their 2 finest players still remaining. Gavin has some history with Canadian as they played before. He'll have a lot of work to do now as Diffuser gets punished by Ambi. And, well, sing his praises all we want. Then we'll say, job's not done.
Yeah, it's always 0-0 with this team, and so they're going to know that every single round they got to take it and treat it like it's the most.
Awesome OXG play yesterday as well. I do wonder if there's room for Glaz to... Oh. All right, well, never mind. Hot and Cold does what...
Apologies for the sound there, but that doesn't take away from how hype this moment was. I mean, I remember watching this game. If you could let me talk about this game for ages, I probably would, given that how that game was pushed into overtime, the fact that the fountain push came through, you know, Shopify were really looking to lose that round. They pushed it through in overtime. M80 were leading that whole game with the first map, could have closed it out in 2-0.
Should have.
Yet they find themselves in overtime on that third map, lose it. You could see how much it meant with the reactions of Hot and Cold smashing his desk there in frustration after losing a series that they probably should have won. The way this whole bracket played out as well, it was just absolute insanity over at the NAL.
That was ultimately the moment in my mind where it stopped M80 from reaching EWC, because as you see, they went through, they ended up losing their game, and they got eliminated in totality. Also lost the 5th, 6th place game, by the way. 0 SI points for them. And then Space Station go on the lower bracket run of a lifetime, all the way through, beating absolutely everybody, 2-1 by the way as well. Absolute juggernaut all the way through the bracket. And for people that were saying that SSG aren't even like a top 4 team, and there were doubters, they've gone all the way through. And I will say it time and time again, I love the work ethic and the culture that this team exhibits.
I think most importantly, if you look at that bracket, is the fact that wildcard 2-0 Space Station, which then caused Space Station to reach the lower bracket and that 5th, 6th game with M80. So at that point, we knew that either Space Station or M80 would not make EWC, which was crazy because historically, they're 2 of the biggest teams in NA. And then SSG, after losing 2-0 to Wildcard, not to, you know, decredibilize them, but I mean, look at the stage, right?
Sounds like you are.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe there's reason to do that. But then look at Space Station, lose to them, and then go all the way 3-mapper, all the way and beat every single one. And that's discipline for me, and that screams call out.
NAL was a lot of fun. NAL genuinely was a lot of fun. I will say, all of the best teams, Europeans on them.
Exactly.
Europeans. It was all Benja, it was all Spoit, it was all Nath, it was all Citizen. It was just all the Europeans.
Just all best talents ruling.
We're ignoring Baby Shark, completely ignoring Baby Shark, but the rest of them were.
Did take down the eventual winners as well, you know, and Baby Shark is named there. But I do agree. We talk about SSG a lot, obviously, and their whole like team fundamentals and everything as well. It makes me think of that tweet that Fed put out as well. The difference between making it to tier 4 to tier 3, tier 2 to tier 1. It really comes down to the discipline. We're seeing it so often with players that are willing to put in the grind, willing to put in the work, and willing to show that work ethic to find themselves all the way here.
Yeah, I've actually sat down with Call Out and thoughts about it. If you put in and you create a high-performing culture, you're not results focused, you're culture focused, and the team, everybody buys into that. And what that creates is a level of trust that eventually the results will just come off the back of it. And we've seen that with SSG with their improvement at international lands. It hasn't been a 0 to hero back down to 0. It's been constant improvement. And then, of course, they've gone on that run to, this week and won the NAL as well.
Put it simply, Collard had me read Ego is an enemy, and he was controlling that I would read at least one chapter.
And this was when he was a player, right?
And, this is when he was a player. Yeah. He had me exercise, he had me work on my work ethic. I mean, he was incredible for me.
It caused that lower bracket run for them, obviously, and I mean, there's a real chance that we find Falcons doing the same here, dropping down to the lower bracket rather quickly and now finding themselves in an important game in this lower bracket here against Virtus.Pro. Let's look at this Falcons roster. They've already played a game earlier today. A close one. It was 2 overtimes. Despite that being a 2-0, they've had about 4 hours now to really sit back and relax. Usually did say, I think it's probably going to be Virtus.Pro that we're playing against, but they probably didn't expect to be playing them at this time of the day.
You did say about getting him on the analyst desk because he said he thought that Gen.G's style might cause problems for VP, and it certainly did. I will say, obviously they've qualified now. It's really, really good. That was objective A. It's a tricky scenario to be sat there waiting 3 or 4 hours. I know Shaiko, he replied to Doki actually on the timeline and said, I've already been to sleep. I'm already asleep. Obviously, when Shaiko wakes up, he's a phenomenal player. We saw that inside of the last game with the aces and the big performances. There's still the question mark around Falcons for me. Can they level it up?
Yeah.
Individual talent gets them over the line so often. It kind of did in the last game. It's not going to against VP.
We have been critical about their playstyle and their teamwork in general, but there has been really good parts that we've seen in that previous game.
Yeah, so we've been criticizing teamwork, right? Let's take a look at one of the example of teamwork where I don't feel like they like it, basically. I think there are some examples in the game, specifically the highlights that they still have teamwork. But that just happens when 2 players are connected to each other. That's what I call mini plays. Mini plays are small teamwork between 2 players, and for that, individual players, Falcons are really the best. We're going to take a look at these 2 players here. We're going to see Soltov and Shaiko. They're facing a direct attack from the Monty on here, and from Grim, that's Ghost as well. We're going to see these 2 players playing a 2v2, but the way they've been doing it is actually crazy. So you look at Shaiko here. What he's going to do, he's going to go into IT, he's going to check really quickly, is there anyone holding me? No one is holding me, then I'm calling this 2v1 on the Monty. Mira goes in for the melee on the Monty. At the same time, Shaiko pushes in, and that's a perfect 2v1 setup. Then Mira can then send the C4 on a trade and get a really nice pick. Now, what does that tell you? That was really good coordination. And it was also led by information, because at the same time, who do you see downstairs? Likefak calling everything on the pulse and went all the way to basement to kill the only player that was roaming on the side of Matchco. Perfect C4 here, and at this point, we're seeing a flawless round. 2 players are left here. Everyone is in a crossfire where they can help each other, and so when Solotov picks, he gets an easy 2-ball kill, and that's flawless round on the side of Falcons, enabled by what? Team play, yes, but mini plays between 1 or 2 players, not a single unit.
I agree, Leo. I agree with you. That was a great illustration. That needs to be the rule for Falcons, not the exception to the rule. They've got it, but not consistently enough for me.
And not as a group. That's my big thing. There is quick sync between 1 or 2 players. Hey, I'm going to do this. Can you do this for me? Yeah, great. But then as a whole group, when 2 sides of the group are working on separate sides of the map, I'm still seeing desync between each other. I'm still seeing execution where Shaiko is a little bit far behind, or where one player baits the other one. I need these guys to be on point here.
And if you want examples of a group working really well together, we can look at their opponents, for example, for today. When we talk about Virtus.Pro, they're known for their teamwork and working so closely together. But let's be honest as well. They just played a devastating best of 3. Took more than 4 hours. We could tell by how tired Pasha sounded how much this game has impacted him. This is going to be really tough to understand.
I've got a conspiracy theory, Anne. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
So I would agree with you about the teamwork for Virtus.Pro that exhibited when they were in the black jerseys. When they changed their wardrobe to the orange jerseys, things started going a little bit more inconsistent.
Oh my God.
That's where we've seen the high highs and the low lows. But they have just played a best of 3. They have just made their ultimate goal an objective. And over the long period, yes, this team has excellent teamwork, and that underpins everything they do.
Bottom line, I've been debating. Would I like to be the team that's been sitting for 4 hours, cold, and just going into this matchup, and I'm not well rested, and I've just waited for so long when I just wanted to play? Or would I want to be in the shoes of the team that just played plus 40 rounds in a BO3s? Both teams are actually in difficult conditions, and I don't know which I would favor, honestly.
It's just going to be a case that nobody wants to win this game, maybe.
No, actually not.
No, both
They're
will
all
win.
competitive.
We might get 2 maps, we might get 3 maps. It really is going to depend on the stamina of these players. It's going to be a big thing going into this game, given we're starting so late as well. Let's have a look at that map, Vita, then, shall we? For this important best of 3, we're starting out on console.
Yeah, so just to explain the ban straight away, Falcons struggling on Chalet, lost it to Wild, of course. And Border, they've seen how good VP are. No surprise they've banned both of them, given they like VP's big 2 maps of Cafe and Bank. And then VP, they're banning the Nightheaven, the Skyscraper. They hate it. That leaves, for Falcons, Consulate or Lair as the obvious 2 picks. They've gone into Consulate. We've not seen VP on it in a long while, realistically. Most other teams chose to pick the Lair.
I understand that choice because Lair has been looking good for VP, honestly.
It has,
and I like the Consulate pick. It's been a strong pick for Falcons for a long time.
There's the
big question mark still for VP. We've seen it at Boston, but we've never seen it on Sagex. Now the Cafe pick makes sense.
Yeah.
The best map of VP, arguably now that Pasha admitted that his bank was not that good. Is bank going to be the decider? That's my question. Because it suits both teams, all the VPs kind of struggle.
Yeah, I see a world where VP end up banning Bank to get us to a decider. And the reason that I think that is because I think Pasha admitted they did struggle onto this map. In the end, it was Falcons. Falcons banned Bank, which is a map that they love. Maybe just a little nod that actually, you know, they did lose it most recently. We're going to see Clubhouse again, and it feels kind of fitting. You know, both teams played Clubhouse today. Both teams love the map. VP slightly less recently. Overall, this feels a very balanced map beat earlier.
Yeah, high quality on Cafe and Clubhouse for sure. Consulate, honestly, no idea. No idea. We've not seen recent footage. I don't know how VP is going to play it.
I don't think VP know how they're going to play it.
Yeah, no, honestly, this is the biggest question mark for me. And good news, it's the first map. So I'm actually excited for this.
I'm excited as well. I mean, when we asked, we sing Pasha's praises a lot as well. We're asking him things. But in the interview, actually said there was one other player that really stepped up today. He said, Joystick is the GOAT. He's him.
He's him.
And if we look at Joystick in a 1v1 against a player on the other side, we're obviously gonna have to look at a 1v1 between Joystick and between Shaiko, right? These 2 players going up against each other. It is like peak siege. I know it's about 11 p.m., but you should get yourself seated for this one, because what a showdown this is gonna be between these 2 main characters.
Welcome to 2017, and we're about to see the first match of Pro League Europe. Alfama is still a really beautiful young rookie, and he's now an experienced
You're none of those right now.
You are not part of this.
Okay, I was still thinking that I was back, you know, when I was in my prime. Look at this head-to-head. We're looking at 2 of the longest-standing players in Europe. We're looking at 2 giants of Siege, 2 guys that almost won everything, that at least won a major, and had some incredible moments on stage. Both of these guys should be, right now, not in their prime. They should be struggling because of age, because of teammates near them that are big stars, and yet they are the one in these moments that are stepping up here, Jack.
Yeah, they really are. These are the stats from today's games, right? And Shaiko, nobody is ever questioning Shaiko, so I wouldn't even go near that. But in terms of some of his performances across the stage, they have been up and down. And then for Joystick, remember when he was making blitz plays at the start of the stage and it was not going well for him whatsoever. So
he's improved on it.
Exactly. The story across the stage for these 2 players is actually other people have eclipsed them. I think we've seen, you know, Likafak have huge games for Falcons. We've seen Pasha particularly have huge games for VP. But when it matters, when there's tournaments on the line, when there's 6 invitational points on the line, both of these old heads have come to the top for their teams.
Now, it's been a long day, obviously. 3 best of 3s, not just for us, not just for the players, also for Emmy and Demo. Having casted these 2 games, we thank them very much for that. But for them, it's also some time to take some rest for this final game, as we're getting a new caster duo in. We're joined by the other lovely voices in the EML.
Wake up!
That's a great idea.
I don't know if they're asleep. I don't know if they're here. Guys, you're on the late shift today. Are we awake?
Tim, what time is it?
It's siege time, guys!
Hey, of course it is! We're on the late shift, Dan. We're very ready for it. I'm looking forward to this one, but honestly, I feel like I've been robbed of like top overtime duo as well. Like 5 maps OT. What's going on?
Yeah.
And now I imagine it's just a 2-0. And that would be the worst feeling
7-0, 7-0, all done.
No, but you 2 sound like, I mean, you just sound like you still have a lot of energy. Is it the same for you, Ace? You excited?
Yeah, we're ready to. I've been in the chat for the last 8 hours watching both of those games. I've had a great time. Everybody watching, we've all been involved. It's been great fun. Look, the players are going to be ready for it. You know, we've seen Shaiko on the timeline. He's having his jokes, but they're going to be locked in and ready to go.
Now, I'd love to hear from everyone here in the studio, but also from you two. Now, this matchup, obviously, a lot of importance in regards of the SI points. There's big opportunities if you can triple, double, quadruple your SI points at this point. But given Virtus.Pro just played this really long match before this, who do we think is going to take it?
I think Virtus.Pro don't care, and that's why they're going to win.
Oh,
that's my hot take.
Unleashed.
Oh, that's a take. See, unsurprisingly to you, Leo, I think the opposite.
Yeah. Oh, what a surprise! You disagree with me, Jack.
Here's the reason. I'm logic backed here. Pasha has just said all he wants is food in his bed, and then for Falcons, previously known as BDS, not the last Six Invitational, but the one before, they missed out on the Six Invitational because of the Six Invitational points. They know how it is to not do well in your region.
Too many numbers for them.
Yeah.
They know how it is to not do well in your region and miss out on the main event.
Do you think they even remember that?
Probably not.
I'm
trying to create a story for the broadcast right now.
Rush is the only person. Everyone else is just here like, how long ago was that?
Yeah, but it really...
Actually...
No, but then... No. Listen to me. Right, listen to me. Them missing out on that event was what created the super team. That was the trigger. Because they missed out on the Six Invitational 2024. My God, it was that long ago, I can't remember the year. They missed out on Six Invitational 2024, said we need to make changes, created the super team, and now here we are. So, Shaiko, Leaky Fak, Brede, they know what it's like to not get the Six Invitational points.
And is the game ready yet?
No,
it's not ready.
Can tell
so
these
I'm
two
saying they value them high. They put more weight on them, maybe, than what Pasha did in that interview.
No, I think we can tell these two have been yapping for a very long time today. I need yeah. Totally understandable, Des, but please, before you do go to sleep, because you have a whole best of 3 series to cast, who do you two think is going to win this game?
I never thought I'd side with the Frenchman, but I think I am. I'm thinking VP for this one.
You see, I go the other way. I think Falcons, I'm not so much going with Fresh's reasoning of them remembering the previous, missing on SI, but I just think that last match, it's a lot of overtime, a lot of stress for VP, and I think coming straight into another tough game against Falcons, who really got rolling in their second map, I think they're going to be pretty good here.
Always like
the thing is, for me, it's like we know every single veto we come into, we're going to say, oh, it feels like Virtus.Pro have lost this one, because everyone knows what they're going to ban and what they're probably going to pick off the back of it. And you look at this on paper, VP have lost this veto by quite a wide margin. I still think, though, they're going to come out here and surprise us. And I think because they're hot off that last series, whereas we've had Falcons have had that adrenaline drip for a few hours now, it's going to be a very, very different series. I think VP do it in 2.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. You look very comfortable, by the way, Des, like just about to go to sleep before you go and cast this series. But
it's this pillow. We've had a lot of debate about pillows in the last 24 hours. Yeah, this one's great.
True. I mean, we've got some new additions to our desk as well. The only issue is that, unfortunately, 2 of the Falcons players have just lost their internet connection. It's being looked into, but that means the game is not ready. No, Des, unfortunately, we have to keep you 2 here longer with these 2 guys as well. But I guess that brings us to, the perfect timing of the day. The usual chit-chat that we always have. Ace, how's the garden doing?
Are we podcasting?
Oh, no, please don't. No more.
Tim, just wait.
I've been gagging to ask this question all day.
Are we podcasting right now? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. No, I wonder how is the garden?
Tim, go.
Right, so I genuinely thought that people would be like sick of hearing about the garden. I mentioned it once in chat and I got about easily 10 questions from people like, no, it's fine. We love hearing about it. So honestly, it's become a bit of a hot topic. So progress on the garden. I mentioned the vegetable planter I've got. I've put in some loose slate, decorative loose slate. That's gone in around that. So that's looking nice.
What is it?
The patio is now finished. That's all laid. That needs to be cleaned next. And I need to paint the fences next. Those are the big next steps. And take the grass up for the decking.
So you're like happy.
It's all go on.
No, but you're just going to be happy once the EML's over. It means you got more time for your garden.
Exactly. I'm going to lock in.
This is loose slate.
Okay.
Whilst Fresh educates Lee about
this loose slate.
Hey, it's never too late to learn, okay?
It's not. That's brilliant.
Leo, to think I had respect for you once. This is ridiculous.
No, it's okay. I mean, another subject which is really important and I'm really personally interested in as well. We'll talk about this in a bit. First and more important subject. Guess how are the cats? The beautiful cats.
The cats are great. We were having dinner earlier on, sat downstairs, and then one of them decided to walk onto the rug and just throw up, which is what cats tend to do, and make very little noise doing it as well. So that's it. I'm at the mild irritation state with them today, but otherwise they're completely fine, to be fair. I actually ran over one of their tails earlier in my chair, and I felt like the worst human being on planet Earth. It was horrible.
Did you apologize?
Okay, she's fine, and her tail is profusely. She got treats and everything. She is completely fine.
Ukulele video,
but my God,
tears.
I had a heart attack. No.
Okay, well, we expect that next time, honestly. Now, you wanted to talk about your hair, or what was it?
No, I need to. Okay, so honest opinion here. First of all, does it suit me? Because that was it.
Because you went for the modern mullet, didn't you?
Yeah.
Are you wishing for compliments?
And the second thing, do you think do you all think I really copied and pasted Foxy but then failed?
No, I think you were Foxy from Temu, but somehow you did it better.
Were you first with the mullet?
No.
So you copied Foxy?
Well, no,
I mean,
not
this
really.
haircut has been popular for about a year now, to be fair. So you're a bit late to the party.
Okay, so I'm not in trend. I look like, I'm not gonna say the word, and then I'm just Foxy from Temu, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
So what would Foxy from Temu say right now?
Huh?
What would Foxy?
Oh yeah,
say
do a
right
Foxy
now?
impression.
Oh, you're throwing me under the bus. I had no idea how to. Oh yeah, maybe I just need to chill them.
You need to get the leg up. That's what they do. Like this.
Yeah, my name is
Yeah,
Foxy.
man. Ooh, we got some siege coming up.
Just
Some stuff. It's gonna be
like
great.
this, you know.
Yeah, he's got that like low,
Yeah,
sexy
when
voice.
I was on OXG.
Yeah, I'm dropping. I was an incredible
Oh, you were on
IGL.
OXG, really? Oh,
Did I tell you I already did top 4 at SI?
Yeah.
My name is Fox. I'm cool, by the way.
Please, can I join you guys for this cast? I don't want to be here anymore.
And you're more than welcome anytime.
No, actually, I think I want to talk about something else. I'm not sure. Ace, you said you were in the chat, so you may have seen our pre-show. We did a lot of hot takes at the beginning of our day today. We talked about UK teams that were going to win like a World Cup or something if it was to ever happen. We talked about Nock being a stinky attacker as it is right now. We talked about radio, so we talked about a lot of
What
things.
was the sound of that radio?
No, I don't want to do it again.
No, go on, Anne, go on.
Please, no.
Oh, the sound of the radio
Which
was
radio do you
great.
speak about? I don't think they guys know.
Yeah, it's the consulate radio, right?
It was like the whatever it was. Do you two,
That is
before I
immortalised in
embarrass
a clip,
myself
Anne.
any further, do you two have any hot takes as well that you'd like to share with us?
Oh,
See,
Des has got to be the one for hot
Esports.
takes. He loves a hot take.
Oh,
this
but I
Des.
need time. I need time to cook on one of these. I don't know.
He needs to percolate.
Yeah, think
You
of
know
one.
what
That's
actually
fine.
would be a hot take?
percolate?
Well, give us the hot take.
Oh,
hot take.
Tim would look fantastic with hair.
When are you doing the mullet, Tim?
That's what I've been asking.
My mullet days are a little bit.
Have you ever seen Tim with hair, by the way?
I've seen them sail
Right,
by.
give me 1
to be
second.
honest, shaving my head was the best thing I ever did.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, not this again.
I obviously
tempting
used to. Not this again. I obviously used to have hair, but I should have done it years before I did. I really should.
I've heard that Tim say that sentence probably about more than it will go into all the time, Des. I've heard that hair thing more times than I've heard that line over the years.
No, but it sounds so tempting, honestly, sometimes, just to get rid of all of it. But have you two had enough time to marinate?
Have you just shown him a picture of Tim
Any
with hair?
hot takes before we start? Because the game should be
You
about
two
to
look
start.
so much better bold.
Is that the hot take?
Will Tim let me turn this phone around?
Yes.
I don't know what picture is
It's
it?
a picture from your
I know which
Facebook.
one it's
Tim.
gonna be.
It's one of your Facebook profile pictures.
With a red
Come on,
tie.
show it,
You've got a suit on with a
You're
red
all
Come
tie.
on,
suited up.
production, zoom the camera in.
Peer
Let's go. Let's see the
pressure.
picture.
I need the
Why
proof.
not? Why not?
Yeah?
Why
Okay,
not?
you ready?
Yeah, go on.
Come on.
You've got to zoom in.
Oh, look at him. Look at that hairline.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Great tie, though, Tim.
Very fancy.
Why does your face look longer there than it does now?
Oh, no, it does, doesn't it? I
That's
look like
well
I've got
weird.
more forehead there than I do
You look
now.
like a really, really hairy egg.
All right, we need to
That
put
is
that away.
fascinating.
It's very elongated. It is.
It is, yeah. Is that stretched?
No.
No.
Wow.
It's an optical illusion of the hair. It just made the forehead look bigger. It's a proper 5 head, that.
Oh, dear.
Okay, but now I'm serious now. Any hot takes?
Related to Siege.
Yes, Siege. Could be esports,
Why
could be
does
the...
Anne really, really, really want a hot take? I feel like she wants to get us in trouble.
I think she's
I
trying
mean,
to
let's-
eclipse the
actually,
radio.
Can we show them
tune.
ours and get opinions?
Yeah, can we show the UK team? And
Yeah.
we'll get to UK
Yeah,
residents.
so in case you missed
Professional
it, guys,
opinions.
my hot take, my opinion was that the UK team in a theoretical R6 World Cup would win. And this was my UK team. It was Citizen, Nate, Wizard, Doki, Usus. Now, I will say, Wizard is a bit of a wildcard pick in there because it's his first stage. I did want Adrian, but Adrian politely reminded me that he has a Polish passport and he's not from the UK. So, Wizard got put in there.
Also just casually forgot the whole of Brazil, but that's fine. Would this team
Well, they
win?
can't play for the UK national team, man.
No, but they would win. Of
They
course.
wouldn't.
If I said if it's a European Cup, maybe, but a World Cup, I'm not sure. How do you two feel about this?
You want to go first, Tim?
I mean, I really like that lineup.
I'm thinking about who might be missing, but no one
I
really.
guess if you
think
want
of.
a newer player, obviously you've got to sort of factor Krex into the discussion as well.
He's still cooking, mate. He's not there yet. He's still cooking.
No, this is what I mean. I think Wizard is a good shout. I think Krex is definitely like
Creeds,
one for
maybe.
the future. Get him on the sub lineup at the minute. But no, I think that looks pretty good, to be honest.
Creeds, maybe.
Yeah.
Azza could be. Honestly, Azza could be a shout.
Creeds,
but he's had a
yeah,
difficult
Creeds is a
stage.
good shout.
But the problem is with those names, who do you remove to put them in?
Probably Wizard because he's so young and inexperienced.
Nah. I don't care
Well,
about
that's
his
why I
age
put
at this
him in
point. He's
there.
absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
No,
he's
exactly.
not
That's what I mean.
flying.
I don't think you can replace him. I don't care about tenure. Like tenure is not a reason to replace someone. With how he's played this stage, he has to be in that team.
I mean,
But that
I
team,
couldn't change it,
just
honestly. I
doesn't
really
win
couldn't change
worlds like any day of the week.
Do you want a hot take?
Well,
Yeah. She's literally
Right.
been asking for it.
I know, one's just come to me, and I was thinking of this earlier. People were complaining a little bit about shields, and obviously, I know, people think they're very powerful and things like that. But I looked at shields, and I thought, honestly, if I think over all the years I've played Siege, I feel like shields are actually in the best spot they've been in, and by that I mean they are useful, they are powerful, but they are not. I don't feel like they're horrible to play against. There's been times where Blitz was just. I always thought Blitz was gonna be. It could never be in the right spot. He would either just be like completely and utterly horrible to play against or completely useless. And I feel like they have found as close as they can to a nice sweet spot at the minute. I think it's pretty good.
I agree with you, Tim. Can I suggest one? Can I suggest one tweak to shields?
Nothing's ever perfect.
No,
Fresh.
nothing is ever perfect. But the one thing
Except
I don't
Tim.
like about shields is they can just run you down and one-man army you. If a shield punches and knocks a defender, I would like it so that the shield ADS time is just slightly longer than the defenders, so they can't do that specifically.
Okay, so a little lore here. I was a teacher before, obviously, but I never thought I'd use my teaching skills on an esports broadcast. But Des, go ahead.
Miss, I need a wee.
You can't. The Falcons players are literally just coming back. You can't.
That's the players' jobs, Des. They go for a week before the game, not us.
No, I was going to say, my serious point was, this is a classic Tim thing, but Tim defended shields there with such passion. Like someone had said to him, fight for your life right now. Like, convince me you don't deserve to die. It happens all the time.
Where do
he
you
throws so much passion into gardening, into the defense of shields, into his hairline, into siege. You name it, it's just there.
One asterisk I will put on it, one caveat that I will put on it is, and because I know that people will come for me over it a little bit, but I would agree if you have Blitz, Monty, and Blackbeard in the same lineup, then yeah, it's oppressive.
You can
But-
play tennis with a defender.
Yeah, that sort of thing. But as individuals, you stick Blitz in a lineup, you stick Blackbeard in a lineup. I don't think that they're terrible to play against, but I think they are useful. And so, yeah, I think they're in probably one of the best spots that I've seen them in.
What was that?
You need 2 tweaks.
You just flicked me off.
Yeah, you need 2 tweaks.
Be careful doing that gesture in some countries. Not
You're
really
in one,
appreciated.
Leo. It's fine, don't worry. It's
What
all
do you
good.
mean? Okay, 2 tweaks. All right. Is that better?
Two
You do it
tweaks.
that way. Just turn your hand around.
Like this?
No! That
You
way.
do this to B side. That's it.
Are you
How
saying 2
difficult
tweaks,
can
by
it
the way?
be? Yes.
2 tweaks.
Yes.
2 tweaks.
Perfect.
All
There
right,
we
2
go.
things. 2 things. The bullet
Wasn't
into
hard,
the
was
shield.
it?
No, it's not. Yeah, 2 things. Bullets on the shield. That needs to be buffed. You need to shoot at least less bullets to stop or slow
Yeah,
down the
agreed.
shield.
Agreed.
Or
Slow
you need to slow him down more. That's the first thing. Second thing you need to do, make the bash more effective for people that don't have a shield. Right now, we're still seeing Monty's win 1v1
Yes.
because you keep on bashing the guy and nothing happens.
shield
And
break.
yes, I'm speaking of experience, and that's terrible. So the bashing needs to be more powerful, and the slowing down of shields, if you shoot them, should be more powerful.
Yes. Go ahead.
And then it would be balanced.
So, I don't know if
That
it was
was
on
in
the...
such a teacher voice. I love that.
Actually, no, it was on the timeline.
Yes, go ahead.
Pengu stuck it on the timeline earlier. I want to talk about Clash. Because Pengu was saying Clash is a nerf. So who in the room thinks it's a nerf and who thinks it's a buff?
It's a buff, 100%.
Agreed.
You can
I
go way
looked
more
at
So
the
far from what we've
stats.
seen, I think it's a buff.
Actually, I need to probably glasses for this. I looked at the numbers.
Stats don't
Win
matter.
rate.
Stats don't matter.
Her win rate has come down by 4%.
But okay,
so
how
she
much
is
was her
technically
pick?
weaker right now.
Yes, but how much was her pick
However,
rate?
A pick rate before far lower than it is now. I will
you go.
stress that.
So larger sample
So
size.
logically,
And I
it's
do
just going to
take the
go
point.
towards a medium.
I do take the point. I understand where you're coming from. I also think teams are going to have to learn to play with it better. We've seen some really stupid plays over the last week on Clash. Let's not lie. As teams get better with it, that win rate will come up. So I do think, based on what you said there, Leo, and that fact itself, you will see her be classed as a better operator now, 100%.
There's a grid to me with
There was
twice.
chat going on in the lobby that is in the TV behind the cameras, but I'm way too... I don't even know why I tried. I'm way too blind.
I keep seeing Falcons join.
I think we're rehosting.
And join and leave.
Yeah, we're rehosting.
Join and leave again.
Do you want to hear something really stupid that I did whilst playing Siege today?
Go
With
ahead.
shields. So I was playing Blackbeard, and I'm coming out of library on Chalet towards Mezzanine, and there's a mute playing just on the other side of the wall. I come charging round with Blackbeard, and in my head I thought, flash him! Just flash him! So I went to flash him, I charged him, but I was too far away, and then he threw a nitro at me and killed me. So, but he killed himself, so technically I got my one.
God. At what level are you playing, Tim?
It was not a good
I think
round
it was
for me.
unranked. I think it was unranked. I was watching a bit
It was.
earlier.
I was just running around in
It's the,
unranked a little bit. But
It's the
I
other
thought
yellow
you'd
line.
enjoy that.
Happens. It's fine. I mean, I'd love to hear even more stories, and I think we'd have the time for it, I would say. But I just to save all of our mental, I think, for a little bit before we start discussing too much. You seem really upset about.
I want to continue talking.
I'm having a great time on the
do
podcast.
people want to keep hearing you?
Probably not.
All right,
Yeah.
then we can move on.
No, we will be coming back. That's the good news. But we will be taking a quick break. So obviously, Desky, you can go get your Wii, I guess, if that's really what you want to do. And then, yeah, stick with us, because we'll be back in just a few.
Easy, easy, teammate. Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need. Got it. All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What? Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Welcome back to the EML podcast. Sorry for the wait there, just a little bit, but the game should almost be ready. Can you two?
Sorry.
Sorry, miss.
Sorry, miss.
No, people in the chat seem surprised that I was a teacher. I was a teacher, but yeah, I didn't expect to have to use these skills here again as well to get you to the sit.
Sorry,
It's
miss.
about 12 almost. Calm down.
Oh my god, that was way too real.
It's fine. Okay, well, I'm glad we're just.
Still need a Wii.
Can we move on to the game, please? Just send him on
I'm
his
really
way.
curious. Anne, I'm really. Did they call you Miss or did they call you Miss Jansen?
No, they were all in the lobby.
Well,
Oh, they just disconnected again.
Okay, we have just gone for another rehost, I feel like, but it's fine. I'll in the Netherlands are quite loose about that, so it's I would let them call me Miss, which in Netherlands is juf or juffrouw.
Juf?
Juf, yeah.
The
No,
youth
juf,
of
no,
today?
not juf. It's juf.
The youth of today.
Or I would just let them call me
it's
by my
youth
first
now.
name,
Sorry.
because that's fine
Or
as well.
Anne.
So Anne or
Yeah.
juf.
Youth.
Try youth.
Is there any other Dutch words you really want to learn?
How's your day going, youth?
I've heard many, and I don't need to learn any more, I don't think, right now. No, that one's going to stick with me for a while. Excellent. You are now officially youth every event to me. How's it going, youth? All the time.
You gotta get the pronunciation right. Youth.
Youth.
I don't need to. It's the British person's job to butcher pronunciation of foreign words.
It is, isn't it?
Leo can confirm.
Yeah, just still food, still culture.
Still food plate.
Tim would never do that. Tim respects the French language, right, Tim?
Never.
Tim got mistaken for being French once.
Yeah, I know because his bonjour is perfect.
Is it?
Bonjour. Bonjour, Tim, ça va bien?
Ça va? Et toi?
Ça va super. See, we can have a French
Ça va
conversation.
super. Yeah, you
He
are not
respects my
super
language.
starting a best of 3 at midnight. You are not.
Listen. We have 8 players in the lobby that I can count without my glasses. So, we have 80% of the lobby ready.
Should we just play 4v4?
90%.
Really
90% of the lobby ready. 9 out of 10 players are in.
You guys are too optimistic. When I get into round 1, someone's going to disconnect, and we'll be back here again in about 10 minutes time.
10 out of 10. 100% of the lobby is ready.
Go.
Yeah.
All right, wait for round 1. Telling you.
No, I think we want to see if they actually stick around as well, because we've been at this point a few times now where the players were in the lobby and then someone had dropped out. It's getting late. We understand that the Virtus.Pro players having had to finish their dinner, of course, as well. It really is a thing to have to play not a best of 3 right now.
I think it will be
Leo,
fun.
what did you get for dinner today?
I got vegetarian pizza.
No. This is a whole thing, right?
This is a
whole
point.
thing.
Yeah, vegetarian
So
pizza.
Leo has to be special, so he gets vegetarian food. So we ordered pizzas in. Leo gets a vegetarian pizza. He pulled the vegetables off the pizza and then just ate the pizza.
Okay, listen.
Like pick a lane.
Listen to me.
Pick a lane, man.
I pulled one. I put jalapenos. That's it. Because you can see it. I'm weak and I don't react well to spice.
Fraud, vegan man.
So then I just removed the jalapenos.
Okay, guys. I would love to continue talking about this, but we have the good news that the game is ready. So our final best of 3. Let's get it underway with Tim and Des.
Okay. Tim, we got a podcast to warm ourselves up, and now we get a series to close out the night as well. It's also our last one, I believe, of EML. We're done after this one, aren't we?
We are, yeah. It's obviously not the last EML game. You've got, I think is it Devon Pengu tomorrow?
It is.
But yeah, it's
and
our
I think
last
Emmy and
one.
Demo are helping with one game as well.
We are today. But yeah, it is. It's our last one. So I mean, let's enjoy it.
Why not? So about that garden, Tim. You back in it tomorrow?
Weather dependent. The couple of jobs that I've got, so the next couple of jobs that I've got is one, I've got a little bit of sometimes on like paving flags and outdoor flags and like masonry, you get a little bit of like black mold on there if you've got that standing water on there and stuff over years. So I've got a special cleaner, so that's going to go down, but obviously I need good weather to do that because I can't have it getting washed away. And then I've got some fences to paint as well, same dilemma. So yeah, if it's bad weather, I'll be playing Siege all day. If it's good weather, I'll be out in the garden doing the jobs.
All right, fair play, mate. Well, we could be inside a consulate right now because our bands are flowing on through, which means it's about time, Tim, that we get into our last series of the day and get things started here. We spoke a little bit about the map veto during the EML. We've got to think of a real cool name for it now, and I can't think of one beyond the EML podcast right now. I imagine we can combine Fortress in there somewhere. We'll think of something creative. But when I was looking at these maps earlier on, this map is actually Falcons' most banned map. Like 13-2 record, they've banned it away 13 times. It's been banned against them twice, even more so than their perma bans, because teams haven't banned it so often. They have won it twice. They beat Gen.G 7-0 last week, so I think to their tune, they're thinking, you know what? It used to be a perma ban, but now we can play it. And to Virtus.Pro, they probably weren't expecting this to be the map they'd head to today. They'd looked at the map called the Falcons and expect something else. I have a feeling across both of these maps, knowing that Virtus.Pro will go to Cafe, Falcons are in here with loads of counter prep, loads of ideas on how to beat them. Whether or not Shoko is awake enough to make use of that information, we're going to find out, because here we are with round 1, Falcons on the attack, BP on the defense. Let's get into it.
Yeah, we saw both of these teams have a little bit of a struggle today in getting into this game. Virtus.Pro, of course, going to absolutely tons of overtime to get Gen.G taken out, but Falcons as well. In their first map, it was very back and forward, and there was plenty of opportunities for match call. Second map went a little bit more one-sided towards Falcons, but both of them have been tested at least, so I'm expecting them to come in with some pretty high quality siege straight off the rip. We're going to have that meeting closet wall opened up. Drones will start flooding on in. Ooh, did well there to avoid that mute jammer as well. We just saw as the drone spun 180, the mute jammer behind it, but had managed to jump clear of its area of effect. So they will now be scoping out the inside of that site, trying to get a little bit of a pinpoint information on where everybody is playing before they start to push in. I think there's also going to be a bit of pressure mounting from the admin side as well, now that they are established in there. Quick moving, actually, from Falcons so far.
I mean, look at Falcons' lineup overall, Tim, and it just looks like the perfect set-piece play. Every single time I catch these guys are saying, and I'm sure everyone's sick and tired of hearing it by now, but Dockerby and Deimos, that is their bread and butter. They have these two operators available. You're going to see them playing them an awful lot on the other three. I mean, Grim, to be fair, I think has played more than both of those. The other two are very much for an execute, and as they lose players like Shaika, Solotov here, sorry, not the best start for them because that Capitao is so critical as part of this lineup. It's got the smokes on side, of course, the firebolts to move players away. You now lose a lot of ability to control Virtus.Pro. Sure, you can use things like the light screens and the Grim Beast to help out, but Capitao just brings so much along that now that's not available, they're going to struggle a bit more here, and I don't think Virtus.Pro will mind this being a 4 versus 4 as it stands.
Yeah, a bit of the problem that Virtus.Pro have got here, Des, you're absolutely right in what you're saying about Capitao, but look at the other operators on the side of Falcons. It's like they've brought an entire lineup of execution-focused operators. Yeah. They've still got Grim, still got Sense, still got Dockerby, still got Deimos. You know, they've got so much utility to work with there that's going to help them find an opportunity to put the diffuser down. But 4 versus 4, we know there's going to be a challenge coming pretty soon on that little cubby door.
He knows.
It's going to be Shaiko. He certainly does. He sees the shadow. He's got the information. These are the marginal differences sometimes. If players can just squeeze that little bit of intel out, it gives them everything they need. Shaiko takes a lot of damage there, so does always, but it's Joystick who goes big with a double. Always manages to find them to Shaiko. Joystick makes it 3, and Virtus.Pro in the end were pretty comfortable, Des.
Can I just say, I feel so bad for our observers there. They've sat there watching Shaiko, expecting the swing for a good 20 seconds. As they change away to a different player, the swing happens. It's like a caster curse, but on their side of things. Unlucky guys. But I think that round itself was really interesting because it was a very, very slow and careful round from Virtus.Pro. And we've seen this from them when we've cast them last week as well, where they'll play out around the map a little bit, look to waste a bit of time, but don't really look to get too involved in being aggressive. They'll happily step back in towards site, kind of bring the outer rings of where they're currently controlling the map back in a little bit, play nice and tight towards the end. So for a long time, it looked like Falcons had a lot of control and a lot of flexibility. And sure enough, they had things like the Dockerby call to guarantee that they had map control. But the key thing was when that last Dockerby call came out, when they started their push forward, Virtus.Pro, every single player just sprung into action. It was like stepping onto a track or something, Tim. All just spring into action, destroy every player on the side of Falcons. So although it looks like Falcons got a lot of map control, really it was orchestrated by Virtus.Pro all along. They were happy to let them have that ground because they got to these really difficult spots like we saw for Shaiko, at top yellow, a little bit of a bottleneck, and he got hard punished for it. So great first round from Virtus.Pro. Falcons probably going to wake themselves up a little bit here, Tim, because like I said during that podcast earlier on, I'll keep calling it the podcast now, I think they're going to find they're coming a little bit worn down here. The Adrenaline Hydra in that series was there early. They said it was a hard series and it was an absolute war to get over the finish line. Virtus.Pro have had some food, but the Adrenaline probably hasn't fully worn off yet. It's going to take Falcons a couple of rounds to get themselves back into the swing of things.
Yeah, I think Solotov dying, not necessarily in terms of utility, but in terms of position, was a big factor in that last round. Not having the pressure directly on site. Like you said, yes, they took control around the map, but never really bothered anybody on site, and Solotov was in the position to do that, and not replacing him meant that it was kind of tough to get those defenders moving around out of those primary spots. Going straight in for a challenge. They do manage to take out the ex-Kairos pellets. Shepard is going to take some damage on the way, but Solotov takes more. Opening death 2 rounds in a row. Pasha cuts him down, and that's going to be advantage Virtus.Pro, 5 versus 4.
As much as I was saying earlier on, the Falcons are going to be prepared. Doesn't mean that Virtus.Pro won't be. They'll know what's going to be coming based on what they've seen from previous play days, and it feels like every move that Falcons are making here, Virtus.Pro are already 5 steps ahead. The fact they went so aggressive on Solotov as he came solo in towards that east side of the map, knowing there'll be no support from any of the player on Falcons, beautiful. Dealing with the aggression here coming into Art, beautiful. Yes, it's come down to a 4 versus 2. They've got rid of Dan again, 2 rounds in a row that he's been the first player to go down on his team. They've still got a 4 versus 2 here, Tim. They've still got C4s. They've still got those information to play behind. This is a very, very tall order for Falcons to get this one over the finish line.
Just having a peek in through the bomb site, trying to see if they can pick anybody up around pillars, but you just know Virtus.Pro are not going to give anything away that easily. Playing in behind those keeper barricades, mirror windows, they've got all the cover that they need. If they do step out and show themselves and give Falcons an opportunity, I've got to say it will be a mistake. There's really no reason for them to do that until Falcons get themselves established above and get a bit more pressure on, but with only 2 of them left, it's going to be very difficult to do that. They're kind of just hoping at the minute that Virtus.Pro give them something, but in a 4v2, there's no way that they're going to.
No. I've often said this, that I need to go and do the number crunching at some point separately. I might even do it after the stage has ended and go back and look at some interesting new stats, but I would put Virtus.Pro up there as one of the least clutched against teams that are in the game right now, because again, they tighten themselves so well together. They don't let players go nuts on like a tear and kill 3 or 4 of them all at once. If nothing else, they're the ones often doing the clutching, so I just don't see a world in which they let Shaiko and Brede get away with this. If they get a plant down here, Tim, it's an absolute steal because they've got that C4 in back pocket.
Chaco just sees the man above the blue tarp there. Can't quite manage to find his shot. Brede does get one, so it gets something going, but with 17 seconds left to go, they really are going to have to think about putting this diffuser down. He's got Shaiko on the cover. Gumine comes out, but that's the important kill. It's going to be over at that point. Pasha manages to find Shaiko and then always cuts down Brede. Second round goes to Virtus.Pro, and it is a solid start to Consul at 2-0. Top floor, basement, both ticked off. Now let's see if they can hold that third choice site, which will probably be Piano and Exhibition.
It's a similar thing in that round, right, where they've gone a little aggressive in the early round to get the entry. Back in round 1, it was through Cubby. That round there, it was on towards Solotov, and then largely have pulled themselves back together around Piano, then all fell back down to site and just taken up their positions. They're not the kind of team where, unsurprisingly, one of our top teams in the region isn't one of those that's going to go crazy around the map, wants to get a first kill, going, yeah, I can get 3 or 4 in this round, and then end up costing the team anyway. Just that discipline amongst them all is so impressive to see. And probably quite critically for me, Tim, Joystick is having a great game so far as well. I look back historically, I've said it many a time how he's really struggled on the entry. Remember he was playing Sledge a couple of weeks ago and he was always the first pick, and I felt so bad for him. But he's 5-0 in this game. He's really having a good day so far. I do put a lot of that down to the fact that Falcons, it feels, aren't really in the game yet. They're going to have to get there soon, otherwise VP are just going to run away with this first map though.
Yeah, absolutely. That they need to make sure that they put in the brakes on, because Virtus.Pro, for you know, as much as we talk about, you know, the negatives, the limited map pool, you know, the structured play that can sometimes be a little bit predictable. On the flip side of it, they have got ability and experience in abundance, and like you say, there isn't, I'm not sure there's another team like them, or there's not many, that once they have an advantage, once they are on top of a team, that will let them get back in, you know, that will control that game like Virtus.Pro. They will not allow a team, you know, back into it very often when they're 5-1 up, for example. They know exactly how to then just grind you down and finish that off. So yeah, Falcons, they need this round, you know, for me, because Virtus.Pro are then going to cycle back through top floor and basement again. Neither of them have been close to Falcons. So yeah, I think they need this one, otherwise they're staring down the barrel of 5-1 at least.
Oh, they're gonna try a shield play again. Brede, the one looking to lead the charge here. Got the line aside, of course, with those scans to help feed the push on forwards, along with the Grim, a staple of this lineup. They absolutely love this operator and run into the absolute death is the only way that I can really put it. You look across their numbers, to be fair, Eustace is the one who plays it the most, unsurprisingly. And here they're going to try, of course, make use of this information they've got with that, plus the EE1Ds to give Brede a clear path in to try and bring someone down. But they need to find an isolated player on Virtus.Pro. You can't go charging onto one man only to get shot in the side or the back by somebody else. They've got to be really careful here. Now they're trying to get information and kind of massage these players into the right spots. They really sorely need an entry though, Tim, and Brede's going to try and find it.
Gonna get in there, gonna get himself an opener. That's big, but Shepard finds users elsewhere. Pasha cuts down Brede. That's the tip of the spear gone. That's the shield. And now Virtus.Pro can just play that trade game, and they will understand that. But look, Dan and Shepard both on low health. Solotov, Leaker, they at least have all of that HP to play with. Joystick takes a little bit of damage as well. There's a minute left for them to survive here, so this is certainly not cut and dry for Virtus.Pro to be winning this round. They've all dropped back down to site, and interestingly, Shepard is actually all the way down in basement, Nitro in hand. So Virtus.Pro, very much in their front of their mind is, how do we stop a plant if we need to?
Hello?
Joystick?
A siege-timing moment and a half. Yeah, joystick there, just not respecting.
You
They've
okay?
worked their way down yellow. I think he assumed they dropped into sight and were holding down sight itself, but no. Not for paying the price for that. Still got the vertical here as well as down comes the drop. Solotov going to step in and try and get this diffuser down. Virtus.Pro at real risk here of letting this one go unless Shepard can get underneath. And here he is. C4 coming up. That's close enough to get the kill. And now Leakafak has got to do it all by himself. Tries to step across and Shepard's got the second from below. Virtus.Pro once again very patient. Admittedly a closer round as you can see Falcons are warming up. But that doesn't change the fact that they're up 3-0 right now.
I don't often say much negative about Joystick. I think he's a fantastic player. I've loved watching him over the years, but I've got to say that I think he almost nearly handed that round on a plate to Falcons. It was just obviously a little bit, it's one of them things that happens. It's a lack of intel. Like you say, he thinks something else is going on. And he ran out. I think he had utility in his hand. He wasn't even ready for a gunfight. Just absolutely sells himself at the bottom of Spiral Stairs. And that was a real turning point because I thought, hang on a minute, they've got a 2v1 on site here, but you got to remember they've just got that super solid Shepard on the back line. How many times have we seen it from him where he just controls around in the last 20-30 seconds, you know, and he's so cool, calm and collected about doing it as well. He is without a doubt one of the best players to play in that supportive role in the whole of Siege, the whole shebang, everything that we have seen out of this game. Absolutely phenomenal stuff, and he does it once again. Tack timeout comes in. Falcons, they're wanting to have a little chat because 3-0 down is not looking good for them.
Completely, and I speak about this often, right? Once a quarter in the game has passed our first 3 rounds, it's a good time to have the conversation because you're probably set playing those same 3 sites again. So whether it's on the specific across those sites that you're seeing go wrong, whether it's a communication or an energy issue, whatever it might be, it's a good chance to have that little natural pause, have the conversation again, because you kind of get another one when it comes to the half when you're going through the rebanning phase again anyway. I don't think we've seen like awful stuff out of Falcons in this half, but this round was definitely the closest they got. This play here, sure he dies, but a second player immediately comes inside a bedroom and gets the trade off the back of it. It was good from Falcons. They were pushing forward as a team, but when you're relying on Brilliant to get the first kill and then go in solo and get the second as well, I was a little bit like, surely at that point we can pause a little bit here. You're a blitz, for God's sake. You can flash somebody out. So just a couple of moments where they're a little bit out of sync, not quite at the usual level just yet. I've said it'll take them a few rounds to get there. They sorely need to be getting there now because you can't be stepping into this being your map pick and be playing this poorly so far across those first few rounds. Like looking at the bottom left corner of your screen, they've got 6 kills in total, 2 kills per round. That's how dominant it has been for Virtus.Pro, and it has to change now.
Well, you're exactly right about the map picks as well there, Des, because going into Cafe, I'll be honest, I'm not really going to back Falcons going into Cafe. You know, if we have a look at their recent history on there, it's not the best. I think if I look all the way back to, that's just looking to beginning of June, if I look all the way back to, say, the beginning of the year, to the start of January to now, and we look at Cafe, we're talking 1 and 3. That is not... It's not a great outcome for him. That might include some of the old roster, so I'd need to be careful just to filter out and make sure it was only including the after the roster changes. But it's not a map they're renowned for, put it that way. And you called Virtus.Pro coming into this and going 2-0, Des. We're not there yet, but Falcons need to think about it.
Me and Leo have just got absolutely massive brains, that's all it is. But no, they are 0 and 12 on that map. It's the map that is always banned against them without a shadow of a doubt. So, again, I think if Falcons are willing to let it through, they're coming in with some counter-prep planning. The same way we would have hoped they'd have done so coming into this map. Yeah, you haven't seen Virtus.Pro play it, but you've no doubt scrimmed them on it. At least here things are starting out okay. You lose the Grim, okay, not the best. You get rid of the Goyo, okay, also not the best pick you try and make. But this is why Goyo is so good for the defenders, is once that gadgetry is down, you are a free gun. And you've got a Vector in hand. The Vector's pretty damn lethal. It's a headshot machine. But here we go. An execute coming into a default window plant spot here as well. EMP's going down to try and deny away any C4s coming in. And sure enough, none have come out yet. Always goes down to it. Looks like Tim. They finally found the answer as they are absolutely sweeping through Virtus.Pro here, who can do nothing but look on. Only Joystick left standing. Diffuser down against 4. Falcons will finally get on the board.
Yeah, way better from Falcons this. I think simplifying things has helped them there. Last time they were trying the meeting closet wall, they had players in admin, they had players at top yellow, they were really spread thin, trying to get something going across every area of the map pretty much, and final kill comes in, as we knew it would. Shaiko's going to be the one to pick it up, despite the keeper barricades going out. But yeah, last time they attacked that back in round 1, they had a couple of players admin, 1 meeting closet wall, they had top yellow, they had so many different things going on at once that it was easy for Virtus.Pro to kind of pick them apart and take the 1v1 fights. We saw always step into closet, take out Solotov on meeting closet wall. We saw, you know, the challenge on to Shaiko at top yellow. He was on his own, and it was kind of always a 1-for-1 fight. Whereas there they said, right, let's not play into Virtus.Pro's games. Let's keep it simple. It's honestly, it's probably a take that you've done yourself in ranked. It's not a complicated take. You just stop people swinging around that half wall, that bookcase. You make sure that it's clear behind the desk, and that's it. You see, he always locked down. They were smart enough to bring the Thatcher, so you send the EMPs in, make sure that it doesn't matter if there's a Nitro below. The only thing you've got to concern yourself with is that there's not a player downstairs in Piano, which Falcons knew that there wasn't, so they then have the space to win and get the plant. It's super simple. It takes out all those other risk factors, and it gets them the job done when they desperately needed a round. So great decision from Falcons, well played, well executed, and it gets them on the board. 3-1 still to Virtus.Pro.
You know what I think is really interesting is they probably wouldn't have been able to get away with that the first time they attacked that site, because what ban have we seen come through from Falcons? The mute. It's a staple for this team. They played it every single round, and what does the mute have? He's got a C4. They only had one coming into that round, and that's why we had things like those EMPs being dumped in just for that one C4 that might come on through. They'd always be facing the risk of a player being in below or a C4 being long-armed. There was always something that could potentially affect them a little bit there. Yes, you do find that those EMPs help out, but you still got to be worried about the fact they'll juggle a few of them through at different points as you go along. So it was just, again, I think a really good way to ban the operator away, take away a real linchpin of this Virtus.Pro lineup. The operator they absolutely love playing, and try and capitalize on that, and they've done very well with it. You might see more of the same here as they're trying to work their way through and towards the main breach, and they will get away with this one, it seems. It's already opened up. What I'm curious to see, Tim, is where they go from here, because this isn't the same as the other site. You can't just all-in rush this one. You can certainly try, but I can almost guarantee you'll get shut down while trying. So they're going to have to play things a little more tactically here, a little bit more slowly, and figure out how to pick apart this Virtus.Pro lineup.
Well, they really need to go and get the kill onto Joystick. He's playing in Piano at the minute on the Legion. He's got the shotgun, so he's opening up verticals. So even if they do manage to get in through the breach and get deeper, say, he's just going to be able to open up new verticals above wherever they do decide to put it. At the minute, that's not something that they're directly addressing here, Falcons, but they need to. There's going to be a trade there. Shepard and Leakafak managed to find each other. That's the Ace gone and the Malusi gone. Not a huge loss for either side, really. That should be fine. They don't have any essential utility or anything. This is the important fight. Solotov moving down. We're going to see Shaiko taken out by who else does? Joystick. And that is why they needed to clear him out of Piano.
What I'm most worried about is Leakafak, I think, has tried to go in and obviously get the hatch opened up. If he's died with all those Salmons in the back pocket, I didn't catch it earlier, that hatch probably stays closed, and that is a real problem for Falcons here. They're going to have to go and hunt players on this top floor and force them away for if nothing else. But as we've already seen, they've lost 2 players to that end already. The Dockerby's gone. The Lion has gone. They've got users on side with 1 smoke in the back pocket of Brede. They aren't going to be able to capitalize on making best use of this glass, and so the whole round plan has fallen apart because Virtus.Pro are happy to play around the map and pick off these individual players on Falcons that are trying to enter and get control of the top floor. In a way, Falcons aren't playing as a team. Virtus.Pro are.
They still need to go and deal with Piano, is the reality. They're 4 versus 2, so Joystick's just going to stay up there. Pasha has come back down to side to support it. And this is exactly what's going to happen. They're just going to keep peeking because they know they don't need to worry. Last time around, if you remember, we said Virtus.Pro aren't going to take these fights. They know that they don't need to. And that was because both players were on the breach and they had it sort of covered from the back line. This time, they know that they can take the peaks. The reason that they've taken those fights is because Joystick is still upstairs with a shotgun in hand of his own, and he can play the verticals. So they don't really need to worry too much about what happens inside a site. And that is something that Falcons really failed to recognise in that round. And I'm honestly quite surprised by it. The fact that they haven't recognised that Pasha and Joystick are upstairs and are a serious threat and are working together as a pair to keep themselves in that position and to hold it down from there, and that they haven't gone in and tried to clear them in numbers. Leakafak goes in on his own, Solotov goes in on his own, and they lose both of them. it's got to be more of a concerted effort. If anything, they should have been considering probably taking maybe even CEO, getting a couple of drones in there, getting in there quickly and opening up that floor a little bit as much as they could, maybe with the DMR or something. Get that floor open a little bit and force Joystick and Pasha to make a decision as to how long they hold on for. As it was, they didn't. They were quite happy to just stay there and take their fights. It was really well played from Virtus.Pro. Good understanding of the site that they were defending, and they lock it down comfortably. 4-1.
It's kind of like I was saying, I just think at the minute Falcons have got these players entering different parts of the map. Think back to Solotov in round 2, and that last round there is a great example of 2 players trying to be solo. They just get picked off by these players on Virtus.Pro, are happy to push out around the map, knowing they're against a relatively slow team that they can punish, because Falcons were so focused on having the Glaz and the hard breach sat on that garage door, waiting for everyone else to get themselves set up and ready. And so they're playing the game really well, as you say too, and I completely agree. Falcons are the ones who need to figure something out here. They've had that attack timeout. They'll be praying for a better second half, and that's not a bad start to things. Getting rid of that only C4, I believe, in the back pocket of this Virtus.Pro side. Does that mean that maybe things like the smoke bolts coming out from users is going to be really effective, or that Brede can get a little more aggressive in places here? It's got to be mindful of things like the Legion, the smoke, of course, but I think getting that as your entry is a fantastic start. And Falcons, they really need this round win.
I'd agree. I think getting in 4-2 here, or 2-4 if you look at it from Falcons' perspective, is, whilst not ideal, I don't think it's the end of the world for them on the attack of Consulate, because going onto the defense, I kind of would expect them to be able to get that 4 rounds and at least take themselves to overtime. It's going to be tough for Virtus.Pro in the next half of things when they get onto the attack. So for me, Virtus.Pro want to be winning this round pretty much almost as much as Falcons do. They're going to be holding on from above for the time being. 4 versus 5 is still how it is looking for them. And as you can see, Falcons getting in there. They know that those verticals are going to be covered. They're looking for those reverse gunfights. Just try and get themselves something so that they can move in from main door comfortably and get that wall opened up into sight.
All right. Let's see how they can start pushing their way through, because they've now made use of both of those calls from the Dockerby as well. Again, to force Virtus.Pro back, but as we've remarked on a few times, Tim, Virtus.Pro don't really mind being pushed back towards site here. That for the most part, they've sat there somewhat unbothered, expecting, okay, maybe we're going to get a peek on the vertical. That's what Falcons have been waiting for, but Virtus.Pro, again, have just been so careful to this point. The thing that I worry about for them is they are now really largely out of utility. This is their last smoke coming out here. There's still a minute to play, and we've got every player on the Falcon side left alive. No smokes to play with, but a lot of fire in which they can cut out these players. Almost dying there, and hello, there's a player inside the room with you. Need to be respectful of that one. 3 players fall very quickly. I'm sorry, you have stepped into the Virtus.Pro death zone. Please leave immediately. A 3 versus 2 now as Falcons, what looked to be a great round for them, Tim, it's crumbling before their very eyes.
Yeah, and Virtus.Pro have got the same situation as they had last time. They've now got 2 up above. Pasha gets a kill from exactly there onto Solotov, and they don't have to go anywhere. They can just hold on from up there. So Dan, if he wants to, can take a bit of a peek on site if he knows that Usus is going into an area where he can challenge him, because he can be confident that his players above him are going to hold it down and lock out the round. 5-1 is, whilst not perfect, it's not 6-0, it is a perfect start for Virtus.Pro here on Consulate. Not their map pick, and they've come in so solidly on the defense. Now they're in a situation where all they need to do, I say all they need to do, as if it's easy against Falcons, is pick up that 3rd choice site each time. That's all they need to do, is go in and take away the weakest site from Falcons.
Yes. However, Tim, there's a classic saying that I have in any game of Siege, and that is there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. You've come out there and seen Falcons not be able to pull together a cohesive attack. You've seen Virtus.Pro play brilliantly on the defense. We could be saying those exact same 2 sentences here about opposite teams after we've seen a couple of rounds, because Virtus.Pro might not be up to it on the attack today. Falcons might be absolutely sublime on the defense. You just don't know until you get into that half what you're going to see. Yeah, it's quite rare that you see an absolute rollover unless there really is that massive a gap between teams. And let's be frank, these are 2 of our top 3 teams that we've got in the region right now. There isn't that big a gap. So I wouldn't be wholly surprised if Virtus.Pro struggle to get themselves over the line here in the next 2 or 3 rounds. It might take a little bit more of a fight than that.
Yeah, I'd agree. 7-5 wouldn't surprise me. Overtime wouldn't necessarily surprise me here.
With how we've gone today, Tim, nope.
Exactly that. You know, let's just carry on. Stars we mean to go on. But yeah, I think, look, it's not just about Virtus.Pro here. It's about, for me, the way Falcons have been playing. And I think there have been serious gaps in their attacks there, as you've picked up on, Des. You know, going in solo, not working together as a team. Again, I'm asking the questions. Why did they not push upstairs? They spent an inordinate amount of time around that main door, looking up at the verticals, hoping for somebody to show their face to get a kill. When it didn't happen, they just walked into sight. I think it was either Leakerfack or Solotov who went in first. It was actually the first kill, so if I have a look, I'll know. Leakerfack gets a kill onto Shepard, but then they just start getting cut down inside a site, and it's because they haven't dealt with the top floor. And it just seems like such a fundamental thing for me. If you're attacking onto Consulate, particularly if you're attacking onto Piano and Exhibition, you know that you need to deal with Meeting and CEO, and I just don't feel like Falcons ever really did anything to deal with that, and they were punished for it. And so that's the reason that I say that is, coming in here on the defense, am I confident in them coming in and playing so well and so cohesively that they get a 5-1 half? And the answer at the minute from what they've shown us is no, because I don't think that they've been playing very well so far in this game.
We'll see if things change. Like I say, Tim, we're in this half now, and it's a round of explosives. Look, 6 frag grenades being brought along by VP, 3 C4s by Falcons. It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse here. Can they catch them up with C4s before Virtus.Pro chew through things like the Goyo canisters, through those mute jammers, so on and so forth? You do have to expect them to get your way through this sort of like information denial net that gets established by mute. And here already it's coming to heads at the top of these main stairs. Shaiko with a great shot there onto one. One lay down, waiting for the second peek, and sure enough, it starts coming on through. I was going to say, always, my friend, you cannot stay there. They'll be back for the repeat, but keeps himself alive. Now, Virtus.Pro play from a man down, and things are equal. Back to a man down again. It's not too bad. But now, though, Tim, they're in the driving seat. Virtus.Pro still looking to work their way through. The Blackbeard's got to do something, but no. Shut down there, out by 2 or 3 players on the side of Falcons. This is what I mean, Tim. You've seen them playing well as a team here on the defense. Virtus.Pro have spread themselves very thin. They've been punished by little moments of 2v1s coming out from Falcons. Really good first defensive round.
Yeah, this has been much better from Falcons. I think it may be one of those games that we see where teams just struggle to attack, just struggle, you know, to get that momentum. But Falcons certainly looking much better immediately in round 7, which is what they needed. Shaco doing a great job from long desk to hold down that push from Spiral, and I feel like it was... Again, it's kind of like, you know, banging your head against the wall if you're Virtus.Pro. You're coming up to top Spiral. It's a tough challenge onto long desk anyway. You've got 2 of you pushing it. You know that there's 2 of you there. Sometimes you just got to call it off and say, you know, let's keep our lives. We've got time. Let's take advantage of that fact and go and see if we can get a better angle. Leakerfact, beautiful shot onto Dan. Cuts him down 4v1. It's looking like it's going to Falcons.
He's padding out the KD a little bit here, Shepard. Still got 3 players to work through inside 35 seconds, and yes, it feels incredibly unlikely that he gets away with that. But we've all seen those magic moments, Tim, where people just defy expectation, defy the odds. Shepard with a chance to do that now, but he's got to move down quick at this point, and maybe not quite shooting that trap is going to be a sign that things aren't quite going to go the way that he planned. Falcon's going to dig themselves in, get ready for a crossfire here, and surely they don't give him a bunch of 1v1s here.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. They know exactly where he's coming from. They're going to be ready for the challenge. They both swing at the same time, as you can see.
Very good.
Perfectly played. I think it was Users and Leakerfact that were in that position. Bathroom and CEO swing at the same time. Make sure that there's shots coming in from 2 directions. No chance for Shepard. And Falcons look immediately better now that they've got themselves onto the defense. Much more comfortable. But, like I say, has too much damage already been done by Virtus.Pro on their first half. Falcons more than capable of fighting their way back into this, but it's going to be those 3rd choice sites that likely define how this half goes.
Sure. And this is again what I was saying. You might just see those names swapped around here, and we use the same sentences to describe either team. I just thought the way Falcons played was really, really smart, forcing out 2v1s like you're going to see here. It was an attempt by VP to do the same. As you saw, Joystick always both working their way up Spiral, but it all just started crumbling down from there. That great shot for a second as well. Like, oh, sees the head, but still gets done first. Unfortunate in that spot, but Tim, that means we've got a game in our hands here. Falcons could very well battle their way back in. Now all that onus, all that pressure turns onto VP to be the ones to find a way to crack through that fortress, to get around on the line. Can they do it down here in basement?
Yeah, I was pretty critical of Falcons on the attack. I've got to do the same for Virtus.Pro there. I find top Spiral a bit of a strange place to push from with 2 of you. There's not a lot of space to fight. You're going in through a double door. As soon as you come up against 2 guns there, I think you got to call it off. But Virtus.Pro just kept on pushing and lost those players. Little bit of a peak from Shaiko, starting to feel that aggression rising from him. He's wanting to get involved in the fights. He hit a beautiful headshot for the opener onto Joystick at top spiral in the last round. Also got the kill onto Always there as well, and pretty much broke the back of the Virtus.Pro attack himself. He's going to be off into the map, and that is a problem that Virtus.Pro need to deal with.
They might be doing this quite well. I was going to say, Falcons are quite scattered around the map right now. Understandably, they want to control as much of it as they can, same way Virtus.Pro did, and then find themselves falling back towards site, like layers they fall back through to get back towards the site, just like an onion, Tim. And I think at that point, knowing they'd have to potentially catch someone out, Virtus.Pro with the shield at the front may have had a chance to charge on forward. You've got things like the Jackal, you've got things like the Dockerby. They've got a lot of options to punish roamers on the side of Falcons, but by the time they're inside the building, they've largely already disappeared back.
This is exactly what I kind of suggested Falcons should have done when Joystick and Pasha were in these positions, lounge and exposition into piano, just to make things difficult. This is what Virtus.Pro are doing. Get hold of that top floor, get some verticals up above them, make it more difficult for them to play in those positions. They know that they need to get those kills. Leakerfact is taken out by Always, so that creates a gap down in the basement. It might now force one of those Falcons players back downstairs, but not just yet, as Solotov finds his kill onto Always, and that is great for Falcons because it gives him and Shaiko that little bit of freedom to keep playing up on this vertical position.
Again, every player they managed to pick away is one less available for the execute itself. Again, Vertical's been removed away with the sledge. Beautiful stuff to get rid of. You've still got to deal with the fact they can find their ways through with things like the breaching charge in the back pocket of the ace. They can get set up here, but look who's on the lurk, Tim. Not the lurk out on the road, really. Oh, he's getting punished a little bit here. Solotov going to be so mindful of this Blackbeard, how close it's going to get. Joystick gets rid of his man. Just punish him out around the map again. This is the control that you get from having these operators on side, the Dockerby and the Jackal, just meaning there's no funny business coming out of Falcons. Problem is, Tim, down to the last 40 seconds. A 4v3 is perfectly losable here unless they can get themselves set up perfectly for a team-wide execute.
Yeah, time's definitely going to be a factor. There's a black eye camera as well, I think, that's just pestering them. We could see Shepard ducking down, trying to check the tables for it. They've not got a lot of verticality options. One stop reach charge on the side of Shepard to be able to get a little bit of verticality going on from Piano. Pasha takes down Prede. Absolute beauty. Falcons could be in serious trouble unless the clock comes to their rescue. Users manages to get one, but the plant is going down. That's going to extend the amount of time that they need to survive here. Shaiko, he's on the hunt but can't find anything. Dan gets one of the 2 rounds that Virtus.Pro needs, and that was the concern that I was raising for Falcons coming into this half, Des. With having lost 5 rounds in the first half, the damage might already be done, and by Virtus.Pro grabbing round 8, there is now a long way for Falcons to hold on.
They're just stifling. Yeah. We've said it's like playing against the machine sometimes, against the Terminator, and that round, I think, really epitomised that. You try and roam against them, they've got Jackal, they've got Dockerby, they've got a shield to chase you down, you're dead to rights, and that's exactly what happened. And when it comes to hitting sites itself, they take a couple of minutes to, well, not a couple of minutes, the round will be over by that point, but took themselves a good minute to get drones in, identify where the players were. You saw yellow pins coming into all the rooms where these 2 or 3 players were left standing. And then what happens? You have 2 players pushing from yellow. You've got Pasha coming down backstairs as well. Just everything moved in perfect timing there, and it's so hard to deal with that. The comms go a little bit crazy. You're being shot at from 2 different directions. There's only so much you can do. But what I also love from Virtus.Pro is the discipline at the end there. They're in that 3 versus 1. They aren't going nuts trying to secure their kill. They're looking to get the plant down to guarantee they at least win the round. And I speak about this a lot, or I spoke about it earlier on, it's not one player getting a kill and going, oh, I can get 3 more this round and going bananas out on the roam. It's that composure and team first mentality that's really shining through. No surprise they're up 6-2. And Tim, honestly, we could be on for a pretty quick series because, again, I think going into Cafe, that's Virtus.Pro's map that no one wants to take them to. They could just win this outright 2-0.
Yeah, I'd agree at this point. I thought Falcons might come in stronger here, but ultimately Virtus.Pro have just played better as a team. That's what I'm seeing so far. That last round was a really good contrast. We spoke about the way that Falcons didn't clear out Piano and Exposition, whereas Virtus.Pro went in numbers and got those kills, got those verticality, and were able then to push into site and get the other kills that they needed. So really well played from Virtus.Pro. They find themselves 6-2 up, and they just need one more attack. As it is, Falcons Falcons. 4 rounds in a row that it's going to take. And the thing is, if you look at them individually, they're not actually playing too badly. We've got Basher and Joystick, 10 and 9, you know, across their kills. But when you look across the side of Falcons, it's not amazing, but we've got Shaco 6, Talika 5, Solitov 5. They're certainly getting involved. They're in the mix, but they're just not getting enough in any one round to be getting those numbers up onto the board.
They're not really shining right as well. Like, they're doing okay, but where's the pasture on the side of Falcons right now? There isn't that hero player. And you know, dare I say, I said it earlier on that during the game against Matchco earlier, they had 4 clutch rounds that really they shouldn't have been winning. You know, 1v2s, where Matchco, if they'd won those rounds, would have potentially won the whole series. It's a little bit of a stinger for them in a way. But now you haven't got those players being able to pull off that same kind of thing because you're against a team that do not allow themselves to get clutched up against. You can see why the rounds just simply aren't going their way, amongst many other reasons. And I think here with how it's going, Virtus.Pro again taking this slow and steady approach to the round, having the Docker be on side, IQ to help clear out all the utility on the way on through. It's not as heavy like Roman Clear, but it's still pretty slow and measured by them until Solitov has popped up at a window and got himself a bit of a freebie there. Small lapse of attention has caught them out a little bit, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's not a huge loss. The Ash going, you can live with that. There's no mirror on side that needs to be dealt with. So not the end of the world. Still got the Dokkaebi, but it does certainly put Virtus.Pro on the back foot, especially now that Dan and Joystick have taken a bunch of damage as well. Joystick does manage to find Shaco before being taken out. The Legion being lost Solitov is not ideal for Falcons, but Solitov with a big double that probably gets Falcons the round here. But Dan manages to find him. 3 versus 2. It's not quite over.
Imagine if you're the one who's, I think it's latest for Solitov now, he's playing at 1 AM. If he'd gone on and got himself an ace in that round, it would have been pretty magic. But all else fallen by the wayside. Shepard, yet again, is stuck in a 1vx. We've seen him here before, and he couldn't get out of it in that situation. This one, unfortunately, feels no different. Right idea on where the player is. Will get himself a kill, but it's got 2 more to go through. Both playing upstairs. They'll deny from above here. If he gets away with the plant here, it's quite magic. However, there is still a C4 in back pocket for Breed. He can just drop it through the floor, happily find his man. He can try his very best. Maybe one's going to be a bait. Is he going far or is he going near? He's going near side. Breed's taking a spray. No C4 coming out just yet. Might actually get away with this, and there we go. Finally, uses steps out, gets the kill. Falcons hold on a little bit longer.
I did wonder for a second there whether Shepard was going to be able to complete that. It's just in the midst of a lot of smoke. You don't necessarily know where it's going to be, but Users just showing some great game sense there, managing to pick up that final kill. As soon as he starts hearing those shots connect, he knows that he is on target. So 6-3 it is now as Falcons manage to lock down that 3rd choice site. They're going to be going on their full rotation again. It's up to top floor, but I'm looking at Virtus.Pro and I'm thinking, do you just take a leaf out of Falcons' book? If we remember back in round 1, Falcons failed to successfully attack top floor. Pretty much the same way that Virtus.Pro did. And by that, I mean almost exactly the same way. They were spread too thin. They were trying to challenge choke points, you know, and it just didn't work for them. So what did Falcons do? When they came back to attack that site in round 4, it was their first successful attack because they just kept it really simple. They just went in there with the Grim, with the Thatcher, with the Ying, with the Glass, and they just got a plant on the window. They just dumped a lot of utility into site, made sure nobody was underneath, that there was no nitros to come through, and they just got a plant on the window. It may or may not work for Virtus.Pro. Falcons are going to be aware that it's a possibility, having done it themselves, but I'm looking at it and thinking, you know, that's all that Virtus.Pro really need is a little bit of luck and a little bit of cheese just to get one round over the line.
What's your favourite type of cheese?
I'm not a big cheese fan, if I'm honest.
Really?
Yeah, really. So I can't think that I ever really eat. I'm gonna call it raw cheese, but like, you know, like uncooked cheese.
Raw cheese.
You know what I mean? But I generally only
cheddar?
Well, just generally I only eat cooked cheese, like on a pizza or a burger, or, you know, when it's like cooked and melted. Or like a panini. I do love cheese in like a panini or something, but I tend to go for like milder stuff. So I like a bit of cheddar, a bit of mozzarella. What's the
Do you push the boat out for camembert by any chance?
Not really a camembert or a brie kind of guy.
Right, okay.
there's another Emmental.
Leicester.
Emmental.
Yeah, Emmental, yeah.
Yeah, I can go for a bit of Emmental. It's pretty like.
Careful, Tim. You're getting really exotic there with the cheese.
You know
choices.
what I mean? Like, I'm not a big cheese guy, really.
All right. Well, let's see if the cheese that you were speaking about here works out for VP. Because I'm looking at the lineup, and it is going towards a window execute like you were talking about. But they've started out with an admin-sided push. 3 players are coming through here so far. Now, how much they can get done and execute maybe on towards this side of the map, I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, you're looking towards something like the Amara and think that might be the player. Say that as Dan's now flying his way in nice and quick. Bit of a bait there, trying to get towards down into the back. He steps his way through. C4 to the face, and C4 at his feet down. He goes. 3 kills, going the way of Falcons. Virtus.Pro have tried to catch them off guard here, Tim, but shut down by the fire and the flames coming out from Shaiko. And this one looks like it might be just about done. A good response by Falcons, Tim, and that means Virtus.Pro have got 2 more bites of the cherry. Else, we're going to our 6th consecutive map of overtime.
It's certainly looking like it could be a possibility. Shepard just trying to get something going. He knows there could be somebody in behind the vending machine. There isn't. He doesn't need to worry about that. But Falcons are just going to hold these lines of sight now. They know that the diffuser's down in sight. Shepard's got a very good idea there's somebody behind that door frame, but you know what? He can't do anything about it. He needs to make his move. Does manage to collect that diffuser. Just gets that, ooh, beauty. Gets his peek from the meeting door, takes down Shaiko, but honestly, it's likely to be meaningless at this point because Falcons are just playing this super smooth, and look at it. Leakyfac is underneath on the pulse. He doesn't have a nitro, but it's not going to matter because he'll just spray up through the floor. There's no way I don't see that Shepard does this.
No, it feels I'm getting such bad deja vu. That's the 4th round I've seen him stuck in a 1 versus 3 at a round end. Yeah. And you're absolutely right. They're not really giving him much of the chance to do it. I love how, by the way, we were talking about this whole cheese thing, and Leo has popped up on WhatsApp, yapping away like he likes to do. Sitting here listening to 2 British guys butcher the pronunciation of Emmental and Camembert is torture. Just because we don't throw a little bit in it doesn't mean we don't know how to say it, Leo. Come on now. We'll talk about this after the game.
To be fair, the French people do take their cheese very seriously, it has to be said. When we were over there a lot in Paris for EUL, as it was back in the day, I was always amazed when I went into like the supermarket, and we do have shopping there, and like go in and like the cheese aisle in like the fridge section of the supermarkets over there was wild compared to like what it is in the UK. You get like a quarter of a fridge, maybe about 10-15 feet of cheese, whereas over in France it's like a full aisle, both sides. There's like, I didn't know there was that many variations of cheese. They love it.
Anne's popped up saying so do the Dutch. They also love cheese, but I'm pretty sure there's rolled cheese down hills.
Maybe it's maybe more of a European thing. Maybe I've generalized. Maybe it needs to be more of a generalization rather than.
Yeah, I love a bit of cheese. Love a bit of cheese. Still, this one might be going moldy for Virtus.Pro. They were so far in the lead. It looked like they had this one on a wrap, and so far Falcons have pulled back 2 rounds in a row. 2 more, as I said, and we're going up to overtime. Starting to build in confidence now. I said it might take a little bit of time to wake up. But it feels like it might be just about there. The Virtus.Pro side this time round, no Dockerby on side. It being banned away by Falcons, I'm not at all surprised to see. It has been a bit of a terror for them being able to play aggressively on the roam. So like you saw there for a second, you're going to find them being a bit more aggressive towards front door, out towards windows, and really try and challenge Virtus.Pro around the map. Because as we've seen, they don't really have tons of success when it comes to executes going off. They lost round 8 downstairs in the basement. It was a very good execute by Virtus.Pro to punish them in the 4 versus 3. They don't want to get to that situation again. So the best way to do it is to not even give them a chance to look at an execute.
Aid will go in, looking to clear off that utility, same as has been done before. Let's just have a look at Falcons' positions. 2 up on the top floor this time to support Shaiko inside of Piano. So if you remember last time I said that Virtus.Pro had gone in, taken that top floor really well, got the verticals down, made it difficult for those players to stay inside of Piano and X position. So Falcons this time have adapted. Nitro comes out, but Joystick manages to get away from any damage on the Blackbeard, and now his job is to chase down these roamers, but Solotov absolutely slams him with a headshot as the shield is dropped for Joystick to challenge.
Again, you could so easily swap the names of the 2 teams in the first half and land where we are now, because Falcons look like they're a different beast. They're hitting all of these shots. Solotov's up into double digits kills. Like, everything has turned around, whereas Pasha, I think, has only got himself a couple of kills throughout the half. It has been slow going over the last few rounds, really starting to struggle. And I do think Virtus.Pro, if they carry on like this, will see us go into overtime, because Falcons are looking pretty hard to break down.
They certainly are. Maybe that overtime is a little bit closer than we thought it might be. Droning is going to be going on 4 versus 5, but it's just stalled Virtus.Pro out a little bit, it feels. Last time around, they got that top floor control really quickly. They were able to push onto that mid floor and get those couple of kills, whereas Falcons have managed the map way better this time around. Pasha is going to come down, looks to take the same challenge into security that he did do last time. Doesn't get the kill, but Dan does manage to find it. Falcons always have an answer though. Again, Breeder steps up, manages to get the trade. Their trade game has been great the last couple of rounds. Solotov just running round freely, takes down Pasha 4v2, and Falcons look like they might just hold on for another one.
We spoke about that ban, Tim. Without something like the Dockerby on side, those roamers are going to cause absolute chaos, and Virtus.Pro have just looked sideswiped to every turn by a different player on this Falcons side. They've got 2 of them now pushing in from yellow. This is all they've got to rely on. They're going to try and spin things up here and go for a drop last second, but there's a player upstairs. Guess he's going to turn around and spray him down. Of course, it's Shepard. Manages to get rid of at least one, but I think at this point, Tim, they are pretty much guaranteed to be out of time. A drop into one, and a second one surely to follow. In fact, no, the clock will get the last one. Up to 6 and 5. Please remember, 2 halves to a game of Siege, because you are seeing it play out here in action.
Virtus.Pro, only one more chance. The pressure surely must be mounting on them now inside their own heads. They know that Falcons back into this one. I don't know who's starting on what side for overtime, but that could be quite an interesting one if it was, let's think, Falcons map pick. So Virtus.Pro chose to start on defense to begin with. Falcons will have then chosen the overtime side. I think they will likely have gone with defense. So I think Virtus.Pro, if I'm correct in that, need to get this done now. They do not want to be going into overtime against defense.
Gonna be rough. But maybe it's a defender side of series that we're going to see playing out. Even stepping into Cafe, pretty much the same story. I was going to say, I really thought Shaiko would have got that kill as they rounded in towards Piano. I was almost like, yep, he'll hear them come in. He'll step up from looking down below. He'll get the kill, and the round's over from there. And I'm surprised they managed to catch him out by surprise there. But not enough time in the clock to get things over the line. Here we go then for a first floor defense, which means we're going to see Falcons up on that top floor defending things out. No surprise at all. But Tim, like I said in that last round, you're probably going to see a lot of roaming on the go as well, because as we've seen time and time again over these last couple of rounds, without a Dockerby on side, they have just been punished. The roamers have not stopped all round long, and Virtus.Pro are getting shot in the dark, just don't know where they expect players to be, and they're paying the price for it. I would be shocked if Virtus.Pro get this round over the line now, because Falcons, all the momentum is on their side.
Pasha going to be sending in the Bravo drone. The coach will go to try and steal some electronics. Important one to grab there. That's one bulletproof cam taken away. The only one that Falcons had. So, removing utility as they go. There's Capcan traps, Ella mines, there's all sorts that can be taken away. The mute jammers as well. All are going to need to be dealt with. Virtus.Pro looking for that top floor control. It was something that I picked up on at the time. Falcons attacking this side, failed to get that top floor control and were punished for it. Will Virtus.Pro have any more joy?
Any more joystick is what I'm looking for, Tim. Will he find himself getting shut down too early on in that Blackbeard? There's been sort of the driving force for them at clearing out roamers and the like, but of course not too much that you can do when you're getting sideswiped or just simply have no idea that players are steady and stood around waiting for you to step on forward. Keep an eye on the Capcan this round. Now here we go, stepping around on towards Brede. Gets the better of that gunfight, but has got a second one ready to challenge him. And this is the classic piece where you stuck at top yellow here, but you are drawing the attention of 2 players, and they are completely out of sync, Dan. Dan has gone into back or Dan now, apparently. But he's gone into a solo there. As we've had joystick back away, he's Johnny on the Ying. A little bit out of sync on that one. They paid the price, always trying to save things back for them, but he needs to keep on getting more for them. He has unlocked joystick, but they paid the price there by being out of sync, and I can only see this going one way, Tim.
Certainly looks like that. We're just going to have joystick still trying to work across. Shaco manages to get the kill onto Always, and yeah, I think the pressure and the tension has just mounted a little bit too much for Virtus.Pro, and Falcons have found their feet. This is why I said Virtus.Pro needed to get it done quickly, get it done early, and get them locked out before they could find that breathing space to get themselves back into this one, and that's exactly what they've done. So 2 versus 4, Solotov, Linkback, Shaco, all on full health as well. It's going to be really tough. Virtus.Pro need to find at least the next 2 kills if they want any hope of doing this whatsoever, and Falcons are playing it smart. They are giving them absolutely nothing at the minute. They've just got themselves in corners, behind walls, out of the way, knowing that they don't need to challenge until they hear those drops come on into sight.
It's exactly that. Why take the risk at this point on playing on site and trying to be all smart about it when you can just step back a little bit, play the longer angle, wait for them to step on through, and then look to converge inwards. They've still got one smoke to play behind as well, so Leakyfac actually has got great denial ability here, especially on towards joystick on the shield. Of course, a bit of a nuisance to deal with. They've already got one for themselves, and Solotov is just there. Again, a different beast when it comes round to the defensive side of Falcons. Both teams taking a 5-1 half. We're going to overtime for the 6th map in a row tonight, Tim.
What a night it is turning into. Let's see which side is which as we load into this one. Defenders carrying a massive advantage. 5-1 in either half for the defensive side. So whoever is on the defense is definitely going to be weighted towards getting the win on this first map. You look at this and you think, if Falcons are on the defense and they're able to come and take this here, you're almost immediately looking towards that map 3. It's not to say that Falcons can't win on Cafe, but like we said, Virtus.Pro, it's just banned against them so consistently. We never see them play it because they're so good there. And that also means that there's not a lot of footage for anybody to actually prepare to play them there. It's doubly difficult. So you almost immediately start looking towards that clubhouse finisher.
Someone earlier said, Tim's talking like he's not a cheese fan while he's getting the cheese Rolodex out. Because you were lifting up quite a few names.
Different cheese names. It's like I'm friends with cheese, but it's not a big deal.
That's exactly what you were doing. Yeah, that's the way I heard it anyway.
5 seconds.
Bit too much time in those cheese shops.
Cheese, but it's not a big deal, you know.
Careful, Leo will have a heart attack if you say that word wrong one more time.
I thought Leo's not going to be happy with me there. He was complimenting my French earlier, and then I've come out and destroyed his perception with them.
He'll never do that again now. That's it. You've ruined it.
I'm going to have to get him to pronounce it for me. He needs to send me a voice note or something so I can understand the proper pronunciation of him.
I ask him for a voice note every night before bed. I just go to sleep, listen to him talk. Normally doing a telestrator of some kind as well. It's just beautiful. Oh.
I've said it
now
before.
He's got a mullet as well.
Well, we spoke about Leo's hair, and I've said it before. Leo, for me at least, is by far and away probably the coolest person that I know.
Whoa. Don't let Ian Chambers hear that, mate.
Hang on a minute. It was Leo in Montreal taking Ian to the cool spots. I was there.
That's true.
Let me tell you.
When we were thrifting, that is very, very true. Should I put some seeds now, Tim?
Yeah, why not?
We are already a minute into the round as we go. Like, as you've already said, Falcons start on the defensive, which gives them a massive advantage. And VP may well have let this one slip away from them. That 2 halves, the game of siege thing, 5-1 halves, is built to be exactly that. Here trying to get inside of Abin, and we're struggling a little bit as the aggression was coming on through again. That Dockerby, of course, remains banned away. Leakyfac finds himself down here, so not the best start for the side of Falcons, but can Virtus.Pro close out a 5 versus 4?
Well, Virtus.Pro surely are going to be kicking themselves if they come in here and win the attack. They're trying to... I think something was just blocking. I don't know whether it was the barbed wire or what. It just stopped that sap getting through, didn't get the job done. And Leakyfac does get picked back up. So 5 versus 5 still, but Leakyfac seriously low health. Virtus.Pro have cleared out a lot of utility as well. But I was just going to say, imagine if they come in here after having all those 4 back-to-back chances to get 1 attack, don't get it, go to overtime, and then get the first attacking round. Just checking if there's anybody in behind the vending machine, but as the nade goes in, they will know that it's clear. Pasha does get taken out, so a long time after Leakyfac was downed, it's actually Shaiko that gets the entry kill, and it's advantage Falcons 5 versus 4, and that really takes the pressure off the low health Leakyfac now, who puts those 20 HP to maximum use with a kill onto joystick.
Again, Virtus.Pro does such a good job of making use of the frag grenades, the Rotero drones to clear through utility, get rid of the Goyo canisters, the mute jammers, barbed wire, you name it. But they've got very much stuck at this main hallway. They've lost 2 players. And Falcons, rather than still trying to contest on towards the main hall, they've stepped to the layer back, Tim. They haven't got to be right up against it here and trying to keep them from being anywhere near sight. They can let them step on forward a little bit. A trade coming on through. Shaiko hits a triple in the round just when you need him most. He steps up big to 1 versus 4. Right idea always, but not enough time to get this one over the line, I'm afraid. This one looks to be Falcons winning their 5th round in a row now and taking us up to 7 and 6.
Yeah, he knew that there was one behind him there at the bottom of the stairs. Does manage to take down Leakyfac, but it's all he can do. Final kill comes in. Falcons get that first defensive round, and this overtime starts to go exactly as we thought it might. It's going to be the battle of the defenses. Anybody wanting to actually come out and win this against the grain is going to have to find an attack.
Okay. Only 2 attacking rounds won across the 13 so far. And as you say, someone has got to buck that trend and get it over the line. Get the job done. Virtus.Pro calling in their own tack timeout here. Yes, they're going on to the defensive side. Imagine 1, want to be sure there's no funny business about to come out of Falcons, and 2, probably also thinking about what round 15 needs to look like. And I imagine probably also the similar story for Falcons here. It feels like a welcome break. They get to talk about this attacking round they're going into and figure something out to finally break through this Virtus.Pro line.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We don't often see many tactical timeouts in overtime. They tend to have been sort of pulled before that point, but I think for Virtus.Pro, of course, because they got themselves onto 6 so quickly, because it was round 8 when they got themselves onto that 6th point, they kind of didn't really need to go for the tactical timeout. You wonder if maybe doing it sooner might have, you know, got them to a position where they weren't in overtime. But having it available towards the end is certainly an interesting concept for us. We'll see how much of a difference it makes. They need, as I said, to get this first defense, then it is going to take an attack. And like you said, only 2 of those have been won so far throughout the 13 rounds that we've had. So it's definitely a big ask for Virtus.Pro. We move on. It's going to be Falcons on the defense, and they are going, sorry, Falcons on the attack. Virtus.Pro are going for that top floor again. They actually, it's an interesting one because Falcons only won 1 attack, and it was on this stack. They were able to brute force a plant onto the window. We all know the one. You know, don't pull the utility in there and try and just get it down inside of the window. Obviously, looking at the lineup, they're not going to try to go for that again. You know, they're not going to expect that they can get away with it no, they're not going to expect. I'd be very surprised if they think that they can get away with it again. They've got no EMPs this time, so they've got no plan for any nitros that could be thrown their way. There aren't any on side, but still, that's it, yeah. You know, they've no real plan for dealing with that sort of counter utility. I think we're going to see them go back to the one that failed, where it's open the meeting closet wall, pressure yellow stairs, pressure admin, and try and kind of, you know, get around all sides of the defenders.
I don't know, I think there's a bit of a switch up coming in because it's not Brede running around the shield this time. They've still got some really good execute operators in the form of the Grim and the Capital. Be shocked to see what's coming for that style of execute again. I mean, things like air jabs are excellent for that exact use case as well, right? Being able to use those when you're going for that plant, force back any defenders to try and push their way forward. It can be a beautiful thing. But I think what you're saying is they've got to do a bit of prep work first, because things like that Chanka at long range are going to happily just pelt those Shumakers all the way around, bounce off the wall all day long and deny away that spot. That's a little bit unfortunate for you. They've also got a couple of smokes to play behind, but as you remarked, no C4s to work with. Not the end of the world, I don't think. They've clearly changed up how they want to try and deny this site. So it's Falcons who have had to adapt. And I think they picked this lineup specifically because they knew it was this Chanka lineup coming along instead.
Yep, going to get themselves into admin as expected.
Oh,
are they aware of Joystick just lurking? The Grim Bees will dissipate and give Joystick an opportunity to move through here. They know that somebody's in there. It's just a question of who wins the gunfight. Joystick then plays the smart decision there, dips back out, gets the Kiva barricade on the wall, and that gives him a little bit of an advantage in any gunfight that comes now. He's likely to see the player before they see him because he's at a longer range away from that Kiva barricade. So going to have that meeting wall open a lot later than last time. I think that's Falcons learning. They opened it early last time and the pressure was thrown onto it. Always peeked out of it straight away. This time, Virtus.Pro probably not going to have that luxury with just a minute left to go.
No, and again, it's getting stuck around this midpoint. This hallway has sort of always been that bottleneck for both teams to get stuck in. Like, a team will get a kill or waste a bit of time, burn some utility, and then step themselves back deeper in towards site and look to sort of deny a plan from that side. It's going to be an X-Factor backstab maybe coming in here out of the other side. Looks like no, because we've got the Blitz playing inside the printer. So, at some point, Falcons have got to pull this trigger and hope to God what they've got in mind works. All 3 of them, I'll say all 3. 3 of them are set up here on towards this main side. You've got one who was off towards bathroom a second ago. They've got a bit of a spread, but they've got to make this plan work. And here we go. Smoke's going out, and now they start their move.
Going to need to start finding kills is what they're going to need to find. They're struggling to get through this fire for the time being. First one comes in, always onto Leaker back. And you just feel like maybe Falcons don't have enough time here. 15 seconds, Solotov onto Dan, but Virtus.Pro standing tall, holding strong. Here comes Brede though, moves around, gets one. Can he find a second? He gets the down.
2v2.
That leaves us now 2v2. 3 seconds left to go, but they don't have the diffuser in a position to put it down. Brede just has to go for it. And the final kill comes in from VP. We're going all the way to 15, Des.
On map 1 as well.
I know.
It was a nice attempt. I like how they tried something a little bit different there as well. You know, making use of that, the corridor to get in towards site, being able to smoke off parts of it as well, so you couldn't be sprayed as you were running down from those lower holes on the floor. Even then, still find themselves a little bit stuck back, I think, by the Chanka coming out, because there was a player trying to play actually on site door itself down towards the south. That was kind of going to be their pinch in towards meeting itself, get a plant down likely in towards that doorway, and they'd be absolutely fine from there. But because they were blocked off by the fire coming on through, Shaika didn't want to step himself through. A little bit stuck there where there was only really one way they could enter into the site, and it was all too easy for Virtus.Pro to sit back, hold the angles, and be ready for the push to come on through. Really good stuff by both sides again. It's almost a shame in a way that we have to get broken here by, well, we assume a team going onto the attacking side who's very, very likely to lose, and it's Virtus.Pro who have the misfortune of being the attacking team here in round 15. They've really got to buck the trend here, upset the apple cart if they want to get Consular over the line.
Okay then, let's see which way the cookie crumbles, but I think everybody is going to be leaning in favour of Falcons based on what we have seen so far. They've certainly had the run of things in the second half, being that they've been on the defence, and it has been the defence that has reigned supreme. I think 14 rounds, 12 have been successfully held, so Virtus.Pro are really going to have to buck that trend if they want to get this done. It's going to be attacking into Piano and Exposition. Interesting choice, but it makes sense. The one site that Virtus.Pro were able to win was down in the basement, so Falcons, unlike Virtus.Pro, who went back to their 50-50 site, Falcons will choose to go for that mid-floor. Top floor is the big battle to begin with. They need to keep hold of the sledge, they need to keep hold of their vertical presence, and they need to force these defenders away. If Virtus.Pro can do that, then maybe there's a win in this for them.
I mean, look at the lineup of the Falcons, like the Solus alongside the Mute and the Mozzie. They are going so hard on Intel Dinar right now, which is why Virtus.Pro have said forget about it. Always is charging in. Joysticks, of course, moving forward. The shield nice and quick. They're just saying forget about the Intel boys. We're just going in and looking for fights at this point. It's high risk, high reward if they get away with it. Yeah, it doesn't work like that, Dan, I'm afraid. Can't get himself inside just yet. It's a little bit stuck at that point, but they've tried their fast-paced move here. Falcons have dipped back a little bit and sort of absorbed that aggression. Leaky back, like you can see, got tagged down a little bit as he was making that move away, but still keeps himself alive. The Falcons will be happy, I think, that they've survived that initial fast entry into the building. Now the worry is going to be, I think, on the Virtus.Pro side, is how the hell do we gain any kind of ground here when we can't drone anything?
Yeah, I think that's, like you say, it's fine from Falcons so far. As a defence, that's what you're wanting to do when you're on an extension. It's about having those connections back to site, and you play back into it, and you drop back, you take and absorb a bit of pressure, absorb a bit of utility, hopefully don't take any deaths, maybe take somebody with you, and then drop back to each stage until you're back into site. Hopefully burning 30, 40 seconds each time you do so. A minute 15 left on the clock for Virtus.Pro, and they really haven't done very much towards being able to put a plant down to start pressuring for and execute. They don't have top floor presence yet. They don't have top floor control. Leak of fact, smart play. He hides himself behind the bookcase, goes out, gets the kill, and then gets himself back in through the basement door. Big brain play from Leak of fact.
And now he can play downstairs with the Solus, and watch out for the plant. It's been so well calculated by Falcons. This lineup, again, very different to everything else that we've seen, and just giving nothing over to the side of Virtus.Pro, who are now no doubt scrambling to think, God, we need to get this round over the line, boys, or the map is lost. We've only got 35 seconds to go, and we're down a man at the same time. It's not looking good.
Users is just being fronted up by the Blackbeard here. Manages to do a little bit of damage, but Pasha gets the kill. Do they know that Leakafak is just down at the bottom of the stairs? I don't think they do. They're going to have to start pushing towards site, getting into a position to put the diffuser down. One kill goes each way. 3 versus 3, but Falcons now with the advantage. Hugely so. Solotov, Shaiko, one apiece. Leakafak underneath. It's over as Solotov cuts down the last man, and Falcons from 5-1 down, 6-2 at a point, fight their way back to take map 1 in overtime.
I'd love to say I'm surprised, Tim, but I'm honestly not. Again, that tale of two halves to a game of Siege rings so true. Brilliant play by both sides. I think both will be asking questions about their ability to attack. But Consulate, as we know, a very, very boxy map. Both teams very, very good at playing behind utility for the entire thing and just making it a living hell for the attackers. Cafe is going to be an interesting story, but first, we've got to go to a break. And when we come back, at Desk, we'll break down this map for you. See you in a few.
And of course, it would be a full overtime for this first map in the final series here. An 8-7 victory for Falcons. They really dragged it over the line there at the end, especially with that first half very much going in favor of Virtus.Pro.
There was kind of two factors for me. I think one, the fact that both of these teams have already played a pretty intense best of 3. I know for Falcons it was only 2 maps, for VP it was 3, but for both of them it was a really intense best of 3. And the fact is that they're starting very, very late. It was always going to lead to, in my mind, concentration issues. Where were they going to become the most prevalent? On the attacks. And I think that's exactly what we saw. Both defenses were really, really dominant. I think because both attacks, if we're honest about it, Leo, were subpar.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's why we saw one of the most defender-sided maps so far. Obviously, Consulate helps with that. Loads of natural corners, loads of natural crossfires, and plenty of ways to deny the plant. And that's what I've seen multiple times on both sides, by the way. Either that retake here, the C4s, the clutches, the stolies downstairs on one of the last rounds. You keep seeing it. Now, the issue that I see overall is that you don't see a reaction on the side. Honestly, both sides. I did not see a change of pace. I did not see rushes. I did not see something, that was out of the ordinary. Most of the attacks were pretty methodical and always full cleared and always were punished in the late round. I was expecting something new at some point.
Yeah, I was. Actually, we did see one thing that was quite new. We saw Dan and Maru into CEO window from about 4 miles away.
That was crazy.
But he was really testing the boundary of that.
There was no utility stand. There was no opener in that. It felt like a really dry rush, and that's what I felt. It felt like both teams actually care a lot about this, by the way. You can see it from the player reaction. For as much as we like to joke about it, a huge amount of side points are on the line, and Falcons are still playing for their top European title. This team has dominated Europe for such a long time. They cannot afford to lose here. But still, where is the drop of quality? Is it because we're late in the night, or is it because it's underlying issues that have been there for a longer time?
Well, obviously, the question is, could it be that Falcons are trying to replicate what SSG did over at the NAL, right? That big lower bracket run to make it all the way to the finals and snatch those 3 on their SI points away? Because, let's be honest, that is what we're playing for at this point, and it is huge. Especially given how you mentioned, that core roster of this Falcons team has lost out on SI before. They know what it's like to not be able to go by the difference of 5 points. So being able to double this, or not even 6 times the current SI points that they have, would be absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, it matters a lot. It really does. Like we said, there's obviously mitigation in terms of why maybe the level of the siege just dropped, but that doesn't mean it matters any less. Of course, the Falcons, it's worth noting, this was their map pick as well.
Yes.
And that's the way a best of 3 runs. You're supposed to win your map pick, you're supposed to lose on your opponents, then it's all about the decider. If you end up losing your map pick in a best of 3, it sets you up very, very badly. So for Falcons, obviously Consulate's very, very defender-sided in this situation. They managed to get it out ultimately because they started defense in overtime because it was their map pick. VP chose the start side and Falcons chose the start side in overtime, and their defense just reigned supreme.
Well, guess what happens when you get to be Falcons and you get to play on your opponent's map pick afterwards? You get to pick the starting side, which is going to be a huge thing. We'll talk about this second map after the break. Falcons find themselves up 1-0 in this series, but there's a chance for Virtus.Pro to claw back on their own map pick as well. That is going to be Cafe, and we talked about the importance of the starting side. Given how defender favorite console it was, the fact that Falcons get a big defense now on this second map might be a huge benefit for them. Thank you to my wonderful analyst for beautifully displaying
Sorry,
it
Alice
as well.
right now.
It's a little bit late, okay? Yeah, let's forgive us for a second. I agree with you. I think that not only do they start in defense on Cafe, heavily different descendant map. Also, what did we see in the previous map? We see no teams are able to attack.
Yeah.
Whatever the pace, whatever the bomb site, whatever the style, nothing works. Both teams exploit each other's weaknesses really well because it's late, because it's tough to coordinate, because, let's be real, they're struggling a little bit here. Now, Falcons are fueled on momentum. We know they thrive on that. They thrive on overcoming obstacles. And look at Likefak. He's intense. Look at Shaiko. He's not listening to him. Now, these two guys are about to go on the easiest side. Defense. And Shaiko still does not care. But still, this guy usually is wired in when he's on his phone. And I will say this. Going against VP on this, I need you to stay with me, please. Going against VP on this is probably the best moment to close the nail in the coffin, to put the nail in the coffin.
No one answering.
Yeah, no one answering. I mean, it's Shaiko.
It is giving. It's making.
We can't help Shaiko. Shaiko thinks. Shaiko's tweeting.
Probably aura farming on the timeline before this game.
Yeah, you're right. Answer. Go ahead and go tweet something. It seems to work. Whatever happens, we're fine. Likefak is still doing stuff though, but Shaiko is not listening, I think. But it's fine. Maybe there will be some distinct, but yeah, it's still, at least he's having fun tweeting.
Out.
All right, which emojis is he? Maybe Likefak is calling for the tweet. Who knows? Yeah, he's very intense about,
He's
so it's
very passionate about it.
It's important that, guys, you guys are, listen to me. Please, Shaiko, put down the phone. That's probably gonna be the game plan for today. More seriously though, Falcons, on the back of the momentum of winning the first map, they just overcome a big obstacle. VP are tired. Now is the moment. You're fueled in on an easier side, going on Cafe. Yes, it's a good map for VP, but Falcons, they're on the driving seat here.
Yep.
Are you okay?
I've lost the plot. Sorry, Leo, that was very funny.
Yeah, I know, I'm a really funny guy. Can you move on with your analysis, Jack?
God. Right, okay. VP, Cafe, their #1 map preference by far.
Have they played it this stage?
No.
Why is that?
Because nobody would dare take them there. What I will say about the VP Falcons map pool, it's very complementary to each other. They both love Bank, they both love Cafe. So this is a strong map for Falcons, even though it is VP's favorite map. And this is the first time we'll see them on it this stage, which also means it's the first time we'll see them on it from CJX. What was we saying at the start of the stage? They've gone away for CJX. They've cooked on a lot of maps. They've got new things. So we would expect, as much as it is their #1 map preference, that they will have something new as well.
Small thing on this, we thought the same about Bank. They showed Bank, and they ended up losing on it. So who knows? Yes, these were historically some of their better maps.
Yeah.
But like you said, we haven't seen it for a long time. Is it still the top preference? Is it still a map where they can take Falcons on? We'll see. But once again, starting an attack when they've struggled to attack on Consulate is not reassuring.
And the operator picks could play the operator bans rather could play a big part of this as well. What we see earlier from Falcons, when you take away the operators that allow them to go for these, cheesy plays or these direct takes, what happens? What can you take away for Virtus.Pro maybe as well? Just a short before the game is
Yeah, I think Bank is obviously very different to how Cafe plays out. I think realistically it's probably your Yings, your Grims, your Execute operators. Maybe something Shields for the full clear in terms of the basement bomb set.
You can play a wide variety of operators, so I don't think it will impact Cafe just as much as other maps.
Yeah.
There is so much you can do on attack regarding cheesy strategies, but obviously Falcons starting out on the defense, they have the upper hand going into this matchup. Will Shaiko stop texting? Will Falcons clear this into, or is there a chance for Virtus.Pro to bounce back? We're gonna go find out on the second map, Cafe.
Hang on, I'm tweeting.
It's all right, Des. I am as well. Just get that out there.
Something wrong. Whenever I go onto Shaiko's profile, the only emoji I can use is the sunglasses one. I don't know why I can't find anything else. What's going on there? Well, actually, he's tweeting in all seriousness. He said anything?
I don't know if he is tweeting or whether.
I think he was. He definitely was. I'm checking his replies. What's he up to?
I'm sure he knows exactly what's supposed to be going on. I'm sure he's listening very, very keenly.
He was flaming someone, not us, but another French caster, saying you're a caster, not an analyst. Stay in your lane, old timer. Brutal.
Well, I'm sure really he was taking in every word that Leakyfact was saying.
What the guy replied, you really took a break in the middle of a decisive best of 3 to insult me? At Frenchie, manage your player. Oh, I love it. The timeline is a place of many gifts, and that's one of them for the day. And this game, Tim, this map in particular could yet be another one. As we've said many times, this is a map that we never get to see Virtus.Pro play. I don't imagine Falcons let this one through unless they've got something in mind here, something cooked up to make this a 2-0, but given how the last map went, honestly, it's anyone's guess which way it goes. The fact that we're seeing a Bravo band to start things out already tells me, Tim, they've got a game plan in mind.
Yeah, I'd have thought so. Nobody takes Virtus.Pro to Cafe without having something in mind, without being ready for it. So yeah, I think Falcons have definitely come in here. The thing is, if you don't ban Cafe, you're going to be playing it with Virtus.Pro. So they've come in here 100% expecting to be playing Cafe. The real question is not are they ready for it, not were they planned for it. I think we know those answers. The real question is, can they deliver to the level they need to beat Virtus.Pro on Cafe? That's going to be the telling factor.
And what do you think? You think they can?
Yes, I do.
Spencer Shoko keeps on looking at Twitter, to be fair.
Yes, I do. Coming in, I said that I thought Falcons would win this. I thought that their second map had shown better siege than maybe we'd seen of Virtus.Pro through their game against Gen.G. I think Virtus.Pro had a more taxing game against Gen.G. and whether that's going to show itself right now or not, I don't know. But I stand by backing Falcons.
I replied with the Homelander tweet, the GIF. Reaction to the last one. Doko's very happy being a bad boy. He does not mind that at all. Someone's got a screenshot of Leakyfact, obviously very focused and being focused on delivering ideas to the game, and there's Shoko just grinning to himself, chatting absolute crap. I love it. Well, hopefully he's locked in for this game, Tim. As the other caster did say, it's a very, very decisive game for them. We've already remarked on the importance of getting into that final and potentially winning it because it means the lion's share of SI points. That is the big thing that no one wants to be missing out on. Lifting that hammer is something, of course, the Falcons are still chasing down. They came so close just a few months ago, finishing second place to FaZe, who were very, very deserving winners, let's not lie. But it would be one of those things where we always said about Nesk and Palu. Could you imagine Thailand where they didn't win a trophy? It's a similar thing about Shoko. Could you imagine him and Leakyfact at that as well? In fact, the whole team not winning a lifting a hammer at some point. It's a bizarre thought. But that hard work begins now. They've got to get over the line here on this map. So let's see how they fare on the defense against Virtus.Pro.
Round one, we're into the action phase. Drones go out, looking to take piano control here, Virtus.Pro. Pixel Spot is going to be one that they need to deal with. We've seen some real battles around Pixel Spot over the last couple of days in the playoffs around all the different regions. I know we've certainly seen them in Europe and in South America League, which we've been covering. And a lot of the time, we see the Pixel Spot player dealt with reasonably easily, reasonably routinely, but sometimes, they're just able, I'm thinking herds on dock, just able to keep themselves locked in there. Beautiful start from Joystick though, able to take down Shaiko. That's going to be the Legion off the board. And he was ready for that one. Given that we're not on a top floor bomb site, we can see that Pixel Spot has been given up this time. He's dropped back into Washroom. Do manage to do a little bit of damage. 3 versus 4 as Leakyfact takes down Joystick with a Nitro.
Yeah, moved a good pace here, though. Again, the nice thing about Cafe, yes, there's a few bottlenecks, but nowhere near as much as you run into on Constant, where it feels like every single doorway is just a chance for death. There's a mute jammer behind it. There's a Vulcan canister somewhere nearby. It makes life so difficult to actually move through the map, but you can't plan for things like someone dropping down through Skylight. Sure, you can contest them towards Cigar for a brief amount of time, but if a team wants to move on this map, they have a lot more options in which to do so. The map's not quite as thin. It's more of a box than it is a rectangle. You'll know at this point. And so I think Virtus.Pro have capitalized on that quite well. The only worry is, Tim, on this map, you do have to play across all 3 floors. A lot of the time, Romans, of course, can play on the downstairs too, even on these sites that are on the first floor. So with only 35 seconds to go, and really Virtus.Pro only just starting to get moving on the verticals themselves. They pay the price here. Sees his man, but no, doesn't quite connect the shot. So nail-bitingly close. The C4 comes up, doesn't find his man, but does catch out on a go cannon, so it should tickle Always' feet a little bit.
Yeah, Falcons have actually done a pretty good job of holding on here. Pasha's going to be moving up red stairs, though, and could be a threat coming in from the other side. 4 versus 3, 15 seconds left to go. Time is really going to be the decisive factor. Breedy, important kill onto Shepard. We just see Dan trying to quietly drop the hatch. Does manage, finds one. Did he just miss the play down inside the margin? I thought it was pretty clear, but he must. What?
I guess the Fenrir, I think. The Fenrir punished them there big time. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. And it was because he was caught inside the FNAT for a short amount of time as well. And once they left the range, it was kind of anyone's guess what happens next. But we spoke about that time impacting them. Only really started getting verticals opened up at about the 37-second left mark. And it's paid the price there in that first round. They hold on to him, but let's not ignore in what fashion they've held on. Virtus.Pro had a significant man advantage. It was a good first attacking round. They've just been punished by the clock.
Just let's see this again, I think, because yeah, he turns around the corner, and the big question is, does he see the legs, or is it maybe just the thing where it's not shown the Fenrir for us? But either way, when you've got 5 seconds left to go, it is so easy to miss the small details like that. And one way or another, Virtus.Pro, they're maybe going to be kicking themselves a little bit. It was a round that was close for them, but they weren't able to get done. Falcons this time move on to the other mid-floor side. They're going to be moving to reading room this time, so it's going to be much the same defense. They're going to try to hold on for that top floor as long as they can. I don't think Shaiko will sell himself quite as easily as he did last time. He strayed out onto that balcony, had a little look, and Joystick was there, ready, watching, waiting, anticipating that movement, and took him down. So this time, I feel like Falcons need a better top floor hold. It was a little bit easy for Virtus.Pro to clear them out.
It's going to be hard to hold them off on that top floor for a long amount of time for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. There's 3 or 4 routes that you can take to push your way around at any given point. So with more the way I'm looking at it is it's okay to concede that top floor, but you have to be willing to then fight really aggressively when they do get it. Tossing C4, Skyward, willing to challenge, because they kind of largely sat there and waited for Virtus.Pro to push in and execute. And as we saw back on Consulate, you give Virtus.Pro time to execute, they're going to do it pretty damn well. So that's what we've got to be a bit more mindful of until this time around. As long as they aren't losing too many players out on this road, then I don't see too many issues with it. T4 come in to at least try and burn his way through. I'd imagine it would have been a Vulcan canister they were going for. Great shot. Add a joystick to remove Eustace inside a Cocktail. So got one to worry about inside the bathroom. There is still one more player, I think, out towards Cocktail side, but not a bad start at all for Virtus.Pro. We've been a little bit quicker this time.
1 minute into the round, and as you said, just being able to bring that speed. They did the same last time. It was Shaiko that was taken down, not Users. Users' utility, of course, is already going to be out there. They can't lose another. Dan manages to get Shaiko again. Leak it back onto Always. 3 versus 4. Falcons, you feel like they need to make a move here. They need to get themselves back into this round. It's going to be the next kill that's important. Leak it back. Super low health as well. Virtus.Pro surely can level things up here.
Wow. You'd imagine so, Tim, but as we've already seen, they were in a 3 versus 1 last time and things still fell away from them. Do like at least how Solitor's playing aggressive here, like thinking, you know what, if we sit here and let them execute, we're probably going to die. So feels the need to be a bit aggressive, and this is where diligence on Virtus.Pro's side is going to be so important. Do they know about the rounding? Oh, gives himself up a little bit too early there. Won't be able to get away with it. They'll know that he's around bathroom here too. They're probably going to get himself punished, but a nice shot coming through. Gets rid of Pasha. Virtus.Pro looking to make amends, but no. He hits the second. Dan falls too. And like that, Virtus.Pro are behind at 2 versus 3 now to play out.
Falcons really feel like they're hitting their stride at the minute. Solotov goes for another. He can't make it 3. Joystick cuts him down and now has control of the top floor bar, able to start using some of them verticals, but they don't have much to work with here. That's the problem. Shepard on the Grim doesn't have any Bs left. They're going to have to go in here and take fights. Leak of fact being low health is about the best thing that Virtus.Pro have got going for them, but Breedy manages to find Joystick. It's all up to Shepard, Des.
I mean, I feel like we said that line so many times throughout this series already, Tim. 4 times at least on the last map. They've got the right sort of idea, but he's pulled off the diffuser as well, trying to readjust. But everywhere he looks, there's an angle that can threaten him. Going to try and behind the bookcase, and this time round, he has to stick. Moving again towards the vertical, not quite finding the man. He will be able to complete, and they've let him get away with this one, but out comes one. No! Shepard winning it out, both on a single bullet of HP. Likifak versus Shepard. Vertical versus below. Who walks away the winner? Likifak dropping his way down towards pillars here. Gotta find that first critical shot, but Shepard is way on the move. He's already got himself outside here. Tucking in close now is Likifak. Shepard will have heard this one. Steps himself forward. Will he find his man in time? Yes, he will! And this time round, Shepard is not letting a 1vx get away from him. Takes the round for his team.
I said that low health for Likifak might become a decisive factor in the round, and ultimately it did. It dictated how he had to play that 1v1. He couldn't necessarily be as aggressive as he might have wanted to, being that he was so close to death. He kind of just had to roll the dice on the diffuse, and he hears the footsteps. He knows he's got to come up for the challenge, but it's too easy for Shepard to close it out, and Falcons flew just a little bit too close to the sun on that one. This was beautiful from Solitov, I've got to say. That first shot, predicting that Pasha would be coming in at crouch high and hitting him through the bar, was just absolutely phenomenal, but ultimately wasn't enough for Falcons to get it done, so we find ourselves 1-1.
All right. I mean, Virtus.Pro is still going to feel like, for the most part, they're the ones who have controlled this attacking half. A total opposite to what we saw back on Consulate, where it was all about the defense. I think across those first 2 rounds, again, that first round, they'll look back at and be kicking themselves. They didn't manage to deal with Leaky. Does that one round prove to be the big influence later in this game? We'll find out as we move our way through. But again, from these first 2 rounds, Virtus.Pro for me, Tim, looked like the superior team. And maybe, just maybe, we're getting a sniff at why no team ever wants to play them here.
We're going to be getting a sniff at Clubhouse if that carries on. Maybe Shaiko.
Melt him there. Bye.
Just injecting himself into the game. He's been a little bit quiet so far. First 2 rounds, we've seen him taken out on Cocktail Balcony and Cocktail itself. This time he says, you know what? I'm going to get involved. Absolutely beautiful kill onto Joystick, and what an important operator to take out. That's the Nomad gone, so they've lost their ability to lock off those flanks as well. Probably won't know that, but Falcons might be able to exploit that. Brede picks up always as well. Sledge. So now Pasha has just become so much more important, but he has to go clear in Roamers.
Absolutely. This is the problem, right? They're always trying to slip up your backside here and catch you out. At least get rid of yet another. And it feels a bit like Consulate again, where the game is really against the roamers and less about the objective itself, at least in this round. The previous couple, different story, but Falcons really have had the run of things in this round, not being stopped or shut down at all, and making life look a little bit too easy.
Yeah, they're going to send Shepard in on always his normal role on the Fuse Shield. Going to be going in just looking to try and clear a little bit of ground. It's something that we see VP use quite a lot. They can send in the Fuse charges. It's actually going to do a lot of vertical work for them. It's something that you can do yourself at home. If you want to blow open a soft surface like that, get the Fuse charge on the wall, get the Fuse charge on the ceiling up above, and let those explosive pucks do it. Logistics into Kitchen on Clubhouse is another common one to use that utility in that way.
Get themselves ready. Again, I don't expect Falcons, like we saw in one of the closing rounds on the last map, are going to keep anything over to Virtus.Pro. Both teams, top teams of the region for a reason. Not going to make it easy for the other. Most part have to step themselves away, so can't be threatened by verticals, and are just going to wait to see when Virtus.Pro come and drop in. Even with that 60 seconds on the clock, don't feel the need to be aggressive here and go peeking onto the verticals. However, the roam game is a different story, because yet again, they're keeping up with what has been successful with them so far and just constantly keep on poking Virtus.Pro in the ribs.
Well, if you remember, I pointed out that Nomad that had been taken out at the beginning of the round meant that the flanks were going to be open. Likifak, as soon as he starts moving up ready, recognises that there's no air jabs, I'm going all the way up to the top. So now they've got a problem up above them. Likifak is able to drop down if needs be and control that vertical. Brede manages to find a beauty onto Shepard. Dan's doing what he can, but he's battling 2 directions, taken down from VIP, and that is a round for Falcons, and they actually look much better there. It started off with that spawn peak from Shaiko, but they just really doubled down on that energy through the round, and by the time the Virtus.Pro were anywhere near a threat, they'd already lost the round.
That's it. I mean, it's a much better round from Falcons, the most convincing of the three that we've seen so far. Maybe it's the site, however you want to look at it, it's entirely up to you. Final couple of bands coming on through. Valkyrie, surprising nobody, and Twitch to follow as well. A good one because obviously we see Dan playing an awful lot of Twitch, but you look across those three bands there, they're definitely three of the most uncommon bands, I think it's fair to say, that we've seen from any team. And again, just dig back into what we were saying earlier, that Falcons are coming to this map with a game plan to try and counter Virtus.Pro. They must have played them a bunch in scrims on it.
Diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Going to be moving in to round 4 then it's going to be. And we're going to move back to the same rotation. Falcons, a team after my own heart. There's avoiding that top floor.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
It's 50-50 at best. Quite often there will be periods of time where it is under a 50% win rate for the defenders. So Falcons for going the top side and going back to mining this time around, mining fireplace, and will again be looking to hold on from this top floor. We're going to see a lot of that. They haven't actually done it very successfully so far, so we need to see a better performance from them on this top floor. First time around it was Shaco that got taken out on Cocktail Balk. Second time around it was Users and then Shaco who got taken out up on the top floor. Falcons need to get that opening kill whilst they're trying to hold on up here. They've tried to go for the peak again. They've been punished. You can't keep doing it. Shaco got away with it once. Solotov got punished this time around.
That's it. Again, I think Virtus.Pro are going to be a little bit more wise to that now as well, knowing that aggression is coming out from the other side. Sure enough, I think with that Dockery not being banned away, they really took themselves. It was a bit of a hamstring against them on the previous map. This time around, when they're being available, bring it along because you've seen Falcons being so aggressive. Equally on their side, I think you'll see Falcons start to adapt to that as well. You don't leave something like the Dockery open after previously banning it away and not expect to see it coming out of the other side. So things like that mute, 100% going to help out here, I think, to try and at least stem the threat that comes in from that Dockery.
Pasha just holding his angle for piano window in through cigar shot for the time being. See if he can catch out any of those defenders moving around. Knows that there's going to be a presence up on the top floor still, and there is a significant one. Leak of fact, Shaco and Users all up there in this triangle, this trifecta of operators just trying to support each other. They don't know about the position in behind the small bar, so Joystick will move himself away. Next kill needs to come for Falcons if they want to get themselves a third round on the board, but Virtus.Pro, as it stands, taking out utility and moving their way across the map, albeit slowly, but they are starting to pressure Falcons.
They are. Sometimes, Tim, being slow is the name of the game. We've all heard the story of the tortoise in the air. No rush. As long as they can get kills off the back of it, and sure enough, the second one follows. Patience is being rewarded. Yet a third, as always, there is collected two from the same window, I'm pretty sure. A lot of damage from that new window. Two players taken out, pillar players punished. Surely in a 5 versus 2 and a Dockery call ringing out, they don't see themselves losing this round. Not when they've got 60 seconds still to play.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't have thought so. They're going to know exactly where these players are. Drone comes over white stairs, so that is going to give away Users' position. Breeder just trying to hold cheeky angle from underneath in Laundry through the hatch up onto East Rappel. Trying to catch somebody out on that cocktail window, but there's nobody there. He's not going to get any joy. Users round about reading door. The site is mining. Let's not forget it is over on the other side. So opportunity for Virtus.Pro now to start working their way down red stairs, which is exactly what they're going to do. And then they can position themselves for that final execute. And honestly, from these positions, I don't see much of a chance of Falcons getting themselves back into this round.
Sure enough, there comes one. Now, left ourselves 45 seconds have passed by here, and they've been pretty slow about it, Tim. Gotta make that move soon. Could even lose a second player here. Almost losing it to the vertical. Sledge opens up yet another. They've got to make a move now, Tim, and they're bleeding out on players. We're down to a 3v2. They know there's one tucked in. They almost get a third. Try as they might, there's about 3 seconds still to play as the plant is going down, but they have absolutely bottled it, Tim. They had everything they could need. 65 seconds to play, a 5 versus 2, and Falcons have managed to come up massive there. What a 2v5.
The clock is really coming back to Virtus.Pro. We've said it over the years that time is generally their problem. Playing too slowly, not taking advantage of what they've been given through the round. And this time, it is so true. Like you say, 45 seconds at least in full control of that top floor with serious man advantage, and they've not got themselves into a position to plant with more than 10 seconds left on the clock. So much so that Breeder is able to just laser strike, just pinpoint accurate onto the one that he needs. just takes down the planter and then keeps himself out of their line of sight, wins the round on time. Virtus.Pro, they are going to be asking themselves some serious questions after that round. There's no way they should be losing that.
100%. And again, these are the kind of rounds when you let them slip, as we saw back in round 1. They'll be kicking themselves in the second half if the scoreline starts to go towards Falcons. It really should be 3-1 to Virtus.Pro, but they're the ones that have let these rounds go against them. Fair play to Falcons, they've played it brilliantly well. Looking again at the banning strategy, I'll give this one to Fresh and Ferry was talking about it in our group chat, saying you ban away the Brava, you make them think you're going to play a lot of Maestro and Echo, then you ban the IQ, you play loads of Valkyrie. Big game comes around, they're then forced to ban away the Valk because you haven't got IQ to play. Then you ban the Twitch and play loads of Goyo, Maestro, Benry and Malusi. Again, coming in with the game plan here on how to beat Virtus.Pro, there is no way they haven't watched them play on this battle, seen them play this map on scrims. I think it was G2 who said this when they took Virtus.Pro to bank. It was Doki saying, you know we haven't seen it on officials, we haven't played them on officials, but we played them like 50 times with this map in scrims. Like, everyone scrims everybody. You're going to see these maps even if they've already played them in officials, and it just looks like a very, very well thought out game plan by Falcons that, yes, it's very close to the wire, but at the end of the day, they're still up 3-1.
Continuing to prepare that top floor. Just looking for those lines of sight that they can open up. It is going to be the top floor that they can defend this time. So Pixel Corner is going to become much more of a focal point at the minute. Lukapak is in there with the flash. He's got the shield rooted to the floor, so he is ready to take the fights. It should be reasonably easily dealt with by Virtus.Pro. Just need to get a nade in there, but there is going to be a... Yes, what a beauty of a Nitro. One of the oldest tricks in the book. Yeah. Wait for them to come through the door and send it sailing up through the rafters. Beautiful stuff to open up, and that is a big loss with the Pinker gone. That's some healing that will not be done.
No, and again, it's all about tripping them up as early as you can, but they've lost 2 players in the process. Maybe trying to get a bit too keen here. Solotov, past 2 AM, is definitely feeling that aggression, that early morning ranking hours. It's coming to life. It looked for a second they might have a little bit of stability, but I think by losing him now, again, all the onus goes back onto Virtus.Pro. They've got 75 seconds to play with here. They've got the 4 versus 3. They are against the Clash, just one thing to respect. No C4s to worry about, making a 4v2. On for a second, but no! Leakifak finds him around the side of the shield, picks it back up, starts his march on forward. A 1v3 with the Clash tip, I don't think I've seen that.
No, I think it's unlikely from this point. He's just sort of threatening to root his shield down. He needs to choose exactly where he takes his battles, but the plant is going to start going down. It is going to be successful, and that puts him on a huge back foot now. Picks up that shield again and tries this little march forward, but Virtus.Pro don't need to peek at this point. He's going to have to approach that diffuser. They know that. Might as well wait until he gets right up there, and then they can start bullying him as they do. Doesn't know Pasha's in behind the small bar, gets taken down, and that's going to be Virtus.Pro getting themselves a second successful attack. Could be all they need, and they're going to go on to the defense in the next half. You feel like a 3-3 would suit Virtus.Pro more than it does Falcons. So Falcons, important round coming up. They want to get round 6-1.
I do. I mean, it's now or never, really. Not in a bad spot. Again, with the way it stands, it really should be Virtus.Pro considering the lead here. The way they've played has been very, very smart. They've played this kind of like higher risk strategy. They've been very, very aggressive deliberately. And that is quite a difference to what we saw for parts of Consulate. We remarked on it at the time. Once the ban came through onto Orthodoxy, they were a lot more aggressive at that point. Here, they don't mind playing against that because they've tried to shape things up the way that they have done with those bans that we've already spoken about a hell of a lot. So, looking good so far. It is tripping Virtus.Pro up. They get that 3-3. I think Falcons will probably feel they could have got away with more, but I think regardless of the score from here on out, Virtus.Pro are going to feel really hard done by because it has felt like a stronger half from them overall.
Final one coming up there.
5
round
seconds
6.
remaining.
Going to be on the bottom floor this time, all the way down there in Kitchen. And last time around, Virtus.Pro just a little bit slow when it came to this. It was round 3. Falcons were able to hold on. It did start off, if you remember, with the big spawn peak from Shaiko, taking down Joystick on the Nomad. So it opened up the flanks for Falcons as well. They were able to get aggressive with Leakifak moving up the red stairs later in the round. They're not going to have necessarily that same freedom this time around, as Joystick has survived up onto the roof. So we'll be able to get those air jabs deployed, make full use of that utility this time. Is that going to be the difference maker, though, for Virtus.Pro? They need to get get Always and Pasha into position. They lost them as well. They couldn't do the verticals last time. This time, they're going to force those defenders to move around. If they haven't, something's gone majorly wrong.
I'm more like amused. It's not a problem, of course, but I'm more amused that it's Shepard playing on the fuse here, because normally it's always that has the duty of taking that one along, but clearly a bit of a rotation in what needs to be played by who've landed on this allocation of operators to the various players on the side of VP. About 2 minutes to go here, and they've got all their drone work done on the top floor, so I'm very sure very quickly they'll spot the Falcons are all on site here, and that needs to be their main point of contest. The Nomads should be able to get things locked down. There we go, first air jab coming out. Just to make sure there's no funny business coming out from Falcons. We've seen how much they've enjoyed roaming across this map, but a few of the rounds in the previous one. I think making sure you've got that flank set up on the go is really, really important here, lest you get stung by Falcons players in the late round.
Yeah, Virtus.Pro well ahead of time this time. Like I said, they were a little bit behind the pace before, and it caused them to be rushing and a man disadvantage later in the round. It was no good. This time, they have everything they need. They're already taking utility out. They still have the shield of Shepard to go in behind. They've got the verticals. They can start burning through these auto canisters as well before getting the hatch open. They will need to deal with Breeder in some fashion inside of VIP, but without a shield to play behind, it should be fairly straightforward for them.
Should, but it doesn't mean it will be something the important part. We've seen them in many spots where they looked at had control like this, and they still managed to see things being thrown away. Admittedly, thanks to Falcons making some brilliant plays to capitalize and create some chaos. Asher in a good spot here on red. They've got two ready to look for the drop as well. They're playing on verticals. They've really got a lot of angles set up here to restrict and contest on towards these players on site itself. But Tim, I'm nervous. We're down to that last 30 seconds. And again, we're leaving it very last minute. Solitov taken down. A swing is there from Shaiko, ready to respond to the first kill. And they get the trade back.
Yeah, that's a big response from Shaiko. Nitro goes out from the tugger out. Is going to do a lot of damage to Shepard, but not enough. He may have an opportunity to get in behind that bomb chassis and put it down. There's not going to be any opportunity for Breeder to move in through Freezer. Always picks up users. It looks like it should be a successful Virtus.Pro plant.
Cover me!
Another down coming. Leakerfact picks up Shepard though, stops the diffuser going down.
Time!
They've won it on time again! Virtus.Pro are losing this for themselves.
That one I'm not so mad about, because they were equal on player numbers, to be fair, coming into the last 10 seconds or so. So Falcons were very much just in that, as much as Virtus.Pro were as well, but just again one of those where they're running out to the clock here. And again, part of it comes down to the work being done by by Falcons. They were running around the map, giving them an awful lot to figure out. But I think Virtus.Pro will look at this later and say, how on earth did we give them 4 of those rounds in that half? With how they attacked, it really should have been at least the inverse, a 4-2 to Virtus.Pro. But well played by Falcons, good team play off the back of it. And now they get to go on the attack and show us what they've been cooking. Another mute ban. Love it.
That's the big question now. That is the big question now. I said coming in, what have Falcons been preparing for? How are the attacks going to go? And this is where we start getting those answers. What are they going to play in behind? We're going to have Shaiko on the Deimos. We know how lethal he can be. There's a lot of verticality here on Cafe. If we don't see pressure applied or kills gained from that Deimos, it's going to be a big loss of the utility that's been brought along. It's these sort of operators, the Blackbeard of Solitov as well, that they need to get the absolute max out of.
They do. Really got to squeak something special out of this one. Let's see how Falcons fare on the attacking side then. And of course, Virtus.Pro managed to completely shut things down on their defensive side. But again, we've had those games of 2 halves in a way. This one feels like it's been a bit more of a battle where the attackers have looked stronger. It's just how the scoreline is shaped up that means we're speaking about it the way that we are. But Falcons, again, I'm pretty sure have got something pretty special cooked up for us. Attacking onto that first floor. Virtus.Pro, as we've seen a million times over now, will start out defending on this top floor in a bid to try and waste time away from Falcons. We've seen things like Breeder getting across onto walls like Blitz on the previous map to help them get a little bit of control. Solitov on the Blackbeard, also an excellent choice. They want that top floor because they've got things like the Ram on side, they've got the Capital. They want to make use of those vertical angles to get a plant down here. And that does mean taking the fight to Virtus.Pro on the top floor.
Falcons need to pay attention to Joystick, who's currently playing downstairs in train. He's underneath, he's on the Valk, he's got a Nitro in hand. We all know what he's looking to do, and so the Falcons. They've got 2 options. They either avoid Piano and leave him out in the cold, or they go and get the kill. If they just push into Piano and leave him there, it's going to be a big problem. Pasha as well, just a little bit of a rat play here in behind that Cigar counter. There are 2 things there that Falcons could trip up on, and when we think back to their attacks on Consulate, clearing out important areas, such as piano on consulate, didn't go that well for them. I want to see them recognize Joystick's position, and I want to see them deal with it.
We'll find out to do shortly, Tim. Right now, Dan's very much dug in here. I mean, this is a bit of an old classic throwback. The Pixel shield, ADS is scattered around, making it an absolute living hell for the attackers to try and force you out. It's where historically you see things like Zofia being brought along to help burn through that. A little bit of a different story now. Admittedly, of course, the Jaeger ADSs can do a lot of work. Now they're able to catch utility that it wasn't able to previously. All that flexibility, the thrown distance, the redeployability of those magnets that now make the difference. Pasha hoping not to get himself droned out here. And there's a drone right in front of him, but looking in towards Bar. I think they know that he's here and he could do a lot of damage. A nice try through the floor, but Joystick evades death for now.
I like that they've dealt with it, though. They're fully aware of the threat from Joystick. They've done a serious amount of damage. He's going to think twice before coming to get aggressive. But
okay.
I said that there was two threats for them, Joystick and Pasha. They've paid attention to one and completely took the eye out of the ball for the other. Pasha has just absolutely destroyed this attack. 3 kills, and now there's just Leaker back in Shaco. 2v3, it's doable, but even if they win, honestly, Des, it's going to be through more luck than management.
And they've dropped down all their smokes here, and then nothing has really happened. They're trying to backstab down Red, potentially. Fuse is in the wrong hands. Shaco's got to get himself down here on towards site. They've used this to be able to get themselves control of Train. It's a great spot to get because you can of course challenge in towards both sites here, make it very, very difficult for the defenders, but they'll largely step out in towards Red Corridor, as you can see they have. They haven't got to worry too much. A fire to the back. I mean, you're never going to get away with that one, my son. Striker in a 1 versus 3. We know that he's more than capable. Starts out with 1. 15 seconds to go, and he's got to make it a 4K if he wants to win this round out.
Looks to move on into site. Could go for a plant here. Going to take out the FNAT. The challenge will likely come forward. You see the feet. Managed to get a spray down. It's going to be all that they need, in honesty. Shaco has to come off, go for the challenge. Shepard manages to pick up the final kill. And Falcons, honestly, have nobody to blame but themselves. It's one of the oldest hiding places in the books, Des. You know, everybody checks behind Cigar counter when you're drawn in top floor. They've failed to do so, and honestly, Pasha must not be able to believe his luck there. Pasha must not be able to believe his luck that he's led in behind there, got away with it, and got 3 kills on the back of it. Falcons, they need to sharpen up on the attack. They dealt well with Joystick. They knew that the pressure was going to be there from underneath when they went into Piano, but this just absolutely cut them apart.
I think it's the real painful thing of like a classic sort of, not a siege time moment, but it is a siege moment where there's a drone in front of him that's looking down through Bar. They've placed it there, not bothered to look towards the right. You see it all the time where they just don't check one corner or one spot and it pays them. It costs you an entire round. Sometimes it never quite works out. You just get killed randomly at some point anyway. But he's capitalized on it stupidly well there. And I think for Falcons, they'll be kicking themselves. They didn't spot that one. Anyway, on to the next round. Downstairs we go into the kitchen. Imagine more of the same. Tim, we're getting that Raura pickup coming in from Leakyfac. I spoke about Raura an awful lot. Currently has the lowest operator win rate of any operator in the game across every team. Just, frankly, absolutely terrible. But a lot of that I put down to teams trying to figure things out on how to make best use of the Raura, the timing of it. I imagine there's still some out there that are still not quite sure 100% how the mechanics work, for example. So it will take a little bit of time, I think, for it to really build into the meta. And definitely one of those operators that we see slotting in towards certain sites when teams have got a strat, rather than being a generalist good operator that you can bring on the majority of sites.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about the Raura, which doors are you likely to use? There's 2 that I can think of particularly for a kitchen attack. That's going to be one onto VIP door to stop the player there that would normally be the Tubarao. I don't know exactly who that's going to be. I'm looking, it's likely to be Dan. He's on the Goyo. So you put one on this door in front of us, double door, to stop Dan being able to challenge on. If you get it at the right time, you're then going to know when he tries to make a challenge. To be honest, it's not perfect because he can just come around the corner of restaurants. So you could also Raura off the single door under the default cam as well. They've lost 1, so now that limits their ability to do that. So already, Raura's ability to impact on this round is now pretty limited.
For now. We'll see what they've got in mind here. Might be isolating out the player that's inside. And sure enough, with the Glaz on side, it's about trying to make him as safe as possible. In they step are going in for a push in towards here. They've got the Yokai drones coming over the top. Can't quite see the players. They've stepped away. And the nade, if nothing else, a friendly nade at that, keeps them at bay. And Joystick has just absolutely domed him. Nice idea, but it hasn't paid off.
Yeah, using the Raura on the double door at the bottom of red stairs just to try and create that space for the Glaz to go in. But like you say, just didn't get any value out of it as Solotov was taken down. Leakerfact manages to find always though 4 versus 4, and Falcons get themselves back into things a little bit at least. Smoke canister goes out just to prevent the push from bottom red, to prevent that pressure from mounting. But Virtus.Pro have got themselves dug in. The Kiba barricades are going up. They've got their angles. They are now just holding Falcons back.
Well, maybe it's recoverable from the 4 versus 4 they're in. 60 seconds to play with. A lot of castle barricades still impeding them. Joystick gets a second. Now they start their march on forward. User's going to be very much the front man here. And he's sprung right into danger, Tim. What's he doing? Didn't expect that one. Has given away another freebie to Joystick, who's on for an ace if this keeps up. 3 versus 2. Joko dropping down the last smoking pocket to block out that angle on towards Cope. As Brede tries his best, but the vertical is there. Shepard gonna spoil the party. But either way, it's a VP round win. Again, nice try from Falcons, but Virtus.Pro, they just had all the answers, and Yuzu certainly gave them a bit of a helping hand.
I think there was just too much reliance on kind of that Raura Solotov push. It was get the Raura on the doors, create the space for Solotov to walk in, and on the glass he'll get a couple of kills, and then we're in a position to put this diffuser down before they can get above, before they can use that vertical. And this is the problem when you don't take control of those verticals. It doesn't take much. It takes one player up on the bakery half roof, just open mining window, and you can pretty much keep a lot of mining and train safe. Nobody's going to want to go in there and start opening up angles to try and fight on the verticals as a defender, because they know they're likely to get picked off. So Falcons just didn't do that, didn't give themselves enough of an opportunity to see that plan through, I don't think. And Virtus.Pro, as soon as they recognised it was all bakery, they were more than happy, because then they can all just front it up. They're all guns point in the same direction. Shepard, get upstairs, get on those verticals, and Falcons were just picked apart one at a time. So Virtus.Pro get their first 2 defences, and then move on to reading room. It's 4-4.
Alrighty, battle our way back in, and now Falcon's probably starting to worry a little bit. Tim, I don't know what the latest we've ever cast to is, but if this goes to 3 maps, and if it goes to overtime and this one the same on club, you could be here pretty damn late, my friend.
Mexico Major. Mexico Major. Team 1
What time
replay.
are we casting till?
That was about 3
Oh, that was pretty late, yeah, because they had the 7-2 against CAG, and then straight into the replay to the side. That was a late one, yeah, I remember.
Changing man.
I don't think we'll be reaching those dizzying heights again.
Well, tech pauses haven't yet kicked in. But there is plenty of time still, Tim. There is plenty of damn time. By the way, Falcons, they need to get back to winning ways here. They're starting to fall behind. The momentum is with Virtus.Pro. Maybe you're starting to see why teams don't really like taking them here, why it's always banned away against them. They certainly come in with a good game plan, but as it stands, Falcons yet to find a way to punch on through and keep themselves ahead of the curve. Now all the focus is going on inside of Piano, and of course the standard entry that you're seeing towards this part of the map. You want top red control, you want Piano control. You want to find a way ideally to force out the Piano player, the Pixel player, sorry. In which case this will be Dan probably on the ward and sat in behind the shield. We'll be able to see through smokes and flashes that come his way. They've got to get rid of him at some point. And a common way you've seen them do it a couple of times so far through the game, both teams, is to round in towards Bar itself and start putting challenge in. But here they just walk forward with the shield and forced him back. Dan going to have to pull himself a little bit further away here. Now 2 players tucked inside a cocktail, and I imagine at some point they've got to drop through the hatch. Is it open? I think it is, but yeah, they're all good. They're down now. We're all good.
Yeah, they've got themselves escaped. They've backed up, but it does mean that Falcons have that top floor control now. The Deimos can start working. 2 tracks still in pocket for Shaiko, and they could be deadly if he manages to scan the right operators. He will have an opportunity to challenge onto them, but Dan takes down Solotov. It's the Blackbeard, lost again. The shield not really having any impact in this round. And now, where does the tip of the spear come from? Where are you going to lead that push into sight? It's Brede that's carrying the diffuser, but it's likely to be on the back of Leakerfact and that Capitao utility.
Sure, we've been here so many times before where it feels like they've got that good position they're in. Yes, you're down a man, but you've got a lot of utility still to chuck in here. Virtus.Pro are going to do as you've seen them do so many times, though. Just be patient. Don't feel the need to go aggressive. Let Falcons step in. You've got 3 smokes you can still play behind as well. They've got all the time in the world here, Tim. And sure enough, first one was about to come out. That's the second time this game that we've seen a Falcons player go down with that Capital gadget in hand. Dan finding the angle. Brede getting the plant in here. A nice move coming in from Shepard, who gets a spray down onto 1 as we have 25 seconds left. Uses with it all to do it. A 1 versus 3. Pasha going to give him nothing. Another closeout for Virtus.Pro, and now they're ahead for the first time this game.
Yeah, we saw it happen. We knew what was coming. Liquefac was critical to getting that plant down. That Capitao utility could have stopped the rotation. You get a fire arrow on it, could have smoked off the plant spot, but losing his life before Brede goes in. The call is made, still go for the plant, but it allows Shepard through to get involved and to stop that from happening. And this is going to continue being the case for Falcons. It feels like they are just off the pace here on Cafe, and Virtus.Pro, we're seeing why it is so regularly banned against them.
Yeah. Could be that club is that big decider. A big map for both teams as well, to be fair. Be a really good way to end on who's going to be our winner. So now Falcons step into that tack timeout. As we saw, 3 rounds on the bouncers half. They have yet to get themselves a win. Here on the attacking side of things, they need to find a way on through. Or as said, that map 3 awaits, and I know it's late for us. I feel sorry for you. She's 2 hours ahead at this point, I believe. 2:30 for him. Oh, this is where you're really made and defined as a player, I feel. Your ability to still function when sleep deprived.
Certainly going to have to find a way to battle through, but it's looking pretty good for Virtus.Pro at the minute. Tactical timeout comes in for Falcons. They recognise that something needs to change, but question is what, because right now we're seeing the mistakes creep in. Pasha being allowed from behind the desk, losing the Blackbeard and the Capitao before you try to put the plant down inside a reading door. It's just all starting to mount up, and it is Virtus.Pro that are the benefactors at the minute, but Virtus.Pro are just looking really, really solid on the defense of Cafe. I'm not sure. The thing is, quite often we'll say, you know, a team is playing fantastically well. It's just a case of you've got to go in and win your gunfights against some Falcons. You've got to go and win your gunfights. That's not really the case here, I don't think. They've still got some of those fundamentals, some of those boxes that they're not ticking, like the redroning, like making sure that you've got the utility that you need for the execute before you go in. Make sure you've got the map control that you need. I don't feel like they're taking confident map control. They got the top floor last time, but didn't really massage any of the defenders away from that plant spot where they wanted to go in and execute. And I feel like there are elements there that they can improve on here, Falcons. It's not just about winning gunfights. They are costing themselves in other areas.
Sure. Well, hopefully this timeout fixes those other areas. Tim, gunfights, you know, they're more than capable of winning. They've showed it a lot throughout the series. I mean, Brede and Liquefac especially going strong in the map. Uses maybe a little bit less so. Rare on the other side, to be fair, to see Shepard being the one that's flying as high as he is. You know, normally you're speaking about Pasha, who's still doing Pasha things. Always had a great stage as well. Damn, we can talk about a lot. Shepard's often got that thankless task of being the guy that runs inside the site, holds down F, and doesn't really get the chance to get many kills. And you can see that a little bit today. He's been stuck in so many 1vx's, of course, pulling that one out earlier on. Certainly no complaints when he can play the way that he is today. See how things shape up here. At least starting things out again. A top 4 Rome, always the one with himself positioned up here. Joined by Pasha, who once again we're seeing this standard angle being held up. Pixel sitting behind a shield. ADS is normally scattered around, of course, not available here. As you can see, those flashes rain on through. And it forces Pasha to scatter to the wind, just not going to hang around there or commit too much time to holding on to Pixel. And you never know what's following up off the back of those flashes.
Hopefully the droning has been a little bit more thorough there this time, up on that top floor, making sure that they're not going to have any surprises popping up from behind Cigar Counter or anywhere else. We've got the air jabs going out, so that's going to prevent any flanking. This is pretty good, actually, from Falcons. I want to be fair to them as well as criticising them. They've got in there, confidently taken map control, which is something that I've said, you know, I don't feel like they've done over the last couple of rounds. They've got their air jabs out, they've got the utility working with those boogie drones going and getting the vertical opened up. It's been good stuff from them so far. The one problem they've got remaining is they haven't moved these Virtus.Pro players up on the top floor. We've still got Always there in Cocktail on the Azami. He's now going to drop away. And we're also going to see Joystick downed and finished off by Shako. This is better from Falcons.
Yeah, it's the nice thing about it, and you compare that back to, say, Console, is the team play there to pinch onto one player and punish them for being out on the roam. Like, how dare you try and roam onto us? Leak it back onto a second as Pasha's the one to fall away. A rare appearance for Leak it back on the Deimos is worth stressing. Normally, of course, that's the go-to Shy cooperator. I'm sure he's not feeling best pleased that his dearly beloved has been taken away from him. Instead, he's on the flank watch with the air jabs all being placed down around the map, but it's getting the results so far, a 5 versus 3. We saw Virtus.Pro lose a 5 versus 2. Surely Falcons don't go down the same path. There we go, much better.
Yeah, managed just to take down Dan, just again being forced out of position by that Deimos track, and it's those kind of fundamentals that Falcons have done a lot better in that round. They've got confident control of top floor. They've pushed always away. They've used their utility quickly to again take away those safe spots from the defenders inside a site, which included Joystick. There was somebody there ready to cut him off and get the kill. They were working as a team. And then you've got Shaiko downstairs causing a problem for the defenders that are inside a site where he's got a soft floor beneath them and he can challenge them. So Dan has to step out into the corridor, in towards Reading, and again there's somebody there waiting to take him down. Way better from Falcons. They'll level things up 5-5. This could be anybody's. It could be a 7th overtime in a row.
I mean, it would be pretty ludicrous if we managed to make every map tonight that way. At that point, I'll probably just be upset that we haven't made it 9 in a row and just made every single map playable, go all the way to OT. I feel like we're shortchanging ourselves by a single map at that point.
I'm quite happy that it won't have done. Considering that would add another hour and a half on to proceedings.
Granted.
10 seconds left.
But yeah, I'll take it. You know, if we see 8 maps and
5 seconds left before insertion.
8 overtime, you know, I can live with that. Down in kitchen there, Falcons last time just tried to push directly through Bakery. It did not work. Tried to Rowra the double door at bottom red stairs, send Glaz wandering into site to find kills. Wasn't the play. I think this time, get yourself in above. They've got users on the sledge. They've got 3D on the sense. So again, you can use those sense gadgets to screen off VIP. It's probably Dan that's going to be playing in VIP again on the Goyo. So just screen them off. Yeah, you can send in impact nades to clear them out. But you've got enough to deal with that. You've got 4 screens, so you can just keep putting them down and then get yourself into freezer after you've forced those defenders out by using sledge above. That's what I'm looking for from Falcons.
Imagine they'll get away with it as well. Of course, all eyes on the Sens in this round. As you touch it on, get the vertical control first, then look towards where that goes in. Vertical coming out here to help them start moving their way through the map. And a good idea in this round, admittedly, with things like the bulletproofs on side, the yokai drones. Lots of things there to worry about in terms of intel. That doc could be, of course, knocking you off those until you've got rid of the phone call. But no mute on side, it does mean you'll be able to find your way through that. They had to come off that. Guns not being up, get yourself in a safe spot, get the phone turned off, only to then be able to push on forwards. First track coming on through as Patcher takes a couple of shots there through the vertical. Tim versus Shaiko, and at that point it feels like 2 gods going head to head. Whatever happens, whoever comes out on top is going to destroy the world in the process, and it's Pasha to get rid of Shaiko, wins that reverse hunt, and it's a 5 versus 4 for Virtus.Pro.
Yeah, they were both magnetized to that challenge, weren't they? They knew that each other were there, but it's Pasha who comes away on top. But again, minute 30 mark, which is what we benchmark this on for getting that hammer swinging. They are doing the job here at Falcons. Having lost Shaiko, not ideal. You want those Deimos tracks, but they do still have everything they need for a plant here. They've got a Gorka call that can come in. They've got the sense gadgets that can screen off VIP. They can get the hatch open. They can get in and get that diffuser down. This is still doable for Falcons.
It is, but time, as we've seen, doesn't really play to either side's strength throughout this game. Down comes the Sens. More of a bait than anything else, I imagine, at that point. Creating a little bit of confusion, a bit of diversion. This one's more to cover off the VIP angle. But watch out, of course, for Dan just spraying down there crazily. He's got the impacts they can play behind as well. Still 2 impacts to play behind here. Can't deal with those light screens, as you're going to see now, so they can't safely drop their way in. They're almost there and ready to go, but while this constant impact spam is coming on through, there's not an awful lot they can do. Shepard, one with the last ones left, and he's quite far away. A second kill comes on through for Virtus.Pro here. Looks like they're holding on well. Eating up fire and flames in Solitov. Steps on down. Needs this man inside of VIP. Goes nice and close and gets him. Dan missing crucial shots. Tries his very best, but the recoil a little bit too much. Now with the smoke coming out, rounds off towards the side. One towards his left here. Has to win this gunfight. Down onto the deck he goes, and will find his man. A 3 versus 3, but there's no time left, Tim. They have to go now.
Yeah, Breeder's got to make a move to start putting that diffuser down. He will do exactly that. He's created the space. Solotop's gone huge this round, but it's going to be the Yorkai. You got to pay attention to every single detail. I feel for Falcons there. I've been critical over a couple of their attacks, but they did so well there, unpicking that defense piece by piece by piece, and then just couldn't get it down at the last because they hadn't been able to take out the Yorkai. That is a real shame for Falcons, but a great understanding from Virtus.Pro of what the win condition was there.
We've seen that so many times though, right? When
especially at that side.
I mean, you're being ran down, you've got environmentals to get through, you've got Goyo Can, there's just so much to slow you down. You haven't really got time to actually set up for the sides itself and to make sure that's fully clear. Yeah, things like the twitch that we saw Vandaway earlier on, of course that Vandaway in this half maybe would have helped out a little bit, but then you're still trying to play cat and mouse, trying to hunt them down and deal with them in the first place. Real hard asking to get away with here. Shame there was no phone call left on side, which could have helped them out, but we think we've seen many a time over the years, Shepard getting away with plays like that, denying it away, and Virtus.Pro now are up to map point 6-5. And I think Shaiko might be right. Not sure if you're going to go to that third map. You might have no choice at this point. You've got to fight your way through this next round and then OT if you want to see it be a 2-0. Because I think, truthfully, as much as the players like, oh, playing late sucks, we also know that those critical SI points are on the line. We spoke about it a lot today, and there is quite a difference in the SI points that you get for finishing in third place versus finishing in first. So you've really got to make it happen here.
Yeah, huge difference. First place overall will take 300 SI points. Second place will take 150. And then third, fourth, and fifth will all take 50 each. So a minimum of 100 gained by getting into the grand final. It is big. Nitro gets shot out as Pasha tries to throw it up through the hatch there. Nice pickup by Falcons. Last thing they want is to be losing somebody early here. They want to desperately get themselves into overtime and close this out now if they can do. Not sure which side they're going to be starting on. I would imagine it's going to be Virtus.Pro that would have chosen, and they're likely to have chosen the defense. So overtime is not going to look pretty for Falcons on the attack, but they've got to get around first if they want to get there and start trying this march across the top floor with Solotov on the blackboard.
Yes, this a few times now that he's been the player clearing out Pixel, because we know how much Virtus.Pro love playing in that spot. Dan's dug in a little bit deeper here as well, spraying it towards the feet. Who's going to win it out? Of course it's Dan. That 1v1 not going the way the Falcons sorely needed it to. Into a 5 versus 3. Virtus.Pro might be able to hold on here and get this one closed out. Because Users and Shaiko have got it all to do. It's simply not going to happen. Shaiko stuck in a 1 versus 4. And Tim, we won't see overtime, but it does look like we're going to see map 3.
Certainly does. Shaiko drops himself down to pillar. He's looking for anything he can get going at the minute. Does get spotted out on that default cam, so takes a couple of shots as well. Flawless round comes in for Virtus.Pro. They're going to close it out. And as you say, they push us all the way into Clubhouse between these two. And they were, I think, the superior team on Cafe.
They were, and I think like we spoke about them on Bank for the longest period of time. Now you were speaking about Cafe. They were rock solid there. Again, in that first half, I felt that they should have had a stronger lead. Being only 2 and 4 felt weird to them. 4 and 2 probably should have been the scoreline there, but I think Falcons have just showed the world that maybe Virtus.Pro aren't the team to be taken to Cafe anytime soon, which just means, Tim, the Clubhouse awaits us that third and final map to see who goes on to play against G2 in our final.
Yeah, exactly that. Big questions to be answered on that one. Who will come out on top? It's going to need big plays from a big player. Need to go and grab a hold of it.
Well, let's go to the break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you.
Virtus.Pro tie the series back up and will need a decider map to determine who stays alive in this lower bracket run. Now, for the first time today as well, not actually an overtime, which is kind of crazy to consider how many maps we've had, how close the games have been, but we needed all regulation rounds.
And all the seconds of all of the regulation rounds. I think Falcons actually came into this with quite a good game plan, I would say, in terms of the way that they banned the operators. I loved the Bravo ban into the IQ ban, into the Twitch ban. I thought them playing the Valkyrie at the start was genius. And then I thought leaning into the Goyo, the Aruni, the Fenrir in the second half of the first half was genius. But how many clutches? It started off with that round 1 clutch from Leaky Fack. It then continued rounds 3, 4, 5, constant clutches all over the place on Team Falcons, including this one here, Brede with the pistol. And it was just absolutely non-stop, non-stop, non-stop. I will say, the reason it was genius was because it was against Virtus.Pro, who generally play quite slow. So slow them down even further and then play for the clutches. And it worked perfectly up until Falcons then got on the attack. And then they were really, really struggling on the attack, Leo.
So once again, it's a story of a different decided map. It's exactly what we expected. One other thing that we expected was some incredible individual moments. That was a clutch in my book as well.
Yeah.
Once again, the late rounds favoring the defense, the big players punishing the lack of execution skills on the side of each team. And overall, some amazing moments. I mean, yeah?
I was just, sorry, go on.
No worries. I mean, I think in utter chaos, this is where you can see some big teams really thrive. Whether it be multi-kills, whether it be clutches, utter chaos usually is a testament of two teams that have really high quality players. Whatever happens, you will see the quality in them show up in the last moments. What's incredible is that basically to win this match, VP had to run to win 5 rounds in defenses. And that's just, again, a showing of how attacks have been struggling here, and organized chaos basically is the rule of this matchup.
And we'll continue saying it as the day goes on. You know, we can't hide from the fact that whatever time it is in the morning right now, as the day goes on, these two teams, you know, we're talking about Virtus.Pro going into their 6th match of the day against high-quality opposition. Concentration slips, tiredness kicks in, fatigue kicks in. That's going to be the most prevalent when they're attacking. So we're expecting generally defender-sided maps.
It's who does the least mistakes, and at the same time, who punishes the most mistakes right now.
As much as we saw clutches from the side of Falcons, that very first round of defense where Pasha's just hiding in shot, bangs a free kick out of nowhere.
So satisfying.
Those mistakes are going to be happening. Rat plays are going to happen more and more. They're going to be punishing the attack more and more as this goes on.
Crazy round. So we're going to see even more of that on the Clubhouse. It brings us back to the interview that Pasha did after his previous game, where it was like, you know, I just want to have my food. I want to go to bed. Well, he's not going to bed anytime soon because we still have to play our final map, and it will be with us after the break.
Easy, easy, teammate. Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What? Is he okay?
I've been worse.
welcome back to the email desk for the final map of the day. We can now say that with confidence because we know for sure there's not going to be any more maps after this. For sure, it's the final map of our final best of 3 as well. And if you're still here with us, thank you for sticking around. We appreciate it. It's been a long day. We've had a lot of siege. A lot of our maps have gone the distance as well. This was our first one that didn't go into overtime. But with the way things are stacking up and the fact that we do have a clubhouse as the final map, could very well be a close map again.
Yeah, I think let's make this short. This is the final match. We all want to go. I was going to go into it, but also to bed. So let's just focus on the facts here. We've seen both of these teams play that map today. Both of these matches were extremely close. 8-7, 8-7. Went all the way to overtime. We expect both of these teams to have incredible comfort on this map, especially because they were great in attack on both matches. That's one thing that they've been lacking so far. They're going back to fundamentals, to the basics. We should get to see high level of clubhouse, multiple multi-kills, and clutches.
It comes down to one thing, and one thing only, based on this best of 3 so far.
Fortitude.
Fortitude, no.
Endurance.
No. Who can attack the best? And that is simply it. Whoever wins their attacks will win this game.
Well, we're going to see then who's going to win more attacks, who's going to eventually win out this game as well. More SI points are on the line. Survival in the lower bracket is on the line as well. One more map to determine it. It's time to send it to Ace and Des for Clubhouse.
Thank you very much, and indeed, last game, Tim, certified coming up of the day. All that aside about how late it is, this is actually going to be a really interesting map as well. Clubhouse, a good map for both teams. And as you often say when it comes down to this being the third map in a series, it feels like a good standard siege map to end things on as well. It should be a map that every team can play, and these two teams, well, they can certainly play.
Yeah, precisely. Nobody should be losing this based on it not being their map, it not being a map they like, or, you know, nobody should be winning it based on just being amazing at Clubhouse. You know, yeah, we've got good Clubhouse teams, we've got bad Clubhouse teams, but the gulf between them is much, much smaller. So let's see who comes out of this one at the best of these two. Falcons, Virtus.Pro get into the bans. Falcons will take our attackers. It's going to be Monty. Virtus.Pro take Kaid. We'll see if they double down on the Electro Bros and take Bandit as well, or whether there's an alternative comes in. No, it's going to be Azami instead. Makes sense. Maverick will go for Falcons. Interesting one. Obviously, it's going to leave Hibana and Ace. Both, at least one of them is going to make it through the whole 6 rounds. So it should be fairly straightforward for Virtus.Pro on the breaching.
Yeah, interesting one to be fair. I want to go back and look in a second, actually, what was banned by Virtus.Pro last time they played in this map as well, because, I mean, what they played, sorry, seeing that Maverick bank come out normally suggests you're going in towards, obviously, a target on towards Shepherd. But I can only imagine Virtus.Pro play a lot more than a Maverick here, very, very happily. In fact, it was also banned away against them last time against Team Secret. So Secret also acknowledging something that clearly Falcons have spotted. They do not want them to have Maverick, instead want to force them to have to work through hard breaches, a lot of a banner, a lot of ace, a lot of thermite. Still, of course, walls can get opened up as you need to, but it would increase the efficacy of things like electrification. That's why you've got things here like the Bandit on side. Might not be a kite, things like hatches will be exposed, but these walls will make it a little bit more tricky for those hard breaches.
Church and Arsenal will be our first site on Clubhouse. It's going to be down in the basement. Now, Falcons, it's an interesting one. If we look back historically to kind of, you know, the older BDS roster, and then as it became, you know, BDS still, but with Users and Solotov coming in, and they've always kind of been the same when it's come to roaming, and that's that they've not roamed very heavily. We've seen it a little bit more from them. I think, you know, once we've had the shift across the Falcons and maybe a little bit more aggressive on the play style with Users and Solotov coming in, they have had more of a presence around the map, but I'm fascinated to keep an eye on that. How much do they commit to it here on that top floor? At the minute, they've got Leakafak up there. Solotov was with him. He's now dropped away, and this is what I'm saying. 30 seconds of pressure, not even really any pressure, and we start seeing them fall away. They don't heavily commit to this roam, so Virtus.Pro should have plenty of time in round 1.
Oops, had a crash come on through, so maybe a rehost in just a second. But I'm with you. I used to joke on this map all the time, well, all the time, but say back in the day, how do you know BDS are roaming on Clubhouse? Well, you'd see a lens out on the Valkyrie, and every other operator would be super dug in, super static. That's all you would get from them, essentially. These days, as you said, it's a bit different now, where you do get players up and around the map, like you've seen from this. Like, not a thing you'd see of old school BDS, that's for sure. So over the years, you are seeing more aggression building into their playstyle. And despite their call for a rehost, Tim, well, they've absolutely stopped them out here as well. Dan's down to the last one left alive. Sorry, Shepherd is. And Solotov's found himself a 3k in round 1. Not a bad start.
Not a bad start at all, if that's how it plays out. Shepherd is just going to go looking across the top here. He knows that he will find somebody. He will indeed. It's going to be Solotov, takes him down. And that is going to be that for Falcons. But, you know, yeah, as Fresh said, coming into this, attack is going to be such a big deal for this one. Mistakes are going to start happening. We've seen it across a couple of maps so far. You know, a lot of Siege has been played today, and teams are going to take advantage of that. But I think, you know, generally, mistakes on attack are probably going to be punished a little bit harder than the other time around.
You'd assume so. I'm so glad you spoke for a bit longer there. I've been trying to eat an apple during the break. I was like, I need a little bit of sugar to pick me up. Got a little tiny, like, what is it? Like little like mini Kinder bars in a way. It says Kinder on it. That's of absolutely no use to me right now. Banging chocolate though. And I thought, okay, I'm a bit healthy, get an apple as well. Just trying to juggle between when you speak and like tapping mute on the microphone. Scoff some more apple if I can, finish chewing it before you stop speaking, so then I have to jump back in again. Managed it pretty well there, so I'm quite proud of myself.
No, I mean, usually, if I'm going to get something to eat whilst I'm working, I tend to have something a little bit quieter, Des, and then you've just come steaming on in with an apple.
Yeah.
That's one of the noisiest foods that you could probably find.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Oh, that's why you mute a microphone. You can eat anything you want then. You can smash around a bunch of like saucepans and pans if you really wanted to. You'll be fine.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Is that how you get your daughter up every single morning?
Yeah.
Wake up! Stop school! Let's go! Oh my God, stop.
Back in a pan, yeah.
That's what you do in your garden, it's just you can run around doing that in a much more beautiful space. A bit outside the house and just absolutely wind up the entire neighborhood. What a dream.
Joystick going to be opening the blue stairs window immediately, and we can see Solotov's there. He's going to dip away now that the drone comes in. You play that position just hoping that maybe they don't drone. We saw Pasha get away with it on Cafe top floor, of course. This time it's not going to be the case. Virtus.Pro are there and ready for it. We see the stun grenade going from the Sphere. That's telling them that there's somebody still there. It's going to be Solotov. It exploded immediately, but I think Solotov has now just dipped back, is inside of Arsenal, but look at this, 3 still on the top floor for Falcons. Solotov down in the bottom floor, so he's the only one that's out there to cause a nuisance of himself.
We've actually seen BP do this, so not just on Clubhouse, but I forget, what map was it they were on last week where they did this? Do you remember? I want to say it was it Nightheaven? Playing a bit of a jiggle here with the Valkyrie. Neither finding the other, but I remember last week they got the Zofia on a map that you wouldn't normally see a Zofia and use it to do exactly this. Get inside nice and quick, blow up where you'd normally see a bandit trying to trick, and manage to get themselves inside the building incredibly quick. I'll have to go back and double check at some point, but making it look nice and simple there, like they've done it since today started playing. Oh wait, they probably have. What a shot from Solotov. Joystick, I think leaving a bit too much for himself out there. Happily picked up. The Falcons starting out strong so far on club. That's first round, of course, they had a flawless round. Started out well with an entry here as well. Sort of let VP have minimal control of it all so far, but bearing in mind, this is only the extension we're seeing here. This Cash DC side extension. The actual site is gym and bedroom. Still got to work their way through construction and start looking at the site itself.
That's the thing, Solotov held them up for 1 minute and 10 seconds there. He was just fighting and keeping the attention of Joseph, because he can't leave him there. He can't move away from it, because as soon as he does, he's concerned that Solotov's going to follow him right up those stairs and be challenging on them from the flank. So great stuff from Solotov, especially picking up that kill at the end as well, taking away some great utility with the Sophia going. It leaves us now 5 versus 3 as Shaiko picks up always, and like we said, attacks are going to be coming at a premium here, and so far it looks like that's the case. Pasha manages to find Shaiko, 3 versus 4, starts pushing him through logistics, but the F9 will just hold him back, and the shotgun will hold him back even more.
It would have been monstrous if we managed to get rid of Yusi. Stereo walks away with a slither of HP. The bolt coming over. Timing not looking the best. Shepard finds one, but a C4 is there for the response. And Shepard, yet again, I'm sick and tired of saying it at this point, Tim. I'm pretty sure it's the 7th time this year he's been left in a 1 versus 3. He's won one of them. I don't suspect he manages to win all of them. He's going to run out of time here, hunting down for an extra kill, but will not be able to find it. Falcons score 2-0.
Yep, good round from Falcons, able to lock that down comfortably. Virtus.Pro really struggling to get themselves into this one, and you just look at it and think, is it going to run away from them quickly? We really do need, it's going to be that second half, isn't it? That's going to be the real telling factor, is going to be that second half and how it just shakes down once these sides switch, whether Falcons are able to take this energy through onto the attack. Knowing how good they are on Clubhouse, I really would expect that they'll be able to. So Virtus.Pro, it's essential that they get themselves, I think, at least 2 attacks.
for the little dance you often see between players like that. This kill here was the one that I was like, oh no, almost managed to get used. Look, a slither of HP. But it would have drastically changed the outcome of the round, but still would have been cool to see because there's a few players on the Virtus.Pro, on the Falcons side that are all low HP or at least are taking damage throughout the round. Just a sign of incomplete kills coming out from Virtus.Pro. Could have been a very different outcome there if they managed to complete some of those, but that's sometimes just how the cookie crumbles. In we go to round 3. Now, imagine if we carry on at this pace, Tim, we'll see Virtus.Pro aren't really a massive tack timeout team. They tend to leave it until quite late in the game, but when you've lost 3 rounds on the bounce, and quite convincingly so, that's the kind of time where I'd be saying that timeout feels about right.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think, you know, see what Falcons do on the defence here, and then, you know, really think about it. It was something Em was talking about last night, of course, was, you know, she's been noticing a lot of round 2 timeouts that are maybe sort of feeding into the banning phase, but Virtus.Pro just wanting to hold on a little bit more. The Roteros are going to be sent in to clear out those castle barricades and just give a bit of access through main door. But Solotov so far, 5-1, definitely a lethal threat for Falcons at the minute. We saw that beautiful shot, the one tap onto Joystick last time around. This time it's going to be Joystick waiting to move on in once that castle barricade gets open. He's kind of waiting. He's like, I'm Rotero drone. I'm supposed to be going in through here, please.
Yeah, I'd like to make use of those impacts on the, you know, the bandit spot, so please can we clear it away? There we go. Didn't forget about him this time. Now, of course, there's no one downstairs looking to tag him, and I can see a couple of blue outlines in the distance, but none close enough to provide a real threat. His job, of course, here is to get him below and cause some bother, but they know about it. Tim are looking to contest. I'll try and get a shot or 2 downwards, but they're not going to find their man. This one's going off, and they won't be able to strip it away at all. Well played by Joystick. Survives the challenge from the bandit, and they get the wall open once again. Though it has taken about half the round, Tim.
I was just going to pick up on that exact same point. The amount of time that's taken, we usually see that wall now being opened a lot quicker. Always is going to push forward and try to help them start to open things up on this catwalk. Shaiko's taken an awful lot of damage there. We've got Nitro in hand ready to go, but Shaiko is taken out. It's going to be up to Leakerfact to try and hold on to that catwalk position and just keep Falcons in the fight inside of Garage, but this is getting really tough now. They've got every angle held here as Virtus.Pro. This really should be a round that they're able to pick up on attack.
2 really well-coordinated kills coming out of Virtus.Pro. I mean, the one that you see into Catwalk, very, very standard. Never going to see Shaiko walking out of that one alive. You stay put and you die to the burn, or you move and you die to the glass. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And that second one, coordinating the flash with a swing on towards the garage door, absolutely beautiful. The Bash has now gone down for free because they're taking their eye off the ball. This has happened a few times throughout this series by Virtus.Pro. Haven't droned themselves in properly, get caught out by these little moments, get sideswiped by players to get an awful lot on Consulate, for example. That's got to be mindful of, but I think with only 2 drones left in back pocket, they're kind of left here going off of old knowledge and what they once previously had. Only 2 left here for the side of Falcons as well. A 2 versus 4, almost making it 2 versus 3 as Brede also goes low. The number of incomplete kills is absolutely ridiculous. Gets the down, but it's a 1v3. Another bullet will be enough to see him finished off here as the plant started going down. Not that it was required as Virtus.Pro finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, desperately needed that one. It just gives them something to build on. Like I say, if they can go 4-2 on the half, they start looking towards their defensive side and thinking we can at least match that. And I mean, you know, far be it from us to not have another overtime tonight. But yeah, Falcons, I think, could do with finding one of those third choice sites. In this case, it's likely to be CCTV again. They'll go through that same rotation, and if they can get that 5-1, then yeah, I think Falcons can get it done on the attack. But Virtus.Pro, it's going to be no mean feat breaking them down on the defensive clubhouse. You know, we know that they're a solid team here. That is a big step for them, getting that first one. We move into the second quarter now, if we want to look at it like that, and they are on trend for a 4-2 half.
I only just saw about Alamal's tweet for an hour ago saying, after watching this series, I'm 100% certain we are playing Secret tomorrow for the 3rd time. Let's go. Bearing in mind,
games early.
Absolutely. Given the time of night at which they're playing, you might cut them a little bit of slack. I get his point. Secret have been playing incredibly well. As we've seen, the only thing they've lost to on this journey so far has been G2, and that was a really good series. It required overtime on that 3rd map to see who would walk away the winner on Lair. And I do think, based on what we've seen from these teams today, both against Matchco and Gen.G earlier and a little bit throughout this series, you can see how two of our best attacking teams, them being Secret and G2, in fact, the only two teams in the region who've got a better attacking round win rate than they do defensive round win rate, you'd probably favour them to be the ones taking away the win against either of these teams tomorrow. But never know, maybe today inspires or enthuses the winner of this game and they go on to beat Secret and we have that G2 versus VP or Falcons final. But I can understand Alamal's apprehension.
For them, we continue the rotation as expected. Going to be back down to the basement again, and again I'm keeping a close eye on how committed to that roam they are. Again, it's Leakerfack on his own up on that top floor. Going to be very easy for Virtus.Pro to clear out. It kind of feels like they're almost giving up a life here. It's such a gamble for Leakerfack to be picking up kills, especially when he knows that there's likely to be a shield running at him. If you've got a shield coming, it's easy to have that second person there just to try and play off, just to try and engage together and try and get that trade. Leakerfack really is out in the cold.
And now as Joystick, who's the main entry point for them, start his way in towards this bathroom side. Straight down main stairs, gonna be the protocol, no surprises at all. And here we go, a little challenge on main stairs, nothing too surprising there. It's Leakerfack now to dart himself away back down towards site. Maybe not Leakerfack, sorry. Who was it that was below? I think it was Billy maybe stepping up. Solid. Now to back himself away, and here comes the vertical as well from below. Do they know that he's got here? You'd hope to God they've heard him. But he could be in a really great position right now. He's heard the shot, knows that he's above him. All he needs is to step in towards that doorway, and it's a freebie.
You kind of feel like Virtus.Pro or Falcons this after Pasha managed to get that triple kill on Cafe top floor from the mist drone and not being aware of the player in this position is going to be a freebie for Leakerfack, and that's it. Falcons just feel like they're cashing in that mistake from earlier. Leakerfack does take some damage. We've seen Falcons do this a number of times where he'll then retire himself away to Strip Club and it forces the attackers to go in and deal with him, because otherwise he's just going to wait here until there's 20 seconds left and he's going to walk back out and cause you a massive headache on the flank, and right now that's what's going to happen.
It's painful really, because this Virtus.Pro, you haven't got the time to go and clear out a strip player. It's a 2 or a 3. You kind of got to keep on going and just hope to God that you've got a flank drone that catches him on his angle back in towards the rest of the team. And sure enough, here he's working his way in towards that Moto hatch. 2 minutes open, can of course drop himself through. But it's a threat that comes on towards Joystick that's going to be the main headache for them, I think. So close here and could do so much damage if not checked. There we go. Bomb for himself. And at this point, he's got Joystick chasing after him. Not that he'll worry too much. Another impact comes out. And he gets the kill too. A triple kill for himself. Shepard might get one back. But yet again, Tim, Shepard is left in a 1vx. I'm sick and tired of saying it now.
There's been so many times tonight, like you say, that he's been in these clutch positions, and it's just the nature of Shepard's role in the team, playing that support. He is going to be in the back line, drawn in, hard breaching. He's going to be last alive, reasonably easily mopped up there by Falcons, but Leakerfack played that beautifully. I voiced that concern for him at the beginning of the round. He's up on top floor. Who's going to work with him? He's got to try and get this challenge. He dropped away at a nice time, gets himself a kill, and he just shows that strategy again of moving off to strip, keeping himself out of in that position, and then moving back in for kills later in the round. It's brilliant stuff, and I haven't seen anybody really come up with a major answer to it yet. Really, you've been hit already, and then you've got to spend time going to try and find him and deal with him, and teams just can't commit that much resource to it and tend to continue pushing towards site.
That's it. It's again one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't moments, right? Like you can chase him down when you've got a minute left on the clock, but by the time you've got a kill, you have no idea what's going on site. But other defenders could have moved around. It's like the perfect disruption to find in the mid-round on a map like this where you can disappear into the dark corners and do damage as things progress forward. Either way, one thing sounds true. Virtus.Pro kind of lacking the teeth that we saw back on Cafe. They were by far and away the most dominant team there. And I think as we saw the guys say on the desk, we're at a point now where for a lot of these players, it's at least 2:15 in the morning, if not a little bit later. We're at a stage where they are going to be tired. They've already played a best of 3 earlier today. We're at a point now where most of them will be in bed and asleep, so it is going to be impacting on the gameplay a little bit. Don't be 100% shocked if you see the same lethargic nature capture Falcons when they switch onto the attacking side and Virtus.Pro end up on the defense. We've already seen back in map 1, they really are too hard for the game of Siege.
Just looking for that long angle through the drone hole here. I think VP really desperate to get themselves a good start into this round. It's going to be the sweep across from CCTV and Cash, and then moving on to Gym and Bedroom. They didn't really make too much progress with this last time around. When they tried to attack this site, they got hit hard by Solotov again at the beginning of the round. He picked up a really, really good kill down in basement. It was the one tap onto Joystick.
What a
it was
shot.
the one tap onto Always. Solotov, just as I'm saying that he did it last time, Solotov comes out and does it again. He's really on a tear so far this game. 8-2, and Virtus.Pro again on the back foot. They've lost their IQ. Those black eye cameras are likely to stay out and about.
Yes. Not super ideal, but you'll see at least the ones that are still standing feeding that information through the team through the rest of this round. Because that reminder again, all this action is happening out towards the Cash and CC side, and Falcons, they've done the work. They've got the kill they need. They've wasted about half the round. Only now we're seeing Virtus.Pro stepping in towards destruction. They'll feel pretty happy with the progress, and now they can dig themselves back and again tighten that line and look to play for trades on sites itself, as we keep on seeing more of that time being quite literally burnt away by these Vulcan canisters.
Yeah, exactly that. Virtus.Pro getting themselves onto the windows, then they can at least be confident in that, get the claymores down and start to force those defenders to think about their movement inside. Can't move out of bathroom, can't move out of logistics, need to be very careful in and around master bed. Asher looking like he might just hop his way into construction to join Joystick in there. 55 seconds left to go. Virtus.Pro could do with picking up a couple of kills here, so they start to build that advantage that's going to create a little bit of space. But look at what Falcons are doing. They're just holding themselves in that back line, around the elbow, around main stairs, in logistics, making it difficult, saying to Virtus.Pro, you're going to have to come on it.
Right, Readers has one inside the garage. They've kind of got to hit the site now if they want to go, but they're already down to a 3 versus 5. They get one back on their side, and they've got control of Jim, but need a bit more than that. A mirror window still to contend with. Saying that, they take over one for themselves here. A good spot to be in, but all the numbers are still falling away. With Dan going down here, it feels like they haven't quite got the numbers they need to be able to hold on to this one. A little bit more fire damage comes on through, and Pasha's the one with the diffuser. But he's in the wrong spot here, Tim. Got to win this gunfight, can't quite find it. A great swing, gets a trade at the very least, but Shepard, yet again, I'm not even going to say the line this time. He's not going to be able to win it, Tim. It's going to be a closeout for Falcons. They get the round over the line.
Yeah, this is going to be a key round coming up now. As I said, Falcons, a 5-1 would be absolutely ideal for them at this point, to put them on that, you know, opportunity on the attack to just need to find 2. We've said throughout, Fresh said it before we came in, this game is likely to be won on the attacks. Whichever team can get them secured will be the one that takes the position in the next matchup against Team Secret. And if Virtus.Pro can hold on to a 4-2, they will look at that and think overtime is possible here. We can get ourselves 4 defenses, we can get ourselves through to those extra rounds, and you know, who knows what happens then. So I think, yeah, taking